Chapter 271. Dwarven Technology. Rechargeable Battery. Spirit Level. A fast-charging item that stores electricity, with a level 5 reserve capacity, super large capacity. Suen took the rechargeable battery, glanced briefly at the description, and then transferred the energy from the charging shield into the large, spiritual level battery. The battery was fully charged. A layer of electricity remained on the ground. Suen continued to ask, "Are there any more batteries?" Quickly, Yi Yunqing took out a number of batteries, large and small. There were more than a dozen of them, ranging from button-sized to palm-sized, and the quality ranged from simple to ordinary. Exquisite. After charging all the batteries, large and small, a thin layer of electricity remained on the ground, seemingly unchanged. Suen looked at Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing shook her head and said disappointedly, "No more." In fact, there was still room for the little pumpkin's hat. But Suen didn't want to take up another storage space for electricity. Besides, it seemed that besides her, Xiao Mo and Ce were also eager to try practicing in this lighting chamber. Suen gestured for Yi Yunqing to enter. "The current is much lower now. Go ahead and practice if you want. Bear and I will protect you." Yi Yunqing nodded quickly in thanks. "Thank you, Sister Sunshine, and thank you, Big Bear." Yi Yunqing didn't know why Sister Sunshine had changed her mind, but she was willing to give it a try. Bear's face was also filled with anticipation. It went in, following its master's instructions, to help Yi Yunqing share the electricity, earning her a grateful look. In fact, Suen's change of heart was also due to Xiao Mo's message through the link just now, saying he wanted to try it. Being an electrified bear would be incredibly cool. It seemed that all living things were obsessed with practicing, unable to give up as easily as she did. Letting them try would be fine, so they wouldn't have to worry about it all the time. Although Suen wasn't optimistic about the outcome, for some things, the process was crucial. An hour. The man and the bear went back and forth. The little girl poured red potion into her own mouth. Suen used his healing skill, Doll Repair, to ensure the little bear received adequate treatment. For that hour, the man and the bear were both wounded, and they couldn't learn a single bit of thunder magic. The bear realized the trap. Thunder magic was a complete conspiracy, unsuitable for a bear. It simply couldn't learn it. Giving up sooner would save it some suffering. Most importantly, Xiao Mo felt bad for having to constantly heal its master. Although his body had gained some resistance from the repeated lightning strikes, it wasn't enough to compensate for the damage done to his master. So, Yi Yunqing was the only one left standing. Suen looked at the young childish girl. The little one truly deserved to be a top-tier support player. Suen watched her in pain and suffering, yet she persevered. 2 hours later, Suen cleared the remains of a treasure chest monster at the 4th checkpoint, lit a bonfire, and grilled some meat for lunch. The folding wooden chairs provided by Sai were replaced with her own recliners, which were more comfortable. The oversized RV, with the exterior of a pumpkin carriage and the interior of an ordinary car, was parked on the ground, its doors wide open, revealing its ordinary interior. Bear came in and out, taking out meat, seasonings, and ice-cold happy otaku water, tending to its owner's meal. It was lunchtime. Suen's barbecue was ready. Suen was eating the kebabs. Yi Yunqing was suffering inside. Every time she couldn't hold on any longer, Yi Yunqing cried out and collapsed, waiting for Sister Sunshine to pull her out. Suen didn't mind the hassle, repeatedly using his little pumpkin telekinesis ability to drag the stiffened little girl out. It wasn't much effort anyway. The little girl took a moment to rest, then gritted her teeth and went back in. Yi Yunqing never gave up a chance to become stronger. And so on and so forth. This time, Yi Yunqing didn't get in, and she began to doubt her own efforts. Yi Yunqing's bloodshot eyes stared at Suen's skewers, their gaze vacant. She began to doubt her life. Her talent was so poor, she'd been electrocuted for so long, yet she hadn't improved at all. "Sister Sunshine, am I a bit useless? I can't even absorb the lightning energy into my body," she said dejectedly. Suen chewed the skewers, stuffing garlic cloves into her mouth, chewing with big mouthfuls, unburdened. Suen swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, "You're not a scorpion, so you don't have a thunder tail. It's normal for you to be slow to learn." "What thunder tail?" Yi Yunqing asked, puzzled, as she climbed up from the ground. Suen looked at her with even more confusion. But he still slowly explained. "The thunder tail is what I call it. It's an organ that stores electrical energy. Most scorpion people have it. Its development is related to your lightning talent, and it's considered a crucial organ for practicing this thunder technique." "Huh?" Yi Yunqing looked stunned. "Didn't you realize this in the lightning heart technique? You draw lightning energy into your body, and then store it in the thunder tail. The thunder tail also helps your body absorb lightning energy. If you're not a scorpion and don't have a thunder tail, you need to build a similar organ in your body first. I suggest using the dantian as a reference in martial arts to build it. The success rate is higher. However, if you're a human with a natural talent for lightning, you could consider tempering your body directly with lightning, rather than following the scorpion race's inherited lightning magic. Suen spoke at length. Then, taking a charred wooden stick, he drew a simple diagram on the ground. Yi Yunqing felt thunder rumble from the sky. Were the conditions so complex? She was only anxious to complete the first step, not to explore further. Yi Yunqing stumbled toward the checkpoint entrance, crouched on the ground, and, imitating Sister Sunshine's method, placed the back of her hand against the lightning. She used her mental power to carefully comprehend it. This time, she wasn't in a rush to complete it, but simply to experience the full picture. Drawing lightning into the body, then guiding its flow, that route was alien, and its organs completely contradicted high school physiology knowledge. Unless she underwent self-transformation or possessed a unique talent that allowed her to modify her spells, mastering this lightning technique would be difficult. So what was the point of her enduring the shock for so long? Did she do it willingly? Yi Yunqing collapsed to the ground, visibly overcome by grief and anger, absorbing the last traces of electricity from the floor. She hadn't mastered the thunder technique, but her resistance to it had indeed improved somewhat. But it had cost her a great deal of pain and red potions. Suen watched the little girl lapse into a state of paralysis again, and silently pulled her back to her senses. Suen didn't understand why this little girl hadn't fully experienced the entire cultivation technique before jumping right in. She assumed she had some talent. Shouldn't one review the test paper before doing the exercises? Chapter 272. Yi Yunqing had given up. She gnawed on a small piece of bread with a fierce expression, as if she were gnawing on someone's flesh. It was a silent morning for her waste of red potion. She gnawed the bread with sheer willpower, for she had drunk so much red potion that she was utterly full. In her discomfort, Yi Yunqing began to reflect on herself, overwhelmed by her attacking abilities and lacking comprehensiveness. After dinner, Suen gathered her things, extinguished the charcoal fire, and told Yi Yunqing to rest for a while to recover. Suen took Xiao Mo back to the ordinary RV with the appearance of a pumpkin carriage to rest. Lying on the bed at the rear, she removed her mask and Huan Wan's puppet form, and took a nap with everyone else. She was indeed a little tired. Fighting monsters wasn't tiring, but interacting with people was. Even though this teammate was quite tactful, socializing was exhausting. The break was over. Continue on. They had 3 days to complete this level. After absorbing the lightning from the floor at the 15th level, they were considered successful. After the lightning vanished, a complete set of thunder cultivation techniques lay on the ground. This was the level reward. The cultivation spell was engraved on the floor in the Scorpion tribe script. The system automatically translated the text. There were 2 spells in total. Thunderheart Reju, a Scorpion tribe's mental method for absorbing lightning energy, tempering the body, and increasing lightning resistance. This was also the one they had comprehended. Generally speaking, if one doesn't absorb lightning through a battery, and follows the conventional level clearing strategy, absorbing it until the entire space disappears, this mental method is considered a beginner's guide. Just in time to learn the next spell. Thunderstrike, an attack spell that releases lightning. Then attack the door in front of you to advance to the next level. It seems this level is intended to screen Scorpion tribes with a talent for lightning. Suen used telekinesis to levitate herself, snapping and snapping dozens of photos with the system's camera function to store the 2 spells. While she couldn't use them, she might be able to trade them to someone else. After Sister Sunshine finished taking the photos, Yi Yunqing didn't make any move to take photos, but simply studied the words on the ground. Sister Sunshine, this door requires lightning strikes to open. Yi Yunqing pointed to the illustration on the ground with a grimace. There was a simple drawing on it, a scorpion-like creature flicking its tail, and a lightning symbol appeared, striking the door. Then the door opened. It was a simple, easy-to-understand sketch, easily understood by anyone, and Yi Yunqing grasped it instantly. What should we do? None of us know lightning skills. We have to learn them here to open the door. How long will that take? Suen pulled out an infinite power card with only 1 minute left and placed it on the door. Zazila. The infinite power card instantly detected the door's need for power and released it to charge it. Creak. The door opened. One moment, Yi Yunqing was still struggling with how to learn the electric shock technique, and the next, she saw the door open. Just like that. Opened, unlimited power card? That works? She blurted out. Yi Yunqing's mouth dropped open, And then she remembered the unlimited power card, which provided unlimited power for a limited time. Using the lighting technique to open the door meant that as long as there was electricity, the door would open. Logically speaking, this door opening method was sound. Soo-in shook the unlimited power card, which had been used for less than 3 seconds. He replied yes. Soo-in didn't know that while she was doing this, someone who thought themselves to be smart fell silent and began to reflect on the design of the light card. Soo-in led Yi Yunqing into the next level. Level 16. The two men and the bear entered the hall cautiously. The level was empty, but neither of them lost their caution. There must be a hidden monster, Yi Yunqing whispered. A few minutes later, while exploring the level's traps, Yi Yunqing whispered, "Here they come." Ding dong, players Sunshine Bear and Lucky Clover's temporary team have been attacked by a monster, Bloodthirsty Bees *231. Please check. Monster, Bloodthirsty Bee. Level, LV7 to LV9. Habitat, Scorpion Shadow, Level 16. Note, a swarm of adorable little bees have flown into the level, and their passion is to drink blood and eat flesh. First there was a buzzing sound, then a swarm of bee monsters emerged from the holes in the wall, swarming and attacking. Happiness, Yi Yunqing said gravely. Yi Yunqing raised her staff and tapped the ground. A wave of energy spread out from her center, and a 10-meter energy field appeared in front of her. The energy field was like a monster speed bump. Anyone who flew into it would slow down, as if lost in some blissful experience, forgetting to attack and simply flying around in circles. Skill for happiness, the gift of the 4-leaf clover's leaf of happiness. Skill effect. Consume spirit points to create a happy illusion, confusing creatures. Skill limitation. Cannot be used against intelligent creatures with higher spirit points than the user. There were quite a few. Yi Yunqing said, "My skill lasts 3 minutes, and the next skill requires 30 seconds of recovery." After that, Yi Yunqing produced a bottle of blue potion produced by the Scorpion tribe, grasped it in her palm, and sipped it slowly, evenly replenishing her spirit points. Soo-in plucked the guqin, sending blades of light flying, attacking the bee monsters. Although the bee monsters were enchanted and had lost their attack power, they would briefly break free from the illusion and nimbly dodge in the face of an attack. They were very difficult to defeat. The bear swung its mace, killing only a few of the bee monsters, leaving its damage rate questionable. They had to be dealt with quickly, within 3 minutes. Soo-in looked at Xiaomo, who then looked back. Soo-in instantly understood. They had the same idea. Use the flower petal dance. A group attack. Soo-in nodded slightly. The bear shrank completely, transforming into a miniature bear. It leaped and floated in midair. The velvet flower hairpin on its head glowed, transforming into thousands of flying petal blades. The fine petal blades flew like a storm, striking the bee monsters with a clanging sound. As the petals danced, the bee monsters were struck. Yi Yunqing hadn't even finished swallowing the bitter blue potion when she was stunned by the scene before her. She lost her rhythm and forgot to continue slowly swallowing it, achieving stable recovery of her mental energy to maintain the skill. This mistake caused her slowly declining mental energy to plummet. She immediately continued swallowing the potion to compensate, taking another large sip. This brief error reduced the duration of her domain by approximately 2 seconds, wasting about 10 milliliters of potion, which would reduce her maximum skill duration of 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Luckily, she hadn't reported the maximum time limit when reporting her skill to Sister Yongguang. She couldn't possibly use up all her mental energy on a single skill and risk overdrawing it. That's irresponsible to both herself and the team. Also, she took the cheapest small blue potion, not the larger blue potion, nor the more potent and long-lasting spirit-boosting candies or spirit pills. As for her combat drug-taking skills, these are her trump cards. However, her teammates were so strong that her minor mistakes seemed insignificant. In 2 minutes, Big Bear and Sunshine Sisters' group attack skills resolved the battle. Ding dong! Congratulations to the makeshift team of players Sunshine Bear and Lucky Clover for killing 3 LV9 Bloodthirsty Bees, 21 LV8 Bloodthirsty Bees, 86 LV7 Bloodthirsty Bees, and 121 LV6 Bloodthirsty Bees, gaining experience. Kill drops: 22 bee wings, 131 bee tails, 200 G honey. Soo-in waved his hand, telekinetically collecting the monster's drops directly into his space, feeling satisfied as his and his doll's experience bars grew significantly. This place is perfect for leveling. The monsters were high-level, experienced, and easy to kill. Soo-in turned and saw the teammate who had just assisted in the attack was dazed. She just stood there, staring at the small amount of blue potion left in her bottle. Yi Yunqing stopped using her domain skills. There was still a little blue potion left in her bottle, not even finished. It had been a long time since she finished it. Every time she went on a dungeon, she drank so much blue potion that she almost vomited. This time, after killing over 200 monsters, she only consumed less than a bottle of blue potion. Yi Yunqing put the blue potion into her space, took out a bottle of water, took a sip, and then stood there to recover. Without the level rewards, there was a good chance there would be a second wave of monsters. Suddenly, Chapter 273. An unusual noise was heard. Suen turned and saw a new group of bee monsters attacking from behind. They were much larger than the previous monsters, and the stingers on their tails were sharper. They moved incredibly fast, almost invisible. Be careful. Yi Yunqing's skills took effect, stopping the elite monsters. The bee monster stopped half a meter in front of Suen. 0.1 seconds. Little Pumpkin's energy shield appeared, slamming the first bee monster to charge forward. Little Pumpkin, now masked, panicked. Just now, she had almost failed to stop them. A new round of battle had begun. Yi Yunqing's face was tense, manipulating the energy in her field to entice the monsters away from the two men and the bear. She began, "These elite monsters are very powerful. I can only hold out for 2.5 minutes. As soon as she finished her words, she smoothly pulled a blue potion from the space and guzzled it down, quickly throwing the empty bottle back into the space. She opened the next blue potion. The blue potion produced by the Scorpion tribe is inexpensive and consistently effective. It, along with the Scorpion tribe's red potion, is essential for Yi Yunqing's battles. Ding Dong, Sunshine Bear, and Lucky Clover's temporary team are under attack from monsters. Bloodthirsty Bee Elite *23, please be careful. Monster, Bloodthirsty Bee Elite. Level, LV7 to LV9. Habitat, Scorpion Shadow Mystery, Level 16. Note, this is a group of adorable elite bees who love to drink blood and eat flesh. Intruders, be terrified. The sound of a Guqin echoed, and the bear's petals rained down. However, they were too fast. Even with Clover's illusionary skill, they were still able to dodge the attack in the critical moment. After 2.5 minutes, Suen and Little Bear had only killed 7 Bloodthirsty Bee Elites, leaving 16 ping-pong ball-sized Bloodthirsty Bee Elites still on the scene. Yi Yunqing shouted, "Sister Sunshine, the illusion is about to break. Get ready." Okay, I switched to defense. The next second, the illusion of happiness shattered, and the Bloodthirsty Bee Elites, having regained their consciousness, attacked the two men and the bear. Suen and Suemo switched from offense to defense. The bear's cherry blossoms danced, transforming into a spiral shield of spinning petal blades, surrounding the three of them. Ding dang dang. The sound was incessant. It was the sound of bees using their sharp stingers to attack the spirals of petal blades. Occasionally, when a Bloodthirsty Bee Elite monster passed through the spirals, Suen would simultaneously summon Little Pumpkin's charged shield to protect it. She would smack the Bloodthirsty Bee Elite monsters into the spirals. She had no intention of exposing her teammates to the Bloodthirsty Bee Elite monsters. Yi Yunqing currently held a spirit-boosting candy in her mouth. Spirit was replenished by the blue potion +1+1+1, and the spirit-boosting candies +4+4+4. She waited for her spirit to recover enough to activate her next happiness skill. She secretly admired Sister Sunshine. This wasn't the most powerful teammate she ever encountered, but it was the most versatile, with virtually no weaknesses. Physical attack, physical defense, mental defense, healing, recovery, there were no weaknesses anywhere. Her mental power was incredibly strong, and the bears she controlled worked in perfect harmony, with quick combat awareness and reflexes. 10 seconds passed quickly, the candy's effect faded, and the blue potion's effect was reduced to 2 seconds plus 1 point, restoring her mental power to 63 points. Sister Sunshine, I'm ready. Happiness. With a clash of her staff, her mental power was depleted, and a happiness illusion unfolded around her. The Bloodthirsty Bee Elite monster, with its high attack and agility, attacked frantically, lost once again in the illusion of happiness. The little girl took out a small blue bottle, bit off the cap, and gulped down the liquid in small gulps. +1+1+1. Spirit points increased again as the drug took effect. Watching Sai control the monster, Suen and Little Bear continued their attacks. The Bloodthirsty Bee Elite monsters present were more or less injured. After more than 2 minutes, Sai cried out in disbelief. Only 5 Bloodthirsty Bee Elite monsters remained, the smartest and most formidable level 9 elite monsters. The spiral storm of petal rain had a few cracks. Suemo panted. Sai, who stuffed another spirit up candy into his mouth, looked a little pale. Even Suin, whose spirit points were nearing their limit, began stuffing more spirit-up candy into his mouth. Everyone, things were starting to look bad. At this moment, a new monster, the LV-10 King Monster Bloodthirsty Queen Bee appeared. Chapter 274. Ding Dong. The temporary team of players Sunshine Bear and Lucky Clover is under attack by the LV-10 King Monster, the Bloodthirsty Queen Bee. Monster, King, Bloodthirsty Queen Bee. Level, LV-10. Habitat, Scorpion Shadow, Level 16. Note, Who dares to disturb my slumber? I sting you to death. The moment the King Monster, the Bloodthirsty Queen Bee, appeared, Yi Yunqing's face turned deathly pale. This was just as her mental strength was recovering from the dissipation of her previous skill, leaving her unable to use any more. The petal blades, worn down in battle, scattered sparsely. The bear's movements were not agile enough. They were very dangerous. At this moment, Suin took a step and blocked Yi Yunqing's way. The Bloodthirsty Queen Bee flew through the gaps in the bear's rain of petal blades and charged directly at Suin and Clover. Pumpkin's charged shield. Perfect timing. Summoning successful. The pumpkin mask glowed faintly, and a triangular energy shield appeared in front of Suin. Under inertia, the Bloodthirsty Queen Bee's stinger slammed directly into the little pumpkin's shield. Sizzle! A sharp sound echoed throughout the hall. It was like the sound of a needle scratching a hard iron plate, harsh and unpleasant. The Queen Bee's stinger was about to pierce the triangular shield and sting Suin in the heart. The new pumpkin shield wasn't constructed that quickly. Xiao Mo seized the opportunity, ignoring the sting of the Bloodthirsty Bee Elite, and directly attacked the fist-sized Bloodthirsty Queen Bee with his bare claws. Buzz buzz buzz. The Bloodthirsty Queen Bee vibrated its wings, launching a mental attack, and the swarm of bees hummed in unison. Suin felt dizzy and momentarily dazed. In the distance, the bear fell to the ground with a thud. Yi Yunqing's vision blurred, and she sensed something was amiss. However, her keen combat awareness allowed her to recognize this as a contamination attack, and she urgently overdrawn her mental energy to activate a skill, targeting Sister Sunshine and Big Bear. This was her combat experience as a top-tier support. Skill 2 Hope, the 4-leaf clover's leaf of hope. Skill effect, Heal. Using it on contaminated creatures reduces their mental contamination. She only used a portion of this skill's power, and after activating it, her vision went black. It didn't matter that she couldn't see. She hung onto her staff, enduring the attacks of the Bloodthirsty Bee Elite, while shoving spirit pills into her mouth in the dark. Suin felt a warm current radiate from behind and above her head. It was her teammate's contamination healing skills, and Huan Huan's healing. She instantly regained consciousness. Huan Huan was a little anxious, desperate to escape, as her master was in imminent danger. The bear fell, and the level 10 King Monster, the Bloodthirsty Queen Bee, had already attacked Suin, making it impossible to dodge. But she had no offensive skills when she emerged. She wasn't in her ghost form. She could only use telekinesis to try to block it. But the Bloodthirsty Queen Bee's attacks were fast and powerful. At Huan Huan's moment of anxiety, snap! Suin swung the Guqin directly at the Bloodthirsty Queen Bee. She couldn't just stand there and not resist. The Bloodthirsty Queen Bee's body crashed into the Guqin. Its attack was blocked by the Guqin. The strings vibrated. A clanging sound was heard. Then, the strings twisted, bringing down the Bloodthirsty Queen Bee's stinger. The Guqin was indeed an epic weapon, its strength evident. As a weapon, it was also very useful for smashing. The Bloodthirsty Queen Bee, in pain, became even more ferocious. She flew away and launched an energy beam attack. At this moment, Bear slowly regained consciousness after receiving the dual healing treatment, alerting an Anne's sister to her danger. A meteor hammer flew up, smashing towards the Bloodthirsty Queen Bee's position. On the other side, Yi Yunqing felt a sharp pain as an elite Bloodthirsty Bee monster attacked her body. The sting was excruciating. But it wasn't without benefits. The intense pain brought her back to consciousness. After regaining consciousness, she focused on the current battle situation, channeling her mental energy and unleashing a happy illusion skill, controlling the bee monsters, returning the battle to its normal rhythm. 3 minutes later, the 2 men and bear dispatched the remaining 3 elite monsters and 1 king monster. A row of kill messages popped up on the public screen, but Suin didn't bother to read them, only glancing at the final king monster's death tally. Ding dong. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear and Lucky 4-Leaf's temporary team for killing the level 10 King Monster Bloodthirsty Queen Bee and gaining 999,9996 experience points. Kill drops: 500 G Royal Jelly, Spirit Level Advancement Stone Gold. Great! Gaining a ton of experience and advancement stones, Little Bear is about to level up again. She felt happy realizing this. Suen popped a spirit-boosting candy into her mouth to restore her nearly depleted spirits. She glanced at her experience bar. Both she and Bear were close to leveling up. As Suen and her group slew the bloodthirsty queen bee, the king monster, and collected their spoils, the space fell silent. However, the clearing signal hadn't appeared, and the clearing reward hadn't appeared, leaving everyone wary. Fearing new monsters would appear soon, everyone was rushing to take their potions, even Bear. Suen didn't have the energy to activate his skills to heal the bear, so he could only use a special healing potion to keep it going. About a minute later, the sound of a level being cleared echoed in the air, and a ball of light descended from the sky, the reward for completing this level. Yi Yunqing took a half step back, tactfully tending to the wound on her arm, applying red potion without even glancing at the reward. Suen took the ball of light, glanced at it briefly, and immediately stored it in his spaceship. Oil paper umbrella in the misty rain, damaged, quality. Super spirit, tattered, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spirit, epic, godly, notes. A simple yet sophisticated oil paper umbrella. Innately cool and elegant. Excellent defense. Capable of withstanding the full force of a spirit-level attack. A ghostly umbrella of protection, protecting the undead. Combined with a life crystal, it can regenerate flesh and blood, potentially even resurrecting the dead. A slightly perverse piece of equipment. Put it away quickly. The 16th level's battle was over, and no one was in a rush to move on. Everyone stayed where they were to recover. Because everyone was injured to varying degrees. The bear was covered in lumps, bald and swollen, looking miserable. He had just taken a special healing potion, but it hadn't provided much relief. Suen felt a pang of pain at the sight. Suen waited for his mental strength to recover before using the doll repair technique on the bear. The bear's wounds healed quickly, but the swelling didn't subside, and soon some areas became even more swollen. Always apply the red demon potion externally, it works. Iya spoke. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, and her words were barely clear. Suen looked at Sai. The little girl's cheeks, forehead, and arms were all swollen. She held the healing potion in her mouth and demonstrated to Suen how to make a small incision in the wound, squeeze out the pus, and then repeatedly apply the potion to the swollen area. She carried a bitter herbal scent. But the wound was indeed healing. Suen nodded, took out the Scorpion tribe's red potion from the space, and began to perform the same operation on the little bear. Chapter 275. The application of the medicine was a bit painful. Out of Suen's sight, the bear's face displayed a variety of expressions, his teeth bared, a performance-like spectacle. Suen felt a pang of pain as he applied the medicine. Among the two and the bear, Suen was unharmed. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear protected her well, though her mental energy was somewhat depleted. Xiaomo secretly rejoiced that Sister Anan hadn't been attacked. The bee monster's sting to the bear must have been incredibly painful. After the swelling had subsided for both of them, it was already past 4 in the evening. The battle had consumed a lot of energy, and the bear's energy level was running low, and his stomach began to growl. Suen handed the bear a handful of dried meat. Soon after, a gurgling sound came from behind him. Suen turned around and saw the girl, now fair and tender after the swelling had subsided. She blushed, her head lowered, clutching her stomach. Recalling that she had drunk too much red potion at noon, and had only eaten a palm-sized piece of bread. Suen also casually handed over a few pieces of dried meat. Yi Yunqing looked at the meat, didn't push it, and simply thanked him, taking it. After a day of spending time together, and several battles together, she had probably gotten a good feel for this man's personality, a mixture of coldness and tenderness. Always aloof, yet always unconsciously concerned for those around him. She looked at the big bears around her, who were eating with great relish, and she began to nibble like them. The texture wasn't the dry, hard, or stringy one she expected. The meat had a crispy exterior and a chewy texture inside. Delicious. The 5-spice flavor was slightly spicy, not tough but quite salty. It didn't have a particularly strong seasoning flavor, unlike the meat you find in a wooden box, which is overpowering. It also didn't taste like the meat you dried yourself, which was fishy, hard, and dry. It tastes so good. Yi Yunqing's eyes sparkled as she ate. She chewed the dried meat non-stop, like a hamster transformed into a spirit, devouring it with an incredibly fragrant and full appetite. Suen watched them savoring it, and he felt a little greedy himself. He stuffed a piece of dried meat into his mouth and chewed it. I have to say, the dried meat snacks that Little Pumpkin made especially for Huan Huan are truly delicious, practically cat food. No matter who you are, after stuffing a piece of dried meat into your mouth, You have to pause for a few minutes to savor the flavor. After finishing the snack, he became even more greedy. It was getting late. Let's just rest and wait for dinner before moving on to the next level. After Suan spoke, the little girl nodded. They agreed to challenge the next level at 7 p.m., and then the makeshift team would disband for the time being. Suan summoned the pumpkin carriage and took the little bear back to the house to close the door. Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan returned to their original forms and gathered around Suan, whispering their concerns. If it weren't for the ears of the other side, the two dolls would have been eager to chirp out everything they hadn't said all day. Suan felt a little tired and laid down in the bedroom at the back of the car to rest. Bear did the same, going to the bathroom, cleaning up briefly, and then rushing to the bedroom. Little Pumpkin prepared dinner for the family. Suan suggested just cooking some noodles and then lay down. She didn't want to lie down like that, but there was nothing she could do. Her body seemed to have its own ideas, and once she touched the bed, she couldn't get up. Little Pumpkin nodded and retrieved the ingredients from her space to prepare hot noodle soup for dinner. Suan suggested making some noodles. Little Pumpkin, no, that's impossible. I need to make hand-rolled noodles. Little Pumpkin dug out the flour. On the other side, the beetle-shaped RV held a hidden gem. Despite its less than 10 square meters, the space was meticulously planned. At the front was the driver's seat, followed by the kitchen, a convertible dining area, and a separate bedroom and separate wet and dry bathroom at the rear. Yi Yunqing, her butt sticking out, reached into the treasure chest in the kitchen cabinet to find something to eat. Having just eaten Sister Yangwang's dried meat, she couldn't remain silent. Besides her practical skills, her support was all about socializing. A few minutes later, she found her prized possession. Dried star and moon codfish. This was a precious spiritual ingredient. After soaking, it was delicious, tender, delicate, and sweet. It was good for the body, and most importantly, it could eliminate trace toxins from medications. Generally speaking, long-term use of a medication can lead to drug resistance, making it less effective and accumulating toxins. Her drug addiction was so strong because she had a regular source of this fish. She always ate one regularly. This way, even drinking hundreds of potions while in a dungeon wouldn't be a burden. She dug out a clean wooden basin, placed the dried fish in it, poured in mineral water, and then poured a drop of water of life from her space. After a dozen minutes, the dried fish transformed into snow-white, delicate flesh. Build a fire. Boil the water over a high fire, steam the fish until cooked, remove it, and plate it. The most precious ingredients deserve the simplest cooking methods to preserve their flavor. 10 minutes later. Humming a song, she carried the plate to the door of the pumpkin carriage and knocked. Someone's knocking. Little Pumpkin, who had just taken out the flour and was about to start a big fuss, heard the noise and immediately went into the bedroom. It transformed into a mask and clung to Suan. Suan stood up. Huan Huan crawled under the blankets in the bedroom and pushed the bear outside. Squeak. The car door opened a narrow crack. Through the outside, the general structure of the pumpkin carriage could be vaguely seen. The interior was a standard large RV, very spacious. The kitchen showed signs of work, and a bowl of flour sat on the kitchen counter, as if Sister Sunshine had just been preparing dinner. The bear shrank, curled up into a ball, and rested on the sofa booth. It seemed that Sister Sunshine only had the props to change the vehicle's appearance. The interior was still a system upgrade template. Haven't you ever been to a vehicle-modified platform? Sister Sunshine masked, leaned over and asked Sai, "What's up?" Yi Yunqing immediately put her thoughts to rest, not wanting to look any further. She handed the food box to Sister Sunshine. "Sister Sunshine, thank you for the jerky just now. This is something I prepared, specially for you to try. Send Sai away. Close the door." Little Pumpkin popped out. "I suddenly understand why the master uses the system's large RV. You're just stupid, you melon." Huan Huan appeared from nowhere. Said with a sharp tongue. "TSK, a good melon doesn't fight with one." Little Pumpkin wasn't in the mood to argue with Huan Huan today. Soon, everyone's attention shifted to the food box delivered by their temporary teammate. What kind of food, specially delivered? The box was opened, revealing a plate of fish. The palm-sized fish was still steaming, but its aura radiated, and no one dared to underestimate it. Suan pulled out the investigation card. Investigation card allows you to investigate the current information of any living being, usable 3/3 times daily. This fish, after all, is a dead living being. Suan used it. The progress bar quickly reached 100%. Seeing the information, Suan's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 276. Exploration cards are useful. Image, fish on a plate, creature, moon cod. Origin, a fish with spiritual powers, a rare ingredient. Eating it can neutralize residual toxicity from therapeutic drugs. Status, deceased. Origin, caught by player Lucky Clover, dehydrated, sun-dried, soaked in water, and then steamed. Level 5. What a great treat. Suen couldn't help but nod, and Little Pumpkin and Huan followed suit. It looks delicious. Little Pumpkin exclaimed. For dinner, to save time, the flour wasn't turned into noodles, but into dumpling soup. Everyone had the dumpling soup, accompanied by fish and pickles, to finish the evening's meal. It wasn't particularly sumptuous, but it was a delicious home-cooked meal. The puppets didn't eat fish and wanted to give it all to their master. Suen gave a firm order, and everyone got a piece before the meal was over. The fish was tender and tasteless on its own. Sai hadn't added any seasoning. Suen sprinkled a light layer of salt on the fish. The subtle saltiness brought out the fish's natural freshness, leaving a sweet aftertaste. After eating, Suen and Little Pumpkin Huan showed no reaction. Xiaomo made several trips to the restroom alone. It seemed this was the ability the exploration card mentioned, to neutralize the remaining toxicity of the drug. Dinner was over. Suen laid down for a while. For a moment, he didn't want to get up. I have to say, this platform is so comfortable, with a pleasant climate, perfect for rest. If it weren't for the time limit for group formation, staying here for a while wouldn't be a problem. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Suen had to get up. He spent 3 minutes preparing himself mentally before changing his clothes. Suen put on the pumpkin mask, the ghost hairpin, and the bear followed him, and pushed open the pumpkin door. Sai, already dressed, stood waiting inside the 16th level, looking as energetic as if she'd seen her that morning. Sai had cooked instant noodles for dinner in the same water she used to steam the fish. She ate them quickly, then slept until she woke up before 6:30. Feeling bored, she came out early to wait. Seeing Sister Yangwang coming downstairs, a broad smile lit up her face. It was a look of hope. Yi Yunqing wasn't without her own calculations. Her sole focus was providing excellent service and garnering future cooperation. She never hid this fact. Although her attitude seemed somewhat servile, only Yi Yunqing knew it. It was only when facing extremely powerful teammates with whom she wanted to collaborate long-term. Great. After passing level 17, she wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by the Snake Lady Cricket when she went to the Scorpion Man's Holy Land, the Sand Sting Oasis, to buy things. Just thinking about it made Yi Yunqing happy. Continue on. Suen's fatigue faded considerably, as he thought that with just a few more monsters to defeat, Xiaomo, and he could level up today. The door leading to the 17th level was sealed. It was made of a thick, heavy material that wasn't gold, jade, or stone, and contained only the shadow of a scorpion man. For Leaf said these doors were usually trapdoors. The two men and the bear began to investigate the mechanism, but after over half an hour, they found no clues. They hammered every inch of the floor and wall near the door, using electricity, spiritual power, water, fire, and everything they could. Finally, Suen decided to try to force his way through the door to the 17th level. He wasn't sparing the bear's energy for this. Specifically, the bear would grow larger and smash the door with its mace. Suen instructed 4-Leaf to pull the little girl away from him, and then watched the bear smash the door. 1, 2, 3 times. The bear grew larger, exerting more and more force. The door vibrated relentlessly, bringing with it the entire checkpoint hall. Amidst the vibrations, the light on the ceiling flickered. It seemed as if the entire checkpoint was being violently destroyed by the bear. Suen followed the bear's rhythm in his mind, chanting 80, 80, 80. Work song. Suen, puzzled as to why he had come up with this, tilted his head and saw the little girl beside him muttering 80, 80. For the entire time, his mind had been distracted by his teammates. After the giant bear had struck a dozen times, a click was heard. A mechanism, something resembling a lock cylinder, popped out of the door. At the same time, a light and shadow cartoon appeared on the door. This unexpected event caused the bear to stop its attack and sideways, showing the light and shadow cartoon to its owner and temporary teammates. This was still an animation. A large bee, its body and stinger separated, and the stinger inserted into the lock cylinder. The giant bear's violent charge prompted the platform core to exit, offering a strategy for clearing the level. If they don't come down now, all the magic circles in level 16 will be destroyed. Oh, so that's how it is. I never expected that. Yoshua looked as if she understood everything. Sunshine sister, we need to use the stinger from the bloodthirsty queen bee, the king monster from earlier. Suin pulled out the materials from the space, and quickly found a stinger, as sharp as an embroidery needle. He inserted it into the lock cylinder. The entire door began to glow, aura spreading from the lock cylinder, then gradually illuminating the Scorpion Man image on the door. Then the entire material became ethereal, emitting a brilliant blue light. A portal appeared in its place. Where's the portal? Sai took out a fire stick and tentatively passed it through the portal. The part of the fire stick that entered the portal lost its shape, but when it was taken out again, it was intact, no difference at all. Judging from the integrity of the fire stick, there was nothing wrong with it. The little girl nodded. It's a proper portal. Sister Sunshine, I go check it out. Sai volunteered. Swan shook her head. Xiaomo had already set off, and Xiong went ahead. After a few seconds, a bear paw extended back, waving, indicating that this portal and the other side were relatively safe. Swan entered the portal. Yi Yuqing followed suit. The shimmering light on the portal faded, returning to its original state. The platform core, which controlled the entire level's dynamics, sighed silently. It had no intention of tampering with the portal. If it continued, the entire 16th level would be lost. Soon, the level that had lost the player's trace began to recover. Under the power of the platform core, a new bloodthirsty queen bee's body was constructed, complete with a stinger, and a truly impressive, post-production king monster reappeared. Although the king monster was a bit weaker, it was still a king monster. As soon as the two men and the bear entered the 17th level, the portal behind them dimmed, becoming a colorless door. It seemed that their every move was being monitored by the platform core. Whether it was settling rewards or moving on to the next level, everything was under the control of the platform core. The previous level had a direct animation demonstrating how to get started. Su An's curiosity about the platform core grew. There were no monsters in the 17th level. Chapter 277. As soon as they arrived, they were faced with an animated demonstration and a text explanation. This platform core isn't even pretentious, it's a silent and clear demonstration. Follow my solution to the level, don't mess around on your own. My levels are precious, especially this one. If you sabotage them, you won't get the reward. As luck would have it, they came here just for the reward for completing level 17, the Scorpion Man's Golden Sting. They've been caught. Animation. 2 people and a bear. Move forward. The bear steps on the central formation, and a massive Scorpion Man appears. Fight. The Scorpion Man wins, and the 2 people and the bear are thrown off the platform. The 2 people and the bear win, and the Scorpion Man takes his weapon and hands it to them, and the gate to level 18 appears. There's also a text explanation. The platform core is thoughtfully displayed in Blue Star language. It seems this platform understands that the Scorpion Man civilization has long since vanished, and a new one is now taking hold. This level tests the challenger's overall combat prowess. Summoning ancient Scorpion heroic spirits, they battle the challenger. Outstanding Scorpion warriors, crossed out, will earn the Scorpion heroic spirit's recognition and rewards. Note: simply defeat the heroic spirit, you cannot kill it. No experience is given. This explanation is surprisingly formal. It's better than the systems, and clearly states that there's no experience. Apparently, the bear is aware of the bear's impending leveling, and is worried that the challenger might kill the heroic spirit in order to level up. Suin responded, indicating understanding, and the animation faded. No more words to say, let's fight. Before the fight, everyone worked out a battle plan. For Leaves controls the monsters, the bear takes the lead, and Suin assists. Soon, the bear summoned the Scorpion heroic spirit, as the animation demonstrated. When the system notification sounded, everyone felt a bit uneasy. This was a heroic spirit of spirit level strength. Admittedly, the platform core had overestimated them, believing they could kill spirit-level beings. Ding dong, you have awakened the dormant Scorpion heroic spirit, Venonatchi. Monster, Scorpion heroic spirit Venonatchi. Level, LV11, spirit level, sleeping location, Scorpion shadow trace. Note: Venonatchi, a spirit-level warrior, has been dormant for years following his master. Summoned to the mortal world to complete the trials of a new generation of heroic Scorpion warriors, his mission before the heroic spirit's annihilation. This was a very heroic-looking Scorpion warrior. Standing upright, he stood 2.34 meters tall. The monster had a human body and a scorpion tail, with short dark green hair. The exposed portion of his body was muscular and well-built, with his 8-pack abs and pectoral muscles clearly visible. Broad shoulders, a wasp waist, and narrow hips, his lower body adorned with a hard, black scorpion tail. Even by human standards, one had to admit that this was a handsome, alien-looking man. "Hello, young scorpion warriors. I am Venanachi, the examiner for this level," he said. His handsome, dashing face held a hint of disappointment. When he mentioned the scorpion warriors, everyone could hear the doubt in his voice. After all, the two men before them, one tall and one short, were deformed, without even a tail, and there was also a bald, clothed bear, nothing related to the scorpion tribe. Perhaps it had been dormant for too long, and hadn't kept up with the times. The previous generation of scorpion warriors resembled geese, short, ugly, and their caws were always ggga. The current scorpion warriors are quite good-looking, but showing off their scorpion tails isn't fashionable. Two look like monkeys, and one looks like a bear. However, as a heroic spirit with an incomplete soul, it didn't have any extra thoughts and simply went about its business. Since the platform core had issued platform tickets to the challengers, and they were able to make it all the way here, they must be descendants of the scorpion people. His remaining wits remained rigidly musing. Venanachi didn't waste time, simply giving a few instructions and inviting him to battle. The battle was about to begin. The bear stepped forward, transformed into its own size, and engaged it in a fierce battle. The mace clashed with the golden claws, the clanging sound non-stop. Yi Yunqing didn't slack off. She immediately used Skill 1 to assist Sister Sunshine in the battle against the bear. Skill 1 Faith, the faith leaf of the four-leaf clover. Skill effect, single control, controls creatures with lower mental power. Produces a limited interference effect on creatures with higher mental power. Skill restriction, this skill only works against intelligent creatures. The battle was tense and thrilling. Su-An's spirit light arrows, occasionally taking time to fire, interrupted the bear's thunder tail ability, giving the bear a fighting advantage. Ye's abilities worked the same way, constantly distracting the heroic spirit from the battle, giving the bear some breathing space. But even so, the heroic spirit could handle Shammo's attacks. His strength wasn't enough to match the bear's, but his combat experience was immense. If the bear's attacks were based on brute force, this one was a combination of strength and skill, its combat prowess overwhelming the bear's. Su-An noticed that the heroic spirit wasn't using heavy-handed tactics in the fight, more of a test. He actively fed off the bear's attacks, constantly increasing the power of his attacks. If she were a heroic spirit, she would have defeated both him and Ye first to achieve victory. But this heroic spirit didn't do that. She ignored them both, allowing them to wreak havoc. Due to the level differential, her and Yotsuba's mental interference skills were effective, but not very noticeable. For creatures with average combat prowess, this mental attack could disrupt their rhythm, but it was of little use to them. This was just a test. That's right. The platform core had already stated that this was just a test. Victory wasn't the goal. Thinking of this, she pulled Yotsuba, interrupting her interference skills. Yodo was puzzled. Su-An pointed behind her. He pulled her back. Yodo didn't understand. But she was obedient, and stayed away from the battlefield with Sister Sunshine. She wasn't a smart person, but she was sensible. Once she joined the team, she completely put herself in a supporting role. At this moment, the center of the battlefield was a battle between the bear and the scorpion human heroic spirit Venanachi. This stalemate lasted for half an hour. The heroic spirit Venanachi was talkative, constantly pointing out problems with the bear's attacks during the battle. "You're applying force incorrectly. Your attack isn't about smashing. Keep your lower body steady. Your legs aren't working well, so why transform into a scorpion tail? I can even teach you some tail swinging techniques." The bear couldn't speak, wanting to showcase his wild bear persona. But the fight was repressed. He was a bear, why would he transform into a scorpion tail and learn tail swinging techniques? The bear's stamina was constantly depleting, and the energy bar above its head kept decreasing. The scorpion heroic spirit, Venanachi, showed no sign of fatigue. The scorpion heroic spirit, Venanachi, gradually increased its attack power, pushing the bear to its limit. Growing taller and stronger, its strength doubled, its immense strength compensating for its lack of combat skills. Gaining the upper hand in battle. The scorpion heroic spirit, Venanachi, flashed with lightning from its enormous scorpion tail. "You haven't developed your full strength, you're only boasting about your strength. Becoming bigger doesn't improve your combat skills." The scorpion tail slashed down heavily, flashing with lightning. Sai was a little anxious and immediately wanted to use her skill, happiness, to block the attack. Su-An grasped Sai's hand, which was still tightly gripping her staff. "Trust me," she said. "Leave the fight to the bear. This is a one-on-one duel." This was also a combat tutorial. Su-An didn't finish the rest of his sentence. The bear's enlarged strength increased, but its agility decreased. Unable to dodge, it could only use its mace to block the scorpion's tail attack. Interestingly, this move was something the heroic spirit Vignanek had taught them during their earlier fight. It's called a parry. Lightning rippled through the mace, shocking the bear's body. Thankfully, after the lightning strikes in the previous level, the bear's lightning resistance had increased, and it didn't fall directly. It held its horse stance firmly planted on the ground. When the enemy scorpion's tail's power was insufficient, Sumo seized the opportunity. The bear swung his mace in place, spinning it, transforming it into a meteor hammer. The force radiated through the weapon, carrying it with unstoppable momentum. It slammed down fiercely upon the heroic spirit. Chapter 278. The heroic spirit Vignanek blocked with his golden claws. Same move, same block. A tremendous force impacted. A few minutes later, the heroic spirit Vignanek vanished into a shadow, the meteor hammer piercing through it. You have passed the test. You are a very talented warrior, a quick learner. Keep up the good work. The heroic spirit Vignanek reappeared and said so. With a stern face, he waved his hand, and the scorpion man's golden claw appeared. It was the same weapon he wore on his arm. Here, this is the scorpion man's warrior medal. The light armor wrapped in pure gold produced a resounding sound in battle. The bear was a little bewildered when he took it and held it in his arms. One moment he was beating it, the next he was praising it and giving it something. It seemed that this soul was not bad. He shifted his gaze to Suin and Yi Yunqing and asked, "Do you two want to take the test? I give it to you even if you pass." It pointed at the scorpion man's golden claw. Suin shook her head. She wasn't a warrior and didn't intend to participate in this test. Yi Yunqing was tempted. Although she wasn't skilled in martial arts, it wouldn't hurt to try. It didn't look like her life was in danger. If she passed the test, wouldn't that be an extra reward? She stepped forward. 3 minutes later, the little girl lay on the ground, drinking red potion. The scorpion man's heroic spirit had dissipated. But the comments left behind left Yi Yunqing heartbroken. Her already depleted mental energy couldn't withstand the harsh comments. It began to decline. You have no fighting talent or savvy. I advise you not to practice any more martial arts. A rotten tree cannot be carved. A disgrace to the scorpion man. Suin leaned over and offered his hand to the little girl. Get up. You're a human, not a scorpion. Don't worry about the opinions of other races. The little girl reached out and took Sister Sunshine's hand to her feet. Her eyes sparkled, and her spirit level stopped declining. She began to comfort herself. Yes, I'm not a warrior. I'm a gold medal support. Ah. After Suin helped the little girl to her feet, he released her hand. She smiled, her hands on her hips, and began to praise herself and reassure herself. Suin couldn't help but shudder. So childish. Only comedic female villains in old anime would behave like this, emitting such exaggerated laughter. How old is this little girl? How did she get the system when she's not even 15? And is she mentally okay? She must have been shocked, right? Looking back, noticing the stiffness of Sister Sunshine and the bear, Yi Yunqing fell silent. She seemed a little carried away. Sister Sunshine's gentleness had made her overlook her own mental anomaly. I used up too much energy today, and my mental state was a little too beautiful. What should I do? I need to find medicine. But I felt like laughing again. What should I do? Sister Sunshine wouldn't think she was as crazy as those Jinibu twins, Shilu and Fushu. If they were here, then that would be it. Since you asked so earnestly, I mercifully tell you. To save the suffering players of the Doomsday game, for the future of justice and hope on Blue Planet. We are the lovely and charming light and darkness, holy light dawn, dark Shilu. Yi Yunqing hadn't realized she said it aloud. I'm the lovely and charming gold medal support, Lucky Clover. Her hands and feet were even dancing. Realizing the little girl's mental state, Suin controlled Wan's healing to affect her body, and indeed, discovered mental pollution. Alas, her ears had already shamefully overheard that embarrassing, childish speech. She felt so embarrassed she wanted to pick her toes. It turns out that mental pollution manifests in such a variety of forms. They said goodbye and returned to the RV. They were both exhausted. If they hadn't remembered they still had time to team up and fight monsters in the next level to gain experience and rewards, their makeshift team might have disbanded long ago. One was embarrassed. The other was socially unlucky. Late at night, Suin, lying in a bedroom inside the large RV, outside the pumpkin carriage, suddenly sat up in the middle of the night. The little girl was embarrassed. What did it have to do with her? The thought came to her. So she fell asleep. In the beetle, Yi Yunqing returned to normal, her face bitter. The thought of what she'd been through made her feel sick all over. She cried for a long time, covering herself with the blanket. Having an attack isn't scary, having an audience is. The audience is the business partner you're trying to befriend. What would Sister Yongwang think of her? Xiong was already frozen by then, having heard and seen everything, right? Ah, Xiong, so understanding of human nature, must have known about her strangeness. Could she dig a hole and bury herself? Late night emo moment. She tearfully relived her social demise. Suddenly, she received a message from a friend that made her forget about emo. It was from a teammate she worked with before, someone she had a good relationship with. Go to Bai Lifeng. Sigh, I have good news, hee hee. Yi Yunqing quickly sent a message. What? Don't keep me in suspense. Chapter 279. Hurry up. Yi Yunqing sent 3 messages in a matter of minutes. Chu Bei Leifeng. Little Leaf, don't be so impatient. Lucky 4 Leaf. If you have something to say, hurry up. Chu Bei Leifeng. Oh my, oh my. Let me take my time. Or how about you guess? Yi Yunqing was speechless. After all this time, he was still like that, dithering and teasing. Oh my god, can't I just meet a normal human player? Yi Yunqing mourned silently for herself. What kind of psychopaths do I know? Thinking about her hundreds of friends, she only managed to find a few teammates to go dungeon with. Finally, she found the powerful and normal Sister Sunshine. And then today, she went crazy at the social event. Just thinking about it made her feel embarrassed and wanted to cry again. Because of her emotions, she didn't want to play guessing games with this friend, and her reply was somewhat emotional. Lucky Clover, if you want to say it, just say it. If not, get lost. Go to Bei Leifeng. Question mark. 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 Go to Bei Leifeng. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Go to Bei Leifeng. You're so fierce. Homemade emoji. Love hurts. It hurts so much it's crying. A handsome boy with a tearful expression, captioned with the words love hurts. It hurts so much it's crying. Homemade emoji. Love you forever. Love you forever. A boy making faces and trying to look cool. 3 parts handsome, 8 parts greasy, and 11 parts funny. Ah, may the universe be destroyed. When I think about how abstract all my friends are, and how these friends are all the strong ones she carefully selected. After not seeing him for a while, this guy has become even more abstract. It's hard to tell if it's pollution or just abstraction. If it's pollution, it's so severe it's affecting her through the light curtain. Yi Yunqing, after a moment of mental fortitude, finally replied. Lucky 4 Leaf. Are you crazy? Go Bei Leifeng. Honey, how did you know? Wow, Little Leaf baby, you're such a sage, hee hee. Go Bei Leifeng. I'm at the platform, honey. I've been here for almost a week. Come save me, honey. There are so many treasures here. Lucky 4 Leaf. Are you a customer service expert? Go Bei Leifeng. Yes, honey, I'm working as a receptionist at the platform. There's a lot of work opening up soon. I have a referral position. Do you want it? Go Bei Leifeng. That's the good news. Go Bei Leifeng. Come work with me. I protect your identity, and you can heal me, hee hee. Half an hour later. Yi Yunqing got the news from a friend, who was clearly mentally ill. A large-scale multiplayer interactive platform, the special platform Fantasy Fairy Tale Town, is about to open. He learned about it from a platform's bulletin board, which boasted many goodies. Unable to secure a platform ticket, he sold himself and went to work there. This was considered early access to the special platform. While this operation was quite risky, Yi Yunqing was used to it. Anyone who survived the closed beta and lived comfortably had some skills. There were countless examples of people quitting their human status, becoming a monster on the platform, then reobtaining a player account and returning to human status. Bai Feng was the most skilled at this, having made it in and out of the platform 7 times without a scratch. There was once a time when he was thought to be truly dead, only to be resurrected months later. However, his constant behavior had tainted him with some unnatural bad habits. His mental state was erratic, fluctuating between good and bad, and he loved to play tricks on others, sometimes even taking risks for fun. A true source of fun. Luckily, he wasn't very aggressive. When he was feeling down, he mostly used his words to tease people, not to resort to violence. Otherwise, Yotsuba and his friends would have been in trouble. For example, if the twins hadn't nearly killed her, she wouldn't have mentally blocked them, implicitly acknowledging that she would never cooperate again. Yi Yunqing pondered the information Bai Feng had provided. She checked the time. Working at the platform for a week wouldn't be a problem. With Bai Feng around, She wouldn't have to worry about getting lost, and she could even get in early to check out the situation. As for the mental contamination from the two of them, she had the skills to deal with it. As long as she took drugs on time and kept her spirits high, both of them could maintain their mental health. The drug toxicity from the drugs wasn't a big deal. She could just eat Star Moon cod to detoxify. It didn't matter if there weren't many cod left. Once this platform was finished, she could return to the Killing Sting Oasis to turn in the quest and go fishing in the Central Lake. After arranging her immediate affairs, Yunqing agreed without hesitation. However, she briefly mentioned that she was currently running a dungeon with a strong teammate and would ask for their opinion, possibly bringing them along. Bei laughing, "It's okay. I trust your friend. You can bring any number of teammates. I protect them all." After sending the message, Lin Beifeng's lips curled up into a smile. He moved to the music in the shop, breaking into a lively dance. The already handsome young man, dressed in a well-fitting aristocratic uniform, added a touch of handsome charm. The beautiful and luxurious wine shop was located on the main street of the palace. At midnight, the place was brightly lit, and many humanoid monsters strolled along the street. The many monsters in the shop, upon seeing Master Feng dancing, lowered their heads, dared not speak, and worked silently, afraid of being caught by the cheerful Lord Feng, and turned into a joke. Wind chimes rang. The young man's dance slowed, then stopped. A smile plastered on his face as he said, "Guests are here, dear." The door creaked open, and the doorman opened the gate. A servant rolled out the red carpet. In a magnificent carriage encrusted with jewels and jade, a richly dressed lady led a young girl from the carriage and entered the shop. Lin Beifeng stepped forward to greet them and bowed. "Your Majesty, Queen." He was extremely graceful and courteous with the lady. "Hi, little Aki." With the girl, he was more intimate and natural. "Lord Feng, the curse is approaching. From today on, I am uneasy." Yunqing yawned. It was late, and it was not good to disturb Sister Sunshine about this matter. She would talk about it tomorrow. As for why Yunqing wasn't afraid of being deceived, being lured by her friends to the platform to sell goods, and dragged into the muddy waters. Because she knew this person's strength too well. He was a master of the most elite, so it was a good thing he didn't fool the NPC. If he couldn't reach a higher position at the platform, he would lose. If he couldn't use the platform core, he wouldn't be able to advance. Yunqing believed that with her friend's strength, she was a platform master who could easily seize several platform cores. A sweet night. When Yunqing woke up, she was a little panicked, worried that she was late. She checked the time and felt relieved. It wasn't too late. She changed her clothes and washed her face, then took out a bag of bread, tore open the package, and stuffed it into her mouth for breakfast. With the bread in her mouth, Yunqing opened the RV door and walked out. Yunqing saw Sister Sunshine sitting on a recliner, drinking tea and chatting with a blue light. "Good morning." Seeing the little girl come out, Suen greeted her. Going to bed early and waking up early, Little Pumpkin made a quick breakfast. After breakfast, she came out. Seeing no movement from the RV next door, she checked the time and realized she'd gotten up a bit early. Since that was the case, she decided to rest for a while. She slowly brewed a pot of tea and sipped it while admiring the uniquely exotic light card design. At this glance, she also saw something interesting. The walls of the level were shaped, and the lights on the light card had varying intensities at different times of day. There was also a unique ventilation system within the light card to ensure fresh air. Suan's casual compliments had drawn the level's core avatar to come down and chat with her. Chapter 280. This platform core, criticized by the system as being foolish, clearly has its own perspective on light card design. The platform core explained that Lord Tykalefeu's last wish was to benefit the descendants of the Scorpion people, so its level design fully considers the physical condition of the Scorpion people, offering both challenges and encouragement, combining education with entertainment. The light cards are designed with Scorpion people in mind, ensuring sufficient comfort. The platform design itself is at odds with the system's philosophy of the more tricky the better. During their casual conversation, Suen also learned that this platform core was indeed not very clever. It only recognized the tickets, not the individuals, and treated them all as Scorpion people backup. She and Sai belonged to the Scorpion people, who had a psychic mutation, while Xiong belonged to the Scorpion people, who had a strength mutation. As for the Blue Star language, it was a dialect of the Scorpion people thousands of years later. Recently, this remote branch of theirs has risen to prominence. Although a branch, it's also a sign of the Scorpion people's prosperity. At that moment, Suen suddenly felt that the relationship between the Blue Star humans and the Scorpion people must be guided by a master. At first, Suin thought it was Sai. But seeing Sai's surprise at the light, he dismissed this suspicion. Sai could deceive people, but her deception wasn't strong enough to pull it off like this. At the distant Huacheng station, the instigator sneezed. After Sai swallowed the bread in her mouth, Suin put away the recliner, and the group continued on their way. Thanks to his recent chat with the platform core, Suin had obtained the next strategy. It could be considered a strategy. The main point was that every level on this platform had been played with no tricks. It wasn't a strategy, but rather a plan for how to pass it, devised by the light card designer. After obtaining the Scorpion Claw, Suin and Yi Yunqing felt no pressure. They simply advanced together. At level 18, Suin and Su Imo both leveled up. Suin's level rose from level 5 to level 6. Sumo's level rose from level 7 to level 8. The highest combat power in the family barely made it into the top tier of players. Suin didn't know the average level of the beta testers who reached level 2, but based on the little girl, the average player in level 2 was level 8 or 9, and the more advanced players had already reached the spirit rank. Suin hadn't asked Yi Yunwei much, but from what she heard of her former teammates, it seemed like no one was below level 8. Now, the family of 4, 1 at level 8 and 3 at level 6, was quite strong. Little Pumpkin and Huan Wan hadn't participated much in combat, so their experience points only amounted to half a bar, not enough to level up. Yi Yunqing didn't know Sunshine's sister's exact level, but she knew they were both very high. Seeing the man and the bear level up, she couldn't help but admire them. It was truly impressive, leveling up directly on the platform without retreating. This act required immense courage. Only a strong person with absolute confidence in their own abilities would do such a thing. The higher you advance in your cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to level up. It requires not only accumulating experience points, but also overcoming level thresholds. Don't be fooled by the fact that this place may be disguised as a game, but advancement requires genuine self-cultivation, unlike in game situations where experience points automatically level up. With each level up, every player faces a promotion threshold. This threshold varies from person to person. Some begin to struggle at level 3, while others find it incredibly difficult at level 7 or 8. For example, I only felt the pain after reaching level 8, and it was difficult to advance to level 9. She struggled twice to advance from level 8 to level 9. Fortunately, she had good talent and succeeded on her second attempt. She didn't have to accumulate so much experience again. Failing to advance is truly painful. Most of your experience points will be lost, and in serious cases, you suffer injuries, affecting your foundation and causing damage to your soul. Once your foundation is affected, your experience gain will decrease. Yes, each player gains different amounts of experience from killing monsters. For each monster, the more energy released after the monster dies, the more experience bonus you gain, while the less you absorb, the less experience bonus you gain. There are even players who don't rely on killing monsters to gain experience, but instead rely on completing quests to gain experience, platform energy, to level up. For example, Bai Feng's favorite thing to do is hang out at the platform. On the road ahead, he won't leave unless he's about to complete the minimum mileage quest. Level 18, Monster Siege, Team Battle, clear the level, obtain monster flesh, and the reward for clearing the level is a complete spiritual tiger skin. Level 19, a test of a sensitive machine gun array. The two players and the bear carefully locate the traps and rely on timing to dodge the array and clear the level. Reward for clearing the level, 1 cuff hidden weapon gun. Level 20, Scorpion Man cards. Play cards with a heroic spirit. Learn the rules of this card game. Suit enters the game and relies on his powerful instant memory to memorize and play cards to clear the level. With the guidance of the platform core, the two players and the bear clear the level quickly, and there are no incidents of the bear violently breaking through the level. Level 21. The two players and the bear get stuck. This level tests underwater combat. Sai, who could only do a doggy paddle, and Swan, whose swimming ability was average, were of little help. The key was underwater combat. The two men's diving abilities were questionable. Once they went down, they couldn't even stay a while, even before the fight. This battle depended solely on the swift swimmer, Bear. However, underwater, most of Bear's brute force was contained, and the enemy was the renowned ancient relic, the mermaids. The platform core's argument made sense. The mermaids, a remnant from ancient times, were formidable. If the scorpion people hadn't learned underwater combat techniques, being captured by the mermaids would be a near certain death. This level was designed to prepare the scorpion people's descendants for the dangers of the dangers, allowing them to witness the terrifying power of the mermaids in advance. The two men and the bear tried several times, becoming drenched in sweat, unable to penetrate the defenses of the stone mermaid statues guarding the level. If the platform-like card's designers hadn't intended to kill the challengers, they would have been in grave danger, let alone attempting this. There was no way to proceed. The two men and the bear had no choice but to give up. After bidding farewell to the core of the Scorpion Shadow Station, we returned to the highway. The road was unseasonably hot. On Sunday afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely. Leaving the comfortable air-conditioned room and instantly returning to the scorching heat of the highway was a struggle for both of them. Sue-An said goodbye and was about to return to her RV when CE suddenly called out to her. Sunshine's sister. Wait! Chapter 281. Sue-An turned around and looked at the little girl. I have something I want to discuss with you. When you're done, would you come to my car and chat for a while? Sue-An looked at the drenched little girl. The sun baked her damp hair and clothes, steam rising. The little girl looked like a freshly baked white bun. Sue-An hesitated briefly. He thought a lot. Their team wasn't finished yet, so perhaps a little more trust wouldn't hurt. The next step was to wash up, get ready, and head to the Scorpion Sanctuary Sand Sting Oasis platform to turn in the quest and claim the reward. Going to the four-leaf RV to chat wasn't a big deal. After half an hour, Sue-An took Xiao Mo to the pumpkin RV to wash up, shower, change their wet clothes, and dry their hair. In the evening, Sue-An and Xiong entered the four-leaf RV. This was Sue-An's first time entering another player's vehicle. Sue-An couldn't help but look around. The RV was small and clean. Everything was clear at a glance. It was a typical B-type RV. Small and exquisite. The driver's seat was at the front. The kitchen, living room, and bedroom were all in one space. Each window had a curtain, made of scraps of fabric and adorned with a few ugly, handmade flowers. This showed that its owner truly cared deeply about life. Iya invited Sue-An and Xiong to sit at the living room booth while she stood and worked. Iya had just changed her clothes, her hair tied up in a high bun, still not completely dry. She closed the doors and windows. The air conditioner hummed in the room, releasing cool air to combat the extreme heat outside, which was over 50 degrees Celsius. Sai constructed a folding table from under the booth, filling the little remaining space. A narrow door, a narrow hallway, a living room barely wide enough for one person to turn around. Sai turned and retrieved a few cups from the cupboard, filled them with water, and set out some packaged snacks. This concluded the guest reception process. While it looked simple, it was a luxury in a doomsday game. Sue-An looked at the spicy strips, dried fish, dried tofu, lotus root slices, kelp shreds, QQ candy, hawthorn cakes. On the table. You could imagine how long it would take to save enough to put together such a table. Sai was still taking out food. As she did so, she kept muttering about the taste of the food. This was half a watermelon, magically preserved and still cool. Sue-An stopped her from cutting the watermelon and making some watermelon juice, and told her to sit down and discuss business. Sai simply cut the watermelon into 3 pieces and placed a spoon on each piece. Sue-An watched the little girl begin to talk about the special platform, Fantasy Fairyland. Sue-An's heart trembled when she heard the name of this platform. As she listened to the little girl's story, Sue-An's expression grew increasingly serious. She didn't refuse the little girl's invitation. Half an hour later, Sue-An left the more comfortable environment of Sai's RV and returned to the scorching highway, sweating profusely. Returning to her RV, Sue-An wiped the sweat from her forehead. The RV started moving forward. As Sai sent a message to use up her platform ticket, Scorpion Sanctuary Sand Sting Oasis appeared at the fork in the road ahead. Sai's Beetle drove ahead, Sue-An's pumpkin carriage followed behind. The friend interface showed Yotsuba's chat. Driving didn't stop her from sending messages through her mind on the screen. Lucky Yotsuba, Sunshine's sister, after we complete the mission and get our rewards, I treat you to dinner. Lucky Yotsuba, the Scorpion Tribe Sandpit barbecue is especially delicious. The roasted eggs and goose eggs are delicious. Lucky Yotsuba, after dinner, it's just right for us to get some groceries and head back to the highway. Time is almost up. Lucky Yotsuba, Sunshine's sister, would you like to stay in a hotel? You can stay overnight, but the room rate is a bit pricey, but we can split the bill. The chat log was flooded with messages. Less than 5 minutes later, the girl's private messages had already filled several pages. Sue-An watched silently. While Yotsuba was providing information, she was also irritating her eyes. She was a bit overly enthusiastic. Sue-An, both hands on the steering wheel, slowly followed the white beetle in front. The road leading to the station was wide and paved, with only occasional bumps and bruises causing minor jolts. This road wasn't as good as the excellent roads in Yiming City, but it was far superior to the gravel, concrete, and dirt roads at other stations. After visiting so many stations, Suen had learned that road conditions were generally proportional to the conditions at the stations. After passing through a transparent barrier, the natural environment underwent a dramatic change, the most noticeable being a drop in temperature and a gentle breeze. In the distance, a lush oasis nestled in the desert. It was the Scorpion people's only sacred site, the Sand Sting Oasis. From Sai, who loved to mutter, Suen learned that the Scorpion people were one of the 5 divine-level surviving clans, and had nearly 100 stations. The Scorpion tribe's holy land, the Sand Sting Oasis Station, was the largest station under the Scorpion tribe's control, home to tens of thousands of Scorpion tribe members, and the descendants of various immigrants. The powerful figure they had handed over their mission to, the Snake Woman Calasina, was a leader among the descendants of the diverse immigrants, a powerful super spirit level 30 or above. Not only did she permanently join the Scorpion tribe station after failing the civilization test, she also married 3 Scorpion tribe husbands, always having young and beautiful wives in her arms. The Scorpion tribe's holy land was a commercial hub comparable to the unpredictable night city of Yiming City. After completing this mission, they would gain temporary ally status, which was fantastic. By maintaining good relations, they could apply for permanent residency cards and use the station as a safe haven on their journey. Suen recalled Cie's ramblings in his mind. Ce spoke whatever came to her mind, her rambling chatter providing a wealth of information. This was also the underlying reason why Suen tolerated Cie's talkativeness. After passing through 3 barriers in succession, they arrived at the city gate. There was a row of parking spaces at the gate. Sai got out of the car, parked it, and waited for Swan to get out. Swan parked the pumpkin cart and walked forward with Xiaomo. Sister Sunshine, this is the area I mentioned where vehicles are prohibited from entering the city. We need to go there, Sai explained. Over there. Sai pointed into the distance. To enter the city, you need to pay a 10 copper entrance fee and go through security, but other than that, there are no other requirements. Swan followed Sai, paid the entrance fee, received temporary ID cards, and entered the city. The 2 of them and the bear walked along the streets. This was a city full of exotic charm. The streets were neat and tidy, and the buildings towered. On the streets, one could see humanoid monsters of various races, but among them, the Scorpion men, with their human bodies and scorpion tails, were the most common. The 2 of them arrived in the evening, just before dusk. As the sun set, the street lights came on, illuminating the streets. It looked quite beautiful. This station city has a barrier protecting it from evil spirits. It's open until 9 p.m. We just need to leave before the city gates close at 9 p.m. It's okay if we're late. Just find a place to stay and check in before 10 p.m. I'm very close to Ms. Dai Lily, the owner of the Happiness Hotel. I'm also very familiar with her. There's a special rate for rooms when you go. Chapter 282. Yi Yunqing, please tell me. As for the origins of the special offer room, she wouldn't reveal it. She cried, and clung to Dai Lily's legs for more than half an hour, and then the store couldn't just improvise a room from the old employee lounge, specially prepared for a poor girl like her. She'd be so disgusted by it. Xiaojiu, I wonder if he's quite happy living with her. Besides being a little small, the environment is pretty good. If Sister Yangguang is happy, maybe she could even hold her in her arms and sleep. Okay, Suen replied. Yi Yunqing continued. But the temperature is quite good these past 2 days. Staying in a hotel would be a bit tough on my wallet, but if I do, I can still take my sister fishing in the morning. How about we stay in a hotel, Sister Yangguang? Would you mind sharing a room with me? The special offer room is only 1,000 copper coins a day. We see, Suen replied. Sai's words were detailed and dense. Although a bit noisy, it provided a lot of information, and Suen grew accustomed to it, accustomed to having a chatty teammate around. Sai noticed that she was the one talking while Sunshine was listening, and she took the initiative to pause and try to get Sunshine to talk, but the effect was minimal. She soon became accustomed to this. Xiao Shizhou, her frequent dungeon teammate, was also a quiet type. As someone who loved the hustle and bustle, Yi Yunqing felt suffocated by silence, and was willing to use conversation to build closer relationships. Yi Yunqing excused herself, saying, I didn't really talk much before, but here, I don't see many people all day, and I just can't help but want to talk. Sai chattered non-stop. And Swan. So enthusiastic. I really want to go home soon. My social anxiety is exhausting, and I don't want to stay any longer. My social energy has been depleted. Crossing a main street called Central Street, turning left, right, and left again. Sai led Swan to a shop decorated in a Gothic style. Through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, Swan could see a host of strange objects inside, including but not limited to various animal bones, plants, and strangely colored juices. Sai skillfully pushed the door open and entered. The door set the wind chimes tinkling. "Sister Calacina, are you there? Your most trusted sister has come to see you." Sai's words were quite corny. How to be familiar and get close to others, how to build closer relationships through social interaction, was Sai's comfort zone. She plucked the wind chimes, making them tinkle. Soon, a snake woman emerged from nowhere and arrived in front of the two men and the bear. A typical beauty with a human body and a snake tail. The snake woman, Calacina, was stunningly beautiful, her narrow, long eyes deep and beautiful, her emerald green eyes, like a clear spring. She was tall, almost 2 meters tall even without her tail fully erected. She had a beautiful figure, extremely voluptuous. From her human body to her tail, she had a perfect S-curve, showcasing the sensual charm of a mature female snakeman. She raised her eyebrows slightly, letting out a soft hum. It practically made the hairs on Swan's back stand on end, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How strong, beautiful, and charming. Because of the height difference, the snake woman, Calacina, looked down at the two men and the bear from above. Her tail drooped slightly, and she lowered her head slightly. Since he was looking up, Suen could see her cool pale skin and long, wavy dark green hair. Her chin was pointed, very similar to the traditional snake spirit image in cartoons. But something was different. From the moment she spoke, her voice was wild and unrestrained, completely different from that of the seductive snake spirits. If I had to describe it, that was this woman. Her words were imbued with the aura of absolute superiority. "Oh, little one, I just sensed you entering the city, and was about to go check on you. It seems you fulfilled your promise," said the snake woman, Calacina. Yi Yunqing briefly praised Calacina and, without further ado, immediately took out the scorpion man's golden sting, and respectfully presented it to the scene. "Sister Calacina, I, Sai, will live up to my mission." Seeing the scorpion man's golden sting, every creature present could sense the sudden change in the surrounding atmosphere. Calacina's eyes lit up, and she immediately took the scorpion man's golden sting. "Ah, little one, I was right about you." "Well done." Snake Lady Calacina beamed. "Wow, you little one with no offensive skills, you actually made it to level 17. That's impressive. Thank you and this player. My little darling can live longer now," she said with delight. Snake Lady Calacina tossed the little girl a spatial ring. "The extra reward is a thank you, little one. Now that you got new teammates, treat them well here. Don't take them back to that shabby little house you rent by the day, with the palm-sized windows and the blaring air conditioner." With that, Snake Lady Calacina ran to the back room, carrying the scorpion man Jinja. "My dear, come and see." Suen's first impression of the snake woman, Calacina, was that she was powerful and lovesick. When he saw the legendary third husband, the beautiful scorpion boy Aslev, Suen retracted his prejudice. Of course, a snake woman could be lovesick. After all, before it became a bad reputation, lovesickness was called deep affection, and the man before her was worthy of the snake woman's deep affection. What a fragile and beautiful one-armed scorpion boy, a beauty as divine as the one-armed Venus. His features were exquisitely refined, and he exuded a gentle, homely aura. His posture was as delicate as a willow swaying in the wind, and every few steps he took made one anxious, afraid he might faint at any moment. When he faced the snake woman, his eyes always followed her, filled with affection that threatened to overflow. The moment they appeared, it was clear they were family. Their eyes could never be separated from each other. Ahem. He covered his face, and coughed softly. "It's all my fault. My shabby body is useless. It's what's caused Calais to be so desperate, and has troubled you for so long." He looked at Yi Yunqing with an apologetic look. In fact, he had heard this news a year ago. He hadn't expected much from this player. She was just a young girl, new to the spiritual cultivation of a civilized race. Passing the Scorpion Warrior test was simply too much to ask. Unexpectedly, she actually accomplished this task. Looking back now, his wife was right. She saw hope in this young girl, the effect of her luck skill. Using trickery to gain the glory of the Scorpion tribe is shameful, but it allows me to stay with Calais for a while longer. I'm willing to make this shameless choice. As the words fell, the beautiful Scorpion boy used the Scorpion golden claw on his broken arm. A flash of light flashed, and a strange aura of the soul resonated. After a brief fluctuation, the beautiful Scorpion boy's spirits improved considerably. As a promise, I agree to repair high-level items or equipment for the players who help me. If you trust me, you can leave the items behind. Yi Yunqing left behind a broken sword. Chapter 283. Suin took out the damaged epic item, the Ratman game console. After completing the quest and exiting the shop, Suin received half of the quest's rewards as agreed. 50 gold coins, 1,000 bottles of Scorpion Man Red Potion, 1,000 bottles of Scorpion Man Blue Potion, 100 Spirit Source Stones, low level, and a piece of Super Spirit level honey. These were divided equally. The space ring couldn't be divided. Suin, having no space, didn't share it and offered it to Yi. The young girl never let her teammates suffer when forming a team. So Suin received an extra piece of Super Spirit level honey. I'm rich, I'm rich. I have money to spend. Leaving the shop, Yi Yunqing was in a state of excitement. She had been constantly buying medicine, so she never had any gold coins in her pocket, not even a few silver coins. She was incredibly broke. The 10 gold coins she had previously obtained from the snake woman, Calicina, were mostly medicine and food, all of which she had used for daily expenses. Having never been so affluent, Yi Yunqing generously offered to take her teammates out for a meal and stay in a luxury hotel. Suin declined both offers. However, she didn't refuse Sai's invitation to go shopping. After all, as temporary allies, they were now offering 20% off at stores. Suin declined Sai's invitation to a meal and ate on the way, a sort of stroll and eat. The Scorpion tribe's commercial streets were also full of monster-owned stalls selling specialty foods. The food tasted amazing. The main thing was to try it. It would fill you up after just one try. If it was delicious, Suin would take a few more bites, and if she didn't, she would give the rest to the bear, so nothing would be wasted. For dinner, Suin packed up some food from the barbecue restaurant Sai had mentioned, planning to share it with Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan when she got back. Shopping with a little girl like this made Suin feel like he was back on Blue Star. You could try on clothes and equipment and bargain. The captured uncle selling clothes kept praising the little girl in her new clothes. Something about the latest Scorpio fashion. Something about being absolutely gorgeous. If you don't believe me, ask your friend. She has such good taste, she definitely think it's beautiful too. Yi Yunqing looked at herself in the mirror, taller and stronger, and almost thought the dress was beautiful. She turned her head and saw Sister Sunshine. Suin shook her head. For the first time in a long time, she took the initiative to send a message, reminding Sai on the screen that the dress was not suitable. It was simply ugly, ugly, ugly. There were so many clothes with similar physical protection, there was no need to choose this one with poor defense and such an unconventional ugliness. If the snake woman were present, a tight-fitting top and a slit skirt might have looked good, but for Yotsuba, forget it. The fabric piled up at the chest, abdomen, and hips, and the high slit revealed her short legs, making her look like a standing toad. Finally, Yi Yunqing spent 5 gold, 3 silver, and 200 bronze on a robe crafted from a spirit-level ice silkworm. It had physical defense, spell bonuses, and was cool to wear. Most importantly, it fit well and looked good, with a smooth cut and a simple, pleasing pattern. Suin bought several pieces, spending 50 gold coins on his outfit. The Scorpion People's platform makes money. The Scorpion People's platform spends money. That night, Suin bought a ton of stuff: food, clothing, supplies, household items, and a special platform ticket for the Sand Sting Oasis. He bought practically everything he could find. He nearly filled up his system space before leaving. At the city gate, the girl kept trying to get Suin to stay at the hotel with her. Sunshine sister, why don't you stay here for the night? Tomorrow morning, we go fishing at Dongxin Lake. Mornings are perfect, so you won't come up empty-handed. If you're lucky, you might even catch a starfish or arowana or something. It's so much fun. See you next time. Suin, determined to leave, waved goodbye. The pumpkin carriage pulled out of the station, and Suin left the temporary team. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you left the temporary team. The temporary team is disbanded, and the road is divided. A message on the public screen caught her eye. Suin explained the situation to Sai, saying he'd add her again in a week and then remove her as a friend. Looking at his friend list, which had returned to 0, Suin felt a brief discomfort, but gradually regained his composure. I'm back. I'm the only one here. There's nothing wrong with that. Sai is indeed a great support. These past few days have been quite pleasant. The pumpkin carriage drove along the endless road. The familiar pumpkin carriage, spacious and bright, warm yellow lights. Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan returned to their original forms, having been holding back for a while, and suddenly began to chatter and play. The familiar bustle diluted the separation. Xiaomo, who had pretended to be mute, could speak again. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He lowered his head, took the shopping items from his space, and helped to sort the things at home. Suin turned his head to look at Little Pumpkin and Huan pulling each other's hair. Xiaomo worked silently. Let's eat first. The Scorpion Tribe's special sand pit barbecue was packed, including roasted eggs, roasted goose eggs, roasted potatoes, roasted coca tree roots, roasted sweet and sour pork, roasted sharp-billed fish. When Suin refused the little girl's treat, he thought of buying some to take home and share with everyone. At this moment, a family of 4 gathered around the table, enjoying a belated dinner. Everyone was enjoying the exotic delicacies together. Wow! Little Pumpkin bit into a small piece of roasted coca tree rhizome, and was stunned for a few seconds. What a wonderful taste! Suin ate some snacks. He wasn't hungry at the moment, so he ate with the others, just to taste the flavors and mostly to watch them eat. Coca tree rhizome had been eaten in snacks before. It's a staple food of the Scorpion people. It's rich in starch and tastes like potatoes, sticky and chewy. But it has a spicy, vanilla aroma. Paired with a local chili sauce, it's quite unique and will be appreciated by those who appreciate this kind of flavor. Little Pumpkin expressed his fondness. The gula beast is a domesticated animal of the Scorpion people, similar in status to pigs on Blue Star. This animal is not high-ranking and is very plump. The roasted gula meat is very fatty, with evenly distributed fat. The raw meat is marbled and incredibly fragrant, rich in fat, and tender and sweet. Suin found it too greasy and stopped after just one bite. Little Pumpkin also expressed disapproval. Xiaomo and Huan disagreed, finding it incredibly delicious. Huan's mouth was filled with grease. The sharp-billed fish had a firm, crispy texture and tasted like brittle bones, with a crunchy texture. The night deepened. After dinner, the dolls joined in sorting out their spoils. Huan cried out in excitement. Ah! Chapter 284. This is so pretty! Huan exclaimed. She pointed to an oil paper umbrella. Oil paper umbrella in the misty rain, broken. Then Huan picked up the umbrella and turned to ask. Master, this looks like a lot of fun. Can I go in? Huan asked Suin, her voice filled with anticipation. Suin looked at little Huan, who held the umbrella handle with an indescribable grace. Suin nodded. Great, great! Huan replied excitedly. With her words, the umbrella opened, and Huan scurried inside, disappearing. It was quite magical. Once Huan was inside, Suin could no longer sense her presence. The umbrella floated around the room, circling the little pumpkin head, then the little street lamp. It circled several times before finally landing on Suin's head. As it landed on his head, Suin felt an indescribable coolness, a different kind of coolness from the weather. It was a refreshing chill that penetrated his heart, but it had to be said that in the scorching summer, this coolness was quite useful. A faint spiritual light emanated from beneath the umbrella. Had Suin not been constantly monitoring the umbrella's movements, he would have missed it. A wisp of green smoke emerged from the umbrella. Huan reappeared. The little ghost was still the little ghost, with pale skin and a flowing white dress. Fun, fun, it's so comfortable inside, Huan said excitedly. Suin smiled along. Seeing Huan's joy, Suin said directly, the umbrella is yours. Huan was incredibly excited, not realizing that Suin had been planning to give it to her the moment they acquired it. This weapon truly suited her. No one else could have used this umbrella to its full potential. Huan was so excited to get her new equipment. She had an oil paper umbrella as a weapon. She was so happy. Huan was as happy as when she had the crystal ball. Huan entered the oil paper umbrella and controlled it to fly around, making "oh, oh" sounds. Xiaomo clapped, and Little Pumpkin followed suit. When the clapping stopped, Little Pumpkin and Xiaomo quickened their work. There were so many red and blue potions on the ground, there was no way they could finish them all. Suin and the dolls kept some potions they would use frequently in their personal storage, some they would sell, and some for storage, with the rest being sent to the pumpkin cart's warehouse. Food that could be stored was stored directly in the warehouse, and any that couldn't be stored was saved for consumption in the near future, especially since they had bought over 10 pounds of fresh meat, which needed to be consumed within the next day. The supplies the Scorpion tribe had purchased, and the drops they had received during the levels, were scattered and fragmented. Sorting them out was a mixture of happiness and worry. The spiritual tiger skin was spread across the sofa at home, serving as a cover for now. Perhaps he could wait until the Swan Terran platform reopened and take it to a shop to customize some equipment. Suin experimented with the cuff gun, spiritual level, learned how to use it, and put it in his personal space, ready to use it during the next dungeon. Find out the discarded equipment and unused items, sell what needs to be sold, and exchange them for copper coins to replenish health. The last thing to deal with was the ready-made clothing purchased from the Scorpion Terran. 3 similar skirts. Suen showed everyone how to try them on. Not bad, they all look great. The clothes have a built-in size adjustment feature, so each doll fits perfectly. There were almost no attributes. But the light summer dress was cool and comfortable, and that was enough. They could change out of their previous clothes and cozy up in the pumpkin carriage. Each doll had new clothes, and the pumpkin carriage was filled with laughter. This joy infected Suen, who couldn't help but feel happy. Today was the last day of Sunday. The fairy tale Jinsokyo dungeon that Suen and Yotsuba had agreed on wouldn't open until more than 10 days later. They agreed to enter the dungeon a week later and spend some time there beforehand. After packing up, the family relaxed during this rare last bit of free time. Everyone huddled in the bedroom, continuing to watch the cartoon they hadn't finished last week. At interesting moments, the little pumpkin giggled and pointed at the screen. During the exciting battle scenes, Wan and the little pumpkin did somersaults in midair. Suen petted the bear, who had been motionless, rubbed its head, and drifted off to sleep. A new week, a journey of progress. The pumpkin carriage was already on its way early in the morning, making up for the lost mileage from last week's dungeon run. When Suen woke up, the pumpkin carriage had already set off. After a quick wash, Suen went downstairs, where everyone was waiting for her to have breakfast. She smiled and asked Little Pumpkin to call her earlier next time. Or maybe not to wait for her to eat. Little Pumpkin shook his head and said, "Master, we want to eat with you. If Master doesn't want to eat, I won't cook for them." Little Pumpkin continued his double standard declaration in front of Little Bear and Wan. Little Pumpkin always insisted that Master came first, and that Master must eat well. As for the other puppet companions, as long as they didn't starve, that was all that mattered. Breakfast consisted of leftover barbecue and rice porridge from yesterday. The rice porridge came with 2 side dishes, cold cha-cha grass salad and spicy and sour shredded potatoes. The breakfast was simple yet hearty. After dinner, Wan washed the dishes while Little Bear cleaned the floor with a rag. Suen saw Little Pumpkin mysteriously sneaking up to the 3rd floor, carrying a large kettle. Suen followed him upstairs out of curiosity. He saw Little Pumpkin watering the potted plants. Little Pumpkin muttered to one of the plants. As he approached, Suen heard Little Pumpkin say something to a strange-looking pea plant while watering it. "You've grown so big. You must produce delicious peas soon. I'm looking forward to seeing them. Keep up the good work. Don't be a useless pea." The strange pea trembled. At the sound of Suen's approaching footsteps, Little Pumpkin turned around. "Master," Little Pumpkin called out. It pointed at the flower pot and said, "This magic pea plant only eats and doesn't work. I water it every day, and it's grown, but it still hasn't produced any beans." The Little Pumpkin pointed at the magic pea's head and said, "Also, it has no pods, just a big head. There aren't even many vines, so I can't even pick the pea tips. I put it outside in the sun a while ago, and it wilted and died. Aren't plants supposed to be able to survive outdoors? So, it wilted after being left outside. It's so useless. I don't even know if it will produce beans. If it can't eat, I don't even want to keep it. I have to water it, fertilize it, and talk to it every day." The Little Pumpkin went on and on, clearly caring for this pea plant with great care, but so far, no results. Suen looked at the plant, which looked remarkably like a pea shooter. It seemed aggrieved. Seeing Suen's arrival, the pea stopped shaking. It lowered its head, curled up, and after a moment's silence, it spit out a few peas in a flattering manner. Peas, each the size of a fist, rolled to the ground. "Huh?" Little Pumpkin uttered a puzzled sound. Surprised, it jumped high, almost hitting the ceiling. It produces peas but no pods. It's just like the peas in the book. I'm so stupid." The lunch special was braised peas with minced pork. The peas, chopped into small pieces, were stewed with the fresh gurgling beast meat purchased from the Scorpion tribe yesterday. The peas were soft and glutinous. The peas, soaked in the oil, were fragrant and even more delicious than the meat. "These beans are better than carrots. They're absolutely delicious," Wan commented. Chapter 285. Bear didn't speak, simply eating his meal, tossing the vegetables onto his rice, and mixing them evenly, one bowl after another, to replenish his energy from the morning's treasure hunt. Bear devoured most of the dish. Suen had spent the entire morning wandering around the light curtain exchange, doing no physical work. It smelled so good. It was intoxicating. He only ate half a bowl of rice, and was full. The food was rich in energy. The family of 4 took a nap after lunch, and then spent the afternoon on a 3-hour treasure hunt. The days were fulfilling and ordinary. In the afternoon, the pumpkin cart, guided by the black ball, drove autonomously. Bear searched for treasure chests, while Juan and Little Pumpkin chatted on their phones. Sue slumped on the sofa, wandering around the light curtain, glancing at the increasingly crowded second-level area. In a flash, more than half a month had passed, and the first area of the second level was approaching 100,000 people, and was about to be closed. Sue saw a few familiar names flash by. Chen Mocha, Eric Explorer, Orange Cat Fairy, Moonlight Eternal. What a coincidence. She blinked and redirected the public chat back to her original zone. Sue saw everyone's praise on the public screen. Long live Orange. Congratulations to the Level Breaker team for successfully clearing the level. Let's move on to level 2 together. Sprinkle flowers. Crazy Gualao, I'm so jealous. I'm only 100 kilometers away from completing the basic missions of level 1. Yi Linshan. Congratulations to the regional Mocha boss, E-God, Explorer Brother, Orange Seat, Eternal Brother, and Peach Flavored Tuanzi Sister. Congratulations. You, go, go, go. Explorer, it's nothing special. Clearing the levels isn't difficult at all. The conspicuous explorer is showing off again. This time, many players appeared, and the praise intensified. After a while, the explorer started jumping up and down again. Explorer, it's hot, hot, hot. Ah, the second level is going to scorch me. The temperature is soaring, I'm going to explode. Oh my god, what kind of torture is this? Image. The group chat in the original area in front of Sue kept popping up messages, and everyone was discussing it non-stop. One clever player suggested selling ice and snow to the explorer, and they could make money together. Then several people tried, but failed. The system didn't allow such sales. The system had long since blocked these avenues by requiring system declarations for cross-area trades. One player suggested finding a trading station, buying some air conditioning, and using a radio card to cool the car to maintain a comfortable temperature. The heat was even more difficult to deal with than the cold. In extremely hot weather, which often reached 40, 50, or even 70 or 80 degrees, it was difficult for humans to move outdoors. Spending a few hours outdoors would nearly roast a person. However, those who made it to the second level were players of considerable skill. And everyone was more or less prepared. Sue turned his head to look out the window at the bright sunshine, his lips curling up. That was good, everyone was moving forward. Outside the window lay the endless desert, the heat waves twisting the air into waves, the outdoors, like a scorching ocean. Bear went out and back quickly, never taking more than 10 minutes. The pumpkin carriage kept moving forward. Sue stared at the subtly changing scenery outside the window, lost in thought for a long time. Little Pumpkin's air conditioner effectively controlled the indoor temperature, keeping it at a comfortable level for humans. Master. Little Pumpkin came closer. Sue turned to look at Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to hold up his phone in front of Sue. Master, look, that super spiritual crystal candy we got. How about making something to eat? Little Pumpkin telekinetically scrolled through the pictures on the phone. Candy figurines, sugar paintings. It's definitely something delicious and fun. This way, we don't waste such good materials. Sue took the phone and scrolled through the messages. Blowing sugar, candy figurines. Eat it? Sue's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps besides eating it, it can also be made into dolls. A sugar doll is also a type of doll. Sue hugged Little Pumpkin and kissed him. Thank you, Little Pumpkin, for giving me new inspiration. Let's see if we can create a new companion out of candy. Sue suddenly felt inspired again. It would be exciting to create life from this super spiritual candy. Sue took out a new phone and began searching for materials for sugar sculptures. Little Pumpkin caressed his kissed cheek and giggled at his master's words. Are we getting a new partner? Great. It's just an idea, Sue replied, flipping through some documents. Little Pumpkin nodded and said, I help you find some information. The explorer's body was covered in sweat, and he drank water while working, feeling completely drained. It had only been less than an hour since he entered the second level. The RV was well insulated. What was warm and comfortable on the snowy plateau was a steamer in the scorching desert. His inadequate preparations were causing him considerable suffering. Dizzy and feeling uneasy, he stuffed a healing pill into his mouth to cling to life. The vehicle, shaped like a large, fat orange tree, housed the structure of an RV. 15 square meters of space. Despite its small size, it had everything, including a large fish tank covering 3 square meters. At this moment, the orange cat stood on a stool, busy connecting the refrigerator to the roof of the RV. This refrigerator was a spiritual level item he found in a gold chest while clearing a level this morning. It was just the thing to solve a pressing problem. Feng Yinsher muttered. It's hot. It's so hot. I'm going to be dried out like a fish. The orange cat said as he worked, if you're feeling hot, come work with us. Let's quickly connect the refrigerator and bring the temperature down. No. It's so hot. Don't work. It's getting hotter. Why are you hurrying up? Chapter 286. Feng Yinsher sank completely into the transparent glass fish tank, indicating she had no desire to work at all. Not only that, she kept urging the orange cat to work faster. The orange cat was used to her behavior and said nothing, silently continuing to work. Although she had always wanted to break up with this person and part ways with them as soon as possible, but after spending time together, the orange cat had grown accustomed to this kind of teammate. The fish was responsible for luck, and she was responsible for the work. After getting used to it, she calmed down, tolerated each other's tempers, and worked with less emotion. Almost half an hour had passed since the orange cat installed the refrigerator. After turning it on, the sweltering air felt a little cooler. The orange cat felt as if she had been pulled out of the water. This place was too hot. From 50 to 60 degrees below zero to 40 to 50 degrees above zero, the climate had a significant impact on the human body. The orange cat wiped off her sweaty body with a towel. When the towel became soaked, she washed it and continued to scrub herself. After finishing all this, she felt thirsty and exhausted. The orange cat rested on a stool, slowly drinking water, waiting for the cooler to take effect, listening to the complaining fishman floating in the tank. The orange cat didn't have the energy to speak in response. Her body needed to slowly acclimate to the heat. Feng Yinsher, what a lousy cooler. It's so slow to warm up. It's like scalding the fish in warm water, then simmering it, then boiling it. Feng Yinsher's voice was drawn out, as if she were singing a dramatic piece. Orange cat, orange cat. The orange cat, too hot to speak, had no energy or mood to do so. He could only glance at the little girl in the bathtub, silently standing up and filling the fish tank. The water wasn't wasted. It went into the wastewater tank and became the dedicated water for flushing the toilet and watering the plants. After changing the water, the orange cat continued to rest. After resting for about an hour, the temperature inside the house dropped to over 30 degrees Celsius. The orange cat felt much better, at least no longer feeling suffocated by the heat. The orange cat drank a bottle of water and nibbled on an apple. Then she pulled out a bucket of thermal insulation paint from the space and carefully read the instructions. She mixed the paint with water according to the instructions, stirred it evenly, and began to paint the RV walls bit by bit. The colorless and odorless thermal insulation paint can improve the rapid heat conduction of the RV's metal frame, making the interior cooler and more comfortable. To improve her comfortable living environment, the orange cat worked furiously. Entering the second level, Mocha was delighted, but her happiness was quickly shattered by the hidden dangers of the high temperature. As a meticulous beta tester, Mocha had been prepared. But she wasn't prepared enough. The hot environment was more irritating than she had imagined. The car's air conditioner broke down within half an hour of being on. It went on hiatus. Had just lowered the outside temperature from 55 degrees Celsius to 43 degrees Celsius. The temperature inside the car was now climbing again, continuing to climb. Nong, wearing shorts and suspenders, was at the dining table repairing the so-called car air conditioner. The extreme heat and intense mental strain caused sweat to drip from her forehead. If this thing wasn't fixed quickly, she and Mocha would be in danger. In temperatures of 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, if they didn't take precautions, they could easily die from heat stroke. Mocha wiped Nong's sweat with a towel and fanned them with the other, trying to help her teammates. But it wasn't very effective. At this moment, Mocha was wearing a loose slip dress. She was wearing very little, only a piece of fabric separating her from being naked, but the heat still made her uncomfortable. The inside of the RV felt like a steamer, but outside it was an even bigger steamer. On the kitchen counter, basins of water were placed to help cool down the room. But the effect wasn't very good. The ice and snow that had been specially placed in the space in the previous level had long since turned into ordinary water by the time they reached this level, providing no additional cooling. This preparation, aside from providing more water, was better than nothing. Half an hour later, the broken car air conditioner restarted. Because of its low power, Mocha and Nong could only place it in an enclosed space to cool it down. They chose a 5-square-meter bedroom. They used batteries to power the air conditioner. When the bedroom temperature dropped to over 30 degrees Celsius, the power supply stopped working again due to high power consumption. If this keeps going on, it's clear we won't make it through the day. Mocha and Nong exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with resignation. We need to find a more advanced cooling item, Mocha said. Mocha pulled out a thick stack of platform tickets from her space. Then, Mocha and Nong began analyzing them one by one, trying to determine which platform ticket might contain a cooling item. The two began discussing how they needed to go to the platform tonight in the dark to resolve this issue, or else they wouldn't be able to sleep well. Ding dong, congratulations to 100,000 players for passing the first level. Second level, Zone 1 has reached 100,000, and the area is now closed. Suin heard the system notification and looked up from his phone. Outside the window, the setting sun cast a fiery glow. It was evening. The pumpkin carriage moved forward, quietly and steadily along the road, occasionally turning left and right, weaving through the winding highway. The Black Ball navigation system's voice was precise and precise. Sharp bend ahead, turn right, then left in 1,300 meters. Current speed, 127 kilometers per hour. Don't drive too fast. Pay attention to the turns. A treasure chest will spawn in 5 kilometers. Slow down and prepare to stop. Sunset is expected to be 1 hour and 37 minutes away. The temperature outside is continuing to drop until noon, currently at 54.7 degrees. Suin checked the time. It was 4:50, 10 minutes until today's treasure chest spawn. Soon, the pumpkin carriage stopped beside the treasure chest. Xiaomo opened the door and jumped out, killing monsters and retrieving the treasure chest. He did it smoothly and efficiently. 3 minutes later, Bear returned, clutching the bronze treasure chest. The pumpkin carriage restarted. The Black Ball navigation system continued its broadcast. The treasure chest ahead is 201 kilometers away. The pumpkin carriage is accelerating. The road ahead is straight. Accelerating. Current speed, 102 kilometers per hour. Current speed, 247 kilometers per hour. Current speed, 382 km/h. The road ahead was a straight one, and the pumpkin carriage was moving very fast. It didn't need to accelerate, and it quickly reached its maximum speed. Suddenly many buildings appeared ahead, a city suddenly blocking the main road. Wow, what's that? Little Pumpkin was the first to react. He immediately braked. Suin sat up, looked at the familiar city, and spoke. Yiming City. Chapter 287. Suin suddenly felt excited. She rubbed her eyes, making sure her vision was intact. The platform in front of her was Yiming City. Yiming City dominated the main road. It still had that familiar, overbearing appearance. In the distance, under the setting sun, the handsome statue of the Super Goose in the city center could be clearly seen. This was amazing. Yiming City? Little Pumpkin heard his owner's exclamation and leaned against the window to peek out. He vaguely saw a goose-shaped statue in the center of the city. It looks different during the day, and at night, Little Pumpkin exclaimed. In her memory, Yiming City was covered in snow, its lights translucent, the bright lights illuminating the snow-covered buildings, the entire city as bright as a shining pearl. At this moment, the sun had not yet set, and its afterglow cast a shadow over the city. The city lights were unlit, and the sunset made it look half golden and half gray. Little Pumpkin's words reminded Suin. It's still dark, so it's not a good time to head to Yiming City. But that's okay. Yiming City's arrival of summer will provide her with a lot of help. Suin now has a stable resource source besides the Scorpion Holy Land. How could she not be happy? Suin opened the platform coordinate binder. Quickly, she found the information on the panel that Yiming City had arrived in summer. After rebinding the Yiming City platform, Suin felt a sense of relief. Yiming City could be considered one of her trump cards. Wait until it's completely dark. The lights of Yiming City come on, shining once again like stars in the night sky. The pumpkin carriage pulls into Yiming City. Since I'm here, I might as well go and see it. I miss my friendly Yiming friends. The pumpkin carriage drove along roads, both familiar and unfamiliar, entering a city that looked completely different from winter. What was familiar was the same speed limit indoors. What was unfamiliar was the surrounding scenery. Here, the winter bleakness had faded, and the streets were lined with lush green trees and grass. Occasionally, you could see a few geese basking in the moonlight, lounging in groups of 3 or 4 on lounge chairs to enjoy the cool breeze. They were dressed in light summer clothes, their fur becoming much lighter. The temperature here was comfortable, a paradise-like experience compared to the highway. According to the Black Ball report, the ambient temperature had been dropping since entering the station, and by the time they entered the city, it had dropped below 28 degrees Celsius. This temperature was definitely considered livable and comfortable. As they entered Yiming City, the air conditioning in the Little Pumpkin gradually stopped, relying solely on the air conditioning and the protective cover to keep the temperature inside the car at a comfortable level. They entered the bustling market. Many familiar shop owners waved to Suin. "Dear tourist, long time no see, quack quack." Each, a clerk at Zhao Day's custom clothing chain, greeted Suin, a major customer. "Quack quack, dear tourist, some refreshing leaf tobacco, would you like to take a look?" That was the owner, who hadn't given up on promoting his leaf tobacco. Although Suin had never patronized his business, he remained enthusiastic. "Quack quack, dear tourist, come and take a look. I wish you great fortune." Cha Fu, the grocery store owner, saw the pumpkin carriage and leaned out of the street-side window, lifting his hat and waving it in a warm greeting. This was the god of wealth. Every winter she was away, he missed her dearly. Suin responded to each of them, and the pumpkin cart stopped at the grocery store. Since she was here, it was a good time to sell off the clutter in the warehouse. She'd been having a lot of trouble selling these things at the exchange these past few days, and it was really annoying. If she had more time, Suin could also pick up her buying and selling business again. Or, stay a few more days. No, Suin, you can't just enjoy yourself. You should keep moving forward. Your mileage has been a bit slow lately. But, this is about making money. It's not too much to stay and earn money for a few days. At worst, I can go back in the morning. I have so many dolls at home. 8 o'clock in the evening. After selling off some of the unused items, Suin finally cleared some space in the warehouse and could continue her business. She drove to the Old Goose Hotel and booked a standard room for 3 days and 4 bath tickets. Logically, she shouldn't have booked a hotel. 3 days for 2 gold coins. Well, that price was a pittance for her right now, but even if she booked a hotel, she shouldn't have paid such a high price for a bath ticket, 100 gold coins. It was a shame her body honestly spent it. The hot springs were truly wonderful and comfortable. Wanwan needed them, everyone needed them, and she needed them too. Yiming City was truly a city of extravagance and extravagance. Thankfully, she could earn back all that money here. If she hadn't had her sanity, she'd have wanted to try the 1,000 gold coin hot spring ticket. Fortunately, she wasn't prone to spending too much. It was terrifying. She actually had such thoughts. The epic item blind box at the handsome secret studio only cost 1,000 gold coins per draw. Sin, don't even think about trying the blind box. At the e-casino, play a few copper coins and win the jackpot. Suin shook her head, rejecting the allure of the flyer. With a wave of her hand, she returned the freestanding ticket to the shopkeeper and declined, saying she was unlucky and couldn't play the lucky game. Suin sent Wanwan and Little Pumpkin to bed early. Suin, along with Little Bear, continued his overnight shopping duties as usual. The buying and selling team reopened, and their services were listed on the exchange. Lin Qingju, Huaqing's core assistant, appeared as his top client. She purchased large quantities of basic materials and sold them. The supplies needed by one client almost completely covered Su En's labor capacity for the day. Suin worked for a while, but realized he couldn't finish the work. He went back to the hotel and extended his stay for 2 more days, extending it to Saturday night, the day before he and Yatsuba agreed to sneak into the fairytale Jinsokyo dungeon. That night, he wasn't exactly exhausted, but neither was he exhausted. Suin dozed off, acting as a human sorter, delivering goods prepared by the Goose Tribe stores, and settling game coins. Extremely sleepy, he took a sip of the Scorpion Tribe's Blue Spirit Potion to refresh himself. Chapter 288. This blue potion is sour and astringent, and not very palatable, but it does restore a small amount of energy, and is quite refreshing. Later, at the recommendation of the owner of Yi Ziyan Goose, Suin couldn't resist, and tried the Yi Ziyan from Yiming City. Due to preconceived notions and translation issues with the Blue Star language, Suin had always assumed it wasn't a good thing. She had always disliked addictive tobacco products. After trying it, Suin realized she had misunderstood it, a complete translation misunderstanding. Yi Ziyan is a medicine made from the leaves of a stimulating herb. It's similar to the Scorpion Tribe's blue potion, stimulating candy, and stimulating pills, and even more potent than them. Looking at the system's detection information, it's a spiritual level psychic recovery drug. It's worthy of being a product of the Goose Tribe. This Yi Ziyan needs to be lit and inhaled. The smoke is incredibly potent, boosting her energy and refreshing her spirits. A single puff makes her spirits surge. Suan felt like she hadn't needed sleep for 3 days. The Goose Boss's marketing slogan wasn't deceptive. This thing was incredibly fragrant. 1 cigarette would invigorate the mind, and 2 cigarettes wouldn't make you dizzy even if you didn't sleep for 3 days. The key point was that this slogan was clearly aimed at the powerful goose people. The price was also attractive. Even the most ordinary leaf tobacco cost 1 gold coin per stick. And to promote his product and expand the market, the Goose Boss gave her the store's top quality, premium leaf tobacco, which cost 1,000 gold coins per stick. Tuesday morning, the pumpkin carriage was driving along normally. After a busy night, the little bear went upstairs to sleep. After a day and night of sleeplessness, the bear, exhausted to the point of exhaustion, snored loudly. Even though Little Pumpkin had the sound insulation between floors turned up to maximum, he could still faintly hear the bear snoring on the first floor. And then, there was the bear's unconscious, forceful movements as it tossed and turned in its sleep. Huan Huan frowned, muttering to herself. What a noisy bear, what a noisy bear. She squatted in the corner, stabbing the floor with her fingers. If she hadn't been rational, she would have been irritated and almost drawn circles, cursing the bear for a long sleep. Elsewhere, Suan couldn't sleep, his eyes wide as bells, staring blankly out the window. Master, do you want to get some sleep? Little Pumpkin brought a glass of sweet milk, reminding his master, who hadn't slept since leaving Yiming City at dawn. Suan's gaze shifted to Little Pumpkin, shook his head, and said, I can't sleep. Damn it, it's all that noisy bear's fault. Little Pumpkin said angrily, glaring upstairs. Don't blame it. I was possessed and took a puff of leaf tobacco, Suan explained. Suan lay peacefully on the sofa. But his mind was alert as he glanced at his personal dashboard. Excited? That's 1,000 gold coins worth of leaf tobacco. Boss Goose, why are you so generous? The pumpkin cart stopped and started, and Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan worked well together to retrieve the boxes. Although they couldn't defeat the monsters at once like Xiaomo, they didn't delay the collection of the boxes. At 9:47 a.m., when the pumpkin cart stopped and Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan opened the window to retrieve the boxes, Suan took out his guqin, cradled it in his arms, and said, Let's go, I'm going out to fight monsters. I couldn't sleep anyway, might as well use up some extra energy and fall asleep when I'm tired. Tuesday night, Suan and Xiaomo continued their night shift purchasing, while Huan Huan and Little Pumpkin went to sleep. On Wednesday, Suan, Huan Huan, Little Pumpkin, and Xiao Mo spent a comfortable holiday at the hotel. Suan cooked, ate, played on her phone, chatted with her dolls, and sang, but she didn't sleep. This drew the dolls great concern. But Suan couldn't sleep. There was nothing she could do. She was so excited that sleepiness was impossible. On Wednesday night, Suan and Xiao Mo continued their night shift, completing a large order for Huacheng Core assistant Lin Qingzhu. Then, they could take orders from individual customers. After completing all the orders, the other party came to place their final payment for the broken platform core and the spiritual rank advancement stone, wood. The exchange was complete. And so it went. Suan now had 3 spiritual rank advancement stones, 1 for earth, 1 for gold, and 1 for wood. When advancing to a spiritual rank, he wouldn't be stuck with a lack of these things, he just couldn't tell if everyone's attributes matched the required ones. I heard that some platforms have items that can detect attribute talents. During the day on Thursday, Suan and Huan Huan, Little Pumpkin, continued their journey, searching for treasure chests and killing monsters. Little Pumpkin, watching his master, who hadn't slept for 4 days and 3 nights, was so worried that he almost forced him to sleep. But Suan couldn't sleep. Whether she lay on the soft sofa, the comfortable bed in her bedroom, or the Aura mattress at the Old Goose Hotel, she couldn't fall asleep. Suan could feel tired, but she could also sense the effects of mental hyperactivity. Scared, Hezian. But since it was here, he might as well make the best of it. Suan had a good attitude. If he didn't want to sleep, then he didn't. He just kept working. Thursday night, Suan and Xiao Mo spent another night shopping and selling. That night, Xiao Mo was completely silent. Suan's gold coin balance had surpassed 1,000. This meant that her trading turnover in the past few days had exceeded 100,000 gold coins. It was a feeling hard to describe. The money came so quickly, fueling her desire to spend. At dawn, as the pumpkin cart drove out of Yiming City, Xiao Mo couldn't help but ask Suan, Sister, is this leaf tobacco really okay? Suan felt warm and full of energy, a little tired, but still excited. She rubbed Little Bear's head, worried. It's okay, she consoled him. Little Bear lowered his head, filled with self-blame. If he had known better when Boss Goose strongly recommended it, he would have stopped her from using it. He would never have let his sister come into contact with unused drugs. Friday afternoon, everything was normal. In the afternoon, Sue-Ann was chatting with Little Pumpkin one moment and falling asleep the next. Little Pumpkin carefully called Juan Juan, and together they carried their master to the bedroom to sleep. As for the snoring bear, he'd been woken by his ears long before his master fell asleep, and moved to the sofa on the first floor to sleep. Friday night, Juan Juan and Little Pumpkin joined Little Bear in his buying and selling duties. Since his master was asleep and couldn't take orders, Little Bear led everyone to complete the orders they had already taken, and then had nothing else to do. Early in the morning, he took his master to the Old Goose Hotel to sleep. The hotel was open until Saturday night. They had a day and a night to rest, and the original plan was to soak in the hot springs together. This sleep. I slept until I lost track of time. Sue-Ann opened his eyes to see the light gauze curtains, and woke up in the quaint, elegant, and soft bed, his head fuzzy. What had happened? Chapter 289. Sue-Ann immediately contacted the dolls, and quickly found a pumpkin mask, a ghost hairpin, and a teddy bear stuffed animal under the covers. Seeing the three of them, Sue-Ann finally felt a little more at ease. She had actually panicked when she first woke up and couldn't find the dolls, but thankfully, everyone was there. Sue-Ann communicated with them through her mind, relaying information through the link between them. A few minutes later, Sue-Ann understood the situation. It was dangerous, but not that dangerous. The prerequisite was that she followed the platform's plot, portrayed Princess Sugarnsna well, and completed her role within the 3 days the platform was open. It was Monday morning, more than 2 days, and 2 nights, since she fell asleep. Sue-Ann, once her Yeezian had worn off, slept straight from Friday afternoon to Monday morning, sleeping through the entire weekend. She relayed the information along with Little Pumpkin and Xiao Mo. From Friday afternoon to Saturday morning, she slept in the pumpkin carriage. From Saturday morning to Saturday afternoon, Little Pumpkin took her to the Old Goose Inn, where she slept. Then, on Saturday night, the dolls checked out of the Old Goose Inn and left, and the dolls took her with them from Eaming City. But as soon as the pumpkin carriage left the Eaming City platform, it entered the special platform Fantasy Fairyland. Then, everything was out of their control. They were instantly transformed by a powerful force. Swan became Princess Sugransina and lived in the palace. The three of them became Princess Sugransina's dolls. For the time being, the dolls could neither speak nor move. They would only recover if the princess woke up and cast a spell on her dolls. Safe because Princess Sugransina was sleeping. The queen had decreed that no one could disturb the princess's sleep, and no monster could enter the house unless Swan left. The danger is, now the princess has awakened. The storyline is about to begin. Sue-Ann needs to play the princess, complete the storyline, and participate in the platform scenario, but she currently has no script. In fact, Sue-Ann is not completely ignorant of this platform. Sue-Ann has always planned to visit this platform. She deliberately gathered a lot of information. This is a large platform that opens once every century. It is a multiplayer dungeon where players can team up to explore together. The platform offers a variety of quests and rewards, and has multiple scenarios. Perhaps thousands of players will enter the platform together. And now, she has become part of the platform's plot. Sue-Ann opened the system screen, and saw a series of information bars, including the system entering the platform and several anxious messages from strangers sent by Sai. First, she looked at the platform entry message. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear. Congratulations on passing special platform Yiming City and entering the unopened special platform Fantasy Fairyland. You received a heartfelt recommendation from the handsome and super cool mayor. The owner of the Fantasy Fairyland platform, Queen Angel Sail, has adopted you as her daughter and issued a special quest. Play as Princess Sug Ansa Sail and complete the dungeon's main storyline. Princess, Prince, Warrior, Dragon, Battle. Dear, let's join the platform scenario playout. Special recommendation? Directly become a storyline role-playing NPC, and a seemingly important one at that. Sue-Ann had no idea when this super cool mayor's heartfelt recommendation appeared. Sue-Ann was just sleeping. Oh my god. Goose people or something. How enthusiastic. Sue-Ann couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. First, there was the goose owner selling leaf tobacco, so generous. 1 puff of leaf tobacco, worth a fortune, kept her awake for 5 days and 4 nights. When she finally got a few days' sleep, she woke up to the platform and walked straight to the next one. Although Sue-Ann had also wanted to come to this platform earlier, this earlier than the other was not earlier than the other. This was unexpected. Suin now realized the terrifying nature of the goose people. They were warm, sincere, and friendly, but they were also too powerful. The casual help of the strong could inadvertently cause trouble for the weaker. Although, they might not have done it unintentionally. Suin took a few deep breaths and felt a little dizzy. This was a physiological feeling. Suin felt the dizziness from low blood sugar, brought on by not eating for several days. She fished out candy from her space, and popped one into her mouth. The sugar provided energy, lessening the dizziness and calming her excitement. In any case, this was an opportunity. Yiming City did offer her a good opportunity to enter the platform without missing a crucial one. Now that she was there, she had to seize it. Suin continued to read the messages. Besides the system messages, there were also messages from CE. After all, the two had agreed to go down to the Lost Lake platform together yesterday. The original plan was for the two of them to use the pollution removal skill to pretend to take the Lost Lake water spell, then log into the Fantasy Fairy Tale Township Platform Employee Recruitment Office through the talent market, achieving early access to the platform. CE's friends would be there to meet her. CE was still very anxious when she couldn't contact Suin. Suin replied to CE's message, explaining that there had been an accident and asking for CE's news. He learned that she had safely arrived at the Fantasy Fairy Tale Township platform and reunited with her teammates, offering her blessings. Sai expressed regret that Swan hadn't come along. This platform was truly magnificent. Even in the planning stages, it was incredibly prosperous. If Sister Sunshine had come, it would surely have been a boon. Swan briefly responded to Sai and paused in conversation. After replying, Swan rose from the bed and began to explore the bedroom, searching for a script suitable for the princess. Since she had been recommended by Yiming City and given such a high status, the platform owner couldn't have failed to provide a script. Swan soon found a clue. Princess's diary. Opening the diary, Swan saw a large number of words. As the queen's beloved daughter, you are the most noble aristocrat on the platform. The following are the rules for playing Princess Sigansa. Sale. 1. You are a princess, delicate, beautiful, and elegant. Do not be disrespectful in any situation. You are the glory of the Sale royal family. 2. The princess possesses 3 magical dolls. At her command, they come to life, and their abilities can protect her when necessary. 3. The princess has the right to be willful and do whatever she wants, provided she doesn't anger the queen. The queen's temper is a secret. 4. Being captured by a dragon is the princess' fate. If you encounter a dragon, please do not resist. 5. If the hero/king rescues you, you can choose to kill her/them, plunder their property, or marry her/them, seize their property. 6. If possible, you can also kill the dragon and seize its treasure, provided you can defeat the dragon and keep the hero/prince from knowing. 7. You are a greedy princess with great ambitions. Please do not reveal your secrets to any creature. In the eyes of others, you will always be fragile, beautiful, and lovable. 8. Survive to the end, inherit the throne, and unify the 3 kingdoms. This is Chapter 290. Suin quickly analyzed the core of the platform, and the persona she had been assigned. A seemingly weak, yet in reality greedy and ambitious princess, she could rely on the hero and the prince, taking her time, or she could kill them outright, provided no one else knew and exposed her true nature. How thrilling. The handwriting gradually faded. The notebook ended with a single, beautiful line. A beautiful girl recommended by Goose, good luck to you. A queen who has never lost herself. The notebook will record your achievements. I wish you a good performance rating. Suin closed the notebook and stored it in his space. Xiao Mo Nanling, 1-1, wake up. As Suin finished speaking, a force descended upon the 3 dolls, and they quickly shed their doll forms, returning to their original forms and able to move. Sister Anan. Master. Master. After checking, each doll was found to be fine, save for a slight lack of energy. It seemed the platform core hadn't sealed their combat power. The danger level on this platform was still under control. A few days later, Suin, as Princess Sugansina, had blended into the platform environment. Now, even players who had played the same dungeon as her wouldn't recognize her. Beautiful, elegant, and delicate, Suin perfectly matched the stereotype of a fairy tale princess in every way. She perfectly portrayed the role assigned to her by the platform core. She wore a gorgeous princess dress, her golden hair shone like sunflowers, and her eyes were as clear as a clear spring. These past few days, Suin's noble status allowed her to do everything in the palace with ease. Before the plot even began, she quickly understood the situation and formulated a response strategy. Actually, She didn't do much, besides eating, drinking, sleeping, catching up on information, chatting, and dressing up. The platform is divided into 3 kingdoms: the Sunflower Kingdom, the Tulip Kingdom, and the Purple Rose Kingdom. The general premise is that every 100 years, a prophetic dragon plague will strike the 3 kingdoms, and warriors will be summoned to save the world. Su-En's character, Sugansa Sayar, is the only princess of the Sunflower Kingdom. According to the information she had learned, the Queen of the Sunflower Kingdom had hair as golden as sunflowers and eyes as azure as the ocean. So, to better fit the role, Su-En used props to dye her black hair the same golden color as the Queen, used a magic potion to change her eye color, and finally, used disguise props to create a new, delicate and beautiful face. All of these props were obtained from the platform. After all, the rules allow her to do anything. 3. The princess has the right to be willful. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't anger the queen. As for the queen's temper, it's a secret. It's normal for the princess to enjoy dressing up in beautiful clothes. These little things won't anger the queen. Su-En had studied this rule over the past few days. It seemed that for the doted on Sugansa Sayal, only acts of treason and power seizure would anger the queen. This rule was relatively beneficial to Su-En. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly, and a stiff puppet maid placed a bunch of sunflowers on the table. Su-En, dressed in lavish attire, stood before a magnificent floor-length mirror, allowing her maid to dress and apply her makeup, waiting for the drama to begin. As expected, the drama would begin at 10 o'clock in the morning. She had prepared many benefits for everyone. The heroes, or players, were a vital force she could leverage. After finishing her makeup, Su-En looked at her painting-like beauty in the mirror and nodded. This performance shouldn't be a big problem. Elsewhere, Little Bear, Huan Huan, and Little Pumpkin feasted sweetly at the table. A variety of luxurious food and fine wines filled the table. However, the 3 dolls ate carefully, avoiding meat and only eating bread and vegetables. They quickly ate their fill and replenished their energy bars, replenishing energy while consuming as little pollution as possible. The pumpkin carriage was sealed. Taking food from the space and firing it would easily affect the character, so she gave it to the servants to avoid contamination. In fact, the food, props, makeup powder, air, and water here were all somewhat polluted. However, Su-En and her group, with Wan Wan's pollution removal skills, these minor contamination issues were not a major problem. This greatly helped them maintain their composure. Duang, a bell rang. The show began. At that moment, a green energy spread across the entire platform, enveloping everything, and every living thing froze in place. Castle, city, forest, farmland, lake, cave. Su-En froze in this moment, a new message entering her mind. It was a false memory created by the platform core based on her observations of the past few days, attempting to replace her original memories. Su-En's mental strength struggled, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The living dolls were once again sealed by the dungeon's power, transformed into dolls. Antonia Wine Shop. Lin Buofing's body stiffened, his teeth itching more and more. The pollution was affecting his body and interfering with his memory, assisting his beloved Princess Aki to ascend the throne of the Tulip Kingdom. He sprouted fangs, his eyes bloodshot, transforming into a terrifying vampire. The lively eyes of the young shop assistant wiping the red wine beside him froze, and she muttered, "I'm Xiaoya, Xingya Antonia, the granddaughter of the merchant Antonia. I sell wine, kill heroes, and find blood food for my brother to become stronger." System, ding dong, good news, good news. The large-scale integrated platform special platform fantasy fairytale town is now open to all servers. This platform is a non-vehicle platform. 10 platform tickets are randomly distributed across zones. Players in the zone with these platform tickets must submit a list of 100 players within 10 minutes. A total of 1,000 players are welcome to enter the platform and be prepared for teleportation. Ding dong, system bonus. 1,000 players will be given the opportunity to participate in the platform. 10 teams of 100 will be randomly formed. 10 copper coins will be given to enter the bonus draw, limited to 10 minutes. Based on your team's points ranking, you receive epic equipment, skill books, territory resources, and other exchange opportunities. No matter where they were, everyone heard and saw the system notifications, except for the players themselves on the platform. In Su-En's view, the system screen dimmed, and it was disconnected. In front of Luo Luobua's eyes was a long list of system announcements. In conjunction with the announcement, everyone could also see the platform's promotional video, which showed flower-filled kingdoms, peaceful and prosperous cities, lush farmland, and beautiful and tranquil lakes, with a brief introduction to each kingdom. The promotional video even included point rewards and resource and treasure exchange. Area 20,312. Extremely lively. User 405102666. Wow, it's finally starting. It looks amazing. Xiaomi, it's a server-wide announcement. This dungeon looks really special. Crazy Gualao. The last server-wide announcement was when Xiong Dadab became the first person to clear the dungeon. Little Blue, who can't kill the ball, I threw 10 copper coins into the system. I'm really impressed. I knew there was no hope, but I still couldn't resist the temptation. Recruiting in morning and night. This promotional video looks really exciting. 2,000 people entering the dungeon all at once, and they're even choosing factions. Are there kingdom contest quests? Your little god, I envy the 312th Regiment who can go to the dungeon. Luoluabwa, everyone, get ready. According to the previous plan, form groups of 5 or 10 to complete the quests and earn points. Nan Tongsi, okay. Explorer, we've been ready for a long time. Chapter 291. Ding ding ding. 3 bells rang. Sugansna Sayar awoke as if from a dream. She felt as if she had been in a trance for a while, having had a strange dream. After waking, she had forgotten a few things. But it didn't matter. She was sure she would remember them later. It was nothing serious. Footsteps sounded behind her. Swan turned cautiously. She saw her personal maid, Mia, approaching her. Suddenly, a wave of panic seized her. She curled her lips and shouted directly and domineeringly, striking first. Did I call you? Stand back. Sugansna scolded Mia. Your Highness, you asked me to prepare this set of sun's radiance for you yesterday. I came here early in the morning and dared not neglect you. Mia knelt and held up a jewelry box. The puppet-like maid's limbs were no longer flexible, but no living being present felt uneasy, including Swan. In Suan's memory, this was the maid who had cared for her since childhood, a close presence, though Suan didn't feel that way. After all, she was a princess, an ambitious princess who wanted to kill the queen and ascend the throne as soon as possible, but unfortunately, she never found the right time to do it. She was just a maid. If she hadn't been so skilled, she would have been killed long ago. Suan opened the box, revealing a waist necklace of agate and rubies, as red as blood beads. The necklace was charming, the jewels reflecting the sunlight's brightness. In her memory, she loved to dress up, collecting a wealth of gorgeous jewelry and beautiful clothes every year. She had so many jewels that she couldn't even remember them all. But no matter how Suan looked at them, she thought they were ugly. She slammed the box shut. It's so ugly. Take it away. Put it where you took it. I'm not interested, Suan ordered. Maid Maya bowed and withdrew with the jewelry box. Suan turned sideways and saw herself in the mirror. Her long golden hair and emerald blue eyes were charming and innocent. It felt familiar and strange at the same time. Wait. She realized she had forgotten something. Suan walked to the dining table and picked up the dolls placed on each chair, placing them on her head along with the ghost and pumpkin hairpins. She hugged the teddy bear doll in her arms. The discomfort in Suan's heart faded. Suan muttered, my dolls are alive. Swish, swish, swish. The dolls moved, calling out master, master, sister and so on. As if by instinct, Suan could sense that each of her dolls had magical powers, and she could fully control them. All right, little ones, be quiet. Shut up. Today is the day the hero descends. We need to preside over the hero's summoning ceremony and complete my work. Suan pushed open the door and walked down the long corridor. As Suan left, the maids at the door, one after another, stood in a line behind her. The long skirt of her princess dress trailed on the smooth crystal floor, and her flat leather boots clanged against the ground. 312 Group Chat. Luoluabwa, the list has been submitted. We now have 3 factions to choose from: the Sunflower Kingdom, the Tulip Kingdom, and the Wisteria Kingdom. Luoluabwa, we have 5 minutes to think. Nan Tongsi, just pick one. These things look pretty similar. Washiana, it's up to you. To Anchuiner's child, does Lucky Carp have any suggestions? Wind Song Poem. Let's go to the Sunflower Kingdom. I think it's quite nice, maybe there'll be some surprises. Orange Cat Fairy, let's go, let's go. I can't wait. 5 minutes. System announcement for all servers. Ding dong, Fantasy Fairyland is now open. It be open for 7 days. Happy gaming everyone. Faction selection information. Sunflower Kingdom, 6 teams, Flame Kingdom Strategy Team, 213th Regiment, Explosive Kill Alliance, Epic Item Team, Tulip Kingdom, 7 teams, Lucky Star, Thorn Cross, Rusted Bone Team, Wisteria Kingdom, 7 teams, Eternal Tranquility, Eternal Night Watch, Survival Alliance. 600 people appeared in the square. Tall, short, fat, thin, male, female, all heavily armed, each one prepared. One team stood out from the rest. Both men and women had a solid demeanor and a resolute gaze. This was the central square of the Sunflower Kingdom's royal castle. On this square, paved with breadstone and engraved with a magic circle, shaded by green trees, the sun shone brightly, and white doves fluttered in the air. Upon entering the platform, the first thing the players saw was the angelically beautiful princess, followed by the surrounding beauty. The environment was neither too hot nor too cold, extremely comfortable, giving players, having arrived from the bitter cold or heat of the apocalypse, the illusion of seeing the light of day again. The suppressed mood could not help but relax. Although they knew this was a dangerous platform, they couldn't help but feel relieved. With this relaxation, everyone's eyes were unconsciously drawn to the princess in the center. Her Highness Sugansana Sale. With her name glittering in gold above her head, she looked quite extraordinary. She stood on the platform, sunlight falling on her golden hair, her azure eyes as gentle as the ocean. She warmly welcomed the players. She affectionately addressed everyone as heroes, and gave a speech. She gave each player a gold coin and some basic supplies, invited them to dinner, and arranged accommodations for them. The material and emotional value were both maximized. Even though they knew this princess was an NPC or a monster, many players were instantly captivated, especially those lucky enough to have won a spot in the lottery. That's 1 gold coin, and 1 gold coin is worth 10,000 copper coins, enough to buy countless boxes of instant noodles. Also, basic supplies were delivered: sheets, pillowcases, clothing, toiletries, and everything in between, a large bag for each person. Of the 6 groups, 4 were serious team-ups, while the remaining 2 had spent 10 copper coins to win a spot through the system. For the players who had won 10 copper coins, it was a win. Just as everyone listened to the gentle princess introduce the Sunflower Kingdom, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky. A black dragon descended from the sky. Chapter 292. Attacking the princess in the center. Ah! The maid screamed. The beautiful, graceful, and fragile princess stood there, frozen in fear. Dark clouds swept past. In the blink of an eye, explosions ripped through the surrounding buildings, and the peaceful and beautiful Sunflower Kingdom was ravaged by a dragon plague. Everything happened quickly. The dragon destroyed the kingdom's protective magic circle, magically sealed the guards and the heroes, and abducted the princess. The black dragon's domineering declaration still echoed in the air. I, a Segfelin, the wing of disaster, have returned. In 7 days, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Destroy this world. The princess was abducted by the dragon before the eyes of the heroes. The players tried to move, but were unable to do so. It felt like a standard opening scene for the game. Unstoppable. This made many players, who had initially had a favorable impression of the princess, feel a sense of powerlessness. The princess here was simply too vivid. Half an hour later, the heroes dispersed, each beginning to search the city for clues to their quests, or to investigate clues outside the city to rescue the princess. Most teams in the 312th Regiment followed suit. Everyone was anxious, fearing they would be late and have the quest completed by someone else. The orange cat pulled Feng Yinsher away from the bustling crowd. In a slightly safer area, on a street corner in a residential area, she and her teammates sat on a roadside recliner. The orange cat began to carefully study the quest. Ding dong, a major incident has occurred in the Sunflower Kingdom. Players, do you want to accept the main quest Sunflower Kingdom Dragon's Disaster, the abducted Princess Sugansana, and become the warrior who rescues the princess? Yes or no, pay 1 silver coin. Before she could choose, Feng Yinsher accepted the quest. Since they were a close team, their quest list was shared. As Feng Yinsher put it, since she's already here, she has to accept the main quest. Why bother paying to refuse? Her words make sense, and the orange cat doesn't question them. She's read the quest panel several times, and it's a perfectly standard one. But she still feels like she's overlooked something. Quest name: Sunflower Kingdom Dragon Disaster. The abducted Princess Sugansana background. A century-old doomsday prophecy is fulfilled one by one, ushering in a dramatic change for the peaceful fairytale continent. An evil dragon awakens from its ancient seal, destroying a beautiful kingdom and abducting Princess Sugansana, the next heir to the Sunflower Kingdom. The doomsday prophecy foretells that 100 years from now, the evil dragon will return to the light of day and absorb the princess, who possesses divine talent, completely breaking the seal and destroying the world. According to the prophecy, only the princess can end the apocalypse. Choose the heroes who descend upon the Sunflower Kingdom, slay the sealed dragon, rescue the princess, marry her, and develop the Sunflower Kingdom. Mission reminder: the dragon's scales seem to hold a secret. The fortune teller's crystal ball, hidden deep within the city, may hold clues. Something seems amiss with the princess's maid, Maya. Mission 1-1. Broken Dragon Scale, 0/3, investigate the dragon's direction, Sun City Suburbs, Dongwei Wheat Field. Reward, Dragon Binding Magic Resistance Talisman *1. Let's go investigate the suburbs, Feng Yinshi said. No rush. The orange cat responded, rubbing her head. She trusted herself. This feeling of overlooking something was a reminder that there must be something important she hadn't thought of. The orange cat repeatedly studied the mission prompt. What are you afraid of? I just rely on my luck. You're guaranteed to win without a fight. We find the clues as soon as we get there, and the dragon scales will be easy to come by, Feng Yinshi said proudly. Once we kill the dragon, rescue the princess, and marry her, we definitely get high marks. Who knows, the princess might even want to marry me. Feng Yinshi never tried to hide her luck. She had to embrace the good fortune bestowed upon her by fate. After all, there was no stopping her from paying the price, and enjoying life was her due. Feng Yinshi had a strong sense of worth. In her eyes, she was destined for wealth and happiness, and anyone who was with her had to serve her. In any case, everything was going smoothly. Feng Yinshi was very noisy. The orange cat thought she was about to catch on, but she didn't expect the fish to chatter in her ears. If it were any other time, she would have been completely annoyed, but now, in such a beautiful place and such a comfortable environment, she wasn't so irritable. The orange cat looked up at his teammates and was stunned. The girl's complexion was pale. At some point, the scales on her face had completely faded, leaving her with no trace of an alien. Her complexion was tender and radiant, a vibrant, fresh complexion. Ah, so that's how it is. I know what I've been overlooking, the orange cat said. Huh? Feng Yinshi looked at her strange teammates with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, a girl riding a wolf passed by the corner of the street. With a whoosh, the wolf stopped and turned to approach. The little girl, ID Tuan, whose real name was Tang Jiai, sat on the wolf. Tang Jiai said, Hey boss, why are you still here and not doing anything? I already completed several side quests. Look, helping Grandma Ella find a cat, the reward is 6 silver coins. She lifted the docile little kitten in her arms, and the gray cat meowed reluctantly. Meow. She was one of those players who immediately abandoned the main quest. She said before, I don't have much combat power, and that dragon looks scary. Paying the money to give up the main quest, and doing some side quests is fine. Then Tuan's cub said goodbye to everyone who was heading out of the city. After a brief chat and a farewell to Tuan's cub, Feng Yinshi urged the orange cat to set off quickly. Look at everyone else. They're all already moving. It's been almost an hour since we entered the dungeon, and we're still here. Aren't you anxious? Okay, let's go. The orange cat stood up and pulled Feng Yinshi out of the city. As they walked, the orange cat watched Feng Yinshi's shuffling steps and asked a question. Xiaoshi, is there only one princess? The orange cat asked. Of course not. What about the 3 kingdoms? Feng Yinshi replied. Then, is there only one dragon? That I don't know. I'm a lucky koi, not a prophet. Feng Yinshi replied. So, which princess is the one with divine talent, and which dragon is the one that destroyed the world? Feng Yinshi seemed stumped by the question, unable to answer. But she quickly came to her senses and replied, These are just background stories for the station. Who cares? Just take a look at these things. We just need to complete the missions to get the evaluation and rewards. Don't you think you were very active today, not lazy at all? The orange cat pressed. Feng Yinshi stopped, a strange expression on her face. The orange cat continued, his voice unstoppable. You didn't even bother asking for a car, and you kept urging me. As soon as I heard I was going to complete the mission, I pulled you along and you followed me. If you could usually stay put instead of walking, sit instead of standing, lie down instead of sitting, even if there wasn't a car, you'd be willing to walk even if I carried you. That's right. Feng Yinshi looked at her legs. It wasn't a crawfish, and walking didn't hurt, so she must have been willing to walk. Maybe it's because the environment here is so nice. I'm not tired anymore. I feel so energetic and full of life. Feng Yinshi smiled. The environment here is really great. It would be nice if I could marry the princess and stay here. The orange cat sighed. Her teammates seemed clueless. Even after she said so, they still hadn't caught on. The orange cat said bluntly, you've been infected. Your abilities have been suppressed and sealed. Your body and mind have been infected by a new contamination. You're being affected. She pointed at herself and said, me too. So, we're going to find Carrot now. Maintaining a clear mind is more important than completing the mission. Chapter 293. Beyond the mountains and the lake, in the kingdom of tulips, there lived a group of brave warriors. They stole and robbed, they murdered and set fires. Some of these warriors embarked on a series of main quests on their way to rescue the princess, encountering numerous problems. A player nicknamed Fanhuman, whose real name was Zhou Man, encountered a difficult quest and returned home. In the afternoon, during the second round of quests, the entire team was stuck. Unable to defeat the monsters blocking the path and gaining clues to the next stage of the dragon, he and his teammates returned to the city to regroup. Dusk was approaching. The team temporarily disbanded, free to move about, agreeing to reunite tomorrow morning to continue their quest to rescue the Tulip Kingdom's princess. As a player who had luckily won a platform ticket, Zhou Man didn't have many close friends with his makeshift team. After announcing the disbandment, they immediately dispersed in groups of 3 or 4, blending into the vast city. The capital of the Tulip Kingdom was a beautiful city. Fields of tulips bloomed on both sides of the road, their vibrant colors lifting anyone's spirits. The warm and comfortable weather, the bustling and peaceful crowds, the neatly arranged streets, and the dazzling array of street vendors. Every time Zhou Man saw this, he felt as if he had returned to the days before the apocalypse. Before entering the game, he was a full-time game streamer, where it was common for him to stay home for 3 or 5 days. Seeing the peaceful streets now, he deeply regretted not getting out and about. He used to think it was ordinary, but now, thinking about it, ordinary days are incredibly precious. So, he cherished every moment of this present moment. Before the apocalypse, he played games daily, but he had no real talent for them. Just a small, invisible streamer who played games from morning till night. After entering the Doomsday game, he hadn't become any formidable figure. His level wasn't rising very fast, and his abilities weren't very impressive. Oh, his only real advantage was that he wasn't too old. To be more precise, he hadn't aged at all. Zhou Man held out his hand, looking at his own youthful hand, thinking of his own build and size, which looked like a kid's. He smiled a bit self-deprecatingly. C-rank talent. Life is forever a youth. You always maintain your youthful form. If you maintain this youthful form, you might gain some random rewards. Zhou Man sat on a roadside recliner, watching the sun gradually set and dusk engulf the city. His stomach growled with hunger, but he didn't move. He just wanted to sit there for a while. He needed some time to do nothing, to maintain his mental composure, and wait for his spirit level to slowly rise. On the street, players and NPCs mingled, the atmosphere was bustling, and occasionally, peddlers could be seen wandering around. Want to buy flowers, sis? Thanks, not interested. Want to buy flowers, brother? Golden tulips, they bless you. Buy flowers. Kid, don't try to trick me. This flower doesn't add any stats. You ripped me off for 10 copper coins this morning, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Give me the money you made, quick. Not far away, there was a bustle of activity. A young girl selling flowers hit a wall, got kicked several times, and fell to the side of the road. Zhou Man narrowed his eyes and looked in the girl's direction, but said nothing. Most players aren't good people. Many have accumulated a lot of resentment in the game, and many are tainted with mental pollution. This wasn't surprising, and it was just an NPC. For everyone, killing someone wasn't a big deal, so killing one wasn't a big deal. The man stepped on the girl's hand, threatening her. Golden tulips lay scattered across the ground. Under the streetlights, in the setting sun, figures flickered. Some injured flowers splattered their sap on the ground. The little girl was grabbed by the hair and slapped. So tragic. Zhou Man watched the incident unfold in the distance. Many NPCs were hiding, and most players, including him, remained indifferent. However, unconsciously, Zhou Man approached. Stop fighting. Fight a little longer, and the guards will come out. Are you still going to do the quest tomorrow? Zhou Man said. Who the hell are you, you little brat? The man froze, staring at the boy, who was barely shoulder high. A youthful face, a calm gaze that wasn't childish, black hair and black clothes, a long sword slung across his back, he looked like the protagonist of a shonen manga. This image, this aura. The man felt a little intimidated. The newcomer certainly looked like a master. And what he said made sense. Never mind. Bad luck. The man turned and walked away. Joe Man sighed silently. It was true. Any human player who saw him would be intimidated by his image. Even his teammates, who had been in the dungeon with him that morning, thought he was hiding his abilities. It was simply because he looked so youthful. That's right. Youth is a feeling. It's not just about age. Perhaps due to the many novels and anime, he, with his youthful appearance, was always mistaken for a master. He turned to look at the beaten girl on the ground, who was picking herself up. Her flaxen hair, freckled face, and puffy cheeks stammered as she stammered her thanks, her voice slurred. He pulled a silver coin from his backpack and quietly slipped it into her hand. He picked up her flower basket, gathered the scattered golden tulips from the ground, and placed them back in the basket, signaling for a purchase. Then he left, carrying the flower basket. Joe Man walked off the street into the night. Ding dong, you completed a righteous act that fits your image. Youthful temperament improved. Silver coin +1, copper coin +100, clean and unpolluted bread *1, clean and unpolluted water 500 ml *2. He held the flower basket in one hand and took out a piece of bread with the other, stuffing it into his mouth. It took him just a minute. From the activation information of his ability, he realized that the most terrifying danger of this platform was pollution. It seemed the drinking water in this place was to be avoided. Suin stared at Black Dragon with his eyes wide open. Chapter 294. The Black Dragon pushed the wild beast meat in front of him, motioning for Suin to eat. This was the food he had hunted specifically after waking up. Suin remained motionless, staring at the Black Dragon, gazing into its eyes. This state of affairs between the man and the dragon lasted for quite some time. After the Black Dragon had led Suin into its lair, Suin woke up and found the Black Dragon staring at him. Interestingly, seeing Suin like this, the Black Dragon also became interested. Without doing anything, he simply stared at her. From the rising of the sun, to midday, to sunset, the two of them stared at each other. Until they were both hungry. The Black Dragon took some of the wild beast meat from his space ring and ate some himself, watching Suin eat as he did. The Black Dragon even motioned for Suin to eat. He pointed at the wild beast meat. But Suin didn't move. Looking at Suin, who lay motionless, the Black Dragon was puzzled. It was certain it was the fastest and it captured the freshest princess, not the sluggish one. The Black Dragon was puzzled. Could it be that the princess didn't eat raw wild animal flesh? So it began to build a fire and roast the meat. Although the Black Dragon wanted to eat the princess and absorb her talents, it couldn't let her die now. Everything had to wait until the full moon night in 7 days. Only then could it find relief. According to its hazy memory, the Black Dragon roasted the meat, attempting to feed the princess. Then, under Suin's blazing gaze, the Black Dragon created a charred mass. Even though the princess remained motionless, watching it, the Black Dragon felt a sense of scorn for no reason. Thinking of this, the Black Dragon shook his head. Could a dull, mentally retarded princess actually despise it? It really was. Time passed slowly. Late at night, the night pearl in the dragon's lair lit up. Being constantly watched like this, the Black Dragon couldn't sleep well, watching the princess's increasingly frail body. Pale cheeks, dry lips. Oh my god, I hope she doesn't die on the first day. If the princess dies, how can she attract heroes and princes to come, so that it can eat enough heroes to break the seal? Finally, it couldn't bear it anymore. The Black Dragon flew out of the lair. As the Black Dragon flew out of the lair, Suin didn't move much, just following the Black Dragon's direction with his eyes until it returned. 10 minutes later, the Black Dragon returned, bringing a pile of what looked like decent human food. I wonder which unlucky farmer had been served dinner by the Black Dragon. On the floor of the lair were multigrain bread, corn soup, rough roast meat, and a few potatoes. The dragon spoke. You eat. The moment the Black Dragon made a noise, disrupting the magic binding it within its lair, Suin seized the opportunity, expending considerable mental energy and shouting, Su Mo, Su Nanling, Su Chiming. He called out the dolls' names one after another. The dolls hidden within the skirt and on their heads began to move. First, a pumpkin shield covered the dragon's lair entrance, followed by an earthquake, completely concealing the energy fluctuations within. Unbeknownst to anyone, the dragon's lair had witnessed an unforgettable battle. Half an hour later, the Black Dragon was pinned down by the enlarged giant bear. Then, Wan Wan and Little Pumpkin worked together to bind it with the dragon rope. The newly awakened Black Dragon, still sealed, was at its weakest. Soon, the Black Dragon was subdued. However, Suin did not fully trust the dragon ropes used in the palace. Just in case, Xiaomo sat on the black dragon's back, constantly keeping it under pressure. The bear, so heavy, pressed down so firmly that it broke the black dragon's wings. The black dragon hadn't expected the delicate princess to harbor such formidable martial power. Just a single word from her mouth could unleash such a terrifying puppet-controlling spell. This must be the legendary princess with divine talent. Good news, with a 1/3 chance, it had found her. Fortunately, it had set out first and found the prettiest one. Bad news, unfortunately, he was caught off guard and tied up by the princess, now suffering from broken bones. The black dragon watched the princess devour her feast with no grace. She pulled a pile of food from her spatial artifact and shared it with the puppets. It could hear the bear, using its body as a cushion, crunching on a pork chop, the occasional drop of gravy landing on its scales, as if to season it. The dragon was about to be eaten. Pollution, pollution, pollution everywhere. It was already late, with lights out not long before, and Zhou Man, wandering the streets, hadn't fallen asleep. To be more precise, he hadn't found a suitable place to sleep. Most players stayed in hotels. The wealthy stayed in single rooms or suites, the poorer had dormitories, and the poorer ones slept on the floor in groups. Occasionally, a few random players would find a place to set up tents in the square, or simply group up to sleep on reclining chairs. Zhou Man walked through almost every inn in the royal city, and with each one he entered, he could feel his spirit level drop. This meant the pollution was getting worse. What was particularly striking was that the more people gathered, the more severe the pollution, and hotels were often the worst affected areas. By contrast, the street was less polluted. However, the innkeeper reportedly said that the royal city's magical streetlights would go out at 10 p.m., creating a certain level of danger. He advised against sleeping on the streets. Unable to advance or retreat, he began searching. Based on years of gaming experience, this kind of platform shouldn't leave players with no escape routes. There must be relatively safe areas. If there was no other option, he might as well sleep on the streets, using his treasured items to build a home. It was better than the inexplicable pollution of the inn. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Zhou Man stopped, and the footsteps around him stopped. Zhou Man was under the streetlight. Zhou Man said directly, "You're following me?" A few minutes later, a frail girl appeared on the street corner, her face still scarred. It was the flower girl he had helped earlier that evening. Zhou Man became cautious upon seeing the girl. He put his hands behind his back, ready to draw his sword. What was this little girl up to? Was she targeting him to eat him? It looked like a fight was about to begin. Don't blame Zhou Man for thinking this way, not for fantasizing about good deeds being rewarded. Because of his talent, he'd done plenty of foolish things, like helping the weak and drawing their swords. He learned his lesson enough. There was no way around it. While these actions might seem foolish, they mostly fit the image of a young man and could earn him talent rewards. However, he often encountered revenge, insatiable greed, and harm. As the saying goes, there are good people in this world, but the harsher the environment, the fewer good people there are. His good deeds were all due to his talent. Big brother, if you have nowhere to go tonight, go to Antonia's wine shop. Bring the golden tulips. After stumbling over her words, the little girl vanished in a flash. The church bells chimed in the distance. Zhou Man glanced at his watch. It was 9:30 p.m. Lights were about to go out. Chapter 295. I have to make a decision. Sleep on the streets or go to Antonia's wine shop. The first day the platform opened, 9:47 p.m. Zhou Man stood in Antonia's wine shop, the lights ablaze. It was late at night, and the shop was about to close. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, he could see the staff inside cleaning. A young nobleman, who looked like the store manager, dozed off at the central counter, his dark hair nodding. A female NPC, seemingly 12 or 13 years old, was checking the bills. During the break, the girl looked up. Zhou Man was startled by her face. This isn't the famous expert who was the first to reach the second level in Area 19371. Gold medal assist lucky 4-leaf? This? Zhou Man looked at the girl clearly, and the seriousness on her face was unmistakable. She was checking the bills. She looked no different from an NPC. Lost in it, or perhaps lurking, perhaps, this was an opportunity. After all, the two of them nodded, indicating a friendly acquaintance. Zhou Man looked at his public screen message. Side quest ? Quest clue. The flower girl suggests you visit Antonia's wine shop late at night with golden tulips. Zhou Man took out the basket of golden tulips, picked out a few intact ones, held them in his hand, and pushed the door open to enter the shop. As he entered the shop, he felt as if every creature present looked up at him simultaneously, including Clover and the dozing noble youth. He held the golden tulips in his hand, his movements a little stiff. The golden tulips had wilted since dusk, and as he entered, they grew even more shriveled. Another prey. Xingye was a little excited at the arrival of the man. But her excitement faded as she shifted her gaze to the golden tulips in the man's hand. Alas, he's a man who loves flowers so much that his blood has become stinky, and can't be used as blood food for his brother. It seems like selling wine is the only option, but this hero, with so much money to spend, might be hard to fool. He doesn't look very wealthy. He's not coming here to rest at a freeloader. So annoying. She only looked at him for a second. But Xingye Antonia didn't show any sign of it. Xingye stepped forward and asked, "Dear hero, welcome. Would you like to see our signature wine?" She began to introduce him warmly, a bright, fake smile on her face. She casually pulled out a bottle of the cheapest red wine from the wine rack. "This 32-year-old claret is on sale in our shop, only 1 gold and 3 silver coins." With little time left before lights out, Showman cut to the chase. "Can I stay here tonight?" Xingye's smile froze instantly. She said word by word, "Dear hero, of course you can. Our shop is extremely honored. Yes, in the kingdom, every resident has the obligation to provide accommodation and food to heroes determined to rescue the princess, and even provide supplies when necessary. Of course, no resident would publicize this incident. Especially after the princess was abducted by the dragon, many heroes, once freed, broke into homes, stealing, robbing, murdering, and setting fires. Although these vicious incidents were stopped by the guards and the thugs imprisoned, the foolish men who broke into the wine shop were given a good lesson by his brother's dark magic. But even fewer residents took the initiative to show their friendship to the hero. Consequently, Xingye grew even more disgusted with these visitors from another world. Her so-called warm smile was all fueled by money, and her brother's devotion, all professionalism. "Kelly, take this respected hero to the guest room in the backyard." Xingye instructed the maid to take the young warrior, who hadn't spent a cent and had the audacity to rub shoulders with him, away. "You can't judge a person by their appearance." Then Xingye continued to check the accounts. For some reason, she kept checking, but the numbers she came up with were always different. A task that should have taken half an hour dragged on until now. For the past 3 years, she had meticulously studied the store bills every day, finishing them before closing time and reporting to her brother. But today, her brother had been waiting so long that he kept dozing off, and she still hadn't figured out the bills. Has she been too tired lately? Xingye rubbed her head. It felt like her mind wasn't as sharp as usual today. She made mistakes everywhere in such a simple account book. "Thank you, young lady, for your hospitality. I wish you well." Looking at the girl, who completely didn't recognize him, Showman handed her a refreshing candy and a golden tulip. "This candy is from my hometown. As a thank you, you can try it. There are also flowers, perfect for a beautiful woman like you." Showman imitated Yotsuba's voice, bowed to her, and then, carrying the remaining flowers, followed the maid out. Through the back door, into the courtyard, and into the backyard. Soon, the maid led him to an elegant, secluded private room. "Have a good rest, my brave hero." After saying goodbye, Kelly left. Showman closed the door, locked it, and stood there. He looked at the information on the public screen. The side quest, Stay Home, appeared and was completed. He stayed there for a few minutes, noticing that his spirit level had stabilized, no longer dropping, but slowly increasing. It seemed there wasn't much pollution here. The recovery time was equal to the consumption, allowing spirit level to slowly increase. Reassured, he began to boldly survey the room. Showman wasn't well read, so he couldn't accurately describe the room. He could only say that its pure, aristocratic decor was luxurious. A clean, bright room. Gorgeous decorations, soft, luxurious curtains, and an obviously comfortable bed, better than the best hotel rooms, even better. The entire room was 50 or 60 square meters, larger than his rental apartment, and fully equipped. Seeing a vase on the table, he placed the colorful tulips in the vase into the space, and inserted the golden tulip in his hand. It looked much more comfortable. Sleeping on the comfortable bed, he soon fell asleep. On the other side, even after the lights went out outside, Xingye still hadn't figured out the bill. Cold sweat streamed down Xingye's forehead. She nervously handed the bill to her brother, who had just woken up. Bai Feng didn't even glance at the bill, he simply took her hand and said, "Let's go home." Xingye looked up, feeling that her brother seemed different from the one she remembered, yet this brother was also very familiar. Strange. When leaving, The money-loving Xingyi hadn't forgotten to take the candy the brave host had given her. A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. After a while, Xingyi stuffed the candy ball into her mouth. Not long after falling asleep, Yi Yunqing sat up in a daze. Her energy level had returned to full, barely enough to resist the false memory implanted by the moment the platform opened. Everything came back to her. She stood up and immediately plucked all the colorful tulips from the table, stuffing them into her space. Her energy level stopped and slowly decreased. She applied a few decontamination skills to herself and drank a bottle of blue potion. In the middle of the night, she tiptoed out, holding her breath. Stealthily. She had to find Bai Feng and rejoin him before her memory was overtaken again. The hallway was pitch black, eerie. Bang! Chapter 296. She bumped into something. It hurt. Afraid of making too much noise and causing the monsters to stir, she didn't dare to make a sound. She looked up again. Yi Yunqing saw she had crashed directly into an upside-down boy. She fell flat on her, but... Brother Feng, the girl said. Bat wings extended from the boy's back, his eyes glowed red, and a pair of fangs appeared at the corners of his mouth. He said sinisterly, "My dear sister, what are you doing? Are you staying up late at night to hunt with me?" Yi Yunqing knew her teammate was seriously lost at the sight of this. She didn't know what false memories had been implanted to leave her in such a state. She didn't speak in a pleasant tone. It's better to do it right than to do it right. She didn't care about the risk of being exposed. Yi Yunqing immediately launched into a flying skill. The girl drew her staff and activated the skill with a swift and decisive movement. Skill 2 Hope, the 4-leaf clover's leaf of hope. Healing. Using it on polluted creatures will reduce their mental pollution. Yi Yunqing was unprepared. Bai Feng flapped his wings and flew away, dodging the skill. Yi Yunqing grasped her staff. It was a rare instance of a teammate's buff skill failing. Sister, you actually use light magic. You want to kill me? Don't you love me anymore? What a cliché. Just because I love Princess Aki, you're betraying me, you bastard. A traitor born of a vampire family and a church saint. What a traitor. Yi Yunqing ignored Bai Feng's questions. The platform's core had concocted a cliched story about orthopedic guards, dog licking, and other such fabricated memories. Yi Yunqing didn't care at all. Her focus now was all on this. I fight the bats. Only by taking down Bai Feng, taking down her teammates, could she survive. Without Bai Feng's protection, she was alone and awake, which was even more dangerous than being lost. Yi Yunqing struck with a blue potion bottle in one hand and a healing orb in the other. As a player who had fought her way through the internal beta, her support skills were not bad, and she could easily pass the written exam for skills. Her spatial awareness was also superb. But Bai Feng was no slouch either. With his wind-based transformation, he was very fast. Add to that his mutant vampire form, and the inherent nighttime bonus, and he was a formidable opponent. The movements were getting more intense. Bai Feng's eyes grew redder, and his voice grew more emotional. Why, my sister? Why are you hurting me? Answer me. Yi Yunqing knew she couldn't delay any longer. If she delayed any further, Bai Feng, who never hurt his teammates, would soon start to attack. A mental pill sat in her mouth. A lucky leaf quietly dissipated. Skill 5 luck had been silently activated. A moment's notice was enough to change the situation. The staff struck the ground. Happiness. Skill 4 happiness, the lucky leaf of the innate 4-leaf clover. Skill effect. Consume spirit points, creating a realm of happiness and confusing creatures. Since Bai Feng was not on the ground, the realm rose. This undoubtedly consumed an enormous amount of energy. Adding Bai Feng's level to hers, the effort was even greater. Yi Yunqing cast the spell with a strength that overdrew her spirit points. Although it was risky, with a little bit of luck, the success rate was 99.8%. She never took unnecessary risks. Lin Wuofeng, caught in midair, froze for a moment before falling. Like a kite with its string cut loose, he was no longer in control. Yi Yunqing caught her friend in her domain. Pinching Wuofeng's chin, she opened his mouth and poured a bottle of high-level blue potion directly into his mouth. At the same time, Yi Yunqing also poured herself a bottle. This continued. Lin Wuofeng's mind gradually stabilized. Then, one healing skill after another removed the contamination. The battle caused many NPCs to move uncomfortably. Many monsters awoke and began to stir. Thankfully, Lin Wuofeng regained consciousness, and his skills were fully capable of controlling these movements. His natural aristocracy made him nearly invincible wherever humanoid monsters appeared on the platform. With a few words, he could turn the spectators into the very objects of their amusement. His skills as a spectator made the NPCs miserable. Everyone danced chaotically in the early hours of the night. Lin Buofeng clapped his hands gracefully. In the early hours of the second day after the platform began, Yunqing and Buofeng's team regained consciousness. At night, after dealing with the unusual NPCs, the entire backyard returned to silence. The two of them went to knock on Zhou Man's door. Zhou Man had long since woken up when the sounds of fighting broke out outside. He hid in a corner, holding his breath, not daring to open the door. Listening to the monsters howling outside, he was filled with anxiety. The knock on the door now intensified his nervousness. Until a private message from a friend arrived. "Lucky Clover, I know you're awake. Open the door quickly. Your sister, I'm not a monster now." Lucky Clover, damn it, hurry up, or I go find the key. With a creak, the door opened. The young man pointed his sword at the two people at the door. "Tell me, which zone are you from?" The sword trembled slightly. "Area 19,371. Your name is Fan Hua Man, and my name is Lucky Sai. Odds change, evens remain the same. Learn new ideas, okay?" Yi Yunqing answered fluently. Zhou Man nodded. He let the two in, but he didn't sheath his sword because the noble young man was following Sai. But he didn't attack. After all, he couldn't defeat him. He was so weak, and only had a bluffing facade. Lin Buofeng looked at the young player, and felt like he met a kindred spirit. That kind of pretense. But this guy was full of youthfulness. He had an aristocratic aura. Also, his strength seemed quite low. Lin Buofeng, with his scouting skills, instantly grasped the young player's background. A level 4 player, with neither mental nor physical prowess. Shai's friends list actually had players of such a low level. Could he have used an item to conceal his strength? Close the door. Thanks, brother. Yi Yunqing immediately stepped forward, leaning over to the young man and patting Zhou Man on the shoulder. Okay, don't be so cautious. This is my teammate, Bai Lai Feng, Brother Feng, a level 10 boss. This is my friend, nicknamed Fan Huaman, from the same district, A-Man. Yi Yunqing, acting as a middleman, began introducing the two. At the mention of level 10, Zhou Man fell silent, sheathed his sword, bowed, and called out, Brother Feng. Zhou Man, a man of discernment, embodied his ability to be opportune. Dragon Cave. Suan reclined on a luxurious soft chair. She was dressed in a gorgeous dress, a long princess gown, with a trail of tulle draped over the ruby-covered floor. Her long golden hair flowed, dazzling like the reflection of the gemstones. Her movements, however, were less graceful. She lay in a state of complete relaxation. She looked quite different. But a beauty is a beauty indeed. Even in this boneless sitting position, she is still beautiful. Little Pumpkin was busy cooking, telekinetically wielding a spatula in front of the stove the bear had helped build. The unfortunate dragon used his breath as a range hood, absorbing cooking fumes. It helped to keep the air fresh in the dragon's lair. Because if it didn't, this wooden puppet girl would cut up its liver and roast it, not just for the princess, but also for the warriors who came. It was truly horrible, painful, and humiliating. Chapter 297. It was obedient and docile, wearing magic shackles to preserve its body. Will the remaining dragon survive? One short night. Tortured by the puppets all night. Dragon ropes, weakening potions, magic shackles. Every item in the palace warehouse that was useful to dragons was tried on the dragon. The black dragon was completely subdued. While not necessarily compliant, it was reluctantly obedient. Because of Huan Wan's mind-reading ability, it didn't even dare to think of resisting. Suan had come to the platform a few days in advance and studied the dragon. Although it was an important gatekeeper boss, its initial strength was not very strong. A newly unsealed dragon was about the strength of an ordinary level 10 monster, and the whole dragon was stupid and dumb. Over time, by absorbing the princess's talents and the kingdom's fortune, its level and intelligence would gradually increase. The first thing to do upon waking is to follow the platform's core script, expending nearly 90% of his magic power to select a kingdom and abduct the princess. Weaker enemies are easier to capture. Suan, possessing false memories, naturally knows the trajectory of this world's plot. According to the plot, after being released from its seal, the dragon will capture the princess and absorb her innate essence, gradually growing stronger. During this time, it can devour the brave warriors and princes who come to its rescue to replenish its energy and intelligence. Until the final day, the seventh day, the evil dragon will absorb the princess's innate essence, devour her, undergo a complete transformation, destroy this world, and escape this prison. Then the platform will close. Waiting for another century, the story will begin anew. The princess's task is to find a way to survive the clash between the dragon, the prince, and the warrior, then inherit the throne and unify the three kingdoms. Only this way can all this be put to an end. The hero's main quest is likely to be to slay the dragon, rescue the princess, marry her, and claim the throne. Suen sorted out his false and real memories, yawning and leaning back comfortably on the couch, analyzing the plot of this third-rate game. Soon, Wan telekinetically transported delicious dishes to Suen. A table made entirely of mithril, with plates of gold, silver, and gemstones, was filled with exquisite delicacies. Ingredients included, but were not limited to, collections from the Dragon Cave. Your Highness, our conditions are limited. Please enjoy, Little Pumpkin said elegantly. I don't know if it's because of the influence of the platform's core, but everyone has a certain platform background accent. Little Pumpkin, in particular, treated Suen like a real princess. Suen looked at the table. A smooth silver mithril dining table. Each dish was exquisitely presented. Seared veal chops with rosemary and black pepper, the iron plate still warm, sizzling slightly as the chops sizzled. Dragon liver mushrooms stir-fried over a fierce fire looked tender and delicious, their rich mushroom aroma filling the air. A thick soup of carrots, onions, and milk. Bread slices greased with butter and sprinkled with sugar, toasted to a crisp, dry crunch. A bottle of red wine, said to be a dragon's treasure for 1,000 years, had long been opened. After decanting, Wan controlled the purple-red liquid into a crystal glass. Wan's skills had purified all of these foods, minimizing contamination. Suen sipped the wine with relish, feeling the cool, sour, bitter, sweet, and spicy flavors linger on his tongue. Let's eat, Suen said. And then, everyone began to feast. What a beautiful day. The black dragon lay on the ground, watching the scene, shedding bitter tears. The third day on the platform. Sunflower Kingdom. The fastest warrior team had completed the pre-mission and obtained the Dragon Slayer sword and Dragon Slayer staff. They were about to head to the Dragon Cave to rescue the princess. Feng Yinshi looked at the progress of the rank strategy team's mission, feeling envious. My luck, she murmured. Looking at her own situation, stuck at the third level, she felt a little anxious. The orange cat gnawed on the apple sandwich in her hand, seemingly in a normal mood. The other three girls ate or drank juice, but no one comforted Feng Yinshi, who was as lost as a headless fly after losing her luck. Everyone knew she was suffering from a tainted emotional state, and generally speaking, she just needed to vent. Yes, not every hero can set out to slay a dragon and rescue the princess. It's just like the plot in a traditional fairy tale. The hero must first complete various challenges, prove their strength, and grow in the process. Finally, with the queen's commendation, they receive a dragon-slaying weapon, a weapon capable of damaging dragons, and journey to the dragon's lair to rescue the princess. This light card design makes sense in some places, but it also lacks logic in others. But there's no way around it. This is the situation at the Fantasy Fairyland station. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Feng Yinshi cried, clutching her hair. Her unwavering luck was drastically suppressed here, causing the girl, accustomed to winning without effort, to feel her heart crumble. She was already mentally unstable and fragile, her mental strength never rising above zero. In her world, once you accepted a mission, you were expected to complete it yourself, and everything should go smoothly. To her surprise, despite their efforts, they could only watch others lag far behind them. She found it hard to accept. That makes sense. There are many warrior teams, but only a few succeed, right? Said the orange cat. She simply tried to calm her teammates down. She was used to her companion's occasional fits of madness. This girl, relying on luck, was clearly fragile, both physically and mentally, from the torment of her talent and life. But there was nothing she could do. This was the price of her ability. As for treatment, several psychiatric medications had no effect on her. Never mind, she wasn't going to die. The orange cat looked at the screen in the upper left corner. It was like a progress panel in a game. After entering this platform, the information on it automatically updated in real time. Each kingdom faction would record the contribution ranking of each 100-person team. The current contribution rankings were as follows. 1. Yin Kingdom Strategy Group 001. 2. Group 213. 3. Epic Item Team. Open the 100-player team, and see the point contribution rankings of each temporary team. 312 Group 1. Starry Sky Tour, Morning Jasmine Tea, Nong, Eric Explorer, Moonlight Eternal. 2. Weak DPS here, Luoluabua, Nantang CI, Frost Dance Thousand Snow, Peach Flavored Dumpling Jojo. 3. Don't save the princess, just work on the side quests. Tuan Tuaner's Cub, Starry Night Dawn, Born to the South, Night Sky Zhongzhou, In Te Nuo. 4. Orange Cat Crazy Fish Team, Orange Cat Fairy, Wind Poet, Yu Yi Ting, Huida Hua, Mu Yu Qiu. Their progress is clearly not very optimistic. The Orange Cat exited the information bar and moved to the task bar, looking at the puzzle challenge of level 5. It looks like the key clue is here. Let's go to the final destination of Shield and Fire. Ah, where to? Feng Yinsher asked doubtfully. Huida Hua replied gently. Sister Orange said, we're going to the blacksmith shop. Huida Hua, with her thick eyebrows and large eyes, spoke with a remarkably gentle voice. She patiently cared for her lucky teammates, who were often quite intelligent. As the former vice-captain of the Orange Cats, she was exceptionally skilled in managing team relationships, and even soothing her frantic teammates. After finding the key quest item at the blacksmith shop, the group continued into the forest to complete the remainder of the 5th stage. Along the way, they encountered the unique merchant goblin Kanai. Hello, brave warriors, I'm Kanai, an equally rare merchant. Would you like to see my wares? A small, earthy brown goblin suddenly appeared in their path. He displayed his wares, and everyone's eyes widened. Surprises abounded. Chapter 298. Dragon Binding Rope, Dragon Slaying Sword, or various spiritual materials. The goblin spoke leisurely, satisfied with the crowd's gazes. Every time he mentioned an item, everyone gasped. This was a chance to overtake. Huida Hua couldn't help but glance at Feng Yinsher. He sighed silently. Lucky, truly an incredible power. Even then, after recognizing brother Feng and sister Yi, Zhou Man's quality of life on the platform improved significantly. He had the protection of a powerful figure. Daytime dungeon raids provided him with strategies, and the powerful figure offered remote advice, further highlighting his hidden talent. This made his temporary team members believe that he was a mastermind who hid his talent. At night, Zhou Man had a safe place to stay. From time to time, he could also rely on Sai's healing and free, clean dungeon food. His mental strength was stable, and he also had delicious food. Why didn't brother Feng and sister Yi join him on the main quest to rescue the princess? Zhou Man had asked about this before. But the two of them just smiled and said nothing, playing a game of riddle, saying it was a secret. In reality, currently, Lin Bufeng and Yi Yunqing belong to the NPC faction. They are merely part of the quest, and completely unable to participate in the main storyline as players. Yes! Coming in early this time, the two of them were actually being too clever for their own good. Although their player identities remained intact, they were tied to the platform's NPC faction. They were completely unable to explore the game as normal players. However, there were benefits. At least they knew a lot about the situation. The so-called dragon and princess were both a trap and an opportunity. There are two outcomes for heroes participating in the main quest: success or failure. Failure leads to death or elimination. Success brings greater opportunities, but also greater dangers. But unsurprisingly, the heroes are cannon fodder, and the so-called tempting platform rewards are just for show. To obtain them, one must be extremely lucky or have strength above the spiritual level. No, one must be at least level 20 or above super spiritual to have a chance. Privately, Lin Bufeng and Sai reviewed the false memories and analyzed the matter. For example, Lin Bufeng's identity in the false memories was quite significant. On the surface, he was the second son of a certain Marquis of the Tulip Kingdom. Unable to inherit the title of Marquis, he aimed to help his beloved, Princess Aki, ascend the throne of the Tulip Kingdom, waging war to make her the true queen. If a hero rescued the princess, he would go pick peaches. Or, if no hero succeeded in rescuing the princess after 5 game days, he would set out to slay the dragon and save the princess. Meanwhile, secretly, he was a pure-blooded vampire prince, a member of the Dark Knight royal family hidden among ordinary people. His intention was to destroy all nations during the Centennial Dragon Plague, transforming all humans into blood servants, and becoming the world's dominant power. Yi Yunqing was his half-sister, a half-human, half-vampire princess, who assisted him in his endeavors. I wonder how many random fairy tales the platform's core had devoured. The storyline surrounding him, and Sai alone was so confusing, so the rest was easy to imagine. Because he arrived early? Lin Bufeng knew more than that. The hidden forces in this dungeon were incredibly diverse. Just from what he knew, there were puppets, the straw-cursed heaven, orcs primarily composed of scorpion men, goose men, and fish men, as well as neutral goblins, indigenous races like elves. At the same time, Lin Bufeng had a vague suspicion. These are likely players lost here for thousands of years. If he and Yotsuba don't wake up in time, as the contamination deepens, they will continue to follow the plot. If he follows the script and uses the contaminated items provided by the platform to advance, increasing his strength and integrating into the plot will also allow him to remain in this world forever. Because of his innate profession, the platform core mistakenly believes his true strength is at the peak of the spirit rank, level 20. Fraudster, how can a montage of lies be considered a lie? You gave yourself the identity you're in. Everything you said is true, but they're just overthinking it. Skill cost. You have a heart deeply bored and compulsive about pleasure. The more lively this world is, the better, isn't it? The more exciting, the happier. The lies he told on this platform. He has the blood of the nobility. Yes, vampires are all nobles. He has inherited the vampire heritage. His father hadn't had high hopes for him, and the Marquis had been very strict with his brother. His father certainly hadn't had high hopes for him, but the Marquis wasn't his father either. As for his brother, that was indeed the brother he knew, the one he had just buried. And so on. Even the platform core couldn't help but expand according to his design. The morning of the fourth day. A magical warning echoed through the dragon's lair. A continuous humming sound. This was the dragon's warning spell for any brave warriors who entered the dragon's lair within a 100-mile radius. Suin heard the noise, peered out through the transparent barrier, and stretched his body, aching from lying down for so long these past few days. The show began. Prepare Plan A, Suin commanded. Xiao Mo ready to support. Nanling, full of energy, take precautions. Qi Meng, ready to fight. The three dolls answered in unison. Suin wiped her cheeks, her pale, frail, and beautiful face pitiful. She crawled into the cage, pretending to be imprisoned. In reality, she was just lying in a different place. The straw here was a little pitiful, but beneath it was soft cotton. The little pumpkin became a puppet pendant, hidden in the princess's skirt. The little bear became a stuffed bear in Suin's arms, adding a touch of innocence and beauty to the princess's delicate character. Dewan, in her ghostly form, disappeared in midair, like a spirit from behind, falling behind the dragon. At this moment, Black Dragon, Wings of Disaster, asked Feilong. Or rather, it was Black Dragon, Wings of Disaster, asked Feilong, Qi Ming control. Over the past few days, Wan, who had feasted, drunken, cried, laughed, and played relentlessly, successfully entering her ghostly state, used all three of her skills on the Black Dragon. Before the dragon could break through to level 10, she devoured the Black Dragon completely. Skill 1. A scene, thrilling, control. A scene of beautiful dreams completely bewildered the Black Dragon, turning it into a spectator who lost all desire to attack. This essentially controlled the pre-swing, creating a profile for the dragon and imprinting a control mark. Skill 2. A song, bewitching, control. After using this skill, the audience's body falls under the control of the ghost. Simply put, after creating a profile, the dragon, in the enchanting song, loses control of its body and falls under the ghost's control. Skill 3. A dance, drunkenness, attack. This consumes a certain amount of spiritual energy and synchronizes dance moves with the staged opera, causing the audience to be controlled by the ghost, their body and soul simultaneously surrendering to its control. The ghost operator can manipulate the audience to launch physical and magical attacks. When the curtain falls, the audience is released, killed, or captured, permanently entering the stage, becoming a supporting character. It went smoothly. They successfully captured the Black Dragon and could proceed directly to Plan A, eliminating the need for Plans B and C. Chapter 299. As for why they didn't just kill the dragon outright, while they had the power to do so, wouldn't it be unfair to the absent hero and prince if the princess killed the dragon directly? Suin, who possessed memories, knew that the princess would be very busy later in this episode. At this moment, for the sake of the plot's smooth progress, the dragon wouldn't have any flaws. Qi Ming could control the dragon, blurring its memories of the past few days. She simply used a nap to cover up the dragon's miserable 3 days and 3 nights. For the dragon now, it was a sleepy dragon waiting for the hero's arrival. Now, with the hero's arrival, it awakened. The awakened Black Dragon, whether subconsciously or otherwise, circled the princess's imprisonment 3 times, spouting some snarky words. Suin, pretending to be weak, almost laughed out loud. Thankfully, she had a touch of professionalism and held back. The Black Dragon said something like, "Any hero who saves you will be devoured by me. I am the invincible wing of disaster, Asik Feilong, ha ha." After uttering these harsh words, the Black Dragon flew away. In the distance, the jungle was devoid of human activity, not even roads. An all-female team of 5, currently trekking through the wilderness, took turns driving the magic carriage prop. This was the Orange Cat Crazy Fish team. Through a lucky encounter with a special merchant, they were given the opportunity to overtake others, skipping the prequests and arriving directly at the dragon's lair. Progress, or anything like that, was nothing more than a pipe dream. They completed the final step, slaying the dragon and rescuing the princess. Inside the hollow carriage, everyone gathered around a sand table prop, which displayed the positions of 3 dragons. They were heading towards the Sunflower Kingdom, 100 miles northeast of the royal city, deep in the wilderness of the mountains. I'm feeling a little uneasy. The Orange Cat suddenly stopped driving the magic carriage, looked out at the wilderness ahead, and said to the people behind her. Her animal instinct was taking over. She always trusted her instincts. 4 little girls poked their heads out of the carriage. They stared at the Orange Cat, clearly still confused. What's wrong, Big Orange? Sister Orange, what happened? The Orange Cat frowned and looked around. Suddenly she shouted, Quick, grab my fur and hold on tight. As soon as she finished speaking, in a flash, the Orange Cat transformed into a giant orange cat. With a flick of her body, she flung the 4 little girls onto her body. Then, with her limbs spread wide and her claws extended, she leaped over 10 meters away, firmly grasped a tree, and began to climb. Her movements were incredibly agile, so swift that the surrounding scenery became a shadow. Just then, a breath of black, flaming dragon breath descended from the sky. The magic carriage, left standing, fell apart, corroded and melted by the black flames, leaving nothing but dregs. It was jarring and swaying. Feng Yinsher felt the world around her spinning. She could do nothing but instinctively grab the Orange Cat's fur to steady herself. The surrounding leaves scraped against her body, causing pain. As the Orange Cat dodged the dragon's breath, she caught a glimpse of the terrifying dragon descending from the sky. Its mighty power made every hair on her body stand on end. A chill ran down her spine, and she trembled all over, too frightened to do anything. The scorching flames brushed against the Orange Cat's fur, emitting a scorching smell. The Orange Cat kept spinning, leaping and dodging. Rocks, hills, trees, bushes, and the surrounding environment all became places for the Orange Cats to exploit. Only an extremely agile Orange Cat could dodge the terrifying dragon's attacks. As Feng Yinsher was in a state of panic, her teammates moved. These Orange Cat's former teammates were all top-notch veterans of the public beta, working in perfect harmony. Huai Dahua, the most gentle and kind-hearted, was a warrior. She wielded a great sword, brandishing her sword energy, matching the Orange Cat's agility to dodge and counterattack the dragon. Muyu, the most silent and timid, swung his staff, unleashing a frenzied fire spell, launching controlled fireballs directly into the dragon's eyes and buttocks. His movements were fierce and agile, a stark contrast to her usual mewling monster style. Assisting Yu Yeting, he used a series of smooth combos to boost everyone's status and, most importantly, to boost the Orange Cat's spirits. Everyone could do it, fighting in a high-speed mobile environment. Except that lucky loser, Feng Yinsher. Unable to carry or lift, the frantic little princess was trembling with fear, thrashing about and wanting to vomit all over the Orange Cat. I can't beat her, Miyu said, her face flushed. Brutal fire energy erupted from her body, making her feel scorched. The dragon was incredibly cunning. She cast a spell targeting its unexpected weakness, but it wasn't effective. Let's go, Huai Dahua said bluntly. The Orange Cat was about to flee, but she hadn't found the opportunity yet, having already used up all her energy dodging the dragon's breath. If it weren't for the attacks from her teammates, which helped to block some of the dragon's breath, she would have been crippled when her fur burned. The giant Orange Cat ran through the wild jungle like a ferocious tiger. Suddenly, her entire body froze, her energy unstable, her skills on the verge of collapse. Oh no! She'd been hit. Just when she thought she was going to die, her body suddenly recovered. The Orange Cat couldn't think of anything else. Its speed continued to increase, dodging the dragon's breath, galloping for dozens of kilometers until it was far out of the dragon's territory, no longer visible. In the wilderness, near the outskirts of the royal city, the Orange Cat returned to human form. Everyone rested under a tree, some filling their mouths with medicine, others with food. The supports, in particular, poured bottle after bottle of blue potion into their mouths, and everyone watching could taste the sour taste. Not far away from them, Feng Yinsher, like a giant shrimp, doubled over and vomited continuously. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes as she vomited. She looked rather pitiful. Are you okay? The Orange Cat stepped forward and handed her a bottle of water. Feng Yinsher looked at everyone, then at her own fragile self, and suddenly felt completely useless. Seeing the little girl's expression, the orange cat suddenly felt a little sad. She said, "Thanks to you, we're incredibly lucky to have survived." The black dragon flew back to its lair and fell asleep, because Chi Meng had been controlling it from behind. "Master, those warriors are so weak. If I hadn't taken action, the dragon would have killed them." "Do you know anyone?" Suen asked. "Yes, I saw the orange cat lady among them," Su Chi Ming replied. Then her voice was filled with excitement, waving her sleeves, and she was salivating over a pile of shiny things. There were so many props. Suen looked. Chapter 300. Suen stood up, pushed open the cage, and walked out. Looking at Dawan, whose excitement was about to collapse, Suen couldn't help scratching her head. She walked forward, hoping to see what goodies had been harvested that had Dawan so excited. When she saw what it was, Suen was stunned. From everyone's perspective, the beautiful and indifferent princess had suddenly froze. It was like a movie with the pause button pressed. Suddenly, a cute little girl's voice broke the silence. Such a weak hero, being chased by a dragon the moment he saw it, what good thing could he drop? Little Pumpkin slipped out from nowhere and commented. At the end of the sentence, it stopped. It stared at its surprising trophy, stunned, joining the crowd of stunned people. After a long while, it spoke in a voice of disbelief. Life crystals, how could such a thing exist? Yes, there were life crystals among the items, and crucially, there were more than one. A total of 4 life crystals, controlled by Dawan's telekinesis, floated in midair. The already stunningly beautiful Shigue was reduced to a mere foil beside the colorful and flowing life crystals. The life crystals now surrounded the beautiful Chimeng and Swan, adding a touch of splendor to their figures. Previously, Little Pumpkin and the unawakened Huan Huan had fought over this item. Life crystal item helps inanimate objects breathe life. Can be used to revive intelligent life. Intelligent life can be revived within half an hour of death. If the body remains intact after more than half an hour, there's a chance of new life being born. Side effect: resurrection may retain a portion of the original soul. Master, woo woo woo, we're going strong. The little pumpkin let out a ghostly cry, completely overwhelmed with excitement. It was like a flying monkey, jumping up and down, expressing its excitement. The whole pumpkin was incredibly active. For crystals, that's 4. These crystals would greatly benefit the growth of the puppet's soul and replenish its life force. Otherwise, the little pumpkin wouldn't have set its sights on it before. Compared to the overly sensible bear, the little pumpkin had no secrets. In its world, if it wanted something, it wanted it, and if it was good, it wanted to possess it. So, it was absolutely overjoyed. Suen looked at the 4 life crystals. Although he didn't know how the group got them, and how they happened to fall into Dawan's hands, it was theirs. Getting them yourself was always a good thing. Since there were 4 of them in the family, Suen divided the life crystals among each of them. The puppets could use them to improve their lives. Every puppet was extremely happy to receive a life crystal. Even the most well-behaved bear had a mouth that curled up to the point of reaching outer space. Suen touched the life crystal in his hand, sensing its energy. He could use its power to create a new doll. An unknown image of the new doll surfaced in his mind. It was a shapeless sugar ball. As Suen imagined the excitement of the crowd, whoosh, whoosh, the dragon's magical alarm sounded again. This signaled the arrival of a new hero. Suen accepted the life crystal, blinked, and looked at everyone. The dolls returned to their disguises. Suen walked back to the cage, which served only as a visual feature. Dawan nodded, controlled the dragon, and set off to conquer the hero. With the life crystal as a trigger, Dawan's work intensified. She couldn't wait to control the dragon and rob the hero. A group of orange cats were resting in the wild. They were slowly recovering. Suddenly, Huai Dahua's expression changed drastically, his thick eyebrows and large eyes turning into panic. "What's wrong, Dahua?" The people around them gathered around and asked. "My life crystal is gone," Huai Dahua said. Because of Huai Dahua's reminder, the teammates around them all checked their life crystals. Then the girls' faces turned grim. Each one grimmer than the last. To ensure immediate resurrection in the event of death, everyone carried life crystals. You have to remember that these life crystals were obtained through Feng Yinshi's luck, from a special goblin merchant. There were only 5 of them, and they bought them together. They spent most of their money, and many even borrowed money from Feng Yinshi. To obtain, and then lose this rare resurrection item, even a strong-willed orange cat would feel a sense of loss and disappointment. Everyone recalled how the life crystal had been lost. "I lost it while escaping from the dragon attack." The orange cat had a good memory, and quickly recalled the experience. She said this with a grim expression. Everyone recalled the scene together, quickly realizing the scene of their crystal falling during the fierce battle and escape. It was as if an invisible hand had caressed them, then tugged them down, placing them on their chests, inside their shirt pockets, or in the zippered pockets of their hoods. The life crystal in their backpacks had vanished. Feng Yinshi took out the life crystal she hadn't dropped and handed it to the orange cat. Here, I can't use it anyway. Everyone saw her pull the life crystal from under her skirt. Feng Yinshi blinked, her eyes full of sincerity. She was always generous to her teammates. Perhaps it was her luck, as her skirt was a spiritual level piece of equipment, with a 2 cubic meter dimensional pocket built into the hem. She usually kept her small, everyday items there. Because she believed her luck wouldn't kill her, she threw her resurrection item directly into the space, and luckily, it didn't get lost. She was used to this. She could be crazy, she could be foolish, but fate would never treat her unfairly. Everyone shook their heads. There was no reason to take a teammate's treasure when she couldn't protect her own. This person had already made them lucky enough. It was their lack of strength that kept them from seizing the opportunity. The teammates carefully selected by Orange Cat, regardless of their character and strength, were all equally good. They were all clear-headed players. Zhou Man suddenly felt like he was living a life resembling an idle game. Brother Feng and sister Yi were his parents, and he was a wandering frog son, leaving early and returning late, returning home for dinner and sharing his gains. At dinner, he shared his progress. We completed the 5th level. One more level will qualify us to challenge the dragon. We gain experience points for completing quests. The quest items include meal tickets and gold. I gave the meal tickets to my teammates. I heard from my teammates about the first tier. That damage dealer roared loudly, and they started their first challenge against the dragon this afternoon. They failed, with 1 dead and 3 injured, and are back to recover. They're buying resurrection items at a high price. Zhou Man recounted his experiences. Chapter 301. Brother Feng and sister Yi looked at him with gratified eyes, serving him dishes and serving soup. Fresh golden tulips appeared on the table, purifying the air. Perhaps it was a reminder of the game's setting. In a land rife with pollution, only the golden tulips were pure and beautiful, a vital resource for players to maintain their mental stability. Dinner consisted of relatively clean ingredients prepared by the boss. He had given up his polluted meal ticket, also because he had a regular place to eat, in exchange for food and lodging. Today's dinner consisted of dry bread, corn soup, roast pork with only black pepper and salt, and roasted bird eggs. 3 dishes and 1 soup were quite a feast. Following the dungeon's culinary tradition, food was served separately. The food had a rough flavor, but it was better than the bread he received when his talent was activated. After all, bread alone only filled the stomach. After a day of running around, Zhou Man savored everything he ate. Yi Yunqing watched Zhou Man savor the roast pork with a hint of envy. This boy, as expected of a boy, has a voracious appetite. That stinky pork, the stench so strong it couldn't be masked by the black pepper sauce, he actually devoured it with such relish. Just watching him eat made the meat seem even more fragrant. Looking up, Yi Yunqing glanced at the boy, who was enjoying his meal. Looking down, she glanced at the meat on her plate again, and took a piece of roast pork into her mouth. The black pepper sauce was perfectly seasoned, but the meat was tinged with a pungent, bloody smell. Meat that hasn't been castrated and bled simply isn't tasty. It's rare to find wild boar in the golden tulip fields. For the sake of avoiding contamination, I bear with it. Never mind, I'm going to throw up. Bai Feng slaughters pigs without bleeding them, and the meat is truly unpalatable. Eat some bread? Yi Yunqing forced herself to swallow the pork in her mouth. To avoid wasting it, she divided the remaining untouched roast pork between the 2 of them. You 2 are men, so eat more meat. After saying that, she shamelessly took all the roasted bird eggs in front of the 2 of them, and placed them in front of her. They had no fishy smell at all. They were incredibly delicious when roasted and dipped in salt and pepper. I'm young, so I need to eat more eggs to nourish my body. Lin Buofing's mouth twitched. But he said nothing. After all, this was a teammate who had risked his life to come in and treat the contamination. He hadn't expected this platform to be so large and complex that even a seasoned veteran like him nearly tripped over it. But it was truly thrilling. He thought back on his energy during this period, and what he had done that morning, and a smile curved his lips. After a while, he silently pulled out a bag of beef jerky from his space, and placed it in front of Yi Yunqing. He acquiesced to her words. Young people need more delicious food to nourish their bodies. Lin Buofing's personal space was limited, so he couldn't keep much food. Beef jerky was one of his few snacks, and most of what he brought were spicy and numbing, the flavors young girls liked. He cut a piece of pork and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes blank. It was awful, but his movements remained graceful, just like when he eaten steak before, every gesture imbued with aristocratic grace. But the food in his mouth tasted different. The contaminated steak was so delicious, tender, and juicy at the first bite. Uncontaminated meat was so hard to swallow. The platform core must have done this on purpose. The platform core wasn't just doing it on purpose, it was doing it on purpose. Any plant or animal that was uncontaminated or minimally contaminated tasted strange. The golden sunflowers had a spicy, pungent flavor, a combination of garlic and onion. In the sunflower kingdom, the clearing team processed the stinking pig, soaking it in water, blanching it, and removing the blood foam. Adding spices and stewing it, these various cooking methods made the food more palatable. After such a complex operation, the pork still wasn't very tasty, but at least it was edible and wouldn't vomit. Compared to eating contaminated food on the platform and taking drugs, this would be less physically demanding. As for why they didn't eat the food they brought, it was because space was limited on the non-vehicle platform. Let's eat. After that, we head straight to Dragon Mountain. Team Battle. Captain Zheng, the clearing team's advanced team, 007, spoke directly, devouring the meat with hearty mouthfuls, his appetite undimmed by the taste. In this dungeon, having meat was a welcome addition. At this moment, they were only a few dozen kilometers from the Dragon Cave. The reason for delaying the final mission until today is to allow all 100 members of the team to complete the pre-missions, gain experience and quest items, and complete the main quest. A team battle begins. On the other side, closer to the Dragon Cave, the Starry Sky Pilgrimage team. The group sits on a flying device, a mechanical bird, flying low over the mountains. The members of this team are Egod, the Great Sword Warrior, Mocha, the Ice Mage, Nong, the Shield Warrior, Yuegu, the Scout Explorer, and Yuegu, the Star Warrior. Is the Orange Cat's information reliable? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to skip directly? That dragon sounds incredibly powerful, the Explorer kept asking. His talkative nature always made him less composed. In reality, he was also trying to find a way to strike up a conversation with Nong. After all these years as a teammate, he still hadn't broken his habit of falling in love with every woman he met, his penchant for being overly fond of pretty women. But Nong would always be his favorite. If her heart were a durian, Nong would always be the one on the tip. This battle was a bit nerve-wracking. She might die, so it's good to chat with her loved one before she dies. Nong snorted, ignoring him. This stinking man, horny as hell, was always here, circling her. If Mocha hadn't already planned it, and valued his newly awakened skill, the detection technique, she would have made him her sister, letting him experience the full power of a woman. Being a woman wouldn't be more exciting than having a girlfriend? Unfortunately, being a woman might change a player's skills, so he shouldn't act impulsively. Whether it's inappropriate or not, you have to come here first, Mocha said. The words were meant to explain to the Explorer. Her gaze was indeed fixed on the heavily armored, Great Sword Warrior, Ishan. In fact, she still wanted to discuss this sudden decision with him. Although this reliable teammate had never questioned her, and had always supported the action. There's still a chance if we try to get ahead of the clearers. What about later? Mocha shook her head. Although she didn't elaborate, everyone knew what was going on. The clearers had all gone out, nearly 100 people moving simultaneously. If they didn't get ahead of them quickly, not only would they not be able to obtain dragon blood and dragon scales, they might not even see the dragon. The greatest sorrow in the world is that you can be capable, but someone is more capable than you. Even though you're clearly inferior, others get ahead of you and reap the fruits of your hard work. And yet, those people, regardless of their strength and character, are the ones you admire. Chapter 302. Although the 312th group was organized in advance, it was essentially a loosely organized gaming cooperative, and could never achieve the unity of the strategy group. The strategy group was organized, disciplined, and idealistic. That group of players with faith and perseverance made the strategy group strong. On the 312th group, everyone was online from the same zone, simply collaborating, dividing into teams, each completing their own tasks and striving for collective contribution. For example, the Dragon Cave coordinates provided by the Orange Cat team provided them with considerable help, but that was all. Without any incentive, they would not risk their lives to help. Mocha and the Orange Cats had a casual relationship. But Mocha was familiar with her teammate, Feng Yanzishi. They are said to know each other best, even enemies. She and Feng Yanzishi weren't enemies, but they were definitely not close either. Mocha was well aware of the terrifying synergy behind Feng Yanzishi's luck. The Orange Cat mentioned that the dragon was incredibly powerful. Since the Lucky Fish's team couldn't even gain an advantage against the dragon must be terrifyingly powerful, and they'd likely perish. It was Mocha who made the risky move to fight the dragon before the clearers. At this point, she was also the team leader. Having worked together on the second level before, they all got along well and formed a fixed team, with Mocha as the leader. Mocha's decision seemed incredibly difficult and thankless. But no one objected. She said go, and everyone followed, demonstrating her command of the team. Mocha didn't want to take any risks either. For a player with a magician heritage, dragon blood and dragon scales are both excellent magical materials. Even if they can't complete the quest, getting some benefits is worth it. Follow the strategy team, and pick up some spoils. Sorry, Mocha believes in the Yin Kingdom strategy team's strength. This matter has almost no chance. If they're lucky, they can kill the dragon and complete the quest. If they're unlucky, they can get some dragon blood and dragon scales to make some money. If they can't defeat them, they can just run away. Mocha, who advanced a while ago, has a group death-taking skill, which she calls a hidden resurrection technique, and everyone knows it. She used the resurrection technique to revive a teammate during the level clearing challenge, so everyone trusts her. Especially the cold-blooded god E. She also has someone she wants to resurrect, and she quietly follows the team, silently supporting all of Mocha's decisions. So, Dewan, who controls the Black Dragon, first faces the Star Tur team of the 312th Regiment. These people had more or less crossed paths with Suin, but Dewan had never seen these players before. They weren't like the orange cat with its cat form bonus, ready to spare its life in a crucial moment. The Black Dragon wouldn't hold back. Soon, a fierce battle ensued between the team and the Black Dragon. The warriors surrounded the Black Dragon, spells flying, everyone unleashing their skills on the Black Dragon. From the dragon's perspective, these warriors were indeed formidable. Soon, the Black Dragon began to struggle, and was injured, blood spilling, its breath weakening. Seeing the Black Dragon injured, Dewan, clinging to the Black Dragon, grew anxious. She couldn't let the Black Dragon stop there. He still wanted to rob more heroes. The Black Dragon couldn't die. So, Dewan took action. No longer letting the Black Dragon fight on its own, she began to coordinate her skills, using curses, control, and the combined power of magic and martial arts. The battle lasted nearly half an hour. The Black Dragon was inherently powerful, and with Su Qiming's control and various skill bonuses, the Star Patrol team was steadily losing ground. Quickly, seizing the opportunity, the Black Dragon and Su Qiming were victorious, leaving behind a field of player corpses. Sweeping away loot was Qiming's hobby. With 1000 M of space, she never worried about not having enough dropped items. Even their clothes were stripped off by these players. 3 women and 2 men. If it weren't for decency, even their underwear would have been stripped off. Elegance never goes out of style. Qiming left underwear for the female corpses, and only underwear for the male corpses. There was also an ironkin that seemed to contain both armor and meat, but forget it. Considering the issue of elegance, Su Qiming didn't want the dragon to eat anyone, so she controlled the Black Dragon and left. Not far away, another group of brave warriors ascended the mountain. A few minutes later, after the dragon had retreated, Mocha, lifeless, opened her eyes. She sat up, the fear of death spreading through her body. What a close call. She almost died. Her scapegoat skills weren't perfect. If the dragon had devoured them, she wouldn't have had a chance to wake up. A dozen minutes later, everyone was revived. Neither their souls nor their bodies were seriously damaged. However, their supplies were severely damaged. They found themselves stripped down to their underwear, with only a tenth of their belongings in the space remaining. Even the most cheerful explorers fell silent. They collected some soil and plants containing dragon blood and left in dejection. Elsewhere, the Black Dragon, Wings of Disaster, and Asphylong Dream Control faced a large raiding group of 100 men. War was imminent. Chapter 303. Suin suddenly felt uneasy. Dewan hadn't returned in a long time, and there had been no news. Thinking of the most solemn group of warriors among the 100-man team in the square, Suin worried that something had happened to Dewan. But even if she was worried, Suin, who maintained her image as a delicate and beautiful princess, couldn't do anything. She could only lie in the straw in her cage and choose to trust Dewan. They could attack or defend. Even if the Black Dragon was truly no match for the warriors, it wouldn't matter. There was nothing wrong with giving up the Black Dragon and becoming the princess who was rescued. Through reflection, the danger wasn't that great. As expected, when bored, people tend to overthink. Suin lay on the straw, boredly gazing up at the sky to while away the time. The dragon cave was tall and large, and the dome seemed to be printed with some images. Lines in the shape of a dragon and lines in the image of a princess. No, it was a carving. The jagged lines resembled a dragon lying in a cave, scratching at the ceiling. Otherwise, the battle raged. A team of 100, disciplined and coordinated. With a professional commander, they laid siege to the dragon. Su Qiming could sense the enemy commander's skills, a psychic ability that linked all players and synchronized information. Even with Su Qiming's dedicated support behind the dragon, the downward trend of the battle was unstoppable. There was no way around it. From the outset, the dragon couldn't absorb the princess essence, and in the later stages, it couldn't even consume humans. If it weren't for Su Qiming's control and assistance, it would have been a completely weak black dragon. It wouldn't last much longer. Recognizing this, Su Qiming didn't have the resolve to fight hard. She focused on maximizing her advantage, letting the black dragon fight monsters while she used her telekinesis to steal the spoils. For Su Qiming, elegance meant searching for loot. This included, but was not limited to, a gust of wind sweeping by, carrying off certain players' hats and equipment. Suen waited until boredom struck. There was a noise outside. It was the sound of human footsteps. It looked like Qiming, controlling the dragon, had given up. Here they come. Suen knew she was about to meet the warrior who would rescue her. Suen gripped the railing with both hands, gazing outside with a look of vulnerability and anticipation. Soon, a group of well-equipped players appeared at the door. This was a 5-person reconnaissance team. The team saw the weak, pitiful, and helpless princess staring at them. They shushed. Later, upon realizing there was no danger inside the dragon's lair, everyone began to speak. The tall woman in the lead offered a few gentle, soothing words, calming the princess. Even Suen, pretending to be a suffering princess, couldn't help but feel moved. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts acting, Suen played his part thoroughly, quickly becoming close friends with the gentle sister from the strategy team's exploratory team. Soon, the exploratory team explored the entire dragon cave, finding no danger, and bid farewell and withdrew, leaving only the gentle sister to accompany Suen. A moment later, rows and teams of players appeared. The sheer number of people was dizzying. Suen's guess was correct. These were all members of the strategy team. They had completed the main quest to rescue the princess without taking any shortcuts. They had simply completed the preliminary tasks together, received official reception from the kingdom, and then, in a dignified manner, defeated the dragon, reached the dragon cave, and rescued the princess. Now, they had come together to the dragon cave, to Suen's presence, to complete the final quest. When Suen met him, the players present had already reached the 8th stage of their mission. Escort the princess home. On the way back, Suen saw the slain and bound dragon, and Dawan, her hidden form hovering above it. As she approached the dragon, Dawan transformed into a ghost hairpin and returned to Suen. Suen stumbled, as if frightened by the enormous dragon's corpse, and her gentle sister behind her immediately embraced her. The journey back to the city was remarkably smooth, except for the somewhat difficult task of transporting the trophy dragon. Suen knew that the key to the hero's final test was the return to the city, where the residents would greet them, and the princes would come to pick peaches. The delicate Princess Sugansa Sale sat in the carriage returning to the city. The beautiful princess and the enormous dragon's corpse formed a magnificent procession. It was the evening of the 5th day. From the moment they entered the city, the entire city came out to cheer and celebrate the hero's return. The 100 heroes were greeted with cheers and excitement. They presented colorful sunflowers, the blossoms floating in the air like a beautiful rainbow. Mothers and fathers would shove all kinds of food, jewelry, and silver coins into the warriors' arms. From time to time, beautiful young women and handsome men would flirt with the warriors, inviting them to spend a moment of joy. It was truly a scene of riotous beauty. Flowers, food, treasures, and beauty, but behind all this was an unspeakable trap. The flowers were colorful, yet they constantly exuded a polluted scent, hoping to draw the heroes into a dream of pleasure, to lose themselves in a beautiful fairyland. These delicious foods were inedible. The more they ate, the more they forgot who they were. Once they forgot who they were, regaining their memory became exceedingly difficult. Treasures can't be taken from the platform, they're just decorations. Beauty? Who knows what these seemingly beautiful and handsome monsters actually look like? No one in the strategy team fell victim. As they approached the palace, the prince appeared. A handsome man dressed in aristocratic attire, accompanied by a group of servants, surrounded the warriors. He pointed a sword inlaid with pearls and jade at the approaching warriors. "You uncouth warriors, I command you to release Her Royal Highness." I'm not going to pursue the main quest anymore. I quit the temporary team today. For the last 2 days, I plan to do some side quests to earn some money. During dinner, Zhou Man shared his thoughts with Yi Yunqing and by phone. He had this idea yesterday, and it was confirmed today. He wasn't going to waste any more time on the main quest. I heard that the dragon was level 13 and could eat people. Even if the players who advertised the dragon's power were exaggerating, it was still too much for a weak player like him to participate in anything above level 10. Yi Yunqing nodded, as if she finally come to terms with it. She swallowed her wheat salad and praised him appreciatively. I think your idea is very sound, Lin Buofeng, seated at the head of the table, asked with a raised eyebrow. Why did you change your mind? Zhou Man replied. The first-tier players have repeatedly failed to reach the Dragon Cave, and I don't think I'm strong enough. He was quite self-aware. Lin Buofeng looked at the young man before him. Because he had saved him, and by chance, he had generously helped him with his life during this period. Food, shelter, information, anything he could do to help, and he provided it unconditionally, making his life easier. He was also very considerate, providing a lot of information about the heroes every day. He treated them with respect and didn't pry too much into their secrets. You're excellent. Most players can't do this. Cut your losses in time. Lin Buofeng took out a letter and handed it over. This is a side quest, difficult enough for you to complete. It also contains a hidden quest. Go and give it a try. If you successfully take on the hidden quest, remember to give Xioya half of the spoils when you return. Let her clean up the pollution for you. With that, Lin Buofeng took a sip of the black tea on the table, waiting for the boy's choice. Chapter 304. Zhou Man agreed without hesitation. Grateful to the two, Zhou Man gushed out pleasant words, like a traitor possessed. Thank you, Brother Feng. It's not that I'm superior, it's Brother Feng and Sister Yi, who took care of me, keeping me mentally stable and preventing me from being blinded by profit. Even with the situation at this point, you're still rushing forward with a lucky break. Zhou Man's compliment was filled with sincerity, for his gratitude was genuine. Especially watching his temporary teammates, their unconscious corruption deepening, their brainwashing and manipulation ensnared by the mission, seemingly oblivious to their mere presence on the platform. Zhou Man felt a lingering fear. As for why he didn't save his teammates, they were still teammates. All he could say was that Zhou Man had intervened and given them a warning. Whether they listened or acted was of little concern to him. Seeing his teammates grow increasingly paranoid, he cut his losses and withdrew. Zhou Man looked at the letter, took it, and a taskbar appeared. He was to travel to the Sunflower Kingdom and deliver the letter to Count Stanley's residence. This was a simple letter delivery mission. It could also be the prelude to a series of quests. Zhou Man stood up, bowed, and said, Thank you, Brother Feng, for the opportunity. The boy, full of youthfulness and his heroic promise, truly seemed trustworthy. Lin Buofeng nodded, admiring the appearance of the man before him. He felt that this man would definitely catch the eye of the master and accept the hidden mission. Help the Tulip Kingdom gather strategic intelligence on the Sunflower Kingdom. If necessary, he would assist the princess in unifying the three kingdoms. Oh, this damn dog-licking personality, this melodramatic plot. Being a princess can be tiring. Suen watched this group of warriors slaughter prince after prince. Her eyes were practically tired. These sons of earls, marquises, and all sorts of other noble descendants, all collectively called princes, truly charged forward tirelessly. Perhaps it was because this was a fairy tale world, a small country with a multitude of nobles, making it particularly complex. They all claimed to be protecting her, rescuing her, and admiring her. In reality, they treated her as a mere toy, a symbolic object of succession, a symbol of royal power. This was the princess of fairy tales. One needed only to maintain her beauty and fragility, the other a resource equivalent to high-end property. Luckily, she had an ambitious script. Otherwise, this would have been unbearable. The warriors in the strategy group were quite reliable. They slaughtered the princes as they arrived, their goal being to return the princess and complete the mission. After killing 4 princes, no more princes came to challenge them. In the early morning of the 6th day, the princess was successfully returned to the Sunflower Kingdom's castle palace. Logically, the princess could now proceed with the plot of marrying her lover, but with so many heroes completing their mission simultaneously, and without internal conflict, it was difficult to move on to the next step. It had long been discovered that the pollution team wasn't following the platform script. Fighting and competing to determine who would marry the princess was inconsistent with the team's beliefs. Even when Suen expressed her desire to marry the warrior who rescued her, her sister, who had always been gentle with her, said, "The princess's life's purpose isn't just about marrying and repaying a debt of gratitude. It doesn't necessarily require her to marry her lover." Suin, acting, was stunned. The strategy team didn't treat her like an NPC, making it difficult for her to harm them. In fairy tales, marrying a princess is simply a way to fulfill a brave warrior's dream of a wife, wealth, and power, a sweet and pleasant way to achieve happiness. Now, Suin wanted to marry to fulfill the plot. In this way, the princess could bind powerful warriors to fight for her, while also seizing their husband's wealth. The princess hid in the background, forcing the warriors to help her inherit the throne for power, and then instigating war. This was the gameplay arrangement arranged by the plot. Okay. It's normal for human players to have trouble following the plot. Suin had to change her route, turning the marriage plot into a conquest plot. Perhaps she wasn't really suited to this storyline. It had been a good idea, but facing the strategy team, she gave up. Quests. With the strategy team focused solely on completing quests, Suin quickly came up with an idea. Suin began posting hidden quests. She made them up herself. So, marrying the princess to inherit the throne became a matter of purging the rebels and supporting the princess's succession. To Suin, the quest rewards were empty promises. "I'll be on the throne someday." But to the players, they were concrete promises. The flesh and blood of dragons became rewards for stage quests. A dead dragon was sold twice. Soon, the Sunflower Kingdom began to undergo dramatic changes. On the 6th day, Zhou Man embarked on a messenger delivery mission early in the morning, traveling for 2 hours to reach a neighboring kingdom. Finally, around noon, he successfully completed the hidden mission and discussed the situation with the Marquis, only to be caught red-handed by the brave warriors who broke into the mansion. Zhou Man was imprisoned as a spy for the enemy nation. Looking at the dazed players around him, Zhou Man felt equally bewildered. He sat in a corner of the prison, sniffing the damp, musty air, thinking. A rustling noise came from next door. A disheveled player approached him and started talking. "Brother, how did you get in?" "I'm telling you, I just went out to collect some supplies, and on the first day, the guards called me a thief and sent me in. It's so unfair, more unfair than Dou-E. Which adventure platform doesn't allow heroes to collect supplies?" The players around him kept chattering. "I still don't know how to get out of the platform." "Oh, I should have known not to spend those 10 copper coins. Winning this platform ticket would be worse than not winning at all. Everyone else is out, but I can't. What a rotten luck." The man beside him kept rambling, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone in ages. He finally found someone to talk to. Zhou Man paused for a moment, trying to process the fact that he had just started a hidden mission and had already failed. He quickly grasped the key point. He composed himself and asked the inmate next door. "Brother, are you saying the other players can get out of jail? Tell me about what's going on here." Chapter 305. "Brother, do you want to go out?" "Yes." Zhou Man nodded. "Then come closer, and I tell you something." Zhou Man looked at the man with a somewhat loose smile and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Danger? He trusted his instincts and took a few steps back. A voice came from behind. "Little brother, don't fall for it. He's a serious criminal who stole from the palace. Be careful not to get involved, and you end up in jail for the rest of your life." 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. While Zhou Man was in the cold and damp underground prison, Yi Yunqing and Lin Bufeng were enjoying the bright sunshine, commonly known as sunbathing. In the backyard, they sat together in a row, basking in the sun. "Don't live too comfortably." Suddenly, a carrier pigeon flew over. Lin Bufeng took it, his face changing drastically. The letter contained news of a coup in the Sunflower Kingdom, with a princess proclaiming herself king. The Sunflower Kingdom's plot has reached the stage of supporting the princess's ascension. As if witnessing something terrifying, the boys couldn't sit still. Their princess hadn't been rescued yet. "Oh no! Xiaoya, we need to act, as soon as possible," he declared. He pulled his nearly dozing teammate up and ran, his grace largely gone. After being thrust onto the throne, Suin was a bit dazed. He issued a mission in the early morning and ascended the throne the next morning, simultaneously eliminating the rebels and becoming a stable king. As expected of a platform set in a fairy tale setting, everything happened so quickly it felt like a piece of cake. However, this was also due to Suin's generous promises and the team's strong initiative. Now there was nothing to hide. With information gathered from the rebels about the enemy kingdoms, neither the Tulip Kingdom nor the Wisteria Kingdom was a quiet bunch. Suin made a few subtle moves, revealing some clues previously left in the castle. The strategy team then proactively suggested initiating a national war mode, unifying the 3 kingdoms. Just what she wanted. Everything progressed quickly and smoothly. Soon, the game's main storyline advanced to national war mode, and the heroes and the army set out together. One step faster, every step faster, that's how it was. The Sunflower Kingdom was at the forefront of the three fairy tale kingdoms. When the war mission began, Suan sat on the throne, looking down at the heroes. Before her was a prompt board with public information and plot information. She only had to recite the words. With her current status, she could already mobilize some of the power of the system core and initiate some missions. It had to be said, this felt wonderful. Power is the best honey. Even in this fairy tale-like, playhouse situation on the platform, it was still true. Sitting in this position was simply awesome. If she hadn't known all this was fake, she would have regained her memory and stayed awake long ago. Suan was truly afraid of getting lost in it, completely reluctant to leave. This moment was completely different from the early stages of the platform game, when she welcomed the warriors. The princess was merely noble, but the queen possessed power. With just a simple word, a glance, many people risked their lives to fight for her. Suan sat on the high throne, looking at the familiar faces below, Mocha, Orange Cat, Xingye Xiao Xiao. With just a few simple words, the eyes of the people below shone brightly, and they shouted excitedly, fighting for the queen. Suan sat upright on the throne. Feng Yinshi hummed a song. Today is a good day, so happy. La la la. Huaidahua fanned the little girl. Muyu fed the little girl fruit. At this moment, they were riding on a giant magical mechanical bird, rushing to the front lines. Thanks to the lucky koi, they had secured a good seat. It was like first class on an airplane. This spacious private room had a soft couch and a spacious table. Humans are a species that knows no comparison and no harm. Look, the famous 312th District Star Patrol team, gathering dust at the tail end of the bird, squeezed into seats that only had room for half a butt. For some reason, they all look eerie, gloomy, as if they had just climbed out of the underworld. Especially Imocha, the leader, who looked like she had lost a gold coin. As the first brave warriors to fight for the queen, we're sure to receive a high rating at the end of our station time, and exchange it for good things, Feng Yinshi said happily. If we destroy all the other countries, then our rating will be... Ha ha ha. Feng Yinshi grinned from ear to ear. Yes, yes. Huaidahua looked at Feng Yinshi with sparkling eyes, her comments filled with anticipation. Looking forward to the battlefield. We're going to fight our way in and out of the battlefield 7 times. One day, 2 days later, before the players in the other kingdoms had completed their missions to rescue the princess and slay the dragon, the Sunflower Kingdom's righteous army arrived. The strategy team's 001 regiment was making good progress, while the 003 regiment in the Wisteria Kingdom was a bit slower. They simply cooperated with the strategy team, and with internal and external support, the Wisteria Kingdom was quickly conquered. At the end of the platform, Suan had become the sole king of the 3 fairy tale kingdoms, and the 3 dragon corpses became her trophies of unification. The other 2 princesses panicked, stunned by the news of mission failure, unable to comprehend the situation. Suan, seated on the throne, watched the message pop up before her. Ding dong, you, Princess Sagansa Sale, have completed the dungeon's main storyline princess, prince, warrior, dragon, battle and become the sole queen of the fairy tale fantasy land. Player Sunshine Bear, Station Master Angels is very pleased with your performance, and feels it lives up to her legacy. Station Master Angel sincerely implores you to inherit the core of the station, become queen here, and live here forever. Suan refused without hesitation. She wasn't lost, nor did she intend to sink into despair. This place was wonderful, the power was great, but there was nothing to cling to. She simply wanted to continue on with the dolls, to the end of the road. Player Sunshine Bear declined Station Master Angel's invitation. Queen Station Master Angels wishes you a bright future. Now entering the station settlement screen. You have received an SSS rating. Because you belong to the NPC faction, the system automatically displays your rating anonymously. You have the highest redemption privileges and are ranked first. When your points reach 89,719,532, you can choose to take items out of the platform from the Kingdom Treasury. Please teleport away from this platform within 6 hours. Contribution ranking expandable. Rank team total points. 1. Anonymous NPC faction player, Sunshine Bear, 89,719,532. 2. Yen Kingdom Strategy Group 001 Group 21,342,813. 3. 312 Group 542,901. 4. Explosive Kill Alliance 231,121. 5. Anonymous NPC Faction Player, Kashiwa Clover, 231,028. 6. Thorn Cross 223,432. 7. Epic Item Team 219,835. 10. Yin Kingdom Strategy Group 003 Group 208,172. Suin looked at the points mall. As the first in line, she has 30 minutes of exclusive selection and purchase time. Chapter 306. Leading the group were 3 epic items, originally representing the national treasures of 3 different kingdoms. However, after Suin unified the 3 kingdoms, she could redeem them all. These epic items were unique throughout the entire platform. With over 80 million points, Suin could exchange for almost all 3 epic treasures. Iradley Gem Necklace, Epic Space Necklace, also known as the Tulip Treasure, is a 1000 M space necklace. Points, 33333333. Although Suin had no shortage of space, who could complain about having too much space? It was only 1,000 cubic meters, which translates to a warehouse with a height of over 3 meters and a height of over 300 square meters. It would be full with just a few items. Kyra's Song, Epic Skill Book, points, 288889999. This skill grants a group luck bonus and requires an intelligent creature with a spirit talent of 9 or higher and a total spirit of 60 or higher to learn. Suin thought one could use more skills. Boundless Water, Epic, Lake Building, 1999999 points. Suin swapped out Iradley Gem Necklace, Epic Space Necklace, and Kira's Song, Epic Skill Book. She could have swapped out the Boundless Water, but there was no need. She had no platform, no place to put the building, so she bought it and sold it to the clearing group. Sorry, she wasn't so free to reveal her identity as an NPC player yet, so she wouldn't buy it and let the clearing group buy it themselves. Calculating the numbers, the second place clearing group, Group 003, also had enough points. With 27,496,200 points remaining, Suin looked at the other items. 10 million diamond keys, quantity 3/3, 1,000,000 purple gold keys, quantity 10/10, 10,000 gold keys, quantity 100/100, 1,000 silver keys, quantity 100, 000/100, 000, and so on. Suin immediately started buying. He spent all the remaining points. 2 diamond keys, 5 purple gold keys, 40 gold keys, 50 silver keys. 15 life potions, increases lifespan, 5 gold white potions, removes pollution, for gold blue potions, large, increases spirit, 5 gold blue potions, medium, 10 gold blue potions, small, 10 gold blue potions, inferior. Seeing his points return to 0, Suin nodded in satisfaction. In the luxurious queen's living room, Suin checked the items and dolls in her backpack and chose to teleport off the platform. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you have left the platform Fantasy Fairyland. The story of the princess and dragon continues. I hope to see you again next time. The scorching sun and the scorching road. The pumpkin carriage sat on the highway, feeling particularly warm. Opening the pumpkin carriage and entering the room, Suin breathed a sigh of relief. She hugged the little pumpkin Huan bear, who had returned to her original form, and kissed her fiercely. Quack, quack, quack. Kisses and hugs, Suin felt revitalized. Leaving the crowd behind, she and the dolls returned to the pumpkin carriage, feeling indescribably happy. Then whoever wants to be the princess can be the princess. These past few days, she had been living a rigid life on the platform, concerned about her portrayal of a princess and not wanting to stray from her character and affect her ratings. She spoke and acted with a certain princess-like air, and she always had to face so many people, not feeling relaxed at all. Being a princess or a queen was exhilarating, but being herself was easier and more comfortable. After Suin had enough kisses, everyone divided the spoils. The 2 epic items and the skill book were given to Wan, who had returned to her impish form to learn, and the large space necklace was given to Little Pumpkin. So, everyone had an epic piece of equipment. Poor Little Bear, who had no new equipment, didn't mind. Suin knew he wouldn't mind, but she planned to make him a few more small clothes as compensation when she had time. Looking at Little Bear happily clapping and celebrating with Wan and Pumpkin, Suin thought so. When Suin left the platform, the items she hadn't redeemed and couldn't take off the platform automatically expired. She returned to her normal self. The weather was hot, and Little Pumpkin's air conditioner was on, but it took time to cool down, and even in the time it took to distribute the spoils, Suen broke out in a sweat. The temperature difference from the comfortable fantasy fairyland platform to the highway was enormous. Those 40 to 50 degree temperatures were no joke. Suen could only feel large beads of sweat dripping down his cheeks. The fabric on his chest and back clung to his body, feeling wet and sticky, making him feel uncomfortable. Suen said goodbye to everyone and went to the bathroom to shower. Seeing Little Pumpkin and Huan happily somersaulting together, he let them enjoy themselves without disturbing them. Little Pumpkin was a puppet, and Huan was a cool little ghost. Their material properties made them naturally less susceptible to heat. Suen, a flesh and blood person, was different from the bear, especially the fur-covered bear, who was in great pain. Suen dragged the little bear into the shower with him. The warm water washed down his body, washing away the heat and the fatigue. Suen first rinsed the bear clean, then slathered it with conditioner. This bottle of cleaning product, found in a treasure chest, was rich in lather. Soon, the bear transformed into a foam bear. Apply another layer of shower gel. The bear's lush fur became a bubble net for the showerhead. After rinsing off the foam, Suen dried her hair and changed into a clean, comfortable nightgown. Man and bear, they opened the bathroom door and were greeted by a brand new pumpkin carriage. Little Pumpkin just leveled up. It absorbed the life crystal and made the Aradley gem necklace, epic space necklace, its own. Little Pumpkin's level rose directly from level 6 to level 7. As Little Pumpkin leveled up, the pumpkin carriage also underwent many changes. Suen and Xiaomo looked over. Chapter 307. The space on the first floor of the pumpkin carriage had expanded, the living room becoming more spacious, and the kitchen and dining room also expanded in proportion. Looking back, the two of them hadn't noticed while showering that the first floor bathroom had already grown considerably. The dining table and kitchen, and the hallway that had previously only accommodated one person, were now much more spacious. The entire kitchen design had also been slightly adjusted, with a more straight-line kitchen counter now becoming a U-shaped counter, providing more space for food preparation. The sink and stove seemed to have been optimized, integrated into the countertop, both featuring a natural wood color. The crude stove was hidden under the countertop. In addition to the stove, there was also a stove, made in Yiming City, that consumed fire spirit stones. Suen even spotted the homemade range hood that Little Pumpkin had made. Compared to the previous one where a window was opened and air was drawn outwards by telekinesis, this range hood was clearly more beautiful and practical. Although the principle was the same as opening, using telekinesis to control the airflow and expel the fumes out of the carriage. Leaving the kitchen, the view opens onto the dining area, featuring a spacious, elongated dining table and 4 height-adjustable chairs. Through the long legs, one can see the living room. The sofa and coffee table in the living room have grown in size and adjusted their positions as the room expands. Little Pumpkin's transformations have brought everything into harmony, truly worthy of being a pumpkin pie smart home. Because Little Pumpkin, with the mindset that everything in the car belongs to it, has long since taken possession of all the furniture. Now, with its skills, it can freely control the placement, size, and style of all the furniture. All these changes within the pumpkin car are driven by Little Pumpkin's aesthetic taste. He loves his phone, food, home furnishings, and fashion, and through the upgrades, he has also demonstrated his understanding of home design aesthetics. Across from the living room sofa, Suen spotted something that looked like a projector. The Little Pumpkin head held high. With an excited, show-off tone, he controlled the projection screen to lower. Suen couldn't help but touch it. The structure was truly ingenious. It was a retractable white cloth hidden in the ceiling. It was made of spiritual-grade material, the same material as Huan's little white dress. The Little Pumpkin said happily. It could project the contents of a phone onto the white cloth. With that, it immediately sprang into action. Open the cartoon on the phone, and with a surge of spiritual power, the animation on the phone would be magnified onto the white screen. What a home theater setup. Now, the whole family could watch cartoons together without arguing over who held the phone, especially Huan and the Little Pumpkin, who both had telekinesis and often argued over who held the phone. On the apocalyptic survival highway, creating a home theater in a moving pumpkin cart was a genius design. Suen praised Little Pumpkin enthusiastically, giving him thumbs up and Little Pumpkin's head nearly reaching the sky. Finally, Little Pumpkin revealed the biggest change on the first floor. At the staircase, a door had been added. Amid Little Pumpkin's playful introduction, Suen opened the door and discovered it was actually a separate bedroom. The room was about 10 square meters. It wasn't large, but the light was excellent. A floor-to-ceiling window afforded a view of the ever-moving highway outside. In the center of the room was a 2.2 x 2 bed, its frame made of protruding logs and lacking a headboard. The cream-colored sheets wrapped around a thick winter quilt made the mattress look soft and cozy. To the right of the bed was a small wardrobe, and to the left was a hallway. There was a door on the left side of the bed that opened directly to the bathroom on the first floor. This completely confused Suin. The design was actually interconnected. Later, Suin realized it. Little Pumpkin possessed a formidable ability to organize and compress space. Unconsciously, Little Pumpkin had switched the bathroom and kitchen, and Suin hadn't noticed. This bedroom was quite interesting. The end of the bed faced a floor-to-ceiling window. Lying in bed, one could just watch the scenery unfold. Outside, the pumpkin carriage was steadily driving along the endless highway. Suin sat on the bed, watching the scene outside, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Great." Yes, it really was great. Although it was a floor-to-ceiling window, the sunlight that filtered through it into the room wasn't too intense, only a gentle warmth. Little Pumpkin used the shading techniques he learned at the hotel in Yiming City. It cleverly blocked out the harsh sunlight. She looked at Little Pumpkin and couldn't help but applaud, joining the non-stop clapping of Little Bear beside her. Little Bear looked around with curiosity. Like a clapping machine, his eyes filled with admiration for good things. As for Huan Huan, Little Pumpkin had already sent her upstairs to do chores and wasn't there. Little Pumpkin continued to introduce herself. Unexpectedly, Little Pumpkin offered more surprises. "Master, I have a new mode. I can transform into a boat. I'm good at drifting and sailing on the water. Unfortunately, there's no water right now, only sand. I can only show you the sand sea sailing mode." Little Pumpkin said this with a rather patronizing air, clearly pleased with her current situation. The words ended. Suin felt the entire pumpkin carriage vibrate. The pumpkin carriage first slowed down on the road, then slowed down, took off, and floated into the air. After a bumpy ride, the pumpkin carriage entered the desert beside the road and sailed forward along the road. A rumbling sound appeared. The sand sea began to part ahead, and the pumpkin carriage transformed into a pumpkin boat, gliding across the boundless sand sea like a ship riding the wind and waves. The black ball detected an abnormality and continued to broadcast. "Detection vehicle has left the road. Please take precautions. There is a risk of getting stuck in the desert. Please return to track as soon as possible. Please return to track as soon as possible." "Shut up, black ball. I'm sailing in the sand sea, not yawing. You stupid ball, react quickly." As the little pumpkin spoke, the black ball's voice faded, as if recording its thoughts. "Dear little Master Nanling, recording a new driving mode, sand sea gliding. Current speed, 20 kilometers per hour, planning your direction and regenerating a navigation route. Drive straight for 33 kilometers to reach the treasure chest spawn. Sand sea sailing, be careful not to get lost." The black ball began broadcasting again. Although the black ball had replanned its route, choosing the shortest route between 2 points, Little Pumpkin continued to follow the original highway route. Sand sea sailing is too slow and fuel intensive. While it's fine for emergencies, it's not suitable for long-term driving. By comparison, highway driving is more energy efficient and faster. After demonstrating the sailing mode to its master, Little Pumpkin returned to the highway and began normal driving. Suin carefully inquired about Little Pumpkin's energy consumption and speed. The energy consumption was divided into flying, sailing, desert sailing, platform road driving, and highway driving. The speed comparison was highway driving, platform road driving, sailing, flying, and desert sailing. Although the system's path was incredibly expensive, it was still relatively easy to navigate. Chatting, Suin admired the upgraded look of the little pumpkin, and before he knew it, the pumpkin carriage had arrived at the treasure chest. It was 10 o'clock on Thursday morning when they returned from the station, the treasure chest's refresh time. The pumpkin carriage drove straight away. It had been so long since they'd been traveling, and even traveling felt new. From the floor-to-ceiling window of Suin's first-floor bedroom, he could see the entire outside. In the boundless desert, amidst a patch of cacti, there lay a treasure chest. From a distance, it shone golden, but closer inspection revealed it was a wooden treasure chest. The so-called golden shimmer was merely the reflection of the desert stones. But everyone was used to this. Wooden treasure chests were the most common, after all. "I go get the treasure chest," Suimo said. Little Bear jumped off the bed, naively trying to make his way through the bedroom to the living room, then out through the pumpkin door in the living room, and then through the heat wave shield to get the treasure chest. "Big Bear, wait," Little Pumpkin called out. Chapter 308. I can beat them, Little Pumpkin shouted, pointing outside. The bear looked puzzled. It shouted, "Look! Carrot whiskers." This was Little Pumpkin's spiritual weapon, Little Pumpkin's carrot gun. One of its skills was skill 2, carrot whiskers. This weapon originally grew carrot whiskers, forming a net to entangle enemies. Now, it has become a rope net that can be used on the pumpkin cart, flying directly up to catch treasure chests. The manual net has been replaced by a vehicle-mounted net, making everything more advanced and convenient. As the carrot whiskers caught the treasure chest and returned it to the net, a camel suddenly appeared from the cactus bushes and rushed towards the pumpkin cart with the Abashiri treasure chest. It launched an attack. At the same time, Suin also received a system notification that he had encountered a monster. "Hey, watch me, take my shot," Little Pumpkin shouted energetically. Suin and Little Bear thought the cannon was just like before, a slow, easy-to-dodge fireball. The cannon above the pumpkin carriage unleashed a wave of fire, somewhat reminiscent of a high-pressure musket like Dragon's Breath, with flames whizzing out. But upon closer inspection, it was still essentially a fireball, just an enhanced, continuous fireball launch, now faster and more like a wave of fire. With a swish, the flames ignited the camel's fur, inflicting burn damage. The cannon, which cooled indoors and blew fire outdoors, finally lived up to Little Pumpkin's diligent research after its upgrade. While serving as an air conditioner, it also displayed a certain offensive power. Little Pumpkin's skill involved using spiritual energy to convert temperature. Temperature didn't disappear, but rather shifted. Cooling stored heat, allowing fireballs to be launched as attacks, while warming stored cold, allowing ice balls to be launched as attacks. The pain from the burning fire agitated the camel monster, disrupting its attack rhythm, and causing it to charge forward mindlessly, attempting to ram its head into the pumpkin cart's shield, dealing damage. As the camel charged forward, a long, thin spike sprouted from the pumpkin cart. Suin immediately recognized it as Little Pumpkin's transformed skill, 5, Desperate Spike. This spike skill, which only appeared after the shield was broken, now appeared directly. Instead of being covered in sharp spikes, it was a single, long, sharp spike that pierced the shield and pierced the camel. It stretched and retracted several times. The camel died. A mere level 3, ordinary monster spawned next to the wooden treasure chest. It naturally couldn't hold out for a single round against the level 7 Little Pumpkin, succumbing. The level disparity was enormous, and Little Pumpkin's fight was a complete case of bullying. A level 7 creature, struggling like this, would surely be laughed at. But for Little Pumpkin, this was a rare success. At this moment, the Little Pumpkin happily flew in a circle in front of Suin, saying, "Master, look at my big cannon. Look at my upgraded spikes. Haha, I'm awesome, aren't I? After upgrading, I finally have attack skills. Ha ha ha. This way, I don't have to go out and run around in the sun with Big Bear. Big Bear is so pitiful when he goes out. He's losing so much hair that he has to wear a hat at home." The Little Pumpkin was still as sharp-tongued as ever. But he meant well. It wasn't as hard on him as the bear. The Little Pumpkin had always been irritated by aggressiveness. This time, after upgrading, he could finally hold his head high. This improvement was the result of his unwavering commitment. He wanted to make not only a pumpkin carriage with full defense, but also one with spikes. Suin praised Little Pumpkin. These skills are truly practical. Though they're just minor monsters, if Little Pumpkin can take care of them, while retrieving treasure chests, it free up a significant amount of labor. This way, as Little Pumpkin said, Xiao Mo won't have to brave the scorching heat to fight monsters, and the pumpkin cart can travel more efficiently, retrieving treasure chests and fighting monsters. Little Bear's expression was stunned. It seemed like it was out of work again. Every time its companions leveled up, it had less work to do. It looked around, feeling like it had to do something to feel like it wasn't eating for free. How about starting today? It should start helping more with cooking, washing dishes, cleaning the house, and doing laundry? Little Bear pondered silently. They were now faced with a situation. The workload remained the same, but the efficiency had increased. There really wasn't enough chores to do around the house. Elsewhere, Suin happily spun around with Little Pumpkin in his arms. At the same time, Suin used his skills to check on Little Pumpkin's progress after the upgrade. Suin noticed a significant change in Little Pumpkin. Its attack talent had risen to 3 points. It had indeed increased in talent. Congratulations. It was finally no longer a 1-point creature, but a creature with 3 talents. Life crystals, treasures no less precious than epic-level items, could bring spiritual enhancements, and Suin's understanding of their significance deepened. After the joy, it was almost lunchtime, and Little Bear volunteered to cook to celebrate Little Pumpkin's upgrade. Under Little Pumpkin's worried gaze, Little Bear entered the kitchen to prepare a feast. Sue-Ann had tasted Little Bear's cooking skills. He cooked porridge, meat, and pan-fried meats to perfection, and they were all edible. So overall, she felt quite reassured. However, she joined in, planning to celebrate with Little Bear by making a delicious meal. These days at the station, it was either corn and pumpkin soup, barbecue, or salad greens. The food was Western style, minimally seasoned, and focused on the original flavors, leaving the palate light. "I'm craving spicy, hearty food right now." Hearing his master's words, Little Pumpkin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was so happy to have his master and Big Bear prepare a meal together. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Master, when are we going to open the purple gold treasure chest?" Chapter 309. Sue-Ann looked at the excited Little Pumpkin. It didn't hide its anticipation at all. Sue-Ann smiled, pinched its round face, and said, "Wait until Huan learns the skill book, then we open the box together." The Little Pumpkin quickly realized that Huan still had a skill book that could grant her a skill that increased her luck. Great. I go urge her to learn the skill quickly. "See how her hygiene is going," the Little Pumpkin said happily, then soared upstairs. Sue-Ann smiled and shook his head, walked out of the first floor, and went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the Little Bear, grown to 2 meters in length, was busy working in an apron. The big, silly bear, wearing an apron that barely covered his tiny belly. Everything he did was full of humor. At that moment, Sue-Ann felt very happy. Xiaomo had always been so gentle and reliable around them. Just standing there, Sue-Ann felt an indescribable sense of security. It prepared the camel meat it had just decomposed from the camel monster, washing it under the sink and then cutting it into large chunks. Its movements were methodical and efficient. Usually, when Little Pumpkin was cooking, Xiaomo would help with the food preparation, as long as he wasn't busy. He just didn't cook, because Little Pumpkin was dominating the wok. Sue-Ann came over and spoke to Xiaomo. The dishes were quickly decided. Xiaomo's usual barbecue was transformed into spicy and honey-glazed flavors. Sue-Ann became the chef in charge of the seasoning. While waiting for Xiaomo to cut the camel meat into mahjong-sized chunks, Sue-Ann added various seasonings: salt, MSG, 5-spice powder, sliced ginger, green onions, and some honey and chopped cha-cha grass. Honey cha-cha is sweet and spicy, but its spiciness isn't overt, more of a pungent sensation. This plant is a great way to add flavor to meat, similar to the aroma of honey mustard. Little Pumpkin absolutely loves the taste. Ever since he started eating it, he's been adding a little to his cooking every day. Yiming City is experiencing a bumper harvest of cha-cha, with both wild and sour cha-cha, green, cultivated sweet and sour cha-cha, yellow, and sweet and spicy honey cha-cha, orange, all selling at bargain prices. This plant can be used in dishes when young, and dried as a seasoning. Swan bought a large quantity to store. For one of the roasts, Swan also added a generous amount of chili powder from the copper box, creating 2 flavors. One looked bright yellow, the other red. The meat was set aside to marinate. In addition to the camel meat, Little Bear also found a piece of dried pork ribs, intending to stew it directly as a supplement. Xiaomo knew that with 2 voracious eaters at home, the camel meat he just harvested wouldn't be enough. At this moment, Xiaomo was chopping the bacon and spare ribs into small pieces with a machete. The knife made a clanging sound as it cut against the chopping board. Little Bear loved music, and even chopping the meat felt like he was clapping to a beat. Sue-Ann suggested adding some radish to the ribs and stewing the radish. Xiaomo nodded, and Sue-Ann began washing and peeling the radish. The peeled radish wouldn't go to waste. Cutting it into small pieces and marinating it with soy sauce and vinegar made a refreshing pickled vegetable, perfect for daily meals or breakfast with porridge. The 2 meat dishes were being prepared. Sue-Ann peeled the radish, and Xiaomo had just chopped the meat, which he had already cleaned and put into the pot to stew. Next, Xiaomo began chopping the radish, cutting it into evenly sized dice, and placing it in a large wooden basin for later use. Sue-Ann began preparing the other dishes. The potatoes, pumpkin, and radish he had brought back from the Scorpion Tribe station were all top-quality ingredients. After using the radish, he didn't plan to use the remaining potatoes and pumpkin as a stew at the station. Sue-Ann decided to make some simple home cooking. He sliced the pumpkin into strips, deep-fried them into crispy strips, and then coated them in powdered sugar. He also stir-fried the potatoes into spicy shredded potatoes. Sue-Ann and Xiong finalized the menu, and then continued to work. Several pots in the house were used one after another. When Little Pumpkin and Huan came down from the 3rd floor, they smelled the aroma of stewed pork ribs. The ribs were from a collective marinade, with their own seasonings and salt, and smoked over wood, giving them the aroma of bacon. Stew in plain water, nothing needs adding, and it tastes delicious. Wan smelled the aroma as soon as she flew to the first floor. She swallowed her saliva and peered into the pot, praising the pork ribs bubbling with white broth. She hadn't had a proper meal in days. The occasional meals she ate were either dry bread or wood-fired barbecue, and she even felt hungry. Especially during the dragon control period, Dewan had to assume ghostly form, becoming invisible and possessed, making it difficult to eat. Sometimes she could only absorb spirit source stones to recharge, just making sure she didn't starve. Don't expect the hypocritical little pumpkin to spend a lot of time preparing food for them. Making sure her master's food was even slightly refined on the platform took a lot of thought from the little pumpkin. It was a struggle, both hiding and preparing the food. She and the pumpkin could skip meals if they could. Soon, the cooking in the first floor kitchen came to a close. Meat stewed on the stove, and roasted in a simple oven beneath. While the stew and grill waited for the meat to cook, Suan and Xiao Mo prepared the dishes, and had nothing else to do for the time being. The remaining 2 dishes were quick ones, so they were cut into strips and set aside. They would be ready to stir-fry once these 2 were done. The family of 4 followed Little Pumpkin and Wan upstairs. They had been chattering about the changes upstairs, and invited Suan and Su Mo to come up and see. Ding 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 ding. As soon as they reached the second floor, Wan took off and showed everyone the fruits of her labor. The newly renovated second floor looked brand new. It was practically like a complete renovation. The second floor contained a bedroom, bathroom, tiny dressing room, and a planter. The row of plants that had previously flanked the bed had been specially moved to the new planter room on the second floor. The second floor's layout had the master bedroom in the center, flanked by the dressing room, bathroom, and planter room. Each room had a window. Wan used her telekinesis to clean the pumpkin cart while also helping to arrange the clothes. Suan discovered that Little Pumpkin's double standards were evident in every aspect of his life. In his home, Suan comes first. The design emphasizes comfort. Chapter 310. In the closet, Suan occupied an entire wall of 2 sets of 4-door cabinets. Wan, Little Pumpkin, and Little Bear occupied a set of double-door cabinets to the side. The upper cabinet space was divided into 2 compartments, shared by Wan and Little Pumpkin. The lower cabinet was for Little Bear and his future companions. Because Wan and Little Pumpkin could fly, the more accessible lower space was reserved for Bear. Otherwise, Bear would have to grow larger to find his clothes, which would be quite troublesome. Since everyone had space, the clothes in the closet were mostly pajamas or regular clothes. Looking at the empty closets, Suan felt an urge to go shopping in Yiming City and buy everyone's clothes. Everyone's closet contained only a few summer clothes, a winter outfit, and a few handmade skirts and shorts. She seemed to have neglected this area and didn't make enough. Each person had only enough clothes to change into. At this point, even a quarter or half of each person's wardrobe isn't even full. Next, Suan went to see the second floor grow room, a mere 6 or 7 square meters with a row of grooved wooden shelves housing potted plants that fit into the grooves. Going upstairs, the third floor was a large glass-roofed open space, over 20 square meters. On one side were a few potted plants. Since most of the plants had been moved to the grow room, there weren't many here. The most conspicuous one was the magic pea. The magic pea saw Suan coming up and immediately spat out a few peas in a flattering manner. After not seeing each other for a week, the peas seemed to have become more tactful, and upon seeing Suan, it proactively spat out peas. Okay, we can have pea noodles tonight. Suan glanced at the newly reorganized third floor. The third floor was simple. On one side was Suan's studio, on the other was Little Pumpkin's driving position. In the center of the third floor was a large open space, convenient for summoning the silver sports car at any time, and for Suan to bring in a lounge chair to bask in the sun and gaze at the stars. After the upgrade, Little Pumpkin's RV's usable area increased from 72 square meters to 108 square meters, its folding space capabilities increasing. Suan looked at the redesigned home space and listened to Wan and Little Pumpkin chat about home furnishings and layout, plant care, and car maintenance. Life is made concrete in the little details. Oh my dear, Little Pumpkin also has a storage space. This space is connected to my gem necklace. All my spaces are integrated into the storage space, Little Pumpkin said. Suan was startled, then quickly realized that the gem necklace Little Pumpkin was referring to was the Epic Space necklace item. Now the necklace has been fused with Little Pumpkin, becoming his. The Aradley Gem Necklace, Epic Space Necklace, has been upgraded to Little Pumpkin's Gem Space Necklace, Epic. Little Pumpkin pointed at the loose necklace around his neck. The large golden gems were as lush as the golden tulip, the national flower of the Tulip Kingdom. Suen still remembered the imprisoned foreign princess, who had the same radiant golden eyes. Her name seemed to be Aki, and she was rescued by a vampire NPC at the last moment of her execution. Until the end of the platform, Suen still hadn't caught this remnant. Suen followed Little Pumpkin to the first floor. Little Pumpkin showed everyone the warehouse space. She used a skill, and a cellar entrance appeared in the living room. Suen and his group descended the spiral staircase into a 3-meter-high, 100-story space. It contained a wealth of items, daily treasure chests, supplies purchased by the Scorpion and Goose tribes, supplies traded with the raiders, and supplies looted by Huan Huan. The entire warehouse was packed to the brim. Considering the unpredictability of Duan's release, which usually required Xiaowan to hold it in for a long time, many of the supplies in Duan's space were transferred here, the largest quantity being an enormous amount of dried meat. Now, our warehouse space is not only accessible, but also temperature-controlled. Little Pumpkin pointed to a section of space where the corpses of monsters lay. They were the remains of monsters that Little Pumpkin had killed while leading the group on their multitasking adventures. Some of the fresh meat was already frozen. Little Pumpkin pointed at a few pieces and said, "We have a fresh keeping space. We can set it to frozen. That way, whenever Big Bear comes out, we can just use the disintegrate skill to process it. No more marinating and drying meat." Little Pumpkin was incredibly excited at this point. Clearly, keeping food fresh always affects a cook's mood. Now having a cold storage is incredibly exciting. It can also be used to freeze ice to cool the pumpkin cart, reducing the strain on the large cannon. This prevents the cannon from idling due to excessive heat accumulation during cooling on non-working days, when there are no monsters to fight. After Little Pumpkin finished explaining, he turned and saw a man, a bear, and a little devil standing upright and applauding. Everyone's movements were in perfect unison, full of tacit understanding. Today was destined to be Little Pumpkin's moment of glory. Little Pumpkin, who absorbed the life crystal the fastest, had undergone a dramatic transformation, displaying excellent attributes in all aspects. Little Pumpkin is a spirit-level puppet. Due to congenital developmental deficiencies, it's half car puppet, half spirit seed, and its body is incomplete. Now, fueled by advancement and the life crystal, it radiates ever more truly. A true late-stage super puppet. Huan Huan, seeing the dazzling Little Pumpkin, leaned forward, her hands nervously clutching her skirt. "I'm sorry, Pumpkin. Huan Huan shouldn't have fought with you for the crystal and been so mean to you." Huan Huan was now apologizing for her impulsiveness at birth. When she was born, she didn't quite understand Little Pumpkin's hostility towards her and opposed it. Now, thinking back, she was truly selfish. She forced herself out despite being clearly unsuitable for birth, depriving Little Pumpkin of vital resources for its completeness. She even attacked Little Pumpkin with her mouth. And yet, Little Pumpkin tolerated her. Watching this dazzling Little Pumpkin, an entire level of life has transformed. Huan Huan, now a bit older, put herself in the melon's shoes, and now understood the melon's difficulties. Its body, its legs, its feet, every aspect of the pumpkin carriage. "You childish brat, I long since given up on you. Big Pumpkin can hold a boat in his belly," said the Little Pumpkin. As the two dolls were experiencing their reconciliation moment, Suen faintly smelled a burnt smell. "Xiao Mo, do you smell anything strange?" she asked the nearby bear. "Oh no, Sister Nin, I forgot to turn the meat." With that, the bear had vanished, leaving only a shadow lingering before her eyes. 12:20. Dinner was served. The bear used a petal rain blade to shave off the burnt areas of the overcooked, blackened meat. It looked a bit dismal. The other dishes were just fine. A huge pot of stewed pork ribs and radish, topped with chopped green onions, was fragrant. Soft steamed rice. Crispy, spicy potato shreds, and deep-fried pumpkin strips coated in sugar. Little Bear lowered his head in frustration, feeling sorry for messing up the barbecue. He felt sorry for everyone, and for causing trouble for Sister Nin. But he didn't think much of it. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Especially Little Pumpkin. "Little Pumpkin, I don't eat overcooked meat or pumpkin. Little Pumpkin, it smells so good. How can it be so delicious? The meat has a smoky, burnt aroma. So satisfying." After finishing the meal, Little Pumpkin suddenly said, "Oh, Master, I forgot to mention something." Chapter 3:11. "What?" Suen blurted out. Xiaomo and Huan Huan both turned to look at Little Pumpkin. They were both very concerned about what it was going to say. Little Pumpkin pulled a platform ticket from its space and placed it in front of its owner. "Special platform ticket, Maple Forest. This is the platform ticket I found in my space necklace. It's the only thing I found in the necklace, Little Pumpkin said. I was just about to tell you about it, but I was so busy eating that I forgot. Now I remember. Thank goodness I remembered now, Little Pumpkin said. It had a look of relief on its face. This morning, Little Pumpkin had been multitasking, driving, killing monsters, explaining the upgraded layout, and fine-tuning the home. After all that messing around, they stopped at noon for lunch. The food was so delicious that it made her think about eating. After all this busy work, Little Pumpkin had almost forgotten about the platform ticket. But this thing is the only item in the epic necklace, so it might hold something interesting. Suen held up the special platform ticket, examining it. The platform ticket was exquisite, like a love letter. It was wrapped in a delicate metallic gold rim, and felt smooth and shiny, like the material of gold coins. The platform ticket had a maple leaf pattern printed on it. The information on it was written in a beautiful handwritten script, looking very elegant, like a beautiful pattern printed on a blueprint. It was just that the language was foreign and incomprehensible, and it looked very ancient and out of step with the times. There were no platform tickets issued in Blue Star's language. Suen spent 10 copper coins to obtain a system translator. Then I got it. Maple Forest, I be waiting for you here. Shibe. Suen suddenly felt the platform ticket was a little hot. What? Could this really be a love letter? She grasped the platform ticket, turned it over, and saw the beautiful print on the back. But on closer inspection, this waiting for you wasn't just about waiting for love. It could also be about family and friendship. The thought of love was simply a result of her overly romantic associations with the platform ticket. Suen pondered the origins of the space necklace. On the Fantasy Fairyland platform, the Aladri gem necklace, epic space necklace, came from the Tulip Kingdom and was enshrined in its treasury. Aladri was the first queen of the Tulip Kingdom, and since her departure, this treasure has been treasured in the treasury. It was most likely a relic of this person. Was she a player from that time, an outsider, or perhaps from another platform? There was someone important waiting for her on this platform, but she couldn't return. Suen's imagination ran wild, and she had a lot of thoughts. But it was all speculation, with no real results. Just a thought. Although Suen had become the queen of fairy tale fantasy land and earned incredibly high points, she still held a deep reverence for it. She felt that human players had explored less than 1% of the platform, that they were simply playing a giant game of pretend during their 7-day stay. Especially the dragons. After she left, not a single drop of their blood, carcasses, scales, or even the dragon souls Dewanar had collected, had been taken with her. Suen, having heard the dragons contained high-quality materials, had deliberately taken a lot, but the result was a complete loss. Truly a complete waste of effort. Suen, after all, wasn't in the habit of losing things. Suen touched the beautiful handwriting on the platform ticket and put it away. Regardless of whether this platform ticket was still usable or not, or whether the platform still existed, he'd just keep it close to him. One more special platform ticket in his hand wasn't too much, and one less wasn't too little. It was also strangely mysterious in the system's information, containing only this information. Platform, Maple Grove. Danger level, unknown. Information, unknown. It was completely clueless. Perhaps one day we learn the secrets of its mystery. Suen stretched, and the family waited for Wanwan to finish washing the dishes. After Wanwan finished washing the dishes and cleaning with telekinesis, Suen led everyone to the first floor bedroom for a nap. A new room, a new bed, always brings a sense of freshness. Suen sat on the bed, feeling that everything was new. The bed was now furnished with pillows and a thin quilt, newly purchased from Eaming City. The washed sheets, quilt cover, and pillowcase still smelled of laundry detergent and sunlight. Suen leaned against the soft pillows, hugging Bear on her left and Little Pumpkin and Wanwan on her right. Little Pumpkin's air conditioner was on full blast, and fresh air blew through the ventilation vents into the room, keeping it cool and crisp. Outside was the scorching desert, while inside was a cool and comfortable place to lie. Suen lay on the soft bed, hugged by Bear on both sides, feeling no heat. She stared out the window, at the expanse of yellow sand. Little Pumpkin shouted, "Let's go!" The pumpkin carriage edged forward. The scenery ahead kept changing. The desert, the blazing flames, the yellow sand, the bleak outdoors contrasted sharply with the warm interior. Suen stroked Bear's back, then his head, then Wanwan. Her hands were restless. She entered cat-stroking mode, no, petting dolls. After a while, Suen drifted off to sleep, followed by the teddy bear, then Wanwan, and finally Little Pumpkin. As Little Pumpkin fell asleep, the pumpkin carriage stopped on the road. The flames raged like fire. But it didn't affect the sleeping family in the pumpkin carriage at all. Back in the carriage, they felt indescribably comfortable. Life wasn't easy, but it was manageable. That was the situation Yi Yunqing faced. But Yi Yunqing couldn't describe how difficult it was. Going from luxury to frugality was difficult. Coming back from the picturesque and peaceful fairy-tale world of Jinsokyo, she encountered a brutal 66-degree heat upon entering the highway. It was scorching. Her vehicle was fully equipped with cooling and furniture, but it was still cramped and hot. This was life, where death wasn't an option, and comfort was impossible. Yi Yunqing glanced around. It was almost noon, and there was still no sign of lunch. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and steeled herself. Her living conditions were considered good, and she needed to accept and be happy. Many gamers were still struggling on the brink of life and death. At that moment, the air conditioner in her Beetle was cranked to full blast, still maintaining a scorching 36 degrees Celsius. After a while, she was drenched in sweat. A little girl, wearing a slip dress, sat on the bed. Her blonde hair and eyes were like golden tulips. This little girl, looking about her age, was wearing her clothes, sitting on her bed, eating one of her 2 remaining ice cream bars. She ate with a serious expression. "Shuya, this cool pastry is delicious. I love it." Occasionally she would comment, "It's really too hot here." Yi Yunqing's face was full of expression. Yes. She wasn't alone in her Beetle, there were 2 uninvited guests. She faced a problem. Her teammates had caused some trouble. The trouble wasn't important, what mattered was that they had brought in an NPC. That was truly incredible. 4 hours ago. Yi Yunqing pinched by Feng's collar, demanding frantically, "How did you bring in an NPC? How did you synchronize my progress and jump straight to the 2nd level? Have you considered my feelings?" Chapter 312. 4 hours later, Yi Yunqing, in exchange for a generous 1,000 gold coins, and the promise of a free valet, readily accepted by Feng and the Tulip Princess NPC into her Beetle for a few days. Although, of the 1,000 gold coins, Bai Feng could only afford a down payment of 10. But it didn't matter. She was kind. She was willing to help her friend. She felt bad for her good friend Bai Feng's battered vehicle. He wondered if he leave her and take that princess with him, leaving her to dry out. That would be truly immoral. She looked outside at the man grilling meat. He wiped his sweat as he cooked. Yi Yunqing didn't feel bad now. She only wondered when that guy would finish grilling the meat. She was starving. After dinner, she wanted to take a nap, otherwise, she wouldn't have the energy to hunt for treasure chests and fight monsters in the afternoon. After her nap, Yi Yunqing went to the bathroom to take care of some personal matters. She rose carefully from her narrow bed, avoiding disturbing the princess, who had just fallen asleep beside her, and carefully avoiding the man sleeping on the floor in the aisle. This life was so oppressive. But thinking about the gold coins, it seemed nothing could be unbearable. 3 days, just 3 days. Wait for Bai Feng's skills to refresh, then bring the princess back to the platform, and she'd be free. Yi Yunqing secretly prepared herself mentally. With a positive mood, life seemed less difficult. Sitting in the cramped bathroom, Yi Yunqing suddenly had an idea. She longed for a larger RV. But thinking about the power consumption of the refrigerator, she shuddered and stopped her extravagant thoughts. On the road to survival, just surviving is enough. Who needs a bicycle? She truly was on the platform enjoying the good times for a few days, forgetting her original circumstances. Thinking of the platform, she recalled the comfortable and beautiful surroundings of fantasy fairyland. If she truly chose to get lost, being on such a beautiful and comfortable platform wouldn't be a bad idea, right? A warm feeling welled up in her chest, a hint of the lucky leaf at play. Yi Yunqing quickly realized her thoughts were wandering, and she shook her head frantically, physically trying to alter her mental state. After a while, she cast several spells on herself, finally regaining some clarity. This NPC princess had no offensive power, was innocent, cute, and kind, the kind of delicate and soft girl. But the contamination she carried with her was quite potent, and if she wasn't careful, she could easily be seduced into returning to the platform with her and living a good life. Out of caution, Yi Yunqing had been constantly casting decontamination spells on herself all morning. But during their nap together, perhaps because they'd been too close, she'd been contaminated a bit more. In the bathroom, Yi Yunqing, unconcerned with the surroundings, drank a bottle of blue potion to replenish the loss of mental energy caused by the spell she just used. The glass bottle of blue medicine rested on the sink, making a crisp sound. She glanced through the small bathroom window at the vast desert outside and took a deep breath. Then, rubbing her stomach and frowning, she continued to address her personal concerns. The meat from lunch seemed improperly stored, and had slightly spoiled in the heat. My stomach was aching. Then, there was a knock on the door. Yeah, are you okay? I have a stomachache. Angry, Yi Yunqing's face wrinkled. The explorer felt so hot, she could pass for a monkey in the rainforest. But monkeys in the tropical rainforest, in the scorching heat, can take advantage of the rain, eating fruit and bathing, living a carefree and joyful life. Scorching as it is, they live happily. And he, on the other hand, can only bathe in sweat, sitting in the car, speechless and choking. Oh my God! Isn't life worse than being a monkey? I can only cool down naturally by keeping my mind calm. At best, I can fan myself with a fan. He looked out the window at the view. Above the endless desert, the sun was huge and round, like a salted egg yolk. The sky was clear and cloudless. The road was lined with yellow sand, and the sight of it was enough to make one dizzy. It was lunchtime. The treasure chest stopped spawning, and the humans rested to recover their strength. But idleness always brings a little more worry than busyness, because when you're busy, you don't even notice the little things. Thinking back, this morning, I only found a wooden box, which I opened and found a bottle of mineral water, a piece of bread, and a piece of machinery. It wasn't enough to justify the expenses. The explorer felt that life was completely hopeless. The previous station hadn't yielded much profit, and resurrecting after death had caused significant financial losses. If this continued, something serious was going to happen. He was filled with worry, recalling how the harder he worked, the poorer he became. Even on the public screen, he couldn't seem optimistic. During this time, he gradually went from optimistic and cheerful to depressed. He had slept soundly. When Suen woke up, she looked out the window at the endless desert, feeling truly blessed. She stood up and leaned back against the pillow-covered backrest. She felt limp and relaxed. Below her was a soft, comfortable bed, its mattress made of several thick layers of cotton padding, a comfort that was intoxicating. The dolls gradually woke up, nestling in their owner's arms, enjoying the warmth and beauty of the moment. The air conditioning in the house was on full blast, keeping everyone warm. The nap was over. The pumpkin carriage continued on, following the black ball's directions, heading for the treasure chest spawn location 177 kilometers away. The scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows in front began to shift. A winding road. A golden sand sea, a deep blue sky, and wispy white clouds. Occasionally, a patchwork of cactus, saxaul shrubs, and poplar trees appeared. The scenery was simply stunning. Suen, unburdened by the pressure of survival, fully savored the magnificent scenery before her. Suen wasn't a liberal arts student, so she didn't have many eloquent words to describe the scene before her. She simply felt that the sun hung in the sky like a giant golden ball, and waves of heat rolled across the desert ocean. Humans seemed incredibly insignificant in this scene. They were blessed to be able to travel out of this scorching sea of sand in such a comfortable manner. The freshness of her new bed kept Suen in bed all afternoon. She watched the scenery unfold outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, never tiring of it. In the evening, a storm raged in the distance over the desert sea, its fierce winds whipping up sand and gravel like a giant brown cloud rising into the sky. The storm spiraled in the distance, slowly approaching the highway. The pumpkin carriage began to accelerate, trying to escape the sandstorm's reach. Little Pumpkin's face was grim, and a spiritual aura shone from him. Suen could no longer rest in bed, but stood by the window, watching the apocalyptic scene outside. The desert storm quickly spread to the pumpkin carriage. For safety reasons, the pumpkin carriage stopped where it was. "Master, the wind is so strong outside that we can't escape. We have to stop first," Little Pumpkin explained, beads of sweat on its forehead. It was clear that maintaining the pumpkin carriage's stability in the sandstorm took some effort. Suen took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Little Pumpkin's forehead. "It's okay, Nanling is doing great. We wait until the storm passes," Suen consoled. As soon as the words fell, Little Pumpkin's expression changed drastically. "Oh no! I'm losing my composure." Chapter 313. A rumbling tremor erupted around them, and the storm swept the pumpkin carriage upward. The pumpkin carriage, wrapped in a protective shield, rose into the air. The entire pumpkin carriage, like a popping bead in milk tea, tumbled up and down, its destination uncertain within the murky liquid. At any moment, it would collide with something, sending its crystal-clear outer shell shattering. Thankfully, the popping bead possessed a durable, reparable outer shell, the pumpkin's ice and snow shield. Suen, from the pumpkin carriage, could see the process of its ascent. It swayed left and right before it flew, spinning with the tornado. Everything around them was hazy and foggy, with low visibility. Yellow sand and wind obscured everything. Beads of sweat streamed down the little pumpkin's head. Its face was stern, its brow furrowed, a look of seriousness and earnestness. It had no time to speak, and Sue could only rely on their soul connection to understand its current state. Little Pumpkin struggled to maintain its balance, like a human walking a tightrope, a cat treading a ball, or a glider mastering its direction, performing micro-maneuvers. From Little Bear and Huan Wan's serious expression, they could sense the exertion of every ounce of strength in Little Pumpkin. They were still in danger. Little Pumpkin struggled to keep the pumpkin carriage balanced, preventing it from spinning and tumbling in the storm and causing everyone suffering. Sue trusted Little Pumpkin. Sue pulled out Spirit Source stones from his space, one by one, and handed them to Little Pumpkin, helping it replenish its energy. Thus, the pumpkin carriage wobbled, but it didn't spin or roll. It cleverly maintained its tenuous balance in the sandstorm. Although it was flying with the storm, it remained stable, making it comfortable to be inside. However, no one let their guard down. No one knew how long the sandstorm would last. This was a test of endurance between the sandstorm and Little Pumpkin. While Little Pumpkin was maintaining the stability of the pumpkin cart, he also engaged flight mode, carefully moving towards the center of the sandstorm, moving more steadily. He was striving to make the pumpkin cart more stable. Little Bear was ready to grow larger at any moment, so that his body could fill the room. When the time came, Little Bear would hold his master, and provide him with stable space, so that he wouldn't get hurt. Huan Wan had also made her own preparations. Her telekinesis had already spread around Sue, forming a spherical shield. That soft, cotton-like envelope of telekinesis was Huan Wan's protection. She was always ready to prevent Little Pumpkin from losing control of the pumpkin cart, causing it to spin left and right, and causing damage to his master. Time passed. The sandstorm engulfed the pumpkin cart, and it was unknown where it was going. The black balls seemed to have lost their way. At first, they barked out how far away they were from the road, but later, they were silent, only occasionally shouting, "We've been caught in a sandstorm, and our coordinates are lost, our coordinates are lost." The pumpkin carriage couldn't escape the sandstorm, and could only grapple with it, flying away with it. The sweat on the little pumpkin's head never stopped. The large cannon, affected by the storm, had ceased operation at some point. The temperature inside the house was rising. Like a miniature steamer, the temperature inside the house rose from a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius to over 30 degrees, to over 40 degrees Celsius. When it was almost 40 degrees, the little bear couldn't sit still anymore and had a few words with his owner, and Huan Wan. After saying this, the little bear swung his body, used the pedal dance skill, and floated through the bedroom door. This way, he could reduce the burden of his movements on the little pumpkin's balance. The little bear went to the kitchen freezer and took out ice to control the temperature. Everything went smoothly. 5 minutes later, a large basin of ice was placed on the floor of the room. The temperature inside the pumpkin's car stopped rising and began to slowly drop, and the temperature inside the room had improved slightly. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. The yellow sand outside blurred into the hazy night. The darkness was like a black cloth, covering everything, obscuring everything. In those hours, several basins of ice melted, and the little bear replaced several new ones. Until the little pumpkin said, "We reached the center of the storm, and things have stabilized for now." With those words, everything began to function normally. The lights came on, the little pumpkin's cannon resumed its work, the air began to circulate, and the air conditioner resumed blowing cold air into the room. Little Pumpkin demonstrated to everyone that the pumpkin carriage remained stable in midair without any effort. "Now we follow the sandstorm for a while. Once the storm weakens, we can escape," Little Pumpkin explained. Afterward, it collapsed onto the bed, clearly exhausted. A pile of clean Spirit Source stones lay scattered on the ground, testament to Little Pumpkin's efforts over the past few hours. It lived up to its master's trust, and the backup plans it had asked its companions to come up with were never put to use. Sue and Huan Wan prepared dinner. They said they were cooking, but they were mainly dealing with the situation. Since they didn't know when the storm would abate, it was easy for complications to arise. Sue didn't touch the stove. She and Huan Wan simply searched the kitchen cabinets for some packaged instant food, such as bread, instant noodles, small cakes, sausages, dried meat, drinks, braised eggs, and spicy noodles. The two of them moved cautiously. Although Little Pumpkin had said the center of the storm was relatively stable, the thought of the pumpkin carriage carrying everyone up into the sky and not yet landing made them feel uneasy. "Get some food." Everyone sat together on the first floor bedroom floor. Sue showed everyone how to eat waterless instant noodles. Crush the noodles and sprinkle them with dry seasoning powder. Shake and shake. Under everyone's astonishment, Sue-Ann stuffed some into her mouth and began to chew. So you can eat instant noodles this way? Little Pumpkin exclaimed in amazement. Sue-Ann stuffed a small piece into Little Pumpkin's mouth. It frowned as it chewed, and the more it chewed, the more its brows relaxed. It didn't seem too bad. After chewing it for a while, it was still fragrant, with a hint of oil and fragrance. This instant noodle wasn't specifically prepared to be eaten straight away, but it didn't taste bad. Sue-Ann had done this often in high school. Even so, it was still a rare delicacy. It just tasted a little dry. Sue-Ann opened a bottle of sweet water, any brand of cola, and gulped it down. It was not bad. Although these snacks were all based on technology and fierce competition, and contained countless food additives, they were still okay to enjoy occasionally. To be precise, these snacks were delicious even for other players, who were short on oil and salt. Only Sue-Ann rarely ate them. Because Little Pumpkin prepared a more delicious meal. Yi Yunqing was a little annoyed. Because someone was finishing off her treasured snack collection. She looked at the little girl eating the snacks, feeling a little angry. Her spicy noodles, her dried fish, her dried tofu, her lotus root slices, QQ candies, hawthorn cakes. If it was the last time she hosted Sister Sunshine, she'd have been happy to do so. But what the hell was this NPC showing off her treasured snacks like? She was just being polite. But this princess wasn't being polite at all, devouring them with reckless abandon. God knows how much effort she's put into these treasured snacks. My heart aches. Chapter 3:14. The night was dark. For safety reasons, to prevent the mischief of evil spirits, they had to avoid cooking outdoors. Cooking became difficult. Unable to confront the NPCs, and knowing they would ruin Bai Feng's mission would be a shame, Yi Yunqing could only vent her frustration on her teammates. Yi Yunqing shouted angrily, "Bai Feng, hurry up! It's so hot, and I'm starving!" Lin Baifeng was cooking dinner. He had agreed to be a professional butler, and Sai wouldn't pass up any opportunity to let him do any work. Lin Baifeng cooked instant noodles on a simple stove. This 2-in-1 stove, powered by fire spirit stone and exchanged from the scorpion people, was a second-hand item. It consumed a lot of energy, was noisy, and sometimes heated up. The advantage was convenience. Cooking in the car didn't require chopping wood to start a fire, like on Blue Star's induction cookers. It was already very hot here, and using a reheated stove was like treating it like a barbecue stove. Since reaching the second level, she had mostly used it to cope, or to start a fire outdoors. By the time the instant noodles arrived, everyone was sweating profusely again. After eating the noodles, they reheated them again, barely appreciating their flavor. They simply filled their stomachs and satisfied their hunger. In the past, in this situation, Yi Yunqing would have turned on the refrigerator and dressed as lightly as possible, focusing on staying cool. But now there was a man in the car, so she had to dress properly. So annoying. The heat brought on anxiety, affecting Yi Yunqing's mood. She drank several blue potions, but they had no effect. Using the decontamination skill on herself was useless. So, Yi Yunqing decided that she simply hated Bai Feng for bringing NPCs to squeeze in with her. It had nothing to do with the contamination. Just bear with it. She couldn't let her emotions cloud her rationality when choosing her teammates. After dinner, Yi Yunqing didn't feel like moving. She simply sat leaning against her crib, staring blankly at the public screen. She let Lin Buffen clean the dishes. To save water, at home, dishes are simply wiped once with a damp cloth and then again with a dry one. Whether they're clean or not, out of sight, out of mind. Looking at the public screen, Yi Yunqing's eyes suddenly widened. In the public message, a player reported a sandstorm approaching. This sandstorm randomly appeared among players on the second level's highway. Several players have already reported that the sandstorm was so severe that cars and people were crippled. What the hell? The system is acting up again. Snowy and icy, a blizzard. Scorching desert, a sandstorm. The main point is, they don't want people to live well. Yi Yunqing scrambled to her feet, calling out to her teammates, who were clearing the dishes. Bai Feng, the public screen says there's a random sandstorm. Let's find a platform to hide. Hurry! Yi Yunqing pulled out a thick stack of platform tickets from her spaceship and, while studying them, suddenly heard a fierce gust of wind. Then the train began to jolt, the lights flickering. Oh no! She was a pessimist. Whatever she feared came true. Everything happened so fast. In the blink of an eye, the entire train was airborne, tumbling, spinning, leaping and tumbling. Yi Yunqing was like a tiny steel ball in a washing machine, being spun and collided with by its mad spin. She closed her eyes as she spun and leaped. She didn't know what she had hit, but she felt pain all over her body. She tried to grab onto something to maintain her balance. It didn't work. It wasn't until she hit a cushion that things started to feel better. It turned out that Lin Baifeng had used his skill, using himself as a cushion to protect the two girls. But this was only a drop in the bucket. Yi Yuqing's car was spinning, and the three of them were spinning too. Ah! It hurts. The princess was injured. In the flickering light, it looked as if her forehead had unfortunately struck the corner of the bed, and her blood, moist and sweet, splattered throughout the small RV. Yi Yuqing faintly smelled a floral scent, like the rich, colorful scent of tulips, so sweet and cloying. It made her head spin. Oh no! Lin Baifeng's tone was gloomy, filled with an uncontrollable hunger. His eyes gradually turned red, and two sharp fangs jutted from his mouth. The white car, caught in the storm, rolled and flew along with the dust. The people inside had suffered greatly, and their lives were unknown. Suen was half asleep. Because she was worried about the outside world, she couldn't sleep soundly. Every time she dozed off, she would wake up to check the situation outside. She woke up again. It was already 2 in the morning, having slept for about an hour and a half. Upon waking, she saw pitch darkness outside, a fierce wind raging. A shimmering, pale blue shield enveloped the pumpkin carriage, which flew through the center of the storm, its destination uncertain. Because the center of the storm was relatively stable, debris rarely struck the shield, resulting in a low health bar. However, every so often, the pumpkin would replenish its health bar. In the room, Huan Huan was sleeping, but Little Bear was awake. The dolls had agreed that Swan would sleep normally. Huan Huan would accompany Little Pumpkin and keep watch for the first half of the night, while Little Bear would keep watch for the second half. Little Pumpkin stayed awake, constantly adjusting the pumpkin carriage's status during the storm. But Suen simply couldn't sleep properly, even though her mind told her she should get more sleep to stay energized and take over from Little Pumpkin to drive the pumpkin cart tomorrow. But she kept waking up, occasionally checking on everyone. In front of Suen, the system screen hung in the upper right corner. The brightness was set to its lowest setting, but news of players in distress could already be seen. The number of players on the screen was decreasing. After all, those in this area were the top 100,000 players who had passed the second level, high-level players. How could one not be complacent? Suen knew there were always people better than her, but she didn't think she was the best. Sister Anan, don't worry. We're here. You need to rest. Seeing Suen wake up again, the little bear whispered comforting words to its owner. It took a rare moment to embrace its owner, using its furry body to try to reassure her. Just as a master can sense the physical and mental state of each puppet, the little bear could also sense its owner's anxiety. Yes, Little Pumpkin is awesome. The storm might just break soon, and we be out. Master will wake up and see us back on the road. Little Pumpkin said, perking up. Although Little Pumpkin's voice was high-pitched, Suen could sense through the link that Little Pumpkin was tired from all the rest. Being kidnapped by the sandstorm, caught in the middle, and flying away, had also made Little Pumpkin quite anxious. Suen silently rubbed their heads. An idea struck. I feel like I've forgotten something, Suen said slowly. Chapter 315. What did you forget? Suen repeated the question to himself. Suen's words diverted everyone's attention. The little bear scratched his head, and the Little Pumpkin looked puzzled. However, they quickly spoke up, aiming to answer their master's questions. Since their master had said so, it was possible that he had truly forgotten something. Did you forget some supplies? Your life crystal is still unused. The Little Pumpkin rolled its eyes, thinking about this. Did you forget to check on Huan Huan and me, as we absorbed the life crystal? I only absorbed a small amount, it said naively. The little bear retrieved the life crystal from the space, and it had lost some of its luster. No. Suen shook his head. It must be something only I know. I was thinking about it this morning, but then the storm started and I forgot about it, Suen said. The Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan looked at their master together, blinking and saying nothing. Looking at Suen, lost in thought. Oh yes, it's the platform settlement information. Suen spoke. Suen remembered something she'd been missing. The settlement information for the Fantasy Fairyland platform. Normally, there was a 6-hour stopover at the platform. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the system was supposed to issue a platform summary announcement, and she had been thinking about checking the system summary information. But even then, the system still hadn't issued the summary. It had been delayed for almost a day. This was illogical. To make sure she hadn't missed the summary, Suen swiped the public screen and double-checked. There was indeed no summary. This platform had begun with great fanfare and ended quietly. Could it be that the platform wasn't finished? Could it be that some players haven't come out yet? No, players won't affect the platform, so it can't be that NPCs have come out. Suen pondered for a moment, then looked up to see the concerned faces of Little Pumpkin and Little Bear. It's okay, Suen said quickly. It's not a big deal, Suen said. It really didn't matter to them whether the system wrote the summary or not. The quest rewards were already in hand, so what else could go wrong? A few days flew by like this. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday morning. Those few days had just passed, the pumpkin carriage holding everyone trapped in the center of the storm, unable to go up or down. There was no such thing as finding a treasure chest in the center of the storm. Suen and the dolls simply huddled in a small room, chatting and taking turns keeping watch. At first, they were a little panicked, but after being trapped in the center of the storm for so long, they got used to it. Humans really adapt to their environments easily. For the past few days, everyone took turns sleeping and resting. When Suen woke up, she used her toy skills to control the pumpkin carriage, letting Little Pumpkin rest while she remained alert. While her skills weren't as smooth as Little Pumpkin's, they were generally fine. Thus, they were able to spend a relatively comfortable time in the center of the storm. They were even able to cook and fry food normally. Friday night, everyone enjoyed a meal of hand-rolled noodles with peas and meat sauce. Little Bear cooked, with Suen and Wan helping out. Due to the wind and sand, the magic bee couldn't get any sunlight. Thinking it had been catastrophic, it vomited up many peas, bringing a bountiful harvest of peas to the family. Saturday morning, at daybreak, the storm weakened, and the pumpkin carriage began to descend from the center, improving visibility. Little Pumpkin seized the opportunity, and used glide mode to fly out of the center of the storm. The pumpkin car landed safely. Then it was a desert escape. The pumpkin car, in desert navigation mode, headed in the opposite direction of the storm's departure. Escape. After leaving the storm, the pumpkin car began searching for its way back. The Black Ball navigation system searched for 10 minutes before finding the nearest highway. At that moment, the pumpkin car was hundreds of kilometers off the road. For a standard RV, this situation would be extremely difficult. The RV's wheels would sink into the desert, making it difficult to move forward. For the pumpkin car, however, these were not major issues. The pumpkin car, in desert navigation mode, was slow, if not a little slow, through the sea of sand. But it was moving forward. According to the navigation system, the pumpkin car would be out of the storm zone by noon, back on the road, and on its way. Finally out of the center of the storm, Little Pumpkin was surprisingly happy, full of energy early in the morning. Go, go, go. Go home, go home. Unable to disturb his owner, who was asleep, Little Pumpkin dragged Big Bear to the living room, where he stood on Bear's head and jumped for joy. The light Little Pumpkin pokes and lands on Bear's furry head. When people are happy, they want to eat something delicious. Little Pumpkin is just like that. Early in the morning, Little Pumpkin didn't mind the trouble. While driving the pumpkin car in automatic mode, he half-crawled into the food cabinet and took out the ingredients from the food box. Flour, meat, seasonings. He found everything. Then he directed Bear to go up to the 3rd floor and pick some green onions and cilantro. Chef Little Pumpkin returns. Mix flour, cold water, and salt, stir, and then use telekinesis to knead into a smooth dough. Under Little Pumpkin's telekinesis, the dough automatically blends and becomes resilient. Next, Little Pumpkin uses a round wooden rolling pin to roll the dough thinly, and cuts it into small cubes with a kitchen knife. These are Little Pumpkin's homemade wonton wrappers. Little Pumpkin prepared 2 types of wonton wrappers, a regular size and an oversized one. The regular size wrappers are for wrapping small wontons for their owner, while the oversized ones are for cooking large wontons for Bear and Wan, making it easier. Otherwise, Bear and Wan could eat hundreds of wontons in one meal, and wrapping them all this way would be too much trouble. Elsewhere, Bear washed the scallions and cilantro he had just picked and began chopping the meat filling with a kitchen knife. Clang, 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 clang. Little Bear was so skilled at this craft that he could always chop the filling into the size Little Pumpkin needed. The day began early in the morning with the vibrant aroma of breakfast. Suen and Wan woke up and entered the living room from their bedroom. The first thing they smelled was the aroma of food. They peeked out and saw rows of large and small wontons neatly arranged on the chopping board. Little Pumpkin and Xiao Mo were making wontons together. Little Pumpkin was making small wontons, then the 2-meter-tall Xiao Mo was making large ones. Such a rich morning, Suen said, approaching. Because, clang, 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 clang. Little Pumpkin pointed happily outside. Sue-Ann then noticed the difference outside the window. She looked out and saw that the gloomy, yellow sand-filled world had cleared up without her noticing. In the distance, only a thin layer of yellow sand remained. "We're out. How wonderful." Watching Little Pumpkin head toward the rising sun, Sue-Ann sighed heartily. Elsewhere, Wan-Wan was already jumping up and down with joy. "Finally, we're out of that hellhole. How wonderful." Sue-Ann could hear Wan-Wan's cheers. Chapter 316. "Master, you're awake. Start cooking the wontons. They be ready soon," Little Pumpkin yelled. Then, she handed the work over to Big Bear and began to make the soup. While waiting for the water to gradually boil, she began to wash the dishes. "Salt, MSG, soy sauce, pepper. Master, go wash up quickly. Dinner will be served soon," Little Pumpkin said. "Or, we can finish breakfast first and then wash up," Little Pumpkin said happily. Then, a pile of wontons arrived. Sue-Ann, inspired by Little Pumpkin's enthusiasm, immediately pulled Wan-Wan to wash up. A dozen minutes later, a bowl of steaming wontons appeared before Sue-Ann. Sue-Ann's bowl was the size of a normal noodle bowl, while Little Pumpkin's was Xiao-Wan's. Little Bear and Wan-Wan both used basins. Oversized wontons simmered in the soup pot. They were Xiaomo and Wan-Wan's large wontons, thrown in together, but they weren't cooked due to their size. Little Pumpkin had wrapped the wontons in a way that resembled a lion's head, which was also quite impressive. Soon, everyone began to eat. Sue-Ann took a sip of the hot soup. The soup wasn't anything fancy, just the usual combination of salt, soy sauce, and cilantro, but Little Pumpkin had made it exceptionally delicious. Little Pumpkin was a natural chef, always able to bring out the perfect flavor in food. It was incredibly satisfying to eat. Each bite sizzled with delicious, smooth wontons, each filled with just meat and scallions. The meat filling, rich but not greasy, lean but not dry, paired with the scallions, was a savory, fresh, and delicious experience, a true delight for the taste buds. Adding a spoonful of chili oil further enhanced the flavor. Sue-Ann had been sweating profusely since early morning. His appetite had been whetted. He ate more than usual. Sue-Ann also tried a big wonton. It looked like a boiled steamed bun, with a thin skin and big filling. A mouthful of juicy, meaty filling. It was delicious, yes. It was hard to judge the presentation. Sue-Ann's mouth and face were all smeared with it. However, Xiao-Imo and Wan-Wan were incredibly happy eating, devouring one wonton after another from their bowls. Their mouths could grow so large, they ate effortlessly, and with such appetite. The wooden basin gradually emptied. Little Pumpkin's telekinesis had already scooped up the next batch of wontons, and placed them in their bowls. Another happy day. Delicious wontons early in the morning, a good start to the day. Yellow sand fell. Yi Yunqing woke up with pain all over her body. She now faced one piece of good news and a slew of bad news. The good news was that everyone was alive. The bad news was that the car was severely damaged, meaning 60% of it was in a shambles, unable to move forward, and had veered off the road, suspected of being lost. And even worse news, she was seriously injured and unable to move, and the others were in a similarly dying state. Teammate by phone was practically hanging from the car, his life or death unknown. Driven by the will to survive, Yi Yunqing retrieved the red potion from her system space backpack. But that was all she had the strength to do. With her broken hands and feet mangled and bloodied, she couldn't perform any more complex operations. The weather was as hot as a steamer. Yellow sand poured into the house through the cracks in the dilapidated RV. The burns had nearly boiled many of her wounds. Just then, a warm hand grabbed the fallen red potion, opened it, and fed it to her. Yi Yunqing looked up and met a burning gaze. It was the injured princess NPC. At noon, they returned. Looking at the road reappearing ahead, Sue-Ann and the dolls were excited. Back on the system road, everyone felt an indescribable sense of relief. Deviating from the road is the same as getting lost. Everyone knew this. After reaching the road, they hadn't run far before Sue-Ann told Little Pumpkin to stop and rest. No more running, take a break. Take a break. Progress is endless, so take a break when you need one. Sue-Ann firmly believed in the philosophy of lying down. Watching the sun return to its bright, sunny state, without a trace of the sandstorm, Sue-Ann's mood brightened. Humans are truly despicable creatures. Without comparison, there's no happiness. Before, Sue-Ann had thought the desert fire was too painful, but after experiencing a sudden desert storm now, the clear, hot environment seemed somewhat endearing. Looking at the exhausted Little Pumpkin, Sue-Ann took everyone to sleep during the day, giving Little Pumpkin a chance to catch up on his sleep. But Little Pumpkin couldn't sleep. The past few days had thrown his sleep schedule into disarray, and although he was exhausted, he couldn't sleep. To make it easier to sleep, Suin made some braised noodles for lunch. Braised noodles are simple to make. Just stew a vegetable and add a bunch of noodles. This high-carb food makes you sleepy. For the stew, Suin chose potatoes and chicken, a surefire combination. Not long after dinner, when sleepiness set in, Suin took everyone to the second floor to sleep. He closed the curtains and slept through the night. He slept through the night. High carbs are great for sleep. After 2 consecutive meals of noodles, the bag was empty. In the evening, Suin pulled out a ticket for the Yiming City platform. It was already Saturday, so it would refresh without a chance. Let's go! Buy some groceries, and then go to the hot springs. I haven't used the bath tickets I got last week. Yes. And that Super Goose thing? What's the point of getting it on the platform last time? Go ask. At 7 p.m., Suin bought 5,000 kilograms of flour. A full 100 large bags of flour, which he put into Little Pumpkin's warehouse. Why not buy more? This stuff takes up space. I come back next time. The flour produced in Yiming City is different from the flour found in system treasure chests. It has a yellower texture. But they're all pretty much the same. Little Pumpkin said that the flour from Yiming City makes noodles with a more fragrant and chewy texture. Suin couldn't tell. Her sense of taste wasn't as sharp as Little Pumpkin's. The pumpkin cart stopped and sauntered, Suin occasionally buying everyone a few pieces of clothing, and time flew by. At 8 p.m., Suin arrived at the Municipal Goose Store, also known as the Yiming City Visitor Center. First, she bought some everyday items like tickets for the Yiming City platform and the Yiming City all-night carnival. Then she began to ask the robot goose about the mayor sending her to the fairy tale fantasy land. After all, the robot goose claimed to be a staff member who could help tourists, so it was a waste not to ask. Sadly, it didn't know anything. After leaving the robot goose's ding-dang-dang place, Suin drove directly to the hot springs with the dolls. Entering the Hot Spring City, the bath tickets were still valid. 100 gold coins, a good deal. At night, in the hot springs, Suin soaked in the spiritual waters, relaxing herself, and suddenly wondered to herself, what was the point? She was asking herself about the previous platform, the fairy tale fantasy land. It seemed to end so quickly, the plot so rushed, something was off. To be honest, she didn't quite understand why the mayor, whose platform owner only appeared in rumors, had thrown her there as an NPC and put her through such a storyline. The reason, the goal, she couldn't figure it out. The city goose went to the store, and the mechanical goose said mechanically, "Quack, quack, quack, what should we do? The platform has changed. We have to find a way to put an end to this. Or we can lose it again, but..." Chapter 317. This player doesn't seem to like this. It's okay. Super God Goose, not afraid of difficulties. We can try a different approach. Goose has a clever plan. As the statue in the city center glowed, a flash of light struck the mechanical goose. Space rippled. A burst of colorful light appeared on the mechanical goose. The mechanical goose reappeared with a changed appearance, appearing at the hot spring platform via teleportation. Stay in a corner. Wait quietly. In Goose Hot Spring City, Suin took a bath with a group of dolls. Although hot springs in the summer were a bit uncomfortable, considering that hot springs are a resource for cultivation, a little heat wasn't a big deal. After arriving, Suin realized his worries were unfounded. This hot spring is warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Soaking in such a hot environment felt refreshing. Each of the 3 dolls took a comfortable bath, absorbing the spiritual energy from the hot spring to rejuvenate their bodies. Wan, in particular, felt her entire body clearer after the bath. At midnight, Suin finished bathing her dolls and prepared to return to the highway for an early night's rest. Suin suddenly encountered a strange-looking goose blocking their way. Suin's alarm bells rang. She looked at this gooseman, whose attire was different from the other goosemen. She sized up the goose. This gooseman had pure black feathers and a slender, tall body. He looked completely different from the mayor of Yiming City. He was just as out of place as the goosemen in general. He lacked a certain sculpted figure, and instead had a rather awkward aura. "Young man, I see you're in luck. Here's a platform ticket. Would you like to see it?" The goose approached and immediately started selling, acting as if it valued Suin's abilities. Suin, however, was filled with alarm. Could it be a trap? After more than 10 minutes, Suin looked at the platform ticket in his hand, frowning in thought. The black goose claimed to be a lucky goose vendor, and had a connection with Suin. He noticed that Suin had been in trouble recently, so he gave her a platform ticket to solve the problem. In real life, This was a complete scam. In the game platform in Yiming City, Suin couldn't explain why. Especially since this platform ticket had been there before, and the guard geese around Yi Hot Spring City hadn't attacked it. Suin looked at the Fantasy Fairyland platform ticket in his hand. Special Platform Fantasy Fairyland. Platform Fantasy Fairyland. Danger level 5 to 10. Information: this platform, which had been closed, has been delayed due to some unforeseen circumstances and has fallen into chaos. Here, the rich variety of quests and rewards have changed, and the storylines of the dragon, the warrior, and the princess have been completely disrupted. Note: this is a special single-pass platform ticket. Perhaps you could go in and take a look to clear up the mess. Suin pulled out his unused special platform ticket, Fantasy Fairyland, fake, for comparison. His previous fake platform ticket indicated that the platform opening had lost its validity. The system indicated that this was an invalid platform ticket, which could be replaced with a blank one for 5 silver coins. Never mind, we deal with it as soon as it happens. Suin put the platform ticket away and took the dolls to play with their phones or sleep. The night was dark. Thankfully, the temperature was cooler. It was no longer the dreadful, sweltering sand pit of the day. The three who had survived the desert healed each other and saved their lives. After everyone painstakingly repaired Shuya's beloved beetle RV, they discovered it was stuck in a sand pit, unable to escape, and lost. The man, looking at the rising sand dunes ahead, spoke. "Sai, we can't delay any longer. Let's leave this place while the night cools." Late at night, Yi Yunqing packed up the beetle, Lin Buofeng carried the unconscious princess on his back, and the three of them trudged through the desert. Their goal was to escape this deep sand dune. They had to find a higher, flatter spot where they could start the car and then free it. It was a bit dangerous and difficult, but after all, their teammates had said that if they didn't leave, with this wind direction and this location, they would be buried tonight. Yi Yunqing wasn't someone who ignored advice. Buofeng was annoying in some ways, but he was also very reliable in others. Leaving the vehicle at night was a dangerous undertaking, a fact the system didn't hide. For all the time the game had been around, few players had ever ventured into the night, violating this prohibition. Late at night, the two of them walked across the desert, their feet deep and shallow, feeling the chill of being attacked by evil spirits. It was truly painful. Yi Yunqing thought, finding a way to keep cooler. Thankfully, Yi Yunqing and Lin Buofeng were both of a decent level. They could hold out for a while against the evil spirits, they just needed to drink more mana potions. Over an hour later, they left the sand dunes and reached a flatter desert. Yi Yunqing felt as if she had been marinated by the mana potions, her whole body suffused with the acrid aroma of herbs. She released the beetle RV again and returned to its protective shield. Every sip of warm mineral water tasted sweet, a feeling Yi Yunqing found incredibly wonderful. The princess dozed off in her crib. Yi Yunqing used her skills to remove the contamination from Lin Buofeng. She sat on the edge of the bed, removing her shoes and socks. On her feet were blisters from walking. She used a wooden thorn to poke the blisters open. Take care of all this. She looked at her teammates. Lin Buofeng, still as elegant as ever, sat in the driver's seat, preparing to leave the area. He used the mileage change in the regional ranking to find the right direction. Yi Yunqing turned to look at the princess. She also had a noble temperament. Sleeping in her little bed, she looked like a fairy tale princess, a sleeping beauty. She looked at herself again. Blisters had broken on her feet. Her body smelled of a mixture of blue medicine and sweat. Her hair was rusty, greasy, and gritty. Oh my god, she was the only one in such a mess, the RV owner. Chapter 318. Usually, she would have just showered and done, but that wasn't possible now. The car's toilet system was broken, and there was no way to fix it. After they woke up, they simply tried to fix the car's powertrain. Just getting it to run was good enough. Lin Buofeng was driving, and Yi Yunqing, who had a brake, didn't complain. She simply used mineral water and a paper towel to wash her hands, face, and body. Then she fixed her hair. She tried to make herself as fresh as possible. The beetle RV struggled through the desert. Its ride was extremely bumpy, making it difficult for Yi Yunqing to do all this. Occasionally, she felt like vomiting. The mineral water she had just taken couldn't overcome the sour taste of the blue medicine, and if the ride was too rough, a slight taste would come back to her throat. Noticing his teammates' discomfort, Lin Buofeng said, "Sai, it's quite bumpy here. You can get some sleep to avoid getting uncomfortable. When it's daybreak and my ability is activated, we can go straight to the platform and relax. Don't worry about us." "I can't sleep," Yi Yunqing replied. Her voice was a little downcast. Before you activate your ability, we need to get back to the highway. I'm afraid you won't be able to find the way, and might get mentally unstable in the middle of the night. So take us with you, Yunqing said. I stay up and keep you company. That way, we can have a better chance of survival. It's okay, trust me. We made it through the internal test. This is nothing, Lin Wuofeng said, his demeanor less frivolous and more composed than it had been in a long time. The room was silent, with only the sounds of the three people breathing, the hum of the car engine, and the wind-swept sand hitting the window. Yunqing leaned against the headboard, staring out the window. The next morning, Suan woke up yawning, feeling a little unwell. She felt a bit dizzy. She seemed ill. But when she checked the system attribute bars, they were all full, showing no abnormalities. After dinner, the discomfort worsened. She drank a bottle of ordinary red potion, but it didn't help. So, she tried the life potion, to increase lifespan, the gold red potion, to heal serious injuries, the gold blue potion, to increase spirits, the gold white potion, to remove pollution, and everything else she had on hand, but the problem didn't resolve. On the contrary, the dizziness only worsened. Could this be what the black goose had said about bad luck causing trouble? Suan was speechless. Suddenly, Suan thought of an item. Item detection card. This item can detect the current information of any living being. Usable 3/3 times daily. Suan began searching through his space. He didn't find his own space, nor did he find the bear's space. Instead, he found it at Little Pumpkin's, storing it in a temporarily unused item box. Too much supplies, and too much space truly bring happy troubles. Suan took out a cell phone-sized exploration card. Clicked 1 on himself. Exploring, 1%. The progress bar on the card began to slowly increase, slower than ever before. Suan sat there bored, waiting for it to gradually reach 100%. The 99% to 100% progress took Suan over 10 minutes, especially. Fortunately, the result finally arrived. Suan began swiping to check the information. Image. Suan selfie creature, human. Origin. Human from Blue Star, belonging to the Level 0 Civilization Blue Star, one of the players who participated in the test when the mechanical race launched the civilization advancement. Level, LV6. Attributes, attack, 36/36, has some strength, defense, 18/18, decent defense, spirit, 186/186, this creature's spiritual power is a bit abnormal, skills, unknown. Status, Princess Curse. You are currently experiencing a debuffing effect similar to curse linkage. Your current luck is reduced by 20%, triggering this attribute. You're a bit unlucky. A bit unlucky. It's subtle, but you're just a bit unlucky. You can't open a bottle of water, you don't fall when you walk, but you step on dog poop, and you have all the seasoning packets for instant noodles, but the noodles are broken. Spirit Explosion. With your extraordinary spiritual power, you seem eager to break through to the spiritual stage. However, you're a bit unlucky. Be careful of the side effects during the breakthrough. You might have a headache. Suan shook his dizzy head and found the reason. It's your excessive spiritual power, automatically seeking a breakthrough, and a bit of lack of luck. The puppets who had gathered to see the results grew anxious upon seeing this information. Damn it! I didn't even notice the curse, Huan said. Suan glanced at Huan, whose face was filled with worry, and a guess formed in his mind. It seemed the creature that cast the curse must be much higher level than Huan, which was why this was the case. Besides, he wasn't the primary target of the curse, so his misfortune wasn't obvious. If it weren't for yesterday's incident with the black goose and today's sudden headache, he wouldn't have thought of this. Huan, hurry up and learn. Learn the Song of Kayla. Little Pumpkin urged Huan. The Song of Kayla that Little Pumpkin was referring to was an epic skill book, a skill book that increased group luck. After receiving this epic skill book, Suan immediately gave it to Huan to learn. Even the purple gold treasure chest was delayed for the sake of the lucky skill, never opening. I'm learning, Huan replied pitifully, covering her head. Although she had a basic knowledge of curses, this lucky skill was incredibly complex. She'd been studying for days, and still couldn't unleash it. Huan was actually quite anxious. It's okay, take your time. Suan rubbed Huan's head, soothing her. She'd also been learning this thing, and it was indeed incredibly difficult. It was impressive that Huan could even find some clues, but Suan couldn't find any at all. She clearly met the learning requirements, yet she couldn't sense anything even with the skill book in her hand. The system said she was immune to lucky talent. Don't waste your energy. She never mastered lucky in her lifetime. I definitely study hard. Wan Wan was incredibly distressed, watching her distressed master trying to comfort her. She went off to study. Distant water can't quench immediate thirst. But it wasn't a big deal. Suan calmed her mind, letting her spirits relax, and not striving for power and upgrades. Sure enough, her headache eased considerably. The little bear reached out and massaged Suan's head. The little bear's soft pads rubbed her head with just the right amount of pressure. Suan soon felt incredibly comfortable, letting out a sigh of relief. Master, there's a fork in the road ahead, and a platform is coming. The little pumpkin stopped the car and said to Suan, I just saw the platform sign. It's Fantasy Fairyland. You can drive into Fantasy Fairyland. How strange. We couldn't before. Suan took out the special platform ticket and recalled the Black Goose's words. Okay, then let's go take another look, Suan said. Perhaps there's something called a cover-up. The Black Goose looked completely different from the fair, plump, and short Schweida, but Suan had a feeling it was closely related to the super god goose. Perhaps it was just in disguise. How could everything be so different? Thinking back to the mechanical goose's cluelessness when questioned, and the makeshift platform experience, the mysterious Black Goose, and how the guard goose remained unmoved and subtly respectful when it encountered the Black Goose. She needed to have a good time at this platform. If that person had wanted her to come, they really should have found out more. After entering the platform, Suan received a system notification. You have entered the unopened special platform, Fairy Tale Fantasy Land, using a special platform ticket. Returning to the familiar and comfortable Fairy Tale Fantasy Land, Suan drove into a city of turmeric flowers, as if entering the Tulip Kingdom. As the pumpkin carriage approached the royal city, a swarm of guards surrounded it. Princess, you're finally back. The guards' expressions were filled with surprise. Princess Aki. A figure who looked like an old butler threw himself in front of Suan's carriage, wailing and sobbing. The pumpkin carriage braked quickly, preventing an accident. Suan opened the window, peeked out, and asked, What did you call me? Chapter 319. Princess Aki, don't you recognize this old servant? Old John has seen you grow up. You've been missing for 3 days. Her Majesty must have been so worried. You're finally back. Suan was speechless. As for the people of the Sunflower Kingdom, she could be considered acquainted with them, having spent a few days there on a mission. As for Tulip, well, I'm not familiar with them. She leaned over and looked at the brown-haired old man on the ground. Hooked nose, pale skin, the old man chattered on and on. She did know Princess Tulip. She was the one who ordered the execution of the princess during the mission a few days ago. It seemed the princess had disappeared before the execution. She hadn't been found anywhere. The platform closed, and the princess disappeared too, right? Now that the platform was closed, it seemed the story had returned to its original state. Otherwise, she should have been facing the scene of welcoming the queen home. Suan stepped out of the pumpkin carriage, ready to see what was going on. After putting away the pumpkin carriage, Suan and the dolls entered the city. Although this platform was quite dangerous, it was relatively safe. Of course, just to be safe, Suan was always ready to use props. Swaying fence sitter, spirit level, after using it, you can falsely change your alignment, making monsters below spirit level treat you as one of their own. The effect lasts for 2 hours, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The strange thing now is that even without using this prop, the monsters on the platform treat her as one of their own, and even as a princess of their country. I don't know why. Since entering the platform, Suan has lost the ability to sense the suppressive power of the platform's core. Her memory is hazy, and the feeling of skill suppression is gone. Xiaomo, Nanling, and Qiming followed her, a bear that walked upright, a floating puppet girl, and a little ghost in a white dress. Everyone was accustomed to them, treating them as Suan's attendants. John also took the puppets well, rambling along the way about how risky it was for a princess like her to travel with only 3 followers. He then revealed that the queen had been very angry, anxious, and worried during her absence, and that they must behave properly when they met Her Majesty and not anger her. Suan mounted the magical beast led by old John and slowly made her way towards the palace. The guards cleared the way, forming a semi-encirclement, a gesture of both protection and surveillance. Suan had black hair and black eyes, nothing like the golden hair of the Tulip Kingdom's royal family, but everyone still treated her respectfully as a princess. The supervisor, who claimed to have watched the princess grow up, also had a perfectly normal expression. Strange. This world. But this fantasy fairy tale town always seemed so crazy. Arriving at the palace, Suan met the queen. Suan saw the elegant, middle-aged queen. She was overjoyed to see Suan and took her hand, saying, Aki, you're back. The queen's excitement wasn't fake. Her eyes held genuine worry. Suen looked at the NPC who looked just like the queen of the Sunflower Kingdom. Do all queens in this world look the same? Suddenly, Suen remembered a detail she had previously overlooked. The system announcement when she was sent to Fantasy Fairyland by the incredibly handsome mayor. Fantasy Fairyland, the platform owner, Queen Anchi Sale, had adopted her as her goddaughter. It's known that Sayar is the royal family name of the Sunflower Kingdom. There are 3 kingdoms in Fantasy Fairyland. At this moment, the Queen of the Tulip Kingdom and the Queen of the Sunflower Kingdom are identical. So, a bold guess. The queens are the same person. Suen thought again of the clue in the notebook. Goose recommends beautiful girls, good luck. The queen who never lost herself. Suen took out the notebook. The queen was startled, then, as if she hadn't noticed the notebook, she muttered to herself, telling her not to leave, to inherit the throne and stay here forever. She looked deeply affectionate. Suen didn't argue with the queen, simply dealing with the automaton-like queen and leaving. Returning to the princess's boudoir, Suen saw the same princess diary in the same place as in the Sunflower Kingdom. My dear, this room looks like the previous one, said the little pumpkin. Yes, yes. Wan, who was acting like a little ghost doll on her head, also spoke. Suen opened the diary. This was no longer some role-playing code. It was a real diary, written in beautiful handwriting. The front of the diary had been torn out. Only 1 page remained. I'm waiting for someone, but I don't know who. I'm thinking of a place, but I don't know where. I'm anticipating an unexpected event, but I don't know when it will happen. My mother loves me dearly, and I should be happy, but I'm lost. I feel like I've forgotten so many things I shouldn't have forgotten. There's a newcomer in town. Lord Feng, elegant and handsome. I like him very much, but it's as if I'm falling in love with someone else through him. Ding dong, you obtained a fragment of the princess's diary. A system message popped up in front of Suen. In the afternoon, Suen strolled through the peaceful and tranquil Tulip Royal City. After the reset, there was no trace of war. The streets were bustling with people, the shops bustling with activity, and occasionally one could see a few fresh faces that looked like Blue Star players. Their clothing was very Blue Star style, and their faces were different from other NPCs, but they had completely integrated into the royal city, forgetting their previous identities. Were these the players lost in it? Watching them live peacefully, in the comfortable climate, in the peaceful and beautiful world, Suen felt a strange stirring in his heart. Suen walked down the street and came to the wine shop, but he couldn't find the Lord Feng mentioned in the diary. Wasn't this Lord Feng an NPC? So, the clue he had just discovered was broken. It was a bit annoying. The plot of this platform itself was confusing. The system didn't issue any quests, and the mysterious goose didn't explain itself clearly. Everyone was like the Riddler, and Suen didn't know the purpose of coming. Just as Suen was looking at the wine, getting a little angry, an old man appeared in a hurry. Your Highness, you're here again. Let's stop wandering around. The curse is coming. Be careful. The curse is coming, but isn't it over? Suen suddenly grasped something. What date is today? She asked John. When the old man announced the date, Suen's eyes gleamed, and she nodded. She followed old John back to the palace. In the princess's bedroom, Suen sent all the maids and servants out, then summoned the dolls, and together they searched through the drawers for clues. Soon, Suen found quite a few things. A waist necklace, agate and rubies, as red as blood beads, a similar style to jewelry in another palace, with a similar dragon legend and a century-old curse. Oh my god, I think I've seen this waist necklace before, Little Pumpkin said, pointing at it. I saw this necklace 7 days ago. Wan also said. Template and repetition, Little Bear said. Little Mo spoke little, but when he did, he got to the point. Suen looked at the 3 dolls, nodded, and expressed his conjecture. If my guess is correct, this is a world that repeats itself endlessly. The repeating period is 7 days. These 7 days are fixed to the 7 days before the prophecy of a once-a-century dragon disaster. Under the influence of the core power of the platform, all residents of the platform repeat these 7 days of life endlessly. Suen concluded. Chapter 320. It repeats for 7 days, until 100 years. Then a series of platforms open for 7 days, issuing platform tickets to welcome players, to resolve the dragon plague before closing the platforms, and accepting new residents. Suen counted on his fingers, analyzing. But now, due to an unexpected event, the platform hasn't closed yet. Then the person from Yiming City asked us to come back, apparently wanting us to resolve the issue. Suen said. Of course, these were all her speculations. But only this could explain Su-En's feelings about this platform. This platform experience is difficult to understand using linear time, but it is easily explained using cyclical time. The last time Su-En entered this platform, he arrived 3 days in advance. 3 days plus 7 days makes a total of 10 days. He also stayed outside the platform for 3 days. Now, Su-En entered and found that the date was the day before he entered. Of course, this time is not truly repeated. If it were truly repeated, there wouldn't be a system claiming that the platform opens once every 100 years. The system uses real time. The platform is a false, repeating time. This 7-day time loop is the core power of this platform, influencing people's memories to repeat themselves in a false way. Aside from the creatures themselves, everything else here is fake, or rather, even many NPCs are fake. As we all know, it's difficult for living things to remain immortal. If this cycle continued uninterrupted, they would have long since died. Therefore, new humans are replenished every 100 years. This platform is a large-scale fantasy world, with absurd plots and numerous errors and omissions. However, the skills of the core platform master make up for this. For example, at the Yiming City platform, the platform master's ability is spatial, so its urban construction and platform specialties are all related to space. Here, the ability is memory manipulation. The power of the platform's core can suppress creatures' abilities and affect their memories, presumably through the polluting flowers found in every kingdom. This continuously influences the memories of the creatures living within. Little Pumpkin and Huan nodded in unison. That makes sense. When the master asked about the time just now, it felt very familiar. Now that I think about it, it's true. We returned to the day before we entered the platform, and even changed our identities. No wonder the master chatted with so many people on the street. It turns out, he was trying to confirm their memories, Huan said. Do you remember what the queen looks like? Su-En asked. The 3 dolls shook their heads. Su-En chuckled and said, to be honest, I can't quite remember. Yes, Su-En had met the queen several times, both from the Sunflower Kingdom and the Tulip Kingdom, but he couldn't quite remember. Only when he saw her did he remember, this is the queen. She looks exactly like the one I saw last time. But when he left, he didn't remember much. The queen here is like a background figure, noble, but not very noticeable. Thinking about it this way, the meaning of the dragon and the princess is quite intriguing. The princess will become the queen. So what does the dragon represent? Su-En's mind was a bit confused. To be honest, there were few clues, and everything was false. She could only rely on her own guesswork, and could do nothing else. It was a bit frustrating. If she stayed too long, she might be contaminated and her memory would become fuzzy. Looking out the window, the sky was a seaweed-like color. Staying still wasn't her style. Since she was already here, she had to make a quick decision, search for clues, and finish this platform so she could return home soon. Let's go to the Dragon Caves, Su-En said. Ah! Little Pumpkin was surprised. Soon, the pumpkin carriage activated flight mode. Above the beautiful sky, amidst the pleasant surroundings, a pumpkin carriage soared. Su-En boarded the pumpkin carriage and directed Little Pumpkin to head east, towards the direction of the evil dragon, Wings of Doom, that had plundered the Tulip Kingdom princess. After their previous dungeon run, the Dragon Caves were no secret, and Su-En was no mere figurehead. She knew all 3 of them. Even the conquests of the other 2 dragons had a connection to her. As soon as she left the palace, those within the palace noticed she had escaped. Many guards began to pursue her, and hundreds of flying robots surrounded Su-En. Su-En immediately acted like a princess and began to scold her. With her previous experience as queen, Su-En eloquently exuded the aura of power itself. However, with the princess's disappearance as a warning, the queen of the royal city was concerned about her leaving alone. Soon, Su-En's solo trip to the Dragon Cave became a picnic with a group of soldiers. Yes, Su-En's excuse was that he was bored at home and wanted to go out for some fresh air. Half an hour later, Su-En arrived at this barren mountain and entered the deserted cave. There was nothing inside. Okay. Next stop. The Tulip Kingdom was closest to the Wisteria Kingdom, so Su-En went to the Wisteria Kingdom's Dragon Cave, but found nothing there either. The last stop was the Sunflower Kingdom's Dragon Cave. Before arriving, Su-En had already assumed there was nothing, and after arriving, he accepted this reality. No dragons. Or rather, dragons don't exist. Su-En looked at the empty Dragon Cave. No murals, no jewels, no dragons clamoring to take back everything that belonged to them. Princess, let's go back and rest. Old John was exhausted after a day of traveling, and tremblingly suggested to Su-En that they return to the palace. The plot was so confusing, but the princess was the most important thing. Okay, let's go back. Suen nodded. As darkness fell, Suen returned to the beautiful, brightly lit royal city. Looking at the peaceful and tranquil streets, Suen felt a sense of melancholy. Peace and beauty come at a price, don't they? After a day without eating, Suen pushed away the palace dinner and squeezed into the pumpkin cart to eat instant noodles. She felt more at ease there. She wasn't used to the scenery, the food, the comforts, and even the power here. Master, why don't we leave? We can't take anything out anyway, and staying too long would be dangerous, Little Pumpkin suggested. That old housekeeper looked at us like he wasn't a good person, while one echoed Little Pumpkin. Suen took out the Maple Grove platform ticket. She looked at the foreign characters on it. Maple Grove, I wait for you here. Shibe. And then, there were the words in the princess's diary. I'm waiting for someone, but I don't know who. I'm thinking of a place, but I don't know where. I'm anticipating an unexpected event, but I don't know when it will come. And then, there was the notebook of the Sunflower Kingdom princess. Goose recommends this beautiful girl, wishing you good luck. The queen who never lost. The princess's handwriting was almost identical to the queen's. Putting all the clues together, Suen had a near-complete answer. Chapter 321. After she arrived, the platform owner adopted her as his daughter. When she left, the platform owner sincerely wanted to hand over the platform core to her. She would re-enter as a princess. So, isn't it normal for the princess and the queen to be one person? The princess, the queen, and the dragon, a trinity, just as the queens of all nations are one person, except for her, who is the variable. All princesses and dragons are one person. The queen never lost herself, for she kept repeating the process of killing herself. The princess is the queen's past. The queen is the queen's present. The dragon is the queen's future. Fantasy fairyland, because this is the fairy tale world the queen imagined. She used her ability to recycle everyone's memories to build this beautiful platform, regularly opening it to eliminate dangers. But as time passed, this safe, peaceful, and stable place changed, and pollution spread. She had given herself the mission of unifying the three kingdoms and ending everything. Perhaps she wanted to end it all here. She must have been very tired. But when she left, this person still kindly let her go and gave her sincere blessings. Suen cleared her mind and decided whether to take the plunge or simply sit back and wait. With a surge of enthusiasm, Suen opted for a quick resolution, immediately leading her dolls to an audience with the queen. With her status as a princess, Suen had no trouble meeting the queen. The NPCs on the platform were no obstacle. From the moment she entered the platform, Suen enjoyed this favor. Soon, in the evening, Suen successfully met the queen. Admiring the queen's long golden hair, delicate features, and graceful figure, Suen took out her Maple Grove platform ticket and handed it over. Your Majesty, this is yours, isn't it? The queen was dressed simply now, having shed her daytime extravagance. Her expression was solemn, and upon seeing the platform ticket in Suna's hand, delicate as a love letter, she was stunned. It's time to face this weight. As Swan pressed the Maple Grove platform ticket into the queen's hand, the wind began to blow. Everything swayed left and right, shadows and mist swirled, as if the platform had shattered, and everything around them vanished into thin air. Swan and the dolls arrived in a fairy tale-like dreamland. Here, the sky was azure blue, the ground a grassy green. But the sky hung with marshmallows and rainbow candies, and the beautiful flowers and trees on the grass were all candy. In the distance, the clear lake, the beautiful snow-capped mountains, the beautiful city. Everything was dreamy and beautiful. But a closer look revealed its falsehood. Every creature here resembled candy. The air was filled with a sweet scent, similar to the scent of polluted flowers. Suen turned around and saw a candy beauty, half melted. She held a book, continuously channeling power into it, causing it to glow. She was strong, very strong, extremely strong. It was a strength far beyond the spiritual level, and Suen could hardly describe its power. The system had already turned into garbled text when it saw her. The last time he encountered this was at the hot springs in Yiming City. But her strength was gentle, without any malice. Otherwise, Suen felt that he and everything around him would instantly turn into candy. Suen immediately saw that the book the queen held had words written on it. Fantasy Fairyland. That was the platform core. Your Majesty. Suen bowed, using the etiquette from the platform core that had once transmitted false memories. Suen believed this was something the platform owner was most familiar with, and at least it wasn't rude to greet her this way. Forgetting is blissful, you always chosen truth. The queen turned her head and smiled. Half of her face was slightly distorted in the melting, adding a touch of eerie charm. Yes, because you always chosen to endure the pain of awareness, maintaining this, I simply followed your glory. Suin replied. When she met this person, she understood everything. As she said, this person had never lost herself, always participating in the control of the platform and maintaining the beautiful fantasy fairyland. As expected of a newcomer that Goose values, your name is Sunshine Bear, right? I'm very optimistic about you. That time, I really wanted to stay with you. Queen Angel smiled. Her smile stretched her features, making her look even more terrifying. But Suin didn't feel she was scary. Perhaps it was because, even though she had once refused to inherit the platform core and become queen, she still wished her a bright future. Even though she said this, she never harbored any ill will towards her. The queen handed the Maple Grove platform ticket to Suin. Keep it when you get it. You don't have to return it to me. Perhaps this is a new opportunity for you. Suin took the platform ticket and asked, Your Majesty, if you've forgotten and still care about it, why did you give it to me? The queen smiled and shook her head, saying nothing, but Suin could actually see a deep sadness in her smile. Is this also the reason for the curse on me? Suin asked. A little accident, the queen said. As you might have guessed, this platform is a happy place I maintain. I once sheltered my people here, and worked with the system to eliminate hidden dangers every century. Right now, I can't close the platform because some part of me has escaped. Princess Tulip escaped, Suin said. The queen nodded, smiled wryly, and said, yes, because of a forgotten weight, she escaped. You know, she's a platform creature. Outside, she quickly become contaminated and distorted. Her transformation into a dragon will be suppressed by the platform, and this also implicates you, who played the princess before. The queen explained. I'm sorry to have implicated you. Please help me find her, my clone, and I give you a reward. The queen plucked an eye from her face, and tossed it into Suin's hand. The half-melted sugar cube, like a turquoise lake, shimmered and shimmered. This is a very high-quality candy ingredient. If you can find her, remember to send her back. I will close Fantasy Fairyland, and see you again in 100 years. If you can't, I will reopen it in 4 days, forcibly recall the dragon, and restart the story. The queen spoke as if it didn't matter whether Suin went to look for her or not. Giving Suin a small task was just a casual thought, and even the reward was just because she liked her. If you don't find her in 4 days, the dragon will be very powerful this time. You need to have super spirit, or even touch the god level of strength. The system will issue a platform ticket. Remember to tell players not to come. If nothing unexpected happens, I will destroy this place and myself before the dragon destroys everything. It's a pity for the residents, who are willing to follow my happiness. I promised them that I would always be happy. Anyway, it's better than them being killed by the dragon. A good death is also happiness. The queen spoke slowly, with a slight illogicality. At some points, she revealed a look of glee and cruelty. Her half-melted sugar face flickered against the platform cord that occasionally glowed, with a strange expression. Chapter 322. Suin held the azure candy in her hand, feeling that her perception was correct. This platform owner seemed to have persisted for too long, a touch of madness. She hadn't lost herself, still maintaining a relatively good character, but the long-term suffering had been no less severe. Having repeatedly slain the incarnations of the evil fallen, spreading the contamination to the platform, this had undoubtedly distorted her good intentions. Her fantasy fairyland vividly displayed this contradiction. Beautiful, dreamy, chaotic, secretive, and dangerous. Suin looked at the candy in her hand, thinking that if she hadn't been recommended by Yiming City, she wouldn't have faced this queen's overwhelming kindness. She had initially trained her as an heir, and now treated her as a friend, despite the stark difference in strength. Leaving Fantasy Fairyland, Suin felt a sense of dread, feeling a bit risky. Guessing that the long black goose was a handsome vest or subordinate, she headed straight for Fantasy Fairyland. In the pumpkin carriage, the dolls were still dazed, giggling foolishly. It was unclear what kind of dream the queen had woven for them. Suin held the azure candy in her hand, maintaining this position as she waited for the system's test results. The thought of the queen having her eyes torn off made her feel a little apprehensive, and she felt it would be safer to test it. Although she knew full well that the candy wasn't necessarily the queen's true form, it was likely the storybook, fused with the platform's core. After paying the 1 silver coin test fee, the system still hadn't released the results. 5 minutes later, the results finally arrived. The system indicated that the candy in Suin's hand was a super spiritual material, nearly reaching the divine level. This was truly the best of the best. The system even wrote a short essay, attempting to repurchase the material at a high price. Suen naturally rejected the system's request to purchase the material. Near-God-level materials were incredibly rare. With this candy material, adding it to the super spiritual level candy he saved up earlier, it would definitely be a great addition to a new doll. Suddenly, the little bear's laughter tinged with tears, and he cried, "Fake, fake." Then, his eyes suddenly cleared, and he darted into Suen's arms, hugging him. Suen placed the material in the little bear's space, hugged him back, and comforted him. "Oh, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Suen stroked the little bear's head. Their alopecia had improved significantly these days, and their hair had grown back a lot. Suen rubbed its head, and gently soothed it. "Touch its fur, it won't scare you. Don't be afraid, it's all fake." The little bear hugged her and murmured, "Sister, I just had a long dream about my past life." The night grew darker. The stars shone brightly. The pumpkin carriage stopped on the road, its protective shield of snow and ice emitting a shimmering light, protecting the dreamlike carriage. Inside the pumpkin carriage, a woman gently held the doll life and chatted with it. It was the same late night. The stars shone brightly. Yi Yunqing was not in good condition. To be more precise, she was in dire straits. She didn't understand why humans could be so unlucky. The same disaster could happen twice. This morning, just as the battered beetle was about to reach the road, it was once again hit by a sandstorm tornado. She tried her best, but she, by phone, was still that princess. The two men and the NPC tried their best, using every ultimate skill, every protective shield, every platform ticket, but it still didn't change the fact that the car was swept away by the tornado. Wait until they escaped. The beetle fell from a high altitude into the desert, shattered into 3 pieces. She was almost as unlucky. Yi Yunqing felt extremely unlucky, even though this bad luck was almost a disaster. But she had the lucky leaf protecting her. Look, she is still alive. Sometimes she secretly marveled at her own tenacious vitality. For example, now, almost paralyzed, still hanging on by a thread, she still had a breath left. Higher levels do give you more tenacious vitality, haha. She found a way to cheer herself up and drink red potion. She didn't know whether her teammates were alive or dead, or if they had turned into pulp or something else. Yi Yunqing had no time for sadness. She pondered over other things and focused on saving herself. She had obtained a lot of medicine from the scorpion tribe, so she had no shortage of it, but the problem was clearly serious. She drank countless pounds of red potion, leaking as she drank, due to an abdominal injury, practically completely submerged in it. After a while, Yi Yunqing's body had fully recovered. At least, she looked like a whole person, no longer in a state of fragmentation. Yi Yunqing trembled as she climbed to her feet and sat down, gritting her teeth as she endured the discomfort. The sharp pain subsided as her body healed, and now the discomfort was a kind of itchy, flesh-growing sensation. Yi Yunqing took out the red potion and poured it toward the indistinct mosaic creature in the distance. That must be her teammate. While healing her teammate, she felt the coolness of being attacked by the evil spirits, occasionally using skills to replenish her mana. She found a humorous way to laugh at herself. Ah, she's a fragile shark. Crispy, but hard to kill. 2 hours later, her teammate barely regained his human form and could move. Yi Yunqing handed him a bunch of medicine, letting him take it while she went to see the princess. For a special NPC, the princess was indeed quite impressive. She looked delicate, yet after falling from such a height, she wasn't broken into pieces like herself, nor was she shattered into a pulp like by foam. She still looked intact and beautiful. But she seemed to have fallen into a coma again. Perhaps it was a problem with her newly recovered eyes, but Yi Yunqing couldn't help but notice a faint black aura emanating from her. That aura was quite unpleasant. However, it was late at night, and the lighting was poor, so it might just be an illusion. Blinking, Yi Yunqing could no longer see the aura. Not caring too much, seeing that the princess was still alive, Yi Yunqing went to help fill a few bottles of red medicine. After all, they'd been together for several days, and even a dog would develop feelings. This princess might seem annoying, sleeping in her bed, wearing her clothes, and eating her snacks, but those were minor issues. At heart, she was a delightful princess. Although she was an NPC, Yi Yunqing could sense her personal charm during their daily interactions. Elegant, kind, good-natured, well-behaved, caring, and responsible, it was unclear how such a princess could inherit the throne. Perhaps she was the type of princess you find in a fairy tale. Thinking of the scheming princess of the neighboring Sunflower Kingdom on the platform, Yi Yunqing shuddered. Tulip Princess Aki was quite nice, truly a delicate and innocent princess. Yi Yunqing carefully fed the princess the medicine, ensuring she could drink it while taking care not to touch her. After more than 10 minutes, Baifeng, now in his human form and graceful, stood up. Without complaint, he silently cleaned up the mess. He first erected the protective shield, then began repairing the car. He found materials in the space and invested them in order to replenish the damage to the car. If he didn't have any, he would log into the system's public screen to exchange them. By the time the princess slowly regained consciousness, the beetle had barely regained its original frame. She wouldn't have to sleep in the desert tonight, but clearly, there was still much work to do. Suddenly, Yi Yunqing received a message. It was for her special attention. Sister Sunshine. Chapter 323. Sunshine Bear. Xia ya, I remember your friend brought you to the fairy tale Jinsokyo platform early. He's quite familiar with the situation there. Can I ask you something? Do you have any clues about Mr. Feng, the owner of the Tulip Kingdom wine shop? Player Sunshine Bear initiated a transfer to player Lucky 4-Leaf. 1,000 copper coins. If you have any information, I'd be grateful. Yi Yunqing turned to look at the man behind her repairing the car. Should I sell out my teammates? She shook her head. She wasn't such a cheapskate. But then she looked at the message in front of her. 1,000 copper coins? That's a lot of money, and it's just a piece of information, and it was transferred from Sister Sunshine. Sister, you're so sincere. Sister, you don't have any ill intentions. Why not reveal a little? Yi Yunqing looked at Baifeng again. What's wrong? You've been staring at me since just now, Lin Baifeng asked. Yi Yunqing shuddered. After a moment's hesitation, she asked about her teammates. Late at night, Suan lay in bed, flicking at the screen. She selected Tulip Kingdom players, including Lucky Clover and I Ching, a member of the strategy team, and sent numerous messages, asking about the Tulip Kingdom in the fairy tale world of Jinsokyo. The 3 dolls beside her lay beside her, watching the food production documentary projected after Little Pumpkin's upgrade. The crust should be roasted until crispy, then brushed with honey. When it's browned, the food documentary's commentary echoed throughout the room. Suan heard Little Pumpkin and Huan swallowing their saliva. Suan glanced at the screen. Wow, honey-glazed roast goose. It looked delicious. Suan, who rarely ate goose since arriving in Yiming City, was craving it. Ding dong. A reply came through the public screen, and Suan shifted his attention to the system public chat interface. Lucky 4-Leaf. I know about that Lord Feng's background, but Sister Sunshine, I'd like to ask why you're asking this. Yi Yunqing looked at Baifeng beside her, and asked in the public chat. She must have accepted the mission for Fairy Tale Jinsokyo. She's locked onto my name to get some clue. The man said beside Yi Yunqing, looking at her chat history. Ding dong. Soon, Yi Yunqing received a message. Sunshine Bear, do you know the missing Tulip Princess? I heard it's related to this inexplicably appearing Lord Feng. For half an hour, the two chatted, testing each other. Until Suan heard the phrase by my side. Suan felt the world was truly small. Previously, Yotsuba had wanted to take her to the platform early, thanks to a friend, the same one who had kidnapped the princess, Lord Feng. Even more unusual, Princess Tulip was right beside Yotsuba. Recalling her own little bit of bad luck. Sunshine Bear, then you must be very unlucky. Suan sent this message. Lucky Yotsuba, how did you know? Suan continued to reply, send her back to Fantasy Fairyland, or something even more unfortunate will happen. Suan didn't mention that the princess was an incarnation of the platform owner, and could transform into a dragon. That was too much. Just like she didn't ask why Yotsuba had taken the princess off the platform. Although Suan had a pretty good guess about this. Based on the clues she had gathered, Princess Tulip was searching for that fruitless weight. So she escaped from the platform, with Sai and her friend Feng just serving as a springboard. Well, we promised the princess to take her wherever she wanted to go. Suan saw Sai's answer, and it was exactly as she suspected. Send the princess back to the platform within 7 days. You have 4 left. Remember to do it quickly, or you be doomed. Suan sent this message and said nothing else. The main goal was to shift the pressure onto Sai and the others. After all, she was right. The princess would gradually transform into a dragon. If they couldn't send her back, they would have to face the powerful super spirit dragon. This way, Suan would have a burden removed. Although the queen had only casually asked her to look for it, acting as if it didn't matter if she couldn't find it, as if they would all die together, she still wanted to do something about it after receiving the reward. Suan started with the clues in the princess's diary, and asked around. She didn't expect to find the princess's movements so quickly. I believe Sai, as a high-level support player, understands this, and won't risk her life. The longer the princess stays away, the more unlucky she become. That night, Suan slept soundly. That night, Yi Yunqing's three-person team endured a very difficult time. Yi Yunqing had thought life was difficult, but now she realized it could be even harder. She looked at the princess, remembering the black aura she had seen earlier, and a shudder ran through her. Could that be the bad luck Sister Sunshine was talking about? Do you trust this player named Sunshine Bear so much? Lin Buofeng asked from beside her. That's Sister Sunshine, the first person to clear the second level. I trust her character, Yi Yunqing said. Since she said that, it wasn't unfounded. Then you trust me, and I trust you too, Buofeng replied. The two looked at the princess. Little Aki still looked innocent, lying unconscious on the bed, quiet and gentle. Kidnapping the princess wasn't a deliberate act on Lin Buofeng's part, it was a spur-of-the-moment impulse. For days earlier, the two had rescued Princess Tulip from the clutches of the new Sunflower Queen, hoping to earn a higher rating. Perhaps they had said something they shouldn't have, but the princess suddenly regained consciousness and asked Lin Buofeng to take her off the platform to a station called Maple Forest. The princess's explanation was simple. Someone was waiting for her. She insisted on going, and she even promised them numerous benefits. Of course, Yi Yunqing refused. She had to be crazy to take an NPC off the platform with her, and besides, the NPC couldn't leave the platform without a player identity. Chapter 324. I don't know what went wrong in Lin Buofeng's mind. He took the princess away, and crucially, it worked. His skills are truly extraordinary. However, Lin Buofeng considered that he was at a disadvantage on the road, and it would be inconvenient to carry the princess in the vehicle. So, he shamelessly requested to team up with Sai, enter Sai's road, and live in Sai's vehicle. At least Sai was a young girl, and with her around, both the princess and he would feel more comfortable. The original plan was that 3 days later, Lin Buofeng would use his skills to take the princess to the platform she wanted to go to, bid farewell to Yi Yunqing, and then give Yi Yunqing the reward after the mission was successful. This would allow Sai to bear less risk and receive more rewards. Unfortunately, plans were not as good as unexpected. Due to 2 consecutive desert storms, the group was unable to enter the platform, and now they were searching for the road again in the endless desert. We still have 3 days, don't we? Fulfill the princess's wish, and then send her back. No matter which platform we take her to, we have to get to the highway first, right? Yi Yunqing nodded. This seemed to be the only way now. She just hoped they wouldn't get too unlucky. No. Yi Yunqing scratched her head. Sister Yangguang had said that if they didn't send the princess back, their luck would only worsen. Could they really get back to the highway? Yi Yunqing looked at Bai Feng, who looked like he was about to start over, feeling anxious. Her cute and reliable beetle had already fallen twice. If it fell again, would they still have a chance of survival? Suan didn't realize how much trouble and worry her words had caused Ce. At least finding the princess would make her feel at ease and happy. Sure enough, worry can be diverted. Suan could tell from their conversation that Ce was already having bad luck, and when she got even worse, she would obediently send the princess back. If she didn't, Suan would take action in the last 2 days. She would come and send the princess back. Suan slept soundly until dawn. Good morning. She woke up and greeted the dolls. Only Little Bear was left on the bed. Wan had already woken up and was braiding her hair in the second-floor bathroom. Seeing Suan get up, she quickly flew over and threw herself into his arms. Master, good morning. Little Bear had just woken up and drowsily rolled around on the bed before jumping off and following his master, Wan, into the bathroom to take care of some cleaning. After washing up, the 2 dolls went upstairs. Suan smelled a scorching aroma and peeked out to see Little Pumpkin roasting a goose in the kitchen. A whole goose leg, slashed with patterns, was roasted in the oven to a beautiful charred brown. 12 goose legs lined up in a row. This is the goose leg that Little Pumpkin marinated last night, having been craving it so much that he decided to go downstairs. Now it's roasted to perfection. Up close, you can see the crispy sugar coating. The perfect color is enough to tempt anyone. Suan couldn't help but take a deep sniff, letting the aroma permeate his lungs. It was incredibly fragrant. Good morning, master. Little Pumpkin turned back to greet Suan as he saw him coming downstairs. We don't have a whole goose at home, only goose legs, so we had to roast them. Little Pumpkin said, pulling the roasted goose legs out of the oven. Suan could hear the resentment in Little Pumpkin's voice. Yesterday, Little Pumpkin searched the warehouse, but couldn't find a whole goose. This was because they hadn't fought any high-level goose monsters, and the most common place to buy supplies, Goose Market, didn't sell goose meat. Suan didn't care. There wasn't much difference between goose legs and whole geese. To her, anything to eat was enough. It smells so good, so good. Sue came up to praise Little Pumpkin's roasted goose leg. If she hadn't been rational, she would have wanted to take a bite right then and there. Little Bear and Huan Huan, the two greedy people, were already completely captivated by the roasted goose leg. Tears were already streaming from their mouths, as a sign of respect for breakfast. Breakfast consisted of roasted goose legs, cilantro and lemon beef, and rice porridge. The incredibly rich breakfast left Sue's mouth slick with oil. Sue grabbed the goose leg and bit into it. The crispy skin and juicy meat danced in her mouth. Oh, happiness! Since Little Pumpkin had marinated the goose leg last night, it was perfectly salty and flavorful. The outside was toasted to a crispy, fragrant sugar crust, and the inside was filled with perfectly salty and fragrant meat. Every bite revealed its abundant juices. Eating this early in the morning was truly blissful. Sue was happily enjoying breakfast. Suddenly, a message appeared on the public screen. Lucky 4 leaves, SOS. Sue gnawed on the crispy bone at the base of the goose leg and replied with his mind. Sunshine Bear, ? Yi Yunqing lay on the floor of the beetle, panting. The princess pressed against her, making it difficult for her to breathe. The public screen showed it was already dawn, but it was pitch black inside, darker than midnight. Their stomachs were hungry, but breakfast was unavailable. Life was difficult, and they were tired. Yi Yunqing hadn't slept the previous night. She and Lin Buofeng had been busy all night trying to get back to the road as soon as possible. Everything was going smoothly, but at daybreak, a desert storm struck, burying the beetle RV and them along with it. This time, they weren't blown away by the sandstorm and then thrown to an unknown location. This time, they were buried alive by the storm's dust. In the dark beetle, only the dim lights remained, a result of Lin Buofeng's use of a radio card. The light was intermittent. Outside, all was sand, and the air was growing thinner. Lin Buofeng's face was grim. He tried to start the car and leave the sand pit, but he couldn't, despite repeated attempts. Lin Buofeng seemed a little anxious. He rummaged through the props in his backpack one by one. Lying on the floor, Yi Yunqing felt sleepy, exhausted, in pain, hot, and hungry. She heard Lin Buofeng say, "We can't get out on our own. We need help. And I don't have many friends." Lin Buofeng looked at Yi Yunqing with a guilty look as he spoke. Besides the old monsters on the platform, this was probably the only friend he trusted. He looked at Yi Yunqing expectantly. Yi Yunqing silently sent a message to Sister Sunshine for help. Lucky Clover, Sister Sunshine, help! Get us out. Lucky Clover, we're buried alive. Sunshine Bear, you, your teammates, and the princess were buried together? Lucky Clover, yes, yes, help. Sister, I want to live even if I give you the princess. Sue scratched her head. She didn't want the princess, she just wanted to get her back quickly so her misfortune would end. Because of this relationship, Sue, who could have stood by and watched, couldn't do that now. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear uses a temporary item to submit a temporary teaming request to player Lucky Clover 2-person team. Let's just deal with it like this for a few days. Ding dong, player Lucky Clover agrees to player Sunshine Bear teaming request. You enter temporary teaming mode, 3 days. Roads are temporarily merged, 3 days. During the merge period, treasure chest spawn rate increases by 30%, monster spawn rate increases by 300%, and road mileage is added to both parties' mileage. Woohoo! Sister Sunshine is here to save us. Seeing her call for help was answered, Yi Yunqing mustered the strength to get up and began taking out red and blue potions, taking medicine, and eating to stay healthy. When her mood improved, she felt better. An hour and a half later, the pumpkin cart, in sand sea sailing mode, arrived at a sand dune. The navigation indicates the teammate's location marked by the black ball. They're down here, said the little pumpkin. Sue had opened the pumpkin carriage window and peered out. A vast expanse of desert. Sue, holding an oil paper umbrella in the mist, stepped out of the pumpkin carriage and stood in the desert. Huan Huan stepped into the umbrella, adding even more shade and comfort to the already cool shade. Sue, wearing the mask transformed from a small pumpkin, stood in the desert, gazing at the sand dunes ahead. The little bear transformed into a 10-meter-tall bear, brandishing a mace. At Suen's nod, he began digging. To prevent the pumpkin carriage from sinking into the sand pit, while the bear dug, Su Na controlled the pumpkin carriage to fly, soaring through the air. The temperature was hot. The 40 to 50 degree heat wave caused the air above the desert to ripple. It was comfortable and cool under the umbrella. When the 10-meter-tall bear saw something resembling a vehicle, the bear reduced to its normal 2-meter form, and began to tow the vehicle outward. Suen used his telekinesis to assist when necessary. Half an hour later, just as Yi Yunqing was choking on red potion, she saw a glimpse of light. Outside the light, Sister Sunshine's pet, Lord Bear, was dragging a beetle RV out of the sandpit. Sister Sunshine, Yi Yunqing cried out, clinging to the car window, thinking of Suen. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Suen had no interest in responding. Instead, he glanced at the battered car and asked, "Is your car still running?" Chapter 325. "It's okay," Yi Yunqing replied. Suen approached and followed her to inspect it. Thanks to her teammates, she was able to check on Yi Yunqing's car. The car looked tattered, but it was actually in good condition. It had probably been repaired, and there were no major issues with the powertrain. Suen looked inside the car window and saw a handsome boy and a beautiful princess who looked 70% like the queen. Both of them lay unconscious inside the car. Noticing Sister Sunshine's gaze fixed on her teammates, Yi Yunqing quickly replied, "She's not dead. I've been feeding her red medicine. I just had no breath and they suffocated her." There were some things Yi Yunqing hadn't said. She had lost several of her lucky leaves during this time, so she was a bit luckier than her teammates and managed to hold on a little longer, all thanks to her own strength. "Okay, I take you back to the road, and then we take the princess back to the platform together," Suen said. A rope slid down from the pumpkin carriage, and Suen grabbed the front of the beetle, hooking it to the vehicle. Ding dong. Sunshine Bear's vehicle initiates towing mode with Lucky Clover's vehicle. "Do you agree?" Yi Yunqing didn't hesitate and simply agreed. Her sister had come to save her. Suen then climbed into the cramped beetle and checked the passengers, wondering if pulling the vehicle would cause them to jerk to death. Especially the princess, she couldn't die. If she died, she'd turn into a dragon, and she wouldn't be able to defeat her. Yi Yunqing's vehicle wasn't big to begin with, and with 3 people crammed in, it was incredibly crowded. Suen barely found a place to step. The air was thick and stuffy, thick with the heat, and filled with a pungent smell like blood and sweat. After Suen entered, he tried his best to suppress his frown and approached the place with a calm demeanor. When Sister Sunshine entered, Yi Yunqing felt a surge of refreshing coolness. She excitedly watched her sister check on the princess and the dead man. A dozen minutes later, the pumpkin carriage sailed through the sea of sand, dragging the beetle behind it. Yi Yunqing sat in the beetle, replenishing materials and repairing the vehicle while watching the pumpkin carriage ahead, cutting through the sand in admiration. She had only heard of vehicles capable of 3 modes: land, sea, and air. Such capabilities were only possible with S-Class spirit-level vehicles. Her beetle was only a B-Class spirit-level vehicle. Additional features: tough, flexible, portable, and easy to repair. Although the Beetle RV only received a B rating in the system evaluation, it was still a fine vehicle that she had painstakingly acquired at the platform, despite having risked her life and gone through tremendous effort. When she owned it, Yi Yunqing felt immensely happy. Every wheel, every screw, every detail of its design was the product of her meticulous effort. When she showed it off, Yi Yunqing could dazzle her teammates with its beauty, drawing envious glances. In fact, many beta testers had assets within the platform, like Lin Buofeng. Yi Yunqing knew of Lin Buofeng, who owned homes, cars, and status in more than 5 platforms. But Yi Yunqing wasn't envious at all. No matter how fine the things on the platform were, they couldn't compare to her own portable car. Everything went smoothly. After Yi Yunqing had successfully repaired 80% of the car, Lin Buofeng and the princess slowly regained consciousness. After all, Yi Yunqing had fed them both numerous medications. It was impossible for them to die. Scorpion medicine, while bitter and astringent, was incredibly effective. After waking up, the princess seemed unwell, lying drowsy in bed. She simply said hello to Yi Yunqing before falling asleep. As for Lin Buofeng, upon waking, he hadn't realized he nearly died from the lack of oxygen in the confined space. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, thanked Yi Yunqing for being saved, and then helped her repair the car, investing materials and energy. Yi Yunqing didn't say much. Although she always complained about men being dead, Buofeng, as her long-term teammate, was nothing to be desired. Time passed slowly. The beetle was slowly dragged through the sea of sand. All he could see was the high rear window of the pumpkin car ahead. The curtains were drawn, making it impossible to see inside clearly, but the chat between the 2 people on the public screen continued. Because Sister Sunshine had told her to keep her updated on the princess's progress. So, the public screen and private chat showed this scene. Lucky Clover, the princess is awake, and the princess is asleep again. Sunshine Bear, good. Lucky Clover, we almost fixed the car. The refrigerator is running again, and the room is a bit cooler. The princess just turned over. Image, princess sleeping on her side. Over half an hour later, Yi Yunqing felt a little sleepy. She squinted her eyes, staring at the pumpkin carriage ahead, and dozed off. But she couldn't sleep. Although the beetle's powertrain wasn't used in the Sand Sea, and the vehicle was primarily towing, it still required a driver to help with the steering. Towing horizontally and vertically required a completely different amount of effort and energy. Clover, I drive ahead for a while. You go get some sleep. Just then, Bai Feng spoke. Yi Yunqing yawned and asked sleepily, Huh, are you okay? Chapter 326. It's okay. I just fainted, so I was asleep. Besides, I'm a boy, so I'm definitely more resilient than you. As long as I'm not dead, I be fine. Okay. Yi Yunqing didn't bother to be polite with him, because she was incredibly sleepy. She simply said something to Sister Yangguang, who was pulling the cart in front. Yi Yunqing dug a tattered mattress out from under the bed and stuffed it in the aisle. She didn't care if it was dirty or not, and simply laid down to sleep with her clothes on. As for the bed, forget it. She didn't plan on sleeping with the princess, as if wasting medicine. It wasn't a restful sleep. Even though she was exhausted, she still had nightmares. In her dreams, the princess transformed into a terrifying demon, grabbing her head and biting it, as if she wanted to suck her soul. This startled her awake. She opened her eyes, and everything was calm. The system screen was still on, and the time in the lower left corner showed that she had slept for less than half an hour. The room seemed a little dark, and the road was very bumpy. It was quiet, save for the rapid breathing of her teammates, and the rustling of wind and dust outside the window. Wait, dark, bumpy. Yi Yunqing sat up, conscious, and saw the sky outside was gloomy, with a hazy dust cloud rising in the distance. Yi Yunqing tensed at the sight. She instantly stood up, holding onto the front seat and looking outside. Could it be another sandstorm? Thinking of the princess's bad luck, Yi Yunqing didn't dare to take it lightly. She immediately sent a message to Sister Sunshine via the public screen. Sunshine Bear, you're awake. Sunshine Bear, don't worry, we're still a kilometer from the road. Wait for the princess and just floor the accelerator. On the other side, Suan and the dolls were standing on the third floor of the pumpkin carriage. Little Pumpkin sat in his cockpit. In front of the cockpit was a navigation map controlled by the black ball. The map showed the sandstorm's location and form, and it updated in real time. Trust me, we can definitely avoid it this time, Little Pumpkin said. Suan sent a similar message to Clover behind him. 3 minutes later, the pumpkin cart successfully entered the highway with the beetle. Master, tell the owner of the car behind to not resist. Okay. Suan instantly understood Little Pumpkin's intention and sent a message. Sunshine Bear, I'm going to use a synchronized skill on your car to accelerate and escape the storm. Don't resist. The other party replied. Lucky Clover, okay, got it, looking forward to it. Little Pumpkin activated a skill remotely at the car behind him. Skill 3, mine, all mine. You can assimilate vehicles, homewares, and props that you consider your own into your pumpkin car form. Yotsuba's vehicle belongs to Yotsuba, and Yotsuba is her master's teammate. Rounding it off, Yotsuba can be her master's, and her vehicle can also be Little Pumpkin's. Logic makes sense. As Little Pumpkin uses his skill, spiritual energy flows along the tow rope, covering the vehicle behind him. Little Pumpkin, without hesitation, takes possession of the vehicle for a while. For a moment, Yi Yunqing felt as if she wasn't her own, and her vehicle wasn't hers either. This was a form of spiritual possession. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yunqing would definitely resist, but Sister Sunshine warned her against resistance, as this skill synchronizes the vehicle's speed. Facing the danger of the sandstorm behind them. Facing the trusted Sister Yangguang, Yi Yunqing suppressed her instinctive mental resistance and surrendered to the spiritual imprint. Okay, I belong to Sister Yangguang, and my car is hers too. Oh my god. What kind of skill is this? This mental imprint is so embarrassing. It was embarrassing, but the effect was powerful. Without resistance, the skill successfully activated, Yi Yunqing suddenly heard her teammates exclaim. Wow, this! Yi Yunqing leaned over and asked, what's going on? She looked at Bai Feng, who remained calm and composed even in the face of disaster, with an incomprehensible expression on her face, staring at the beetle's dashboard. Yeah, you're truly a hidden talent. Lin Bai Feng said admiringly. Huh? Yi Yunqing was completely bewildered by this sudden compliment. But when she glanced at the dashboard, she gasped. Is this still her car? The dashboard had been completely redesigned. The speedometer, which had previously indicated a maximum of 200 kilometers per hour, had jumped to 600 kilometers per hour. There was also a simple navigation screen displaying the current map. Just then, an icon resembling a pumpkin mask suddenly appeared on the dashboard. A familiar female voice rang out. "Ready, step on the gas, and follow closely." It was Sister Sunshine's voice. As soon as the words fell, the pumpkin car ahead began to accelerate, the tow rope tightening, dragging the beetle along with it. Subconsciously, Lin Buofing floored the accelerator to keep pace. The low-level spiritual power engine began to work at a furious pace, spiritual energy consuming, and the RV sped along nimbly. The desert on both sides receded at a terrifying speed, and everything around him blurred. Yet, even at this speed, the car remained stable, as if on rails. A closer look revealed a thin protective shield enveloping the front of the car, steadily holding it in place. The sandstorm behind gradually receded, and the sky ahead grew clearer. Yi Yunqing gaped at the sandstorm behind her. It turned out that sandstorms could be left behind. She gazed at the pumpkin carriage, galloping away in front of her, with admiration. So, increasing a vehicle's speed to this point was truly impressive. But soon, Yi Yunqing faced a new problem. The spirit source meter was running low. The stored spirit source was not keeping up with consumption. "I'm telling you that your energy is running low. Recharge." At this speed, if you don't increase your speed, the tow rope won't last more than a few seconds. Sister Sunshine's voice rang from the dashboard. As if waking from a dream, Yi Yunqing sprang into action. She threw spirit source stones into the fuel chamber, shoving them in and out as if they were free. The sandstorm hadn't yet cleared, and Yi Yunqing couldn't afford to be complacent. Furthermore, with the unlucky debuff princess aboard, she grew even more nervous. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. The imagined disastrous outcome didn't materialize. An hour later, the beetle, led by the pumpkin carriage, completely escaped the sandstorm. Under Sister Sunshine's command, the two cars slowly slowed to a stop. Yi Yunqing felt a sense of relief. It seemed strength could indeed overcome misfortune, to a certain extent. The car stopped. Lin Buofing couldn't help but praise Yi Yunqing, giving her a thumbs up and saying, "Your friend is truly amazing." A moment later, there was a knock on the beetle's door. Yi Yunqing opened the door. She looked at Sister Sunshine, holding an oil paper umbrella and leading the strong bear. Suan waved a ticket for the Fantasy Fairyland platform and said, "Let's send the princess back." Yes, Suan's purpose in coming to the rescue was clear, to send the princess back to end his own bad luck and, by the way, to receive the queen's reward with greater peace of mind. Though the queen didn't seem to care that much about this matter, she even vaguely hoped to destroy herself. But with such a kind queen, and such a beautiful and relatively safe platform, Suan felt that he could hold on a little longer, and there was no need to destroy himself. This. Chapter 327. Yi Yunqing paused for a moment, then shifted her gaze to Lin Buofing. She knew her teammates hadn't given up on taking the princess to another platform. Finally, Yi Yunqing decided to side with Sister Sunshine. In crucial moments, she always quickly chose the right path for herself. It was Sister Sunshine who dug them out of the sand pit and saved them. It was Sister Sunshine's car that had just pulled them out of the desert storm. As for the princess, she had done her utmost. Yi Yunqing made this decision with sincerity. She completely ignored the mental implications of Little Pumpkin's abilities. She was Sister Sunshine's person, and this fact had been silently etched into her mind. Yi Yunqing said, "By phone, I think we should definitely send the princess back to the original platform. We've been on the brink of death several times, and can't withstand the setbacks. I promised Aki, and I can't break my promise." The two of them stared at each other. At some point, Yi Yunqing had a staff in her hand. She placed it against Lin Buofing's chest. Yi Yunqing was serious, her skills ready to activate at any moment. Her control skills could target monsters, and perhaps also players. However, this was also a teammate she could trust with her life for the adventure, so she didn't resort to direct action. Instead, she reasoned with him. "This is my car, my territory, by phone. You are unable to fulfill your promise to the princess and need my help. Besides, I only promised you 3 days. Those 3 days have already passed, and I no longer have the energy to help you. Abandon the princess's mission, and let her return to where she belongs." Yi Yunqing said word by word. In truth, she didn't blame herself for the twists and turns and pain she experienced in the past few days. It was her choice. It was now clear that they were incapable of combating the princess's misfortune. If it weren't for Sister Sunshine, who happened to arrive on a quest, their deaths would have been inevitable. Only God knew that Yi Yunqing had quietly used up all her lucky leaves. Every time she survived a desperate situation, she relied on her accumulated good luck. She wondered how long it would take her to accumulate enough good luck next time. 3 days left. Lin Bufing's gaze shifted to Suin. Although he was clearly confronting Yi Yunqing, he knew who held the key to this matter. This high-level player who had come on the quest was the key, and he desperately wanted to drag them along to complete the princess's quest. Suin had no desire to get involved. The queen waited, unwilling to respond. The princess's insistence on pursuing the past might not lead to any good results. Suin had no choice but to share the information he knew in an understandable way. My job is to remind the princess to return to the platform. This matter had been discussed with Yotsuba before. During this period, the princess's curse will intensify, and those around her will suffer even more misfortune, Suin said. She looked at the two people, who were clearly not in good condition. Before, Yotsuba had been such a spirited young girl, clean and neat. Now, she was dusty and sweaty, her hair covered in dust and grit. If we don't send her back to the platform when the timer expires, she will transform into a powerful monster and be forcibly recalled. During this time, you will die, and many innocent players will die too, Suin said. She was right. Once the platform reopened, the system couldn't fail to release tickets. Even if I tried to stop everyone from going to the platform, how many people could I stop? Those players who entered the platform again would most likely not make it out alive. Suin's words brought a hush to the scene. No one spoke, a silent silence. Yi Yunqing's expression was vivid. She glanced back at the sleeping princess in the bed, the fear in her expression all too evident. The princess was a monster, and could even be forcibly recalled. Oh my god, she'd been sleeping in the same bed with such a being for the past few days, even giving the princess her own camisole. Could she still keep her camisole? My thoughts had wandered a bit. The most urgent thing now was to convince that stubborn Baifeng to return the princess to the platform. I wasn't capable of this mission, so I just give up. It was a scorching desert, but a gentle breeze blew, bringing a chilling chill. It was perfectly appropriate. It matched the tense atmosphere. Oh! Suin waved the oil paper umbrella overhead. It was Huanwan blowing a cool breeze overhead, which was truly fitting. She loved creating an atmosphere. Cool and comfortable. I still want to take the princess to the platform and fulfill her wish. This is my promise. I believe that since the princess has made an appointment and is willing to go, I cannot break it, no matter how difficult it is or how long the wait is, Lin Bufing said. He knelt on one knee and bowed to the player Yang Wang. Please help me. I'm willing to do something unconditionally for you in the future. It can allow Sai to write a contract using her skills. Is it worth it? Suin was stunned. This friend of Sai's was, after all, a high-level player. Sai said he was one of those people who thrived on various platforms, with all his talent points invested in them. Now, for an NPC, he's willing to pay so much. Has he been corrupted? Has he been brainwashed by the young queen? No, Sai has the decontamination skill. He should be clear-headed. Suin looked at the persistent Baifeng, thinking. She had offered the ticket to the maple forest to Her Majesty the Queen. What had Her Majesty replied? Suin's memory was surprisingly good. She quickly remembered. The Queen had said, keep it when you get it. Don't return it to me. Perhaps this is a new opportunity for you. The Queen said it with a smile, but that smile held a sad look in her eyes, and within that, a glimmer of hidden anticipation. In the midst of their conversation, an eye suddenly snapped off. It could have been a finger, or a hair, but it had to be an eye. The investigation revealed that the Tulip Queen and the princess had a close relationship with a newcomer, Lord Feng, a close friend regardless of age. Everything connected. Suin looked at the persistent young man before her. She took out the Maple Grove platform ticket and handed it to the boy. The princess said someone would deliver it to you, didn't she? The boy shook his head and smiled bitterly. Not really. I was planning to take the princess to the central platform to investigate the Maple Grove platform. Oh, come on. I changed my mind. I'm going to go with you to see what the princess is waiting for. Suin didn't doubt her own wishful thinking. Her Majesty's eyes were still on her. Perhaps she really wanted to see it, but she didn't dare. This fantasy fairyland has really had enough. Every Riddler, do they really enjoy having people gather clues and guess? With Suin's support, Yi Yunqing and Lin Bufing's shaky friendship was restored, and now they were close teammates like brother and sister. Knowing that Lin Bufing had a skill that allowed him to travel to any platform once every 3 days, Suin simply saved the opportunity to travel to a designated platform once a week. As Lin Bufing activated his skill, a platform appeared ahead. It says Maple Forest. Chapter 328. From afar, the scene looked bleak. Suin put away the pumpkin carriage and got into Sai's Beetle. There were already 3 people crammed into the small RV, so adding her and Bear wouldn't make much difference. Suin wouldn't let anyone else get on the pumpkin carriage. For example, even though she and Sai were on good terms, she hadn't added her as a friend. Social anxiety combined with caution made her who she was. Suin, holding the shrunken bear, sat in the passenger seat of the Beetle, watching the road ahead. Yi Yunqing was in the driver's seat, driving beside Sister Sunshine. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Sister Sunshine waving a piece of azure candy. The candy was crystal clear, like amber candy. It looked strange and bizarre, and Yi Yunqing was a little curious, but she didn't ask. At this moment, Bai Feng and the princess were staying in the back, and he took the opportunity to take care of the princess, who had brought pollution and bad luck. The princess woke up upon entering the platform. Her crystal-like eyes excitedly gazed at the scenery outside the window. Had Bai Feng not stopped her, she would have rushed out of the train. This maple forest, as its name suggests, is a continuous forest of fiery red maple leaves. 3 minutes ago, the system displayed a series of messages. Ding dong, player go to Bai Feng activates the skill platform space lock, using the special platform ticket Maple Forest, entering the closed platform Maple Forest. Platform, Maple Forest. Danger level, message, this area is very safe, consisting of only a maple forest. It seems some creatures were there before, but time has passed to dissipate everything, so it is temporarily closed. This message alerted the princess that the person or creature she wanted to meet was probably long gone. From the moment they entered the station, everything around them confirmed this assumption. There was only a forest here. Beyond that, nothing. 3 minutes later, the Beetle reached the end of the gravel road. There was no road ahead, only a hazy mist, marking the edge of the platform. Further ahead, it would be easy to leave the platform. The Beetle stopped. Everyone got off. This is the end, Yi Yunqing said in disbelief, looking around. The current situation was very different from what she had expected. There was no town, no buildings, no living creatures, just an empty maple forest. The weather was scorching, and the leaves were wilting, a brilliant red, and falling scattering. Suin, holding an oil paper umbrella, watched the princess stumble out of the car and into the woods. The candy in his palm seemed to be burning, sticking to his palm. Up ahead, Lin Buofeng greeted Sai and ran ahead to catch up with the princess. Aki, slow down, don't get excited, slow down, Lin Buofeng shouted. Although the princess seemed to be stumbling, she was surprisingly strong and fast. Hurry up and put the car away, and catch up, Suin said to Sai. With that, Suin, holding his umbrella, sat directly on the shoulders of the enlarged bear. Xiao Imo, reaching 4 meters tall, walked upright in the forest, catching up with the princess. I don't know if it was an illusion. Suin felt that the princess had grown a little bigger. Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Sai immediately activated the Beetle's portable mode. She put the car back on her bracelet and began running to catch up with the bear. It was hard to tell what was going on from the outside, but as soon as she entered the forest, Yi Yunqing felt a little scared. The trees were so tall, and the layers of fiery red maple leaves piled up were a bit creepy. Everyone ahead was moving so fast. The bear was so huge, 1 step could take her 10 steps. The little girl shouted, Sunshine, wait for me. Big Bear, wait for me. His short legs moved furiously. The bear glanced at its master on his shoulder, and saw Sister in a nod. He turned, ran a few steps, scooped up the little girl, Clover, and tossed her into his palm. Then, he turned around and took 2 steps forward to catch up with the princess and her teammates. At this moment, Lin Buofeng had already summoned his wings to chase the princess, even if it increased his level of alienation. These bat wings accelerated his speed through the jungle, ensuring he wouldn't lose the princess. He had promised to take the princess to the maple forest for their appointment, and he also remembered his promise to Sunshine Bear to bring her back to Fantasy Fairyland. He couldn't lose the princess, or he wouldn't be friends with Clover anymore. Behind Lin Buofeng, Yi Yunqing felt a sense of novelty, cradled in the big bear's palm, her back resting on its soft belly. She savored the feeling of riding in the center of the bear's paw. It was magical. It was a little hot, and a bit bumpy, but it was still such a blissful feeling. Oh, even though Sister Sunshine didn't add her as a friend, she must have liked her. Suin sat on the bear's shoulders, higher up, with a better view and less bumpy ride. She held an oil paper umbrella in one hand, and a candy bar in the other. Wan, nestled inside the umbrella, occasionally felt a cool breeze, a comforting sensation. A dozen minutes later, the bear brought Suin and Yi Yunqing to where the princess was staying, and set them down. This was a clearing in the middle of the maple forest. There were some traces of buildings on the ground, but few, as time had worn them away. Only a few stone tablets and mounds remained. Suen, holding her oil paper umbrella, used telekinesis to lightly jump off the bear's body. She saw the princess, sobbing over the largest stone tablet. She was wearing a slip dress, and her palms resembled dragon scales. Lin Buofing, standing not far behind the princess, murmured, "So that's how it is. I thought it was love, but I'm too narrow-minded." Suen's palms felt hot. She reached out, and the candy cube floated up, approaching the stone tablet. Suen looked at the stone tablet. It was definitely incomprehensible text, but fortunately, the system on the platform automatically translated it. Chapter 329. I don't know if the system has learned the Blue Star language because of the verbal battle, but the translation of the words on this stone tablet is heartbreaking. Seeing these words is like seeing you. Seeing these words, I hope it's like you seeing me. Seeing these words brings joy to your face. I hope you can smile. But actually, I rather you not come to see. If I had my ability, you probably wouldn't be able to see. I'm sorry, Mom. Shibei erased your memory, but Shibei loves you very much. I hope you won't be saddened by my lies. Shibei is a bad child. Shibei loves you very much. We made a promise to see each other again, and this promise has become a platform ticket, and I will hide her deep within my heart. Don't worry, don't be lonely. I will be with you every day, Mom. I will live in a fairy tale book, be your little princess, live in your kingdom, and be happy forever. The following elements are present in the fantasy fairyland plot, no matter how it changes. There is an innocent and lovely princess. There was a powerful queen who doted on the princess. There was a dragon that represented disaster. There was a peaceful and beautiful kingdom. The dragon absorbed the princess, possessing divine talent, breaking the seal and destroying the world. This was a hint, a hidden malice the platform owner harbored. The platform owner expected the princess to be filled with ambition, to slay the dragon, the ambitious, the queen, and become the most unbridled being. This was nothing but a psychological suggestion. Everywhere was filled with mystery, oblivion, and hints. It turned out to be the platform owner's hidden and forgotten pain. Ah! Suen heard the princess cry out in pain. I remember now. I am a dragon, a dragon. Was Shibei? How could I do this to Shibei? Just a divine level platform core. It's just a divine level platform core. Why would I do this? Her aura grew increasingly terrifying, and at the same time, she was transforming into a dragon. Oh no! The princess is transforming into a monster. Yi Yunqing grew nervous. She knew Sister Yangguang had said that if the princess transformed into a monster, it would be terrifying, and they would likely all be killed. Very strong. Lin Buofing frowned, his hair standing on end. He could sense the urgency of the situation. At this moment, the princess's aura had already surpassed the spiritual level, and was still growing stronger. Suen had nothing to worry about. Since they were already here, she felt the queen must have a backup plan. Sure enough, the candy cube lit up, and a formless nine-tailed fox phantom rushed towards the princess. Having stopped the princess's dragon transformation, the blonde princess, stunned, hugged the tiny nine-tailed fox phantom. Quack, quack! A goose cried. A spatial magic circle appeared, and a tall, thin, black goose made a dazzling appearance. This black goose was the guy who called himself Lucky Goose, and was trying to stop Suen at the hot spring entrance. He tricked her into giving her a ticket to the Fantasy Fairyland platform, luring Suen back to the platform, where she discovered the princess's escape. Back on the road, Suen suspected this guy was connected to Mayor Goose Ming, the elusive super god goose named Shuaida. However, Suen couldn't expose Shuaida's secrets, he might be disguised or commanding his minions. Mr. Lucky Goose, Suen said politely. Yi Yunqing was initially terrified. This tall, thin, dark goose-like monster, with its strong aura and unknown strength, looked like a bad guy. But seeing that Sister Sunshine knew him, she felt a little more at ease. Hello, Angel's clone. I teleport you back to Fantasy Fairyland. I then take the shattered platform core back to Yiming City for storage. The princess looked at the tall, thin, black goose and said with a wry smile, Senior Goose, thank you for your trouble. The princess and the nine-tailed fox phantom spoke together, a strange yet harmonious scene. After all, they were, at times, one and the same. No worries, quack, quack. Enthusiasm is what geese are all about. I love helping my friends. Quack, quack. By the way, young lady, would you like me to take over this? The goose glanced at the princess. She's not in good condition. She needs to return to her platform as soon as possible. Noticing the tall, black goose's gaze on him, he proactively sought his opinion. Suin naturally wouldn't say no. After all, he couldn't defeat her even if he said no. The key point was that both the princess and the nine-tailed fox phantom in her arms agreed. What could she do? You bigwigs, don't give her face like that. Goose was willing to do the follow-up quests and fix this mess, so she naturally didn't bother. As for the quest rewards, the candy and the fact that she wasn't unlucky were her rewards. Suin nodded. Lin Buofeng was about to say something when Yi Yunqing poked him in the back with her staff, giving him a slight jolt. Lin Buofeng shut up. He actually just been trying to say something nice, praising this seemingly powerful monster and asking for some favors, but it seemed Sai had misunderstood. So he should just keep quiet. After all, there really wasn't much room for conversation here. Goose didn't even treat him like a human being, not even glancing at him. The charisma he prided himself on the platform seemed to have vanished. On this mission, he seemed genuinely led by the princess. Perhaps it was the setting in the station that influenced him, but he truly sympathized with her. Or perhaps it was because he truly missed his sister, imagining that if she waited for him like this, he couldn't help but go. Soon, for some unknown reason, magic circles appeared one after another in the space. Then, in the blink of an eye, the surroundings shifted, and Suin and Xiao Imo appeared in the municipal goose shop. She still wore a pumpkin mask, held an oil paper umbrella, and held a dull piece of candy in her hand. Before them was the main entrance to the municipal goose shop, with a note taped to it. In the system's translation, the text sounded rather silly. Lucky Goose Vendor lets you rest here. Don't go out during the day. It's dangerous. The owner isn't in the shop. He's going crazy outside right now. Suin was speechless. Maybe that tall, skinny black goose was the mechanical goose Ding Dang Dang, desperate to leave her own territory behind. She acted so perfunctorily. Did she really look that foolish? Recalling when she asked Ding Dang Dang about the super god Goose Handsome dumping her for the Fantasy Fairyland platform, he'd been clueless. Forget it. Forget it, as long as it puts in the effort for me. JPG. An emoji popped up in Suin's mind. She'd become accustomed to the Goose City's ways. The system messages kept coming. Suin glanced at the public screen, which displayed a long string of messages. Ding dong, player Sunny Bear, you left the temporary team. The temporary team is disbanded. The road is separated. Ding dong, player Sunny Bear, congratulations on passing special platform Maple Forest and entering special platform Yiming City. Your current location is Yiming City Municipal Yiming Store. Oh, the domineering Yiming, still domineering. But it's hard to dislike it. Irritating. Then, Suin saw the message from Sai. Chapter 330. Because the system settings have replies set today, strangers can chat freely. Sai sends a long string of messages. Lucky Sai, Sunshine's sister, where are you? I was back on the road with Baifeng in the blink of an eye, and I didn't see you. Lucky Sai, Sunshine's sister, I saw the news that you left the team. Are you safe? Sai is worthy of being Sai. She's very talkative, but I forgive her because she cares. Unbeknownst to Suin, the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Suin, watching her silent, yet ever-growing message bar, immediately reported that she was safe. She hid the fact that she had been teleported to the platform and had been kicked out of the team. She simply said that the mission was over and she had left the team and returned to the road. Sai was clearly used to Suin's demeanor. Noticing that she was safe, she reduced her messaging frequency and instead shared the gossip she had forced out of Baifeng. It was about her experience entering Fantasy Fairyland a week before its opening. It recounted how he constantly sensed the queen and princess missing someone through him, and how he suddenly come up with the idea of taking the princess to see them. Suin glanced at it. Some of the information she knew, some she didn't, but it didn't matter. This platform was completely closed. Once the princess was sent back and the platform closed, the system would issue a summary. As for the truth, she had some guesses. She could ask the goose for the rest. Suin released Wan, the little pumpkin, and rested on the sofa in the municipal goose shop. She was a little tired after all the running around. Oh, we're in Goose City again. I wonder if there's any place selling roasted whole goose here? Little Pumpkin said. It's so lively here. Wan leaned against the window and looked out. What a work of art. Outside the house, behind the transparent glass, one could see all sorts of geese going wild, some stripping off their clothes, some breathing fire, fighting each other. There was even a goose, fluttering and dancing on the mayor's goose statue. A closer look. It was someone I knew. It looked like Old Goose, the owner of the Old Goose Inn. Just look at the dance. It was eye-catching. Su had averted his gaze, but Wan was watching intently, commenting with gusto. This dance style is full of exotic charm. Is this the art of the goose people? Old Goose Boss's dance moves are so unique. Wow, how can you twist your butt like that? The goose people's big, flexible butts look so beautiful when they do it. I want to learn that too. The kid twisted his butt. Oh, it pooped on the mayor statue. Suin quickly stepped forward, trying to block Wan's eyes, but Little Pumpkin was even faster. He blocked Wan's eyes with his hand. Spicy comment, don't look at it, it's dirty and uncivilized. You can't learn from it. You absolutely cannot pee or poop anywhere other than the bathroom. Little Pumpkin's words were blunt and earnest. You could tell she was genuinely worried Wan would pick up bad habits. Suin drew the curtains, blocking the window facing the statue. Wan's next words left Suin in a state of confusion. So, it wasn't here to dance. It was here to poop. Sister Nen, look at this. Xiao Emo suddenly called Suin. Suin walked over and saw Xiong squatting under a row of bookshelves, pointing at a thick book on the bottom shelf. It had the word angels written on it. Suin squatted down and took the book out. It was a thick volume, with the cover reading, Beautiful Memories with Angels. Suin held the book, laid down on the sofa, and opened it to read. I'm Shuaida. I met angels in the summer of the 319th year after the founding of Yiming City. She was an interesting tourist with the potential to reach the divine level. She had a very sweet smile, and was full of energy and brute force. I thought she was a very promising partner. I want to be friends with her, and build great things together. Suin read with great interest, page after page. The text translated by the system was exceptionally delicate, allowing Suin to sense Shuaida as a warm, enthusiastic, and slightly overbearing goose. Just like the city it founded. This entry records observations of Angels as adventures. When Angels was weak, Shuaida treated her as an equal and offered her assistance. After Angels reached the super spiritual stage, her race's situation deteriorated, and she chose to follow the path of the goose people, establishing a platform. One day, Angels visited Yiming City and announced that she had a daughter. In his observation journal, Shuaida expressed his confusion as to why the dragon clan would have a nine-tailed fox daughter. Although the little fox was quite talented, Shuaida cared deeply about his friend Angels, and out of love for her, he also praised the little fox. The description read, reddish-brown, smooth fur, and many tails. Suin flipped through the pages one by one. He felt a pang of pain in his heart. Chapter 331. She learned that the era of the dragon race had passed. The survival game, known as the Infinite Dungeon Promotion Test, could not be completed without a dragon. The dragon race was already small in number, and most perished in the fierce dungeon battles. Angelisa's choice to use the platform core and build a platform maple forest was a helpless move as she advanced. The dragon race was shattered, and Angelus became a relic like her human race. The civilization Angelus belonged to was destroyed. And little nine-tailed Shibe was a new player with amnesia whom Angelus took in, a little girl from the nine-tailed fox clan. She adopted little nine-tailed as her daughter and named her Shibe, meaning little baby full of hope. She helped the nine-tailed fox clan to a new life, just as Shuaida had once helped her. Time passed silently, and the book turned page by page. Xiaomo nestled in her master's arms, reading with him. Wan and Little Pumpkin arrived at some point, floating in midair, one on each side, huddled next to Swan's head, reading a book. Plop. The sound of falling tears. Little Pumpkin was already in tears. The book described how Angels was seriously injured saving Shibe, her body exhausted, and her own lifespan nearing its end, and how Shibe procured a divine core platform to extend her mother's life. Swan could hardly bear to read any more, for she had already guessed the ending. She turned her head and looked around. Little Bear leaped into her arms, clutching at the corner of her clothes, his eyes fixed on the car. Little Pumpkin's face was wrinkled and tears were streaming. Wan was silent, her expressionless face gloomy. Swan took a breath and turned the next page. The plot was just as she had expected, everything just as she had guessed. Honest lacked the ability to integrate the core of the divine platform. Shibe gave everything in exchange for Honest's long-lasting love. The promise to stay in the maple forest, the platform ticket crafted, as exquisite as a letter of sympathy. One could say it was made by Shibe, or by Honest. This is an untouchable pain sealed deep within Honest's memory. It's not that she doesn't know, it's that she doesn't want to know, unwilling to face it. Yet, she can't bear to forget it completely, and coupled with Shibe's inherited ability to manipulate memories, she has created the fantasy fairyland as it is today. 2 hours. Sue-in and her dolls finished reading a thick book, and it reached its end. At the end, she saw a record about herself. Another 100 years have passed, and Honest's platform is about to open again. I send a very lovely girl to Honest to check on her. I wonder if Honest is reconciled with me. Seeing such a lively little girl should help her find peace. She is cute and energetic. Sue-in hadn't expected Schweide to describe her in this way. Sue-in's fingers touched the unfinished paper, the last page bearing fresh words, seemingly written only a few days ago. The words still held the warmth of spiritual energy at her touch. Sue-in closed the book, closing the sorrow that had carried for nearly 1,000 years, and squatted down to place it back on the shelf. Sister-in, Master, Mom. The 3 dolls huddled together in Sue-in's arms, clinging to her body and pressing into her embrace for a hug. Even the calmest little bear was no exception. Sue-in was a little bewildered. Why were these 3 little creatures suddenly so sentimental? We must live together forever and in harmony, the little bear hummed. Sue-in, at a loss for words, hugged everyone. They wouldn't experience the pain of Anais and Sibi, because they weren't the ones making decisions for each other for their own good. Sue-in respected every doll's decision, and every doll respected hers. She believed that even if they encountered an accident, they would simply die together, without suffering. Yes. Sue-in defined Anais and Sibi's pain as this. Their mother-daughter bond was touching, but the underlying tragedy was that they sacrificed themselves for each other without informing each other. If Anais had properly educated Sibi about death, if Sibi hadn't taken her mother's example, giving everything and then hiding it, if they were both honest enough. But this might also be due to their personalities. In the cool third-person perspective recording, Sue-in noticed that the emotions between the two had always been hidden, only to be expressed with extraordinary intensity at the moment of death. Such personalities, such experiences. No one could say whether, in that moment and place, they could have made a different decision and achieved a better ending. 7 days of reincarnation, constantly returning to the time before the dragon appeared, the shadow within the candy cube's constant companionship, wasn't that a form of eternal happiness? Gurgle, gurgle. As everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of sorrow, someone's stomach growled. Sue-in looked down and noticed it was the bear's belly rumbling. Seeing everyone staring at it, Xiao Mo clutched his stomach and lowered his head, his ears twitching shyly. There was a touch of bearish shyness. With that said, it seemed like everyone hadn't eaten in ages. Sue-in, so engrossed in his reading, hadn't noticed it earlier, but once Bear reminded him, he too began to feel hungry. It wasn't long before Bear's stomach growled. Gurgle, gurgle. As if it were contagious, Sue-in's stomach started growling too. Time had slipped by, and before he knew it, it was 3 in the afternoon. Recalling today, Sue-in hadn't eaten since breakfast. He'd gone to rescue Siyi that morning, driving the pumpkin cart through the desert. Back on the road, he rushed straight to Maple Grove Station. At Maple Grove Station, he witnessed the princess transform into a dragon and encountered a tall, thin, black goose. At noon, he was teleported to Yiming City and began reading. What a busy day. Get something to eat. Sue-in pulled out a small loaf of bread from his space and gave one to each person to fill their stomachs. Sue-in didn't carry much ready-to-eat food with him, so he packed most of it into the storage area of the pumpkin cart. Let's find a place to park the car or light a fire, and get something hot. Ah, I'm craving instant noodles, Sue-in said to everyone. Everyone nodded as they munched on their small buns. It wasn't even dark yet, so going outdoors wasn't an option. There were a bunch of crazy geese out there, the kind that would poop on the mayor's statue. Going out now would be a life-threatening situation. We have to think about indoors. The Town Goose supermarket occupied a single floor, but Sue-in was always in and out of a hurry, never really exploring every area. Now, Sue-in led everyone to find an open space and began to wander around. The counter area, the lounge area, the reading area, and at the end of the lounge area, Sue-in found what looked like an indoor parking lot. It was a very empty room with a sign on the side saying, RV Parking and Rest Area. Yes, this design makes sense. Chapter 332. The Municipal Goose Store and the Yiming City Visitor Center were built together, and they were currently located at the Visitor Center. Thus, Sue-in discovered a hidden benefit. In fact, even if you didn't stay at the hotel during the day, you could stay in Yiming City and go directly to the Yiming City Visitor Center inside the Municipal Goose Store to park your RV. Goodness, in order to promote consumption, Ding Dang Dang hadn't told her anything about this at all. Here, little pumpkin, let's park here. Sue-in pointed at the empty space, feeling like she'd lost money. Little pumpkin circled the space and said, okay. Soon, the pumpkin RV appeared, parked firmly. As soon as the little pumpkin RV appeared, everyone felt like they were home. Everyone climbed in, and was incredibly comfortable. Even though there were sofas in the lounge area, it still felt like home. A dozen minutes later, everyone was sitting on the sofas, each with a bucket of instant noodles, eating while watching projected animation. A pot of hot water filled the kitchen stove. A carton of Shanghai brand spicy instant noodles, all opened and ready to be soaked, was eagerly awaiting its third bowl. The bear ate with relish. A chopstick scooped up a handful of noodles and shoved them into the bear's gaping maw. 3 mouthfuls of noodles, a bowl of noodles, were consumed with such rapidity. The bear was truly hungry. Suin slurped the noodles, occasionally taking a sip of the instant noodle soup. He felt a sense of relief and warmth throughout his body. The air conditioning in the Yiming City Visitor Center was running high, and the room was very cool. Humans are truly fascinating creatures. After a healthy diet, the occasional junk food can bring joy. There's also the love of consuming hot meals on the coldest air conditioner in the summer. Suin, enjoying a luxurious bowl of instant noodles with braised egg and ham sausage, feels the sweetness of life. Elsewhere, Wan, who ate a little slower, began her second bowl of instant noodles. The lid of the freshly brewed noodles opened, revealing steaming hot, fragrant aroma, golden noodles, emerald green scallions, small chunks of beef mixed with flour, and plenty of cilantro. That was the cilantro seasoning packet for Bear. Wan doesn't like carrots, but she loves cilantro, and the more the better. Xiaomo doesn't like cilantro, but he's not averse to carrots. Little Pumpkin loves them all. Suin also loves them all, but his appetite is limited. After finishing his bowl, he could only follow Little Pumpkin's lead, watching Xiaomo and Wan eat, and occasionally helping to make the noodles. The entire first floor of the pumpkin cart was filled with the overbearing aroma of instant noodles, which lingered for a long time. Suin collapsed on the sofa, watching Xiaomo and Wan devour 2 cartons of instant noodles in one gulp, signaling she was full. It seemed she had to buy more instant noodles next time she went to a convenience store. The dozens of boxes at home wouldn't last her long. Just then, Little Pumpkin handed Suin a bowl of soup. "Master, I made some sweet water to cool you down. Try it." Suin took it and took a sip. Her eyes widened when she noticed what she was drinking. She was drinking the kelp and bean soup Little Pumpkin had just made. The kelp came from a player called Old Man and dried kelp, and the beans came from Magic Pea. Suin marveled at the magical combination. Sweet kelp soup. Not unpalatable, even a little delicious. Little Pumpkin always unlocked these new and unknown dishes for her. It said this is a classic recipe combination. Suin, who has spent most of her life in the north, had never tasted such a delicacy. How novel. After finishing their meal and clearing away the instant noodle boxes, it was almost 5 o'clock. Summer in Yiming City is dark, and nightfall doesn't last until around 8. Suin had no desire to go out, so she just lay in the pumpkin carriage. She loved staying home, and this was quite comfortable. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. A long string of system notifications rang out in her ears. Suin opened the public screen and saw a long string of messages from CE. Lucky CE. Sister Sunshine, check the system summary. Lucky CE. Look. Lucky CE. That big dark goose monster must have sent the princess back. The system has even released a summary. Lucky CE. Besides by Feng and me, there are 3 other people who entered the platform without platform tickets. Lucky Clover. Oh my god, that cruel Sunflower Kingdom princess next door is probably also a player. How terrifying. I absolutely mustn't let her run into me. Suin, Would Clover be okay if she knew she was playing crickets in front of the real owner? It's hard to say. But Clover will probably never know about this. Suin briefly replied to Clover, then checked the system summary message. It was belated, but it was here after all. It didn't mean anything special, but it let Suin know that everything that happened in Fantasy Fairyland had come to an end. Suin scrolled through the public screen and saw that at 5 p.m., the system had simultaneously released this platform summary to all regions. It had been released to both the region and the world. The large-scale integrated platform Special Platform Fantasy Fairy Tale Town has closed. Total time, 11 days and 7 hours. Players participating in the platform, 2,005. Players leaving the platform, 762. Summary. Congratulations to the 1243 players who entered the platform and are now living a happy, fairy tale life. This is cause for celebration. 423 of these players died on the platform, becoming part of it. Thank you for your contribution. 321 of these players remained conscious and entered the special dungeon Happy Dragon Fairy Tale on the platform. May everyone find their way back home soon. Congratulations to the 5 players who entered the platform without tickets. 2 players who deceived NPCs are unethical. Please be ethical. 2 players who created and used fake platform tickets are informative. I catch you next time and fine you. Finally, a warning to 1 player. Using backdoors is shameful. Don't rely on your good relationships with the platform's Yao Rao Rao to act lawlessly and undermine the fairness of the game. After reading this summary, Suin felt quite calm. She had long since grown accustomed to the system style. Presumably, the warning about backdoor players was referring to her, but what could it do? It had no choice. The system always acted like it disliked her, but couldn't do anything about her. Suin had long since grown accustomed to it. She let the goose treat her too highly, and she didn't want to. At this moment, Suin suddenly felt she had a talent for being mean. That's right, Suin scrolled up the public screen and saw the system summary of Maple Grove's information. It had appeared over 10 minutes ago. Area 00001, Platform Maple Grove, abandoned, has been permanently closed. Total time, 1 hour and 7 minutes. Players participating in the platform, 3. Players leaving the platform, 3. Summary, this platform was supposed to be closed a long time ago, so closing it now isn't a big deal. And by the way, you 3 shouldn't get too cocky. I'm just writing this summary. I'm not unhappy at all. I don't want to congratulate the 3 players for attracting the annoying geese, shutting down this platform, and then letting the core fall into their hands. Sunny Bear. Lucky 4-Leaf. Go to by live phone. I memorized your nicknames. Yes, I'm just writing a summary. I'm not unhappy, I'm not particularly upset. Clicking on your names is just clicking. What a system. Suddenly, a noise outside caught Suin's attention, and he turned to look. Chapter 333. A noise came from the counter of the municipal goose shop. Suin opened the pumpkin carriage and stepped out, only to see Ding Dang Dang, with a black feather on his head, appear inside. This mechanical goose was a 1-to-1 scale replica of the statue outside, plump and round. Oh dear tourist, welcome. I just got back from a stroll. Oh, who the hell sent you here in broad daylight? Isn't that you? Suin muttered to himself, but didn't disrupt Ding Dang Dang's acting. He chatted with it with a grieved expression. I'm not sure either. While on a mission, I met a tall black goose that called itself Lucky Goose, and it brought it to you. Ding Dang Dang scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. A black feather fell from his head, and he quickly hid it, feeling guilty, and then pretended to be nonchalant before returning to Suin. It had been a while since he left Yiming City, and it was already midnight. Suin dozed off, and as soon as she relaxed, she felt her upper and lower eyelids fighting each other. The human body is truly strange. It always needs sleep to feel better. Master, go to bed early. Little Pumpkin brought a glass of warm lemonade. He reminded his master, who looked very sleepy, to get some rest. The master was good in every way, except that when he was so focused on his creative inspiration, he tended to forget to sleep. It was already late, and normally, the master would have gone to bed long ago. Since leaving Yiming City, the master had been writing and drawing on paper, looking absorbed, and it was obvious that he had a wealth of creative inspiration. None of the dolls dared to disturb her. Everyone sat quietly, silently beside their master. Beside their master, Bear and Huan Huan had already fallen asleep, one on the sofa, the other on the floor. And their master was busy at the dining table, which doubled as his work desk. Little Pumpkin silently controlled the pumpkin cart, increasing its mileage while keeping its master company. From time to time, she adjusted the air conditioner to the outside temperature and added tea and water. Gua Gua, look. Suin showed Little Pumpkin his masterpiece. Little Pumpkin looked at it. It was a doll design, with front and side views and designs. The drawing showed a 9-tailed fox with big eyes, red fur, and a large, peacock-like tail, vividly portrayed on the paper. Let me see too. Huan Huan woke at the noise. She had just taken a short nap, distracted by her master's movements, and now, upon hearing the voices, she suddenly woke up. Huan Huan rubbed her sleepy eyes, and flew over to take a look. By the time she arrived, her sleepiness had already faded a little. Wow! She exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Is she our new companion? Why is it a fox? Didn't the master want a cat? She muttered softly. Clearly, she was thinking about the orange cat. Duh! Little Pumpkin smacked Huan Huan on the head, with a sharp smack of his finger. Huan, Are you so picky about what kind of companion the master creates? Woo 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 woo. Wan immediately covered her head and howled. She soon realized the inappropriateness of her words. Wan didn't mean to disdain her new companion. As long as it was a doll life created by the owner, every one of them was wonderful, even if it was based on the blueprints. She'd just been half-heartedly clicking on it before falling asleep, guessing it was the ginger cat. Wan quickly explained, I'm not disgusted. No, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry. It's still the little fox from the blueprints. I'm sorry, Sister Guagua. Suin, looking at Wan's hasty apology, completely lost his temper, having been about to reprimand her. Wan, though still impulsive, was becoming more and more sensible. Suin pointed at the little fox. Let's call it Littlely for now. And so, the nickname and initial image of the fourth doll were decided. Suin had long planned to use the classic art of sugar sculpture to create his next doll. Sugar sculpture, while a rather fancy term, wasn't actually anything new. You could sometimes see it while shopping. This thing, commonly known as blown sugar or sugar figurine, is typically made from malt sugar. After heating and softening, it's processed using tools to create figures, animals, and other shapes. This traditional folk craft has a long history. Originally called sugar offerings, it was used for sacrificial offerings. Later, it became popular among the people and spread throughout the country. Suin considered many possible subjects: birds, beasts, utensils, mythological figures, but nothing clicked. Today, in the maple forest, Suin was deeply moved by the phantom of a nine-tailed fox emerging from the eyes of a piece of sugar. Stunning! Such a beautiful creature exists in the world. That night, he took out his notebook and pen, and as he began to draw, the image of a chubby, furry nine-tailed fox leaped onto the page. He couldn't think of any other image that best matched the piece of sugar. This doll is based on the nine-tailed fox, Shibe, but its shape and temperament are completely different. Shibe is a small, thin fox, brimming with the delicate demeanor of a sickly beauty, weak, delicate, and vulnerable. In short, the moment you see it, you get a sense of its pitiful beauty. It's like a fairy tale, a character that never changes, a delicate, fragile princess. There's a hazy purity in its eyes, a feeling of never being bullied, of being cherished in love. I believe the site owner, Angels, was inspired by her own daughter, Shibe, when designing the character, which is why the princess's overall temperament is so similar to Shibe's. The nine-tailed fox in Swan's painting resembles a passionate flame. It has a plump, sturdy body, unlike the colorful, stick-thin figure in the shadow. It has a plump body and a long, furry tail like a dandelion. It's a real, full-tailed fox. What was most striking about her were her fox eyes, large and watery, full of passion and brightness. Her lips were upturned, a smile visible from every angle. Sister Inan, our new companion, is beautiful. The little bear had woken up at some point, crawling onto the table to examine Suin's blueprints, praising the new companion's design. Suin rubbed the bear's head, and was surprised to see a new layer of fur growing on its head. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Early to bed, early to rise, good health. Suin put away the blueprints, hugged the two bears on her left, and the little bear on her right, and went upstairs, calling out for bed. While hugging the little bear, Suin felt her right side sink. It seemed the little bear had sunk a little more. Because the food was good. No! The bear wasn't sinking, it was her physical weakness. Today, while shopping at the market, the goose owner of the grocery store, Cha Fu, invited her to a lake on a platform where they could catch spiritual fish, which increased their strength. Tomorrow, she'd be even stronger, Chapter 334. A sound night's sleep. Suin had a wonderful sleep. In the morning, Suin woke up early to find someone in her arms, another on her back, and another lying across her feet. The bear in her arms, the one on her back was Little Pumpkin, and the one lying across her feet was Wan. Wan was a restless sleeper. Suin woke up, but didn't rush to get up. She lay in bed staring at the ceiling for a while, feeling her mind gradually clear, but she didn't want to get up either. She simply lay in bed, and scrolled through the public screen. As expected, she woke up early, not even 7 in the morning. For some reason, sometimes staying up late would make her wake up early the next day and unable to sleep. Today was Monday, a workday, and the system treasure chest would refresh at 9 o'clock. Around 8 o'clock, the black ball would tell the time. Suin turned over and scrolled through the public screen. It seemed like she had been thinking about something before going to bed yesterday. What was it? She couldn't remember it for a moment. Suin scrolled through the public screen, thinking about yesterday's messages. Suddenly, a message arrived. Lucky Clover, good morning, Sunshine's sister. I'm going to the Scorpion Tribe tonight to buy supplies and repair my car. I'll also be staying at a hotel and getting up early to go fishing. Come join me, sister. Suan blinked. She replied, good morning. Then she typed a line of text in her mind. Sunshine Bear, sorry, I have an appointment tonight. She remembered something, and Clover's reminder brought it back to her. She had also made an appointment with her goose friend to go fishing. Suan pulled out the platform ticket for Moonlight Lake from her space. The face of Cha Fu, the goose owner at the grocery store, vaguely appeared before her, his enthusiastic sales pitch. Ha 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 ha, dear tourist, you're so small, would you like to get stronger? I have a great place, and I'm not telling anyone else. The goose owner shook the platform ticket in his hand and continued to promote it. This is a great place. I fought so hard to get a ticket. I heard it's home to a large number of rare spiritual fish, rainbow minnows, which can boost your strength. I'm closing the shop tomorrow night and going out with my girlfriend to go fishing, camping, and grilling. If you're free, you can come with us, or wait until it opens and go on your own. Here you go. Suan couldn't resist the temptation of the free ticket, the goose owner's enthusiasm. And since it was free, asking for money would be too hurtful. Then, out of embarrassment, Suan picked up some fishing gear and bait, buying a 23 gold spiritual grade fishing rod. Its name was No Air Force, and the bait was 2 silver coins cheaper. As the car drove out of Yiming City, Suan realized that 2 silver coins were worth a full 2,000 copper coins, enough to fill 10 boxes of instant noodles, enough to feed his family for 4 or 5 days. Suan was now wealthy, so he considered the 2 silver coin bait cheap. However, the fish that could increase strength was so tempting that the cost was nothing. This kind of fish was even more appealing to Suan than the fish that CE mentioned for removing residual drug toxins. After all, Suan rarely took drugs, so her need for such fish was limited. But her strength was normal, and she wouldn't mind increasing her strength to become a powerful woman like Xiong. Hee. Suan had never had the energy to go fishing specifically before, and CE hadn't gone despite repeated invitations, simply because she wasn't tempted enough. That fish was also difficult to catch. Moon cod only appear in the early morning, and it is very difficult to catch them. You have to spend the night in the Scorpion Tribe first, and then get up at dawn, around 3 o'clock, to start fishing. Fishing lasts until after 8 o'clock. On a good day, I catch 3 or 2, but on a bad day, nothing at all. While on the Scorpion Man's mystery platform, Suan had heard Sai talk about fishing a lot. There wasn't any other reason. It was just that. She truly loved it. She loved fishing. As for why she didn't get in the water to catch fish, Sai declared that the spiritual energy was poisonous, and that humans couldn't survive in that lake. Suan's mind was racing. A long string of messages popped up from the other end. Lucky Sai, aw, that's such a shame. Lucky Sai, I was thinking of asking my sister to go with me to Calicina's house to get the tools. It's been half a month, and it's about time we went to check it out. Suan looked at the message and nodded. Yeah, I almost forgot about it. Then let's go. Let's just spend the night fishing. We meet at Moonlight Lake in the second half of the night, and go find Sai in the first half. Suan sent a message to the other end. Sunshine Bear, Clover, what time do you start fishing tomorrow morning? I meet you at the Scorpion Tribe station after I'm done tonight. Lucky Clover, I woke up at 2:30 and arrived around 2:40. I often go to the north shore of East Heart Lake, east of the Sand Sting Oasis. There's a great fishing spot there that's always good. Lucky Clover, sister, isn't it too much for you to come so early? Sunshine Bear, no problem. I go early. Just wait for me. I sleep during the day too. At worst, I still have leaf tobacco, Suan thought. At breakfast time, Little Pumpkin heated up the frozen pie he had made earlier. Suan explained the day's plans: treasure chest hunting during the day, fishing at Moonlight Lake at night, and fishing at East Heart Lake in the Scorpion Tribe Sand Sting Oasis in the latter half of the night. Everyone knew the plans for Moonlight Lake, but they weren't very clear about the Scorpion Tribe's plans for the latter half of the night. It feels a bit rushed, but sounds super fun, Little Pumpkin commented. So you guys need to get some rest and sleep. If you're running low, use this. Suan took out leaf tobacco. But Suan didn't have 1,000 gold coins worth of leaf tobacco, just one. This powerful psychotropic drug, just one dose from each person, was enough to keep everyone awake all night. The sight of leaf tobacco reminded everyone of the owner using it for days and nights without sleep. Probably, it's just fishing, no need to go so hard. In the morning, after 3 hours of stopping and starting, Little Pumpkin was more than enough to complete the task of retrieving treasure chests and killing monsters by himself. Suan took a nap with Little Bear and Huan Huan. In the afternoon, Suan drove. Little Bear followed to retrieve treasure chests and kill monsters, while Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan slept. Evening. It was still bright, and at 5 p.m., Suan spotted the open platform Moonlight Lake from the main road. As the pumpkin carriage pulled into the station, Suan's mind automatically replayed Cha Fu's introduction. We only like to go to Moonlight Lake on full moon days, because the moonlight is so powerful that the station owner sleeps soundly, making it super safe. The station usually opens at 5 p.m., and there's a chance the station owner will wake up at dawn, so we usually have to leave the station around 1 a.m. During the hot summer, the safe time is 8 to 10 hours. The fuller the moon, the safer the station. The rainbow minnows at Moonlight Lake are most active after 9 p.m. and are easiest to catch. After midnight, they're no longer active and hide. It's been hot lately, and it gets dark late. You know, we ordinary geese aren't very smart during the day, and Janelle and I still have to dress up. We arrive around 8:30 p.m., so you can go fishing first. Remember, you can only fish. Or else. Chapter 335. You be in great trouble. Don't get in the water, remember? Spirit Lake isn't as gentle as a hot spring. The water has been specially adjusted. Your bodies will easily become dizzy and damaged if you enter the lake. Cha Fu, the goose owner of this grocery store, spoke seriously, clearly terrified of catching a fish that would harm this longtime customer who had been supporting his business. Suan vaguely remembered Cha Fu's expression. His face clearly said, although it's safe, I'm still worried about you. Be careful while I'm away. At this moment, the pumpkin carriage had already entered the platform. It entered the bumpy dirt road and drove slowly along it. The system automatically popped up a message upon entering the platform. Platform, Moonlight Lake, hidden, danger level, message. This doesn't seem like a place for players. I hope Lord ### doesn't get angry when he wakes up and sees you little bugs. Suan noticed a change in the system's platform information, a change that was quite unlike its style. It had lost its smarmy air and taken on a more condescending tone. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear has entered hidden platform Moonlight Lake and gained a one-time exploration time of 24 hours. Upon reaching this time, he will be automatically transported out. Of course, you can also leave earlier. The message became concise, with fewer honorifics, as if it were a standard message. However, none of this news affected Suan's progress. He simply glanced at it and silently memorized the system change. Unbeknownst to Suan, the StarCraft live streaming platform was abuzz. In just over a month, player Sunshine Bear's live streaming channel had gone from a dark, unattended place to a viral sensation. She had the title of being the first person to reach the second level, but her aggressive yet surviving lifestyle was what attracted her fans. Her audience often surged, then dwindled, then surged, then dwindled. Grown again, then dwindled again. Who knew she was so aggressive when she was aggressive, and so down when she was down? A boring routine always led to a lot of audience churn. But even so, she became a popular streamer, with over 10 million followers. Many StarCraft viewers checked in daily. While not as popular as the biggest streamers, she still had a loyal following. Those who stayed were those who liked her style. However, some time ago, she crossed paths with the incredibly popular and entertaining streamer Chubei Leifing, instantly attracting tens of millions of followers. This group of fans, eager for chaos, and her existing fans were constantly at odds. Many people were dissatisfied with how a streamer, who was so lazy and frivolous, could suppress their own crazy and arrogant platform. As Suan entered the new platform, a holographic scene played in the live stream. Wow, this style prompt looks like the former Mechanic Governor 109872. Hidden platform, oh my god, Moonlight Lake, that's the legendary Moonlight Lake. How did Sunshine Baby get in? Oh my god. What? The ruins of the legendary, hidden 6th level civilization, the Light Clan? How could they possibly appear in the Chaos universe? Is this the legendary resting place of that great master? I don't know. With a platform rating of only 9 stars, it shouldn't be the place where that person slept. After all, that's the Celestial Clan. It's probably a name some civilization gave them to capitalize on the hype. This player is pretty extravagant. 666. Worried about Sunshine Baby, worried about her sister. Suan couldn't see the livestream information. Aside from occasionally buying smart learning packs for Black Ball, she usually didn't log into the back end of her livestream account. At this moment, She stood by the lake, not touching the water, simply taking in the beautiful scenery and taking a deep breath. This place is amazing. It's not just the scenery and the environment that are beautiful, but more importantly, there's a special, refreshing beauty. Whether it's the environment in Yiming City or fantasy fairyland, there's always a sense of artificiality in both, while here, it's completely natural. The contrast is like an air-conditioned room versus a natural, comfortable environment. Comfortable, but on a different level. Feeling the beautiful natural environment, no longer sweltering. Suen and the dolls quickly got busy. The sun was setting, almost below the horizon. They had to hurry, or it would be dark soon. The pumpkin carriage parked near the shore. Suen took the chairs from the carriage and placed them in the protective cover. Little Pumpkin opened the door and, together with Huan Wan, propped up the canopy with a tarp. Since they were camping, Little Pumpkin even moved the table out and built a makeshift stove. Finally, they moved 2 of the lights from the pumpkin carriage, making it look very modern. Beautiful. Huan Wan praised Little Pumpkin's layout. Xiaomo couldn't stop clapping, transforming into a cheering bear. Even after all this, everyone hadn't forgotten why they come. Everyone was given a fishing rod and handed it out. Bait was put on, and the fishing began. Of these rods, only Suen's was a high-priced spirit-grade item, no empty-handed fishing. The rest were of ordinary quality. After all, having 4 spirit-grade rods for a beginner was a bit of a luxury. Suen planned to test the waters with 1 rod first. Slowly, within 10 minutes, Suen's rod began to catch fish. Carefully reeling in the line, he found a small, unknown white fish tucked onto the hook. He picked up the small fish and placed them in the deep iron bucket he had prepared long ago. Suen checked the system and saw the fish description. Whitebait, common, delicious, tender, with small bones. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more time, Suen continued fishing. Half an hour later, most of the fish in the bucket were Suen's. Thanks to her excellent rod, she caught the most. The rest were Xiao Imo and Little Pumpkin. Xiao Imo seemed to have a special fishing skill. With an ordinary rod, he caught just as many fish as she did. Little Pumpkin wasn't as nimble. Once the fish took hold, she nearly toppled her, weighing less than a pound, into the river. She only managed to steady herself with the help of telekinesis. As for Huan Wan, she had slept all day and was full of energy, but she couldn't stand the loneliness of fishing. She sat down properly for less than 10 minutes before she couldn't sit still. Her butt felt like it was resting on thorns. Her back felt like insects were crawling. In short, she just couldn't sit still. Now Huan Wan had begun to scurry around. Be careful, don't go in the water. Suen simply reminded Huan Wan and left her alone. Originally, there was only 1 main fishing rod, so as long as 1 person could sit on the bench, it would be fine. Actually, Suen had been a little nervous about buying this rod, more so because he wanted to avoid letting Cha Fu get away with it. Suen had initially thought that the general store owner, Cha Fu, had exaggerated his description of it, but now, after using it, he found that this never-catch-up rod was truly comfortable. It truly had that never-catch-up effect, making it perfect for beginners. The emotional value of using it was overwhelming. No matter what it was, you could always catch something. Just now, Suen had even caught a platform ticket. It was a bathing ticket for Yi Hot Spring City, and who knew which goose had dropped it while fishing. The sky gradually darkened. Now, the main focus of the fishing shifted to Suen and Su Mo. Chapter 336. Suen and Xiong swapped fishing rods, because Suen noticed that Xiong always caught big fish, while he only caught small, finger-sized fish. Mostly small silverfish, small whitebait, and other common fish. After swapping rods, Xiong's fishing skills improved by a level, and the fish were noticeably larger. Half an hour after swapping rods, they finally caught their first spiritual level fish. Suen watched as Xiong suddenly sat up from his small chair, stood upright, and, holding the rod high, slowly crouched down, then expanded into a 2-meter-tall bear. Then he began to slowly lower the rod, letting the rod follow the fish's movement. Then, he suddenly pulled it back and began to pull the fish toward shore. Finally, with a beautiful flick of the rod, a large fish leaped out of the water. Suen couldn't help but stand up excitedly, watching the fish's movements. It was enormous, looking like it must have weighed 20 or 30 kilograms. Then, the large fish used its attack skill, launching a water stream attack. Crack! Little Pumpkin's triangular shield instantly appeared, blocking the attack. Then, cherry blossoms danced, and the fish, a scaleless, dead fish, landed in Bear's grasp. Huan Wan rubbed her nose. She had just wanted to help, but it hadn't been her turn. She silently lowered her head and used her telekinesis to scale and gut the fish her master had just caught. Her movements were swift, and in a flash, she had nearly finished the fish. Luau perch, spiritual rank 13.7 kilograms, freshwater fish, few bones, tender and delicious. It replenishes chi and blood, and can also increase stamina. Wow! Suen called out to everyone to look at the massive fish, weighing over 20 kilograms. It looks delicious, Little Pumpkin said. Such a fresh fish can be steamed half and grilled half. You can add a little life potion to the steamed portion for flavor. It'd be incredibly juicy. Little Pumpkin explained the cooking method. It was clear she was already planning how to prepare the dish. I want hot pot fish with cilantro, Huan said from a distance, and noticing Little Pumpkin's glare, her voice trailed off. Well, she didn't contribute, so she didn't get to order food in his house. Master, what flavor would you like? This fish is big, so you can make it in many ways. We'd be eating it before dark, Little Pumpkin asked Swan. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to ask Bear, the man who had helped catch the fish. Bear didn't have any objections. He scratched his head, innocently, and said anything was fine. He wanted to catch more fish before dark. Then Bear immediately rebaited his hook, grabbed his small stool, and went to cast his line at a different spot. After all, once dark fell, the bear wouldn't be so free outside its protective shield. Its fragile mental state meant it was extremely afraid of attacks from evil spirits. Leave it to you, our head chef. Suen patted Little Pumpkin's shoulder, indicating that she was leaving the cooking to the chef. Then, carrying 3 handfuls of dried fish, she ran toward the bear and cast her fishing rod simultaneously. Well, if you lack skill, you make up for it with quantity. Suen planned to stay near the bear and learn some fishing techniques. They had been fishing for over an hour, and still hadn't landed the powerful rainbow minnow. Sizzle! Sizzle, sizzle. That was the sound of battered fish being slathered in oil. After Huan descaled, gutted, and cleaned the freshly caught fish, she marinated them with minced ginger and pepper for 10 minutes. They were coated in a batter of flour, egg, 5 spice powder, and salt, and then deep fried. The cooking oil gave the fish a golden coating. They looked incredibly crispy. By the time the fish were done, only a tiny glimmer of sunset remained. Little Pumpkin, unconcerned, flew over to Suen, and Sumo in the fading light, carrying a plate of dried fish. Master, have some fried fish. Suen glanced at the plate. It was the result of her recent fishing trip. There were only a few pitiful fish on the plate. It was a wonder Little Pumpkin had treated them with such care. Suen took out a fish and popped it into her mouth. Crunch. Crispy and crunchy. Little Pumpkin shoved the plate of fried fish into his master's hands. Before leaving, he hadn't forgotten to remind Bear. Big Bear, you can have one, but don't overeat. There's not enough here for you. Wait until my big fish is cooked before we start eating. With that, Little Pumpkin hurried back. In the wok, Huan hesitated, looking at the fried potato strips, unsure whether to scoop them up. This clearly touched a gap in her knowledge. Soon, Little Pumpkin returned. He deftly scooped up the fried potato strips. With a sizzling sound, several large pieces of battered fish were dropped into the wok, gradually frying to a golden crust. In another wok, Little Pumpkin heated oil and stir-fried chili and spices, preparing hot pot fish for Huan. The spicy red oil broth, with the fried fish and potato strips as a base and cilantro added, was a truly hearty treat. If you're still not full, you can add some noodles. Little Pumpkin even made some hand-rolled noodles. However, for now, that task was assigned to Huan, who was kneading noodles. Little Pumpkin took the best piece of fish and planned to steam it. Such a fine fish deserved to be presented to its owner first, letting him savor its authentic sweet flavor. When Janelle arrived at the platform in the night, pulling Chafu with her in the small car, Swan was halfway through her meal. They had arrived earlier than planned, arriving just as dusk fell, and they both seemed to be taking this fishing trip very seriously. Oh dear Miss Sunshine, Miss Bear, Miss Puppet, and Ghost Sister. Before the car even arrived, from a distance, Swan heard the voice of Janelle, the dainty black and white goose, greeting her. Janelle was the girlfriend of the goose owner of the grocery store. She no longer had the elegant, shy demeanor she first seen in Hot Spring City. Now she was cheerful and generous. With a slight drift, the small car stopped, and the dainty black and white goose, with its sleek fur and neatly dressed in a wide-shouldered vest and overalls, got out. She wore a large hat decorated with flowers and long goose feathers, and with long legs, she swayed from the driver's seat and sprinted over. She enthusiastically greeted Swan and the dolls. Then Swan heard a faint greeting. The grocery store owner, Chafu, emerged from the passenger seat, a goose head, followed by wings. After greeting Swan, he practically climbed out of the car, accompanied by a tent, chairs, baskets, fabric, and a miscellaneous assortment. The entire car, except for Janelle's driver's seat, was completely filled with camping gear. It was unknown how Chafu had squeezed in. Yiming City was a hub for space equipment, yet the two geese didn't even have any space equipment. Swan invited the two geese to join him for a meal of freshly caught fish. Janelle shook her head and repeatedly declined, feeling extremely embarrassed. As Chafu set up the tent, he said, "Dear visitors, don't be so enthusiastic. We already eaten, so we can't eat any more." Swan and his group quickly finished their meal. Swan continued fishing. "Miss Sunshine, it's beautiful here, isn't it?" Janelle came over and said. Swan nodded. "Have you heard the legend of Moonlight Lake?" Janelle asked. Chapter 337. Suan shook her head. Of course, she hadn't heard of it. Suan stared at the delicate black and white goose-like girl, imagining a cowcat before her. As she imagined it, Suan couldn't help but associate it with something else. It's said that black and white creatures all have a touch of vitality. For example, they might be behaviorally retarded, intellectually superior, courageous, or even socially inept. Suan's shaking head piqued Janelle's interest. She leaned over and began to tell her story. It felt like she was treating Suan like a family member, free to tell stories freely. Long, long ago, there was a tribe called the Lost Gods, the Gods of Light. Suan listened to Janelle's story. The dolls followed suit, and among them, the active one had somehow quieted down, listening with rapt attention. She had no resistance to such legendary stories. The little ghost loved pursuing art. Perhaps it was the translator Janelle was carrying that seemed particularly advanced, or perhaps it was her gifted storytelling skills. Janelle's storytelling voice was that of a queen, captivating and charming, her intonation beautiful and captivating. Even a simple story was told with such powerful force. Suan was so engrossed in the storytelling that he lost focus on fishing, forgetting to reel in the trembling rod. By the time the rod pulled up, the bait had been devoured, but not a single scale remained. The light spirits, a mysterious, beautiful, and pure race, said to be incorruptible and innately divine. This story was as romantic as the unicorns, the mythical creatures of Blue Planet. No creature would not yearn for such beauty. Next to Suan and his group, Chafu made several trips back and forth in his car while his girlfriend told the story. It quickly packed up its camping gear. It erected the protective cover, hung the outdoor lights, set up the tent, installed the folding table, set up the fishing stool, assembled the fishing rod, and prepared the bait. Noticing the longing Janelle was telling everyone, it interrupted. Moonlight Lake, legend has it, is the resting place of the God of Light, but that's just a legend. No one knows anything about it. As for this lake, it just shares the same name as Moonlight Lake, so don't overthink it. We goose people have been fishing here for a long time. The owner of this station is a fish-headed, human-bodied merman, ugly and ferocious. But because goose feathers fall from fights, we always come during the full moon to avoid fighting. Chafu would ruin the atmosphere. With this remark, Janelle's captivating story burst like a dream bubble. Chafu, you're really ruining the atmosphere. You don't understand romance. Janelle charged down at Chafu with a swagger, then grabbed the goose feathers on the side of his head. Somewhere in Swan's unknown place. The comments kept flowing. The goose people are such a trashy race. They really are troublemakers. They're everywhere. So annoying. These goose people who stayed in the game look even crazier than the goose people in StarCraft. They even make fun of the adults. Can you all be quiet and watch the live stream together? Stop saying such annoying things and stop being racist. Really? Watching a live stream for fun, and you're really getting emotional. The humans on Blue Star are just inferior creatures, toys to watch for fun. What's there to maintain? With a crackle, the screen suddenly flashed with snowflakes, and then the scene instantly switched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different angles, all lasting less than 0.1 seconds. The screen went black, and then nothing could be seen in the live stream. Only the barrage of comments scrolled by on its own beneath the black screen. Question mark. The live stream was shut down. How is that even possible? How could that be possible? This is unbelievable. A player would voluntarily shut down a live stream. How terrifying. You're overthinking it. How could a player do that? They must have encountered something unforeseen, perhaps instantly dead. Yangguang and Xiangbao are definitely fine. You haters, get out. You ruined the atmosphere in the live stream. I missed the time when Miss Mermaid was around. Suen watched the two geese suddenly stop fighting and look at him, feeling somewhat bewildered. What was he suddenly looking at her for? Did she catch a fish? Suen shook the rod, but there was no fish. What was she wearing strangely? Nothing. You guys? Suen began. Hush. Suen heard only a faint sound, and then the geese moved as fast as lightning. Two geese flapped their wings around Suen. After a few seconds, Suen felt her surroundings lighten, or perhaps remain unchanged. She looked confused. Cha Fu's wings fluttered, as if carrying something transparent. Suen looked at something invisible to the naked eye and scratched her head. There really was nothing. Even using her mental power, she couldn't detect it. These are the mechanoid photon surveillance cameras. Those self-righteous, high-ranking viewers here said something unpleasant, so I turned them off. Here, dear Lord Sunshine, I keep them for you. Although I don't like them very much, players still need to cooperate with them. Cha Fu said. Jun'el looked at the object in Cha Fu's hand and said with curiosity, many platforms, like Yiming City, automatically block this thing's signal. It's been a while since I seen it so arrogant. Suen held out her hand in a daze. She understood. The two geese must have just turned off her live camera, but she was still a little confused because Suen couldn't see or feel the camera. Although the system had informed the live broadcast system from the beginning, Suen had never taken it seriously. As everyone knows, if you can't see, touch, or feel something, just pretend it doesn't exist. She had always done so, to avoid the discomfort of thinking about it. But the geese said they would give it to her, so how could she say it in a way that made her accept it? So Suen held out her hand. Just like Cha Fu holding up his wings. Cha Fu looked at Suen's hand, and suddenly realized that the player in front of him was only at the mortal level. It was all because her spiritual influence was so strong, her aura so appealing to the geese, that he had overlooked this point, overlooked her mere mortal level strength. Generally speaking, only players who have reached super spirit can see this thing, and the accompanying barrage. However, many races often die before reaching super spirit. The goose's eyes rolled, and he began to think of a strategy. Jun'el noticed Swan's outstretched hand, not using any spiritual power to lift it, and said, Cha Fu, Miss Sunshine can't see it, you stupid goose, how can anyone catch it? I'm trying to figure it out. Quack, 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 I have an idea. Jun'el suddenly felt happy. A smug smile spread across her face. People don't feel tired when they're doing bad things. As a fellow intelligent race, the goose people are no different. Jun'el approached Cha Fu and shouted, Baby, hold on, for our friends, hold on. Cha Fu had a bad feeling. Whoosh! Quack, quack! Cha Fu let out a goose cry that resounded through the sky, sounding painful. Jun'el withdrew her hand. A long, beautiful goose feather was plucked from Cha Fu's wing. A goose feather is the outermost feather on a goose's wing. This feather is strong and tough, a rare and fine feather on a goose. This feather on a gooseman is almost the toughest part of the body, making it a perfect material. Next, Jenny worked tirelessly with her magic, crafting a prop from Cha Fu's wing feather. An ordinary goose feather was transformed into the one that housed the live photon camera. That's it, a goose feather remote control. Here, Miss Sunshine, this thing is crude. Use it as a transitional prop. Once you ascend to super spirit, you won't need it anymore. Suen took the goose feather, and saw the information in the system's detection. Chapter 338. A little touched. The goose people seemed genuinely kind to her. Goose feather remote control. Quality, simple, torn. Simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly, durability. 100 out of 100, expected 1000 uses. Each use should be no more than 10 minutes, any use exceeding that counts as a second use. Note, this is a makeshift prop made by a goose people named Jenny using the feathers of her boyfriend, Cha Fu's wings. Oh, such fine materials, such advanced prop making techniques, but instead of making a space or defensive prop, they made a prop with such simple functions. What a waste. Instructions. Control with mental power. Prop function. Can be used to store and control the live camera photons of the live broadcast system. Includes, but not limited to the following functions. Lens switch, zoom adjustment, privacy settings, music matching, video playback and editing. It also supports viewing up to 10 comments in the live broadcast room per use, allowing access to high-level civilization information. Suen thanked her. Although the system said this item was a waste of resources, Suen found it truly useful. He could turn on and off the live stream to check the comments, which was useful in another sense. Cha Fu smiled innocently and flapped his wings. It looked like the pain was gone. Jun'el's blow was heavy, but swift. The pain was gone as quickly as it came. It waved its indistinguishable goose wings and said cheerfully, "You're welcome, you're welcome. Just keep an eye on the goose business. This kind of thing is nothing. It's just a feather." It acted as if its own feathers were nothing. "Oh dear Jenny, it's almost rainbow minnow season, so we need to hurry." With that, Chafu swung his golden fishing rod, named Ever Victorious General, and began fishing. Jenny winked at Swan, then pulled out the Speed Queen rod her boyfriend had prepared and began angling. Little Pumpkin leaned in front of Swan, his eyes sparkling as he watched Goose Feather. Good stuff. The familiar pie-shaped pattern of possessiveness reappeared in his eyes. Everyone began fishing. The two goose men were both expert anglers. Swan's side might only catch one fish every 10 minutes, which was because Bear was so skilled at fishing. And next door, two goose men were catching fish one after another, even more skilled than Little Bear. It didn't feel like fishing, it felt like scooping fish. The quality of the fish was noticeably superior to Swan and his groups. Bear tilted his head, observing the two men's fishing techniques, trying to learn from them while they waited for the fish. For one thing, each of them carried a high-end fishing rod. They also had great skill threading the bait through the hooks, clearly showing they were seasoned anglers. And then, there was the fluctuation of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy flowed through the rods and into the hooks, making the bait taste even sweeter. The bear began to imitate the geese's fishing posture. But the bear had no spiritual energy. The bear looked at its paws. It tried to input some energy, but found no relevant skills. But someone else did. The bear shifted its gaze to Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan. Although their levels weren't even at the spiritual level, they were naturally spiritual beings. Suan noticed the bear moving, called Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan to its side, and said something, "Cooperate, fish." Then, Huan Huan and Little Pumpkin stood on the bear's head. The 2-meter-tall bear, with two little girls on its head, created a strange yet harmonious scene. Unbeknownst to Suan, the bear had learned the art of fishing by accident, though he had only just mastered it by developing a combination of techniques. A dozen minutes later, the bear's fishing rod moved, and as he reeled in the line, Suan turned and saw a beautiful, palm-sized fish leaping out of the water. The beautiful, iridescent scales shimmered in the moonlight. "Wow, it's a rainbow minnow. You're really good at fishing. You didn't let it get away." Junel's eyes lit up as she looked at Suan, who had first caught the rare fish she had targeted. Junel, armed with her Speed Queen fishing rod and master-level fishing skills, fished quickly, catching fish every 1 to 3 minutes. By now, half an hour had passed. She caught over 20 fish, most of them common, with a few spiritual, but she didn't catch a single one of the rare rainbow minnows she was targeting. She always had a bit of luck fishing, so she chose her tackle and techniques based on quantity. Suddenly, her boyfriend next door, Chafu, caught a fish. He cast the hook, and out came a rainbow minnow. "Oh dear Chafu, you're so lucky," Junel exclaimed. Chafu's fishing skills were only advanced, not as proficient as hers, but he always had better luck, and was more likely to catch rare species. After that, Janelle didn't look around and focused on fishing, one catch after another, hoping to trade quantity for quality. The night was long. Chafu had stopped fishing and started processing his catch. As he did so, he explained to Swan and the others how to preserve and eat these fish. The most delicate of these fish is undoubtedly the rainbow minnow. Simply put, this fish can be eaten with the head removed, preferably raw, with steaming being an acceptable alternative. After death, it only has about 10 minutes to prepare, otherwise it will slowly decay. During this decay, the flesh will gradually dissolve into water, rendering it inedible. If you catch it but can't eat it quickly, you can freeze or roast it to extend its shelf life, but these methods will damage its strength-boosting properties and reduce its effectiveness. Little Bear nodded at this, and a shower of petals fluttered. In less than a minute, the palm-sized fish was transformed into a plate of sashimi. "Sister Anan, eat quickly, it give you strength." Little Bear handed it over, full of anticipation. Even on the other side, Chafu was already feeding his girlfriend's fish. They cut the fish into small pieces, and they quickly devoured the small fish in a flurry of bites. Aside from the rainbow minnow, all the other spiritual level fish were collected, roasted over the fire, and dried. The ordinary fish were saved. Wait until they put it in the spatial fish basket and put it away. It turns out they weren't without spatial equipment, but this equipment was exclusive. If they carried it, they couldn't carry anything else. Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan noticed the fish basket across from them and took cover. Being close to it made them feel uncomfortable. Sure enough, Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan's suspicions were correct. After the fish basket was filled with fish, The next second it spoke in a sarcastic tone. If I known you had another space lover, I wouldn't have come. We agreed that this space is just mine. Oh, Mr. Fish Basket, you're not on the same team over there. My dear Janelle and I are on a different team. You're the only one who can kiss the fish basket. A goose, with its butt pouting, looked at the fish basket with a fawning expression. The scene was quite amusing. That fish basket was an epic spatial equipment with a spirit, capable of holding living creatures, though it appeared to only hold aquatic lifeforms below the spirit level. Eeming City, crouching tigers, hidden dragons. The night was deep. After eating sashimi, Swan felt warm all over, neither sleepy nor tired, but full of energy. Everyone was fishing one fish after another, and from time to time, the sounds of Chafu coaxing Yulo and his girlfriend could be heard from next door. You could even hear Janelle and Yulo acting coquettishly, teasing Chafu. Swan's mind flashed with an image. Poor Tom, being played around with. The night was comfortable, with a touch of beauty. Suddenly, singing drifted from the distance. Chapter 339. Suin blinked, stood up, looked in the distance, and took a step. He grabbed Xiaomo, who was stumbling forward. Xiaomo, who had the lowest mental resistance, felt as if waking from a dream, realizing he had been attacked again. Just as Little Pumpkin was obsessed with attack power, Xiaomo was also concerned about his weak mental defenses. Knowing his weakness, Xiaomo once dared not go out at night. Upon noticing his attack, he immediately took precautions, not daring to act rashly. Xiaomo glanced around, took a few steps back, and came behind Suin, hiding his large body within the smaller Suin, seeking peace. And his two bare ears, having noticed the mental pollution in the singing, had already been closed. The ears were pressed tightly against his chest and head, without a single gap. That is the phantom of the Fishman's song, recreated by the power of moonlight, said Chafu. When they sing, they can evoke a subtle spiritual allure. Generally speaking, be mindful of your mental defenses and avoid being seduced. Chafu continued. I think their voices are quite beautiful, but as for their looks. Smack, 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 not as pretty as geese. Janelle interrupted. Suin looked up and saw ripples on the calm lake. In the distance, fishmen were singing. Their singing carried a hint of spiritual contamination, but it was minimal enough to reach them through the protective shield. For Suin, with his strong mental strength, it was barely noticeable. Suin had good eyesight and could make out the phantoms, all women, with fish heads and human bodies, and extremely beautiful figures, all with model-like figures. Their human parts were clad in clothing made of various pearl shells. They swam through the lake, seemingly drifting in midair. Though they were mere shadows, their postures were incredibly beautiful. If you ignore their grotesque appearance, they were all truly stunning beauties. The platform owner looks like this too. It said these mermaids are cursed. Other mermaids have human heads and fish tails, but these have fish heads and human bodies. The platform owner is incredibly fierce. But today's full moon, she's absorbing the moonlight and sleeping soundly, so there's no need to worry about her getting up and beating us up. Janelle came over to chat. From what she said, it seemed like she fought with the platform owner here before, and through these repeated fights, she found a permanent fishing spot, Moonlight Lake. Suin listened as Janelle shared her experiences with various fishing platforms. She was a seasoned angler with decades of experience, and couldn't stop talking about fishing. Compared to her, even Cha Fu, with his years of passionate fishing, was nothing. Jenny proudly declared that her fishing skills were among the best in Eeming City. Swan had heard from her about many rare fish species, all caught differently in different seasons and at different times. Among them, the moon cod, which Swan had known about, had also appeared in her story, but it preferred to be active in the early morning, and Eeming's mood was uncontrollable, so Jenny didn't catch much. Swan listened to Jenny's story. When the rainy season arrives, there's water everywhere, rivers, seas, and you can fish right at your doorstep, without even leaving the house. Swan listened to the information that seemed to indicate the next level, and pondered. It seems that before entering the next level, you need to prepare the pumpkin carriage to transform into a pumpkin boat and prepare for the journey. Water everywhere, and you can fish from home. What kind of a situation would that be? Swan listened to Jenny's description of the different seasons that the Eeming City platform rotated through. The snowy plateau is winter, also known as the snowy season. The scorching desert is summer, also known as the hot season. Afterward, there's the rainy season, followed by the foggy season. At this point, Janelle paused and didn't continue. She laughed. I said a bit too much. Don't scare you. You know later, haha. People laugh when they're embarrassed. Geese do the same. Suan watched Janelle's awkward laughter and understood that she had realized something she couldn't say, had let it slip, and had stopped herself in time, causing such embarrassment. Perhaps, this world also has certain constraints on the residents of the platform. The moon rose higher and brighter. In a blink of an eye, everyone was fishing until after 1 in the morning. No one was tired or bored at all. The occasional catch was the biggest surprise. Suan and the dolls fished for 6 or 7 hours. A large bucket of catch was harvested, including 7 spirit-level fish, for sunset perch, and 3 rainbow minnows. 2 of them were eaten, and the rest were stuffed into the little pumpkin warehouse for freezer storage. The 2 fishing experts next door arrived late, and had a larger catch, cramming their catches of ordinary fish into their baskets. But the spirit-level fish they caught were about the same as Swan and his groups. There were only 7 or 8. Janelle commented that Xiaomo possessed an extraordinary talent for fishing, a natural-born expert. If they waited for the rainy season and fished every day, he'd definitely catch something big. The praised Xiong was delighted. Swan was also happy. Everyone was happy. Looking at the time, it was almost dawn, and everyone packed up and prepared to leave. Because of his agreement with Sai, Swan walked a little faster, gathered his things in his space, and got in his car. Before dawn, Swan said goodbye to the geese and headed home. The pumpkin carriage drove off into the distance, traveling along a bumpy dirt road. As they were about to leave the platform, the ground shook, and a light like a light bomb exploding in the distance could be heard. "Janelle, you're taking and eating, how shameless." The pumpkin carriage entered the highway. Swan took 2 quick steps, and leaned against the windowpane. Outside lay the quiet night. Aside from the occasional attack of a spirit on the vehicle shield, everything was safe and peaceful. Swan asked, puzzled, "Did you hear anything? I felt like someone was shouting just now." The little bear nodded, his ears twitching. "That sounded like it was coming from the platform. I felt a surge of energy just as we were leaving." "I heard it too." Wan leaned forward and replied, "Someone was cursing at Janelle, the goose sister, for taking and eating, how shameless." The little pumpkin scratched her head. She was the only one who hadn't heard anything. She only silently sped away when she sensed something was wrong. Suan gazed at the endless darkness with some worry. Could the Moonlight Lake station master have just woken up and gone to settle accounts with the goose people? But it's still dark. Suan stared into the vast night. Cha Fu said that on full moon nights, the station master would absorb the moonlight's power and fall into a deep sleep. I don't understand. The geese are strong, so they should be fine. They said fighting only results in feather loss, not death. Everyone started talking at once, and Suan gradually felt relieved as he listened. There was nothing they could do despite their worries. Besides, Janelle and Cha Fu should be able to handle it. Chapter 340. Moonlight Lake, the station owner is currently using a water line to catch all the wild fishing individuals. The lake is vast, with more than one path in, and more than one person caught. She caught them all of them. There were 17 goosemen, 3 catmen, 2 scorpion men, and 3 blue star players. She first dealt with Janelle. She knew this black and white goose very well. She had caught her at least 10 times. Each time, the goose flew and jumped, its feathers falling off. "I'm asleep, not dead," the beautiful woman with a fish's head and a human body questioned. The moonlight shimmered on the lake, creating ripples and reflecting an eerie light from her fish eyes. Noticing the arrival of outsiders, her fellow jinns tried to sing to wake her. Repeated calls would surely wake her. "How dare you come here again and again? Especially, bringing human players with you?" She questioned the catman. "Yes, I'm afraid I can't kill you. I'm afraid you come after me if I hit you. But I'm going to pluck out all the hair on your body, ha ha." All. The beautiful merfolk laughed wildly. Her head, part fish, was hairless, while her skin, part human, was smooth and white, without a single hair. She had no hair, and no other creature could have won either. Suan took out his platform ticket, the Scorpion Man Holy Land, the Sand Sting Oasis. He used the platform coordinate binding device to bind the coordinates and headed for the Sand Sting Oasis. Before dawn, Suan followed the directions given by Sai. He found East Heart Lake. On arrival, Suan realized why the lake was called East Heart Lake. It was shaped like a heart. Sai was at the tip of the heart-shaped tail. Sai saw Swan's pumpkin cart approaching and immediately waved to her. "Sister Sunshine, here. I'm telling you, this is a great fishing spot I carefully selected. If we're lucky, we might catch 3 fish this morning. Let's try not to come up empty-handed today." A dozen minutes later, Swan parked a few dozen meters from Sai and set up a bench to fish. For disguise, Wan hid in the cart, and Little Pumpkin transformed into a pumpkin mask. Sai watched Swan and Xiong raise their fishing rods and cast into the water. Fish followed one after another. She gaped in surprise. Not caring about her rod, she walked over in a daze, stopping 3 meters away from the protective shield. She watched Sister Sunshine fishing effortlessly. One fish after another, her hook always catching something. So what? Swan asked. With a clang, Sai fell to her knees and kowtowed. Sister Sunshine, Sister Bear, please accept me as your apprentice and teach me the art of fishing without missing a single catch. I'm willing to offer you 50% of my catch for the next 3 years. Suan was stunned. She never missed a single catch because she had a high-quality spiritual-grade fishing rod. The name Not Empty had the corresponding properties, allowing her to always catch something. Bear was truly skilled at fishing, catching fish after fish, all through skill. If they swapped rods, Suan's true fishing skills would be exposed. You? Suan began. Noticing the hesitation in Sister Sunshine's voice, Sai quickly flattered her. Sister, I have a tip-off. Mastering fishing skills is crucial in the 3rd stage, just as important as opening treasure chests and killing monsters now. That's why I've been diligently practicing my skills. I beg you to teach me. I'd like to sign a contract with you. You're talking about the 3rd level, the rainy season, where we need to sail on the water and fish for survival. Suan relayed her guess about the 3rd level based on Janelle's words. Seeing Siya's expression, as if her sister had actually known this, Suan knew she was right. The 3rd level must be related to water. So the 4th level is fog. Janelle was truly amazing. Suan looked at the distraught little girl, muttering, I'm so stupid. My sister is so strong, how could she not gather information about the next level and prepare in advance? I'm so stupid. Suan neither agreed nor refused, simply stating her understanding of fishing. She said she was actually a novice. While her words were the truth, they came across as Sunshine's extreme modesty in Siya's eyes. If Sunshine was a novice, then what was she, who always came up empty-handed? Was she trash? Siya listened to Sunshine's story. It all started with the principle that if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. With a good fishing rod and the right bait, you're almost there. The rest depends on personal talent, understanding, and deliberate practice. If you can acquire some skills, like fishing techniques while on the platform, that would be even better. If you can't then? If you're not good at it, then practice more. Suan passed on the fishing philosophy he learned from veteran angler Janelle to Siya. That is, fish more, quantity equals quality, and the more you catch, the more experience you gain. Thank you, Sister Sunshine. Yi Yunqing scratched her head, not daring to say that she had learned fishing techniques from the snake girl. Even after studying for a long time, she was still at the beginner level. Thanking Suan, Yi Yunqing went fishing with full motivation, feeling hopeful. The sky grew brighter. Suan, after fishing for a long time with no success at all, swapped rods with Xiong. They feared missing the daybreak when the Star Moon cod would be active. Soon, after switching rods, Xiao Mo's catch improved in quality and size, but neither of them had yet to catch a spirit-level fish. As daylight approached, everyone grew anxious. Sister Anan, I need spiritual energy. Suan heard Xiao Mo's voice. After a moment's thought, she returned to the pumpkin carriage, retrieved an oil paper umbrella, held it for Xiao Xiong, and placed it on her head. Wan, hidden within the oil paper umbrella, began channeling spiritual energy into Xiao Xiong's fishing rod. Swish, 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 a star-shaped fish leaped from the water in the morning light, a truly stunning sight. A fish had been caught. It was a star moon cod. A live star moon cod is truly stunning, its scales shimmering like stars. Sai was overwhelmed with envy at the sight, tears of envy streaming from her lips. They fished until 7 in the morning, 4 or 5 hours of intense work, completely catching the small cod. Suan and Su Mo caught 4 small cod. Through tears, Sai used a lucky leaf to finally land a single small cod, avoiding embarrassment. In the morning, the two of them went to the street for breakfast and to retrieve the repair tools. Suan took the pumpkin cart and asked Sai for permission, allowing him to take a ride in Sai's cart. Suan gave Sai 2 small cod and 7 or 8 plump, ordinary fish. Yi Yunqing repeatedly refused. Suan glanced at her. Sai shut up, then chuckled non-stop, thanking Suan for the fish. This will keep me fed for a long time. Thank you, sister. I'm your beloved sweetheart. She began to speak in a cheesy way, but Suan ignored her. Suan had no particular intention in giving Sai the fish. She simply didn't like owing favors. Free fish, information, tips on fishing routes and spots. Sai's kindness touched Sue and somewhat. What a disgusting feeling. The two drove onto the Scorpion People's streets, parked, and pulled back. Passing by the Scorpion People's busy streets, they bought some breakfast along the way. There was fish ball soup made with sharp-nosed fish, fried coca tree roots with chopped cha-cha grass, and sweet and sour pork pies baked in a stone pot. Sue bought a lot, packed it up, and stuffed it into her memory card. Sai bought a meat pie and was full immediately. Just as she was about to remind Sister Sunshine that food doesn't keep well in the heat, she turned around and saw a huge bear following behind her, looking ravenous. She shut up. Sister Sunshine was slender, but her bear was tall and strong, and must be a big eater. It was obvious that Sister Sunshine bought it for the bear. Checking the time, it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. Clover rolled her eyes, and hurried to the pancake stand. Boss, for extra large wrap pancakes, please. Chapter 341. Sizzle. The Scorpion uncle expertly mixed batter with the skinned and gutted rat meat. The batter sizzled in the frying pan, frying the rat until golden and crispy. With a press of the iron plate, the meat formed into a pancake. Finally, he poured another layer of batter on top, combined the two, and brushed them with seasoning. The Scorpion tribe's most popular specialty, the rat pancake, was ready. This food looked delicious, but Sue had never tried it, and there was a long queue to buy from this stall. In the already hot weather, Sue waited in line with Ce, feeling the intense heat of the cooking in the frying pan, and working up a sweat in the rich atmosphere of everyday life. Although he reeked of oil smoke, at that moment, Sue felt a sense of peace. Oh, that was the bustle, a faint beauty beneath the grand narrative of the threat of apocalyptic survival. Perhaps this was the little happiness in life. After buying breakfast, he turned to the end of the road and crossed the street. Sai was very familiar with this platform. As usual, Sai led Swan, turning left and right, leaving the bustling streets. After a few turns, the two of them entered the Snake Woman's herbal medicine shop. A familiar Gothic-style building. The door was locked. It looked like it wasn't even open yet. Sai knocked loudly on the door, calling out, "Sister Kalesna, your dearest sister is here to see you. Open the door, open the door. I brought breakfast for you and your husband, super chewy rat pancakes." Snake Woman, grouchy after waking up and opening the door, was about to say it wasn't business hours, but the sight of the rat pancakes dispelled her anger. She took Sai's takeout and said, "Come in." Sai stuck out her tongue. Swan and Xiong followed Sai inside. 10 minutes later, Yunxing and Sue received their repaired props. The beautiful Snake Man, Kalesina, and the handsome Scorpion Man, Islev, sat side by side, munching on rat biscuits. Chew, 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 and the Snake Man offered comments. Old John's cooking was excellent today. Delicious. I haven't eaten hash browns for breakfast in ages. It's nice to have them once in a while. Farewell to the Snake Man beauty. Sai stayed close to Sue, sharing tips on getting along with Snake Man's sisters. Sister Kalesina was known for her sharp tongue and a soft heart. She looked tough, but she was actually quite gentle. If you said something nice, she wouldn't mind anything unless it was a matter of principle. Knocking on someone's door early in the morning or late at night was nothing. The whole morning was spent in this chattering atmosphere. Reaching the exit from the platform, Sai murmured to Sue with great reluctance, tears welling up in her eyes. Sai sincerely invited Sister Sunshine to join her in a group, permanently. I really enjoy being with Sister Sunshine. I feel safe and happy around her. Sue said nothing, letting Sai's words fall to the ground. The eyes within the mask stared at the little girl. A touch of awkwardness darkened the air. Sai quickly realized she had overstepped her bounds. Oh my God, how dare she? Sister Sunshine had never added her as a friend, and had never shown her true face, giving her even a hint of kindness. She almost gone to work. Sai began to apologize, while internally examining her own thoughts. As expected, Sister Sunshine was so easygoing that she nearly got carried away. She always felt comfortable with Sister Sunshine, which was likely proof that she always been tolerant of her. She wanted to work harder and excel. The pumpkin carriage rolled down the road. Everyone ate the breakfast they had bought. The table was overflowing with food from the Scorpion tribe. Much of this food was rich in fat and meat. The sweet and sour pork pie was especially delicious. The sweet and sour pork was naturally fatty, and after seasoning and wrapping it in a golden pancake, it was simply intoxicating. It tasted delicious. One bite nearly suffocated Sue. She quickly downed a bottle of juice to suppress the nausea. However, this feeling was clearly tailored to Sue's taste. For Little Bear and Wan Wan, it was incredibly delicious, something they loved. Perhaps driven by a desire for energy, Little Bear and Wan favored all kinds of high-calorie foods, especially the more calorie-dense ones. Fried foods, high-sugar, high-fat cakes, candies so filling they make your head hurt, and cloyingly sweet cookies, they were all their favorites. Swan and Little Pumpkin couldn't handle high-calorie foods. After a few bites, they have to drink juice or tea, then mix it with water to fill themselves up. But seeing Xiong and Wan enjoying their meals made Swan happy too, and that was enough. After breakfast, Swan examined the Gopher Man's game console. This epic item, obtained from the Gopher Man station, has been repaired by the Scorpion Manaslev and is now usable again. Item: Gopher Man's game console. Quality: epic, fake, broken, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly. Note: this was originally a broken epic item, but after some repairs, it's now a barely usable epic item. The repair Manaslev maintains its aggressiveness as a tool prop, streamlines the original machinery, removes the puppet that was broken into pieces of the original game console, and changes it to a manual game, requiring players to manually initiate attacks. Effect: players can consume Spirit Source Stone/spiritual energy to manipulate enemy creatures into the game console, turning them into moles, and subjecting them to attack. Note: the larger the control range, the higher the cost, and the longer the attack time per round, the higher the cost. According to the game mechanics, the maximum attack time per round is 120 seconds, and attacks can only be made with blunt weapons such as hammers and sticks. The machine amplifies the player's original attack power by 10,000%. 3 consecutive hits will double the attack power, until the enemy creature dies or evades the attack. Wow! This item is insane. Suen began to imagine that when he encountered an enemy, he could just use the item without saying a word, activate it, pull them into the game console, and then attack them like a whack-a-mole. Although he didn't have a mole puppet, switching from fully automatic to manual wouldn't be an advantage if he was weak. But it didn't matter. Suen had a bear. With a 100-fold increase in power, and the already immensely powerful bear at his side, Suen would be a coward if she couldn't crush the enemy. With a divine weapon in hand, she could fight any opponent she didn't obey. Suen suddenly felt completely secure. She glanced at the bear, who was shoveling food with Wan, and laughed uncontrollably. The only problem now was the uncontrollable consumption. She pulled Little Pumpkin over and thrust the shrunken, toy-like game console into his hands. She asked excitedly, nailing, "Look at this. Does it look like your game console?" Chapter 342. Yes, this was Su-An's brilliant trick. As long as Little Pumpkin mastered it, energy consumption would become completely controllable. Little Pumpkin's eyes sparkled, and he kissed the game console and said, "Yes, it was originally mine." The skill activated, and Little Pumpkin's possessiveness exploded. A few minutes later, Little Pumpkin's expression shone. "It's not mine yet, but that's okay. It will definitely be mine in the future." The first half of Little Pumpkin's sentence was a bit disappointing, but the second half was spoken with a fierce force. Suen encouraged Little Pumpkin, "Come on." Suen didn't sleep after that. With this excitement, he planned to try his luck on the monster that spawned in the first treasure chest. After the treasure chest spawned at 9 o'clock, the pumpkin cart arrived at its destination. The first treasure chest it encountered was a wooden one. Only 4 level 3 monsters spawned next to the wooden chest. Suen had good vision, and could see at a glance that they were 4 large desert lizards, about 1 meter long. It had been agreed long ago that Suen would experiment with the new item. Everyone stayed in the pumpkin carriage, waiting for the master to make his move. Suen used his mental power to connect to the Ratman's game console. The palm-sized toy game console in his hand grew larger, occupying a square meter. Suen placed a low-level energy stone, and used the epic item, the Ratman's game console. He focused his mental power on 4 monsters within 100 meters. Suen felt a surge of energy, and instantly understood the game console's rules. The console currently only targeted creatures within 3 levels of the initiator's level cap. Soon, a cloud of white mist rose, enveloping a 100-meter radius like a field, and 3 monsters appeared on the game console. Accompanied by relaxing music, Suen knew it was time to attack. Watching the monsters moving aimlessly on the screen, Suen began to swear. Little Pumpkin's hand formed a fist and struck. A monster stumbled. Little Pumpkin pulled out a carrot, and slammed it hard against the lizard icon. The monster was slightly injured. Little Pumpkin's mouth curled up. Amazing! A single carrot strike could inflict so much damage on a monster. Let me try. Wan approached, took aim, and slapped it. The slightly injured monster, was instantly struck by the sudden blow, causing it to breathe more than it exhaled. Just like that, the monster was dead. Only Little Pumpkin and Huan, who had the least strength, used their strength throughout the entire process, applying a little effort. Next monster. Suen took matters into his own hands, using his normal strength to smack the cartoon monster icon on the console. The force of this blow, which would have been a blow to a person's back, was amplified by the console, leaving the monster severely injured and unable to move. Next, Suen had Little Bear swap out his mace. Suen took Little Bear's mace in its smallest form and gently struck it. The monster instantly died. Finally, Suen ordered Little Bear to act. Little Bear didn't even change form or use any weapons. He found the last scurrying sand lizard icon and, with one punch, killed the last monster. The game ended in 30 seconds, even after the 4 of them took turns using their props. The game console's area vanished, and 3 dead, shattered bodies appeared near the treasure chest, dropping several pieces of tooth material. Suen used his mental power to sense it. The energy consumed was approximately 20% of a low-level energy block. Great stuff. Xiao Mo clapped his hands non-stop. Little Pumpkin, already sprawled over the game console, whined, "Mine, mine, you're meant to be mine, you'd definitely be mine." Little Pumpkin's possessiveness exploded. The game console's enhanced attack capabilities were the very thing of his dreams. Unfortunately, he wasn't at the right level to advance. "I want to level up. I want to kill monsters. I want to become stronger," Little Pumpkin cried out. He kept crying all night. Suen almost misunderstood that the leaf tobacco from yesterday was too potent. But it wasn't. It was just the cheapest kind. They just gathered a little and brewed it like tea. This method could reduce the medicinal properties. It just so happened that Suen and his group didn't need to be too energetic, they just needed to stay up all night. Soaking some of the scraps in water, minty and refreshing, was just the right thing. The sky was still bright. It was still early afternoon, and Suen was already feeling sleepy. Yi Xian's excitement had almost worn off. But she didn't go to bed. She slept now, but she wouldn't be able to fall asleep the next night, so she tried to hold on until everyone went to sleep together. She yawned and twisted her neck to ease the sleepiness. Then Suen lowered her head and continued working. She held the syrup in her hand and practiced making sugar figures according to the instructions on her phone. The table was filled with various items. A small pot specifically for boiling sugar, a portable fire spirit stone stove from Yiming City, and purchased malt sugar. Suen didn't dare use spirit-level ingredients for her practice. She planned to wait until her skills improved before using high-quality ingredients directly. Growing increasingly sleepy, Suen couldn't hold the candy in her hand anymore. Stopping, she prepared to stand up and walk around to ease her drowsiness. Suen stood up and went to see what the dolls were doing. Currently, Little Bear was dozing on the sofa, waking up and falling asleep. Wan was studying the skill book Kyla's song. She was diligent, but she was naturally lively, and if she lost focus, she'd get a glare from Little Pumpkin. Noticing Suen watching her, she dared not lose focus, her head almost completely immersed in the skill book. As long as Wan didn't learn a skill, those purple gold treasure chests wouldn't be opened. Wan expressed a bit of pressure. Looking around, Suen noticed that Little Pumpkin was the busiest person in the house. Besides driving the pumpkin cart and killing monsters to retrieve treasure chests, she also supervised Wan's studies. Besides that, she'd been clutching her game console all day, shouting my. Her obsession was incredibly strong. Suen couldn't tell how many times Little Pumpkin activated his skills in a single day, attempting to claim the game console as his own, imprinting it with his own mental imprint. Oh, mental imprint. Suen suddenly realized the principle behind the skill. Thinking back to Sai, who had sent a team-up invitation this morning. Oh my god, had she not yet finished using her skills on that guy? Sai was a gold medal support, but she never heard of anyone forming a permanent team. If she wanted one, she probably already had one. But she didn't. Is Suen's sudden invitation to a permanent team just because she's too charming? Now that I think about it, it's probably Little Pumpkin's skill. Nanling. Suen called out to Little Pumpkin, who was mumbling. Have you released your possession of Yotsuba's Beetle RV? Little Pumpkin was startled, then quickly remembered the car and said, Isn't that mine? Yodo is my driver. What's mine is the master's. Use them as you please. Why release it? Little Pumpkin stretched out his hands, embracing, and said, If I were powerful enough, the whole world would be mine. Then, the master would be more powerful than a god. Ah, I want to become stronger. Little Pumpkin's main problem now is that his own strength can't keep up with his ever-growing possessiveness. Suen covered his face helplessly. Chapter 343. As expected. This morning, I almost thought I had some hidden succubus attributes, a domineering aura, with my little brothers and sisters madly worshipping me. I hadn't done anything, yet Yotsuba trusted me so much. I was still feeling embarrassed about failing to live up to others' expectations, wondering how to break up completely. After all, I was the one who ended up being such a scumbag. Little Pumpkin's skill had imprinted a mental mark on Yotsuba, causing her to unconsciously develop an overwhelming affection for me. After all, the doll's affection for Suen was unconditionally maxed out, and Yotsuba and the car, who became accessories under the doll's skill, were no exception. In other words, if Suen didn't mind the trouble, he could control those with lower mental power than himself. With a little deception, so that they wouldn't resist when Little Pumpkin imprinted the mark, everything would be his. If he was a little more wicked, he could even target many people. But Suen didn't need it. That wasn't what she was pursuing. This skill could be used against players when necessary, for self-protection and defense, but she absolutely didn't want to use it for attack. Or, what's the difference between her and Jasmine T? Suen recalled the events of the screw operation platform. Exchanging falsehoods for falsehoods only leads to falsehoods. Suen didn't need it. This incident was accidental, and it was only by chance that Suen prevented Sai from resisting Little Pumpkin's skills. Suen also knew that it would be difficult to use this mental imprint against a player with such high mental power as Sai in the future. But she had no intention of monopolizing Sai, subjugating her, and using her as a springboard to control high-level players. At this moment, she wanted to give Sai freedom. She didn't need her labor, and she didn't want to be too entangled with her. Suen spoke so eloquently to Little Pumpkin. Even her sleepiness vanished. At this moment, she realized that Little Pumpkin had no moral principles. Their values depended on her own attitude. If she were evil, Little Pumpkin would become her perfect manipulator. Little Pumpkin, who originally had no moral principles, understood a little of Suen's words. Her master said so much that it was almost overwhelming. But she roughly remembered the following points. The master trusted and loved only the puppets. He needed no other companions, no subordinates, no slaves. They simply needed to live well. Life is a pursuit of beauty, and a clear mind is important. As for other players, respect every free and independent soul. Of course, disrespect is permitted for those who hurt you. We should be warm to our friends and cold and ruthless to our enemies. Friends and enemies can switch, but we shouldn't be the ones to do the switching. If you truly want to socialize with players, make many friends and few enemies, unite all forces that can be united, and focus your efforts on achieving your goals. For example, in a doomsday scenario, a high survival rate is definitely safer than a low one. Personal dictatorship is unacceptable. Depriving one's fellow souls of all their freedom creates a false path to godhood. Regardless of whether Little Pumpkin understood or not, Suen had a lot of nonsense to say. Four-leaf people are good. We shouldn't use the same methods we use on our enemies to control them, Little Pumpkin said. But my car, my driver? Little Pumpkin pouted, wanting to cry, but held it back. The master said, don't cry over loss. Beautiful things don't need to be possessed. Flowers blooming in a garden don't need to be plucked and held in your hands to be beautiful. Little Pumpkin used his skill to remove the mental imprint on Yotsuba and her vehicle. Then he laid down on the game console, stroking it and saying, "You're meant to be mine." Her possessiveness wouldn't disappear, it shifted completely. Suen rubbed Little Pumpkin's head, thinking how kind he was. In the Beetle RV. Yet was gloomy all day. The thought of mustering up the courage that morning, only to be rejected by her sister, made her feel sick. She actually had the idea of not fearing exposing her lucky skill, and moving forward with someone forever, especially to a boss who looked so cold. How presumptuous. She felt like a fool obsessed with love. Rationality and irrationality were clashing. Although they weren't in a relationship, the irrational emotions within her relationship reminded her of the idiotic plots in the novels she read before. The heroine always became foolish when she was involved in love. At that moment, she actually felt like she'd do anything, even her life, as long as her sister agreed. Did she lose her mind and become stupid because of her love for her sister? Oh no! Is she just in love? No, it's not necessarily about love. It could be about family, or friendship, or maybe she's just too lonely and longs for company. Tormented by her emotions, Yotsuba hadn't been in high spirits all day, and felt a bit down at night. Opening the public screen, a small group powerful needless to say had 99 messages. Yi Yunqing saw Chu Beilafeng's post, "I'm bald, but also beautiful." Photo Weiwu star, haha, bald head, no eyebrows, what happened? Chu Bei Leifing, my hair was plucked. Chu Bei Leifing, welcome to Moonlight Lake for hair removal. After pluck, my skin is so smooth, I think it suits girls perfectly. And don't you think I'm beautiful now? Homemade meme, I'm the most beautiful guy on this street. Bald man winks cutely. Weiwu star, forgive my insincere laugh, ha ha ha. Weiwu star, you still look better with your hair. I think there's something wrong with your aesthetic sense. Get some pollution checks, bro. Let Yotsuba give you a friendly price fix. Weiwu star, where's Yotsuba? Why hasn't she said anything? It's unlike her to not join in the fun. Lucky Yotsuba, I'm tormented by my feelings. Weiwu star, feelings. Chapter 344. Weiwu star, oh my god, lucky Yotsuba. Yes, I have a special fondness for someone and I really want to be with her. Weiwu star, Yotsuba, I suggest you check your brain to see if your mind has been invaded. Have you ever come into contact with mermaids? I heard they particularly like to infect humans with the same love-brained habits they have. These creatures spend their lives desperately pursuing love, but in reality, they're cultivating an eternal soul on the wrong path. It's said that all the mermaids who remain here and don't enter the interstellar world are just this kind of love-brained fish. Weiwu star sent a long string of messages, and the message gave Yi Yunqing, who had been overthinking all day, a shudder. She shuddered. Yi Yunqing felt her mind suddenly clear, and she was now rationally dealing with her affection and dependence on Sister Sunshine. She was no longer the preoccupied, anxious, and worried person she had been before, obsessed with getting closer to Sister Sunshine. She didn't realize that from that moment on, the mental imprint in her mind had vanished. She only felt that her friend's reminder had suddenly brought her to her senses. Oh my god, she wondered if she'd been mentally contaminated without even realizing it. So, Yi Yunqing began searching through her space, searching for a detection tool. She remembered she had one. A few minutes later, she found it. Ding, ID card. She placed the spirit source stone on herself, pointed it at herself, and used it. 5 minutes later, Yi Yunqing checked her information. Nothing contaminated at all. She'd been worrying too much. Yi Yunqing pounded the bed, roaring as she did so. Woo-woo, I'm mentally ill, woo-woo. I'm feeling much better now. I'm in love sometimes, then out of love. I'm a jerk. Mom, Dad, am I just too lonely? I miss you so much. Suin was unaware of the distress the appearance and disappearance of the mental imprint caused Ce. Suin had already fallen asleep. His sleepiness was so intense that he fell asleep as soon as it got dark, not even waiting for Little Pumpkin's dinner. Little Pumpkin finished cooking and excitedly came over to call his master to eat, only to find him already asleep, reclining on the sofa, his face peaceful. The only sound was his gentle, shallow breathing. Don't call me sister. Let Anan sleep a little longer, Su Mo whispered to the other two dolls. A look of affection crossed the bear's face. Xiao Mo grew to 2 meters tall, gently lifted Anan in a princess-like embrace, and carried her upstairs to the second-floor bedroom. Wan and Little Pumpkin followed the bear upstairs. After the bear had placed their master, they used their telekinesis to tuck her into bed. The curtains on the second floor automatically closed, and the air conditioner was raised a few degrees, keeping it at around 24 degrees, making the bedroom at its most comfortable. The dolls went downstairs to eat. Before they ate, Little Pumpkin had specially left a dish for his master, even though he knew he would probably sleep until the next day and wouldn't need it. After dinner, everyone took turns washing the dishes, cleaning the house, and getting themselves and the house spotless. The family went to bed early. Fatigued by the sleepless night, everyone went to bed early tonight and fell into sweet dreams. The night was deep. The pumpkin carriage had stopped early, its warm yellow lights extinguished. Stars of green light shone through the desert on either side of the road. The pumpkin carriage's protective shield, emitting a pale blue glow, blocked out all traces. The next day, at 11 o'clock, Suin drowsily opened her eyes to find that most of the dolls were awake. Only Little Pumpkin was sleeping with her in bed. When she woke, Little Pumpkin rubbed his eyes and woke up, calling softly, "Master, hug me." Suin, drowsy, couldn't help herself. She hugged Little Pumpkin, clinging to him, rubbing against him, clinging to him for a while until she woke up. Suin checked the time. She slept until noon. She slept for over 10 hours straight. The tobacco had been quite effective. Suin stretched, feeling refreshed and full of energy. Today was Wednesday, and the box didn't spawn. The pumpkin cart simply followed the navigation system. Breakfast consisted of yesterday's leftovers in a stewed pot, served with noodles. In the afternoon, Little Pumpkin, Wan, and Little Bear watched cartoons together. Suin continued to study her sugar sculpture skills. After a period of practice, she could freely shape the soft candy in her hands, reaching the point where she could form a ball that was round and a square that was square. Although she still had a long way to go before she could freely shape anything. Wan watched for a while, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw her master, realizing she wasn't playing, run to Suan and pull out her skill book to study. Little Pumpkin couldn't bear to watch the cartoon anymore. Soon, the cartoon turned into a food documentary, and Little Pumpkin took out his notebook and began jotting down his cooking tips. Bear wasn't particularly interested in food documentaries, so he found an empty room to sleep in. Time was leisurely and wonderful. Miaowei lay in the car, basking in the sun. The scorching desert, the scorching sun, evenly tanned her skin into a tan. Comfortable. She loved basking in the sun. Full of energy. After tanning her front, she tanned her back, letting the 50-degree heat scorch her. The temperatures that would scare others were nothing to her. As a fire-type spearman, she was naturally resistant to extreme heat. This heat, which could scorch others, was a great way to replenish her fire element and increase her cultivation. To avoid boredom, she basked in the sun while chatting on the public screen. Group chat, powerful, needs no explanations, May 5th, and before she could flip through it, there was another message from 99+. Today, Yotsuba wasn't as lethargic as yesterday, free from the emotional torment of opening her mouth to express her feelings of love or not. She had returned to her usual lively and unfocused self. She spent entire days chatting in the group chat. Like by phone, she acted like a bitch in the group. Lucky Yotsuba. Go by Lai Feng. Kali Chiozei. Wei Yujio were discussing techniques for making tofu pudding, and dried tofu. Just now, Kali Chiozei made a post about getting over 1,000 pounds of soybeans, and posted a picture in the group, sparking this discussion. Lucky Yotsuba, that's a terrifying amount of soybeans. Are you going to eat like a minion? Lucky Yotsuba, I really want to eat tofu pudding. Why Yuju, dried tofu tastes even better with wine. Sister Chioza, I provide you with fine wine, so why don't you make me some dried tofu? Kubelefing, I caught some fish the day before yesterday, so stewing some fish with tofu is perfect. Kali Chioza, don't order any dishes yet, and don't tell me how to eat soy products. I want to know how to make soy milk tofu, dried bean curd sheets, and tofu skin from soybeans. Lucky Sai, I don't know. Why Yuju, I can make wine. Kubelefing, I can eat it. Lucky Sai, why don't we go to the platform and see if we can learn some soybean making skills? Why Yuju, do you have such a skill? Miaowei, seeing that no one on 99+ had gotten to the point, sent a direct message. Soak the soybeans in water until they're twice as full, then grind them with graphite. Filter the dregs and the soy milk. Boil soy milk over medium-low heat. Scoop out the tofu skin, and repeat the process to get the dried bean curd sheets. Add the sauce. The tender part is tofu pudding, and when it's pressed again, it's tofu. Cut it into small pieces, and fry it for tofu puffs, and when pressed again, it's dried tofu. Lucky 4-leaf. Such a complicated process. Kali Chiozei, Sister Wei, I give you the soybeans in exchange for some soy products. You can charge whatever you want for the cooking. Lucky 4-leaf. Sister Wei, thank you. I want tofu pudding. Wei Yujio, my dried tofu, thanks. Wei Wu Star, damn. Chu Bai Lai Feng, ? Wei Yujio, ? The tan girl looked at the long string of messages, and quickly replied. Wei Wu Star, I'm busy. She really is. Chapter 345. Just after she had sent a telepathic message about the origins of soybeans and soy products, she looked up to find her vehicle surrounded by monsters. A swarm of sand wolf monsters surrounded her vehicle. The sound of black and gold gunfire rang out, and the flames flickered, leaving a pile of sand wolf corpses on the desert. She stood on the roof of her car, gazing into the distance, and sighed, heartbroken that she had lost about 30% of her advanced protective shield. She was about to jump out of the car to collect her loot when a dark mass of monsters appeared in the distance. Wolves, many. After quickly collecting her loot, she jumped into the advanced psychic bullet RV, floored the accelerator, and began to move forward, fiercely shaking off the wolves. She glanced at 99+ on the small screen and said, I'm being attacked by wild wolf monsters. Be careful. The system has suddenly spawned so many monsters. Be careful. Life is peaceful and beautiful, provided you don't look up. When the car stopped for a moment to cook dinner that evening, Suan came over with a plate to help. Looking up, he saw a cluster of green eyes. A pack of wolves? The advanced ice and snow shield effectively blocked out the smell. The wolves didn't attack, but roamed freely in the desert. The darkness concealed their presence. If their density hadn't increased so much, they wouldn't have been discovered. Little Pumpkin wielded a metal spoon, finishing a pot of cumin and pork slices. He turned off the heat and noticed his owner was dazed and hadn't offered him a plate. Following his owner's gaze, Little Pumpkin glanced out the window. A bunch of wolf monsters? Wow. That's it. A pile of meat and experience. Becoming stronger. Owning the game console. Little Pumpkin excitedly leaped up, banging his head against the roof of the pumpkin cart before bouncing back down. Master, there are monsters, more and more monsters. Little Pumpkin's voice was incredibly excited, and everyone could sense its emotion. More importantly, this was pure bliss. Little Pumpkin had always wanted to fight monsters, but had struggled to find a platform with so many monsters. Now there was a ready supply. What? Monster spawning? Xiaomo ran over from the sofa, leaped up, and landed on the kitchen counter. He stared out the window, his lips curled up several times. A smile he couldn't hide. Let's eat first. Suen rubbed the heads of the two dolls beside him. A full stomach gives you the energy to fight monsters. Suen couldn't help but smile. After dinner, the Diggerman's game console came online. You played around, I played around, she played around. Everyone gathered around the console, vying to knock down the sand wolf. They had so much fun playing the after-dinner minigame that they knocked down the sand wolf next to them. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the system message rang. A familiar system announcement sounded on each player's road. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching a 50% clearance rate for the first stage, Ice and Snow Plateau. A surprise event, 3 days and 3 nights, has begun. 3 days and 3 nights, 3 days and 3 nights. The event lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. The rules are as follows. 1. Within a 3 km radius centered on the player's vehicle, a random wave of monsters will spawn every 5 minutes. 2. A leaderboard will open, and the top 100 players will receive gift boxes. 3. The event lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. Remember to manage your energy and stamina wisely. 4. During the event, the treasure chest spawn rate is doubled. 5. Team players will enjoy more monster spawns. Good luck. The public chat immediately became lively as the event began. There were compliments, insults, all sorts of things. Suen didn't even bother looking at the public chat because a rather unusual message popped up in front of her. Player Sunshine Bear, there are 0 monsters near you. Suen scratched her head and looked at the message in front of her. What does this mean? The system only released a half-finished announcement? Was she being treated specially? Player Sunshine Bear, there are 0 monsters near you. Your power rating is top 1, monster spawn rate increased by 200%, and monster level increased by 200%. Oh! So it's a rating, then a difficulty increase. She loves it. Little Pumpkin jumped up and down with joy, jumping up and down non-stop. I love whack-a-mole, she said. Yeezy yen, 3 days and 3 nights, I can do it, I want to get stronger. Yi Yunqing floored the accelerator and drove away, trying to avoid being crushed by the spawning monsters. When the system sounded, she burst into curses. She's just a support, don't be so harsh on her. She could kill monsters, but she couldn't kill that many. At that moment, she recalled her reluctance to part with Sister Sunshine yesterday. It turned out that this reluctance wasn't caused by a lovesick mindset, but rather her instincts saving her luck at work. Oh, she should have been more shameless yesterday. Player Lucky 4 leaves. There are 23 monsters nearby. Strength rating A, monster spawn rate increased by 140%. Monster level increased by 140%. Damn, I'm driving fast, and they're making it harder. I'm running away. It's not because of killing monsters, you stupid system. Yi Yunqing felt her defenses break. Haha, she was so amused by the system. Feng Yanzishi smiled and said to the orange cat, see, I told you to be a little lazy. Player Feng Yanzishi, there are 723 monsters nearby. Strength rating D, monster spawn rate decreased by 20%. Monster level decreased by 20%. Go, kill these monsters, and we can get some sleep. Feng Yinsher hummed a song, her tail twitching as she instructed the orange cat to work. Mocha's breath hitched as she looked at her S rating. If only she had known, she wouldn't have spent so much time fighting monsters with Nong. A few minutes passed, and a bunch of level 5 monsters spawned around them. She panted heavily, while Nong drank healing potion beside her. Master, let me do it. Little Pumpkin was excited. Okay. Suin gave up his place to Little Pumpkin. In these kinds of activities, the first monsters are always weaker, so it's a good idea to have Little Pumpkin use carrots to hit them early on. Wait, Suin felt like she'd forgotten something. She scratched her head, then quickly remembered. She took out the goose feather remote and turned on the live camera. Swish. Chapter 346. Fans. Wow, Sunshine's screen has been black for so many days, and now she's finally live. Spread the word. Soon, everyone was sharing the news on various social media platforms and in various group chats. Instantly, a crowd of viewers flooded into the livestream. Wow, Sunshine is finally live streaming. I almost thought I'd never see Sunshine and Xiangbao again. Ugh, what a pessimistic thing. I support Sunshine for 10,000 years. Wow, this is the system's monster killing event. The streamer I've been following for so long has actually been ranked top by the system. I'm so proud. Send gifts, send gifts. Support Sister Xiong and everyone else. System, eat lychee plum. Give away 1 character summon, 1 shower, 1 inspiration capsule, 5 bobo milk teas. Little girl who loves to listen to stories give away. It's from Xiao Wang. Give away. Everyone kept sending gifts, bringing the live stream's popularity to a new level, attracting many new viewers. At this moment, Suin used the goose feather remote to change the title of his livestream from Sunshine Bears to Top 1 Skill Rating, 3 Days, and 3 Nights of Online Monster Killing. Woohoo! Sunshine Baby changed the title. Sunshine Baby received a gift, and is managing the livestream well. I'm suddenly in love with it. My power is amazing. I love you. I'm hooked. Many fans were moved. Many new viewers were expressing their disapproval. Why did this lazy guy get the top rating? I don't agree. He's not as good as the streamer Broken Mirror. This is the current most popular streamer fan. The most popular player is a blue star player with a decisive killing spirit rank. He's currently in the 3rd level of the challenge and is the most advanced. Her live streams attract many viewers who admire strength. These viewers aren't fans of any particular person, they simply enjoy watching the strongest person's live streams. Most StarCraft viewers treat these live streams as a form of entertainment. Following the top player gives them the illusion of being the best themselves. Haha, I really don't understand how this mediocre Shibe guy always manages to take first place. Last time, it was this noob who took our sister Jing's 2nd level first place, and now he's doing it again. Seriously, I think the system at work needs to take 3 days of compulsory education again. Soon, these viewers' opinions were refuted by fans in the live stream. Taking first place is a sign of strength. Mature weak bends. Surface strength isn't everything. The so-called weak defeating the strong is essentially the strong defeating the weak. The essence is hidden strength. It's just that you guys are viewing the situation through a distorted lens, unable to properly recognize the streamer's strengths. Here comes the idiot from next door again. Get out of here. Admins, please chase him away. Don't talk to these violent fans. They're just trashing you guys. The Broken Mirror next door feels bad for you fans. Why are there so many haters lately? Maybe it's become popular. I miss Miss Mermaid. She hasn't been online in a long time. It's so warm here when she's around. Mumbling to myself, Miss Mermaid's been missing for 7 days. I'm worried. Suin checked the comments for 5 minutes, stopping when the goose feather started to get too hot. Although it was only 5 minutes, it was enough to broaden her horizons. With the help of the goose feather remote control, using mental power to connect to the live broadcast room was a wonderful feeling. Suin could read countless comments in a matter of minutes, gleaning a wealth of information. For example, her livestream had become quite popular. While not incredibly popular, it was a well-known figure in StarCraft, likely already on the radar of most StarCraft users. The person who had been supporting her most recently was a sister with the ID Eat Lychee Plum. It was unknown what race this sister was, but she was incredibly kind, ruthless, and quiet. Cuckoo sent her gifts, which skyrocketed her livestream's popularity. The livestream also discussed Miss Mermaid, her die-hard fan from the start of her livestream, who had been missing for 7 days. Miss Mermaid was her first fan, and had been with her from the beginning until now. She was responsible for many of her submissions, and the rules of the livestream, and the warm atmosphere in the livestream was inseparable from her. She hadn't been online for the past few days, and many fans suspected she had met with misfortune. This reminded Suin of the moment she opened the livestream system, and saw her first fan send her a gift. She had also used those points to buy her first black ball. It turned out her nickname was Miss Mermaid. The content within these live streams was rich and varied. Suin had previously neglected them, having been unable to appreciate them. She herself hadn't anticipated having so many viewers supporting her in such a vibrant way. Through the livestream comments, Suin also learned a lot about other players. She knew that a player named Shattered Mirror had reached the spirit rank and was currently in the 3rd stage of the dungeon. She was the fastest progressing player on Blue Star, and her cultivation level was also the highest among the 3 players who had reached the spirit rank at level 12. The comments described her as a very elegant, middle-aged female player, a very formidable woman. Its innate abilities are unpredictable, but due to a certain degree of contamination, its attacks are powerful and brutal. This attack method attracts many interstellar viewers and is very popular. From this, Suin also truly felt what the Black Ball's message represented. The Black Ball's censored optical brain message stated the first universal truth: females are naturally the primary sex. At this moment, through the barrage of comments, Suin felt the wonder of this message. In the live broadcast room, everyone instinctively addressed each other as sister. They were also accustomed to the fact that the strongest were all female, and they would always say, "My sister is stronger than your sister." Because females are the primary sex in the interstellar world, talent development is based on the female body as an experimental template, and women naturally have advantages when awakening their talents. Furthermore, almost all civilizations are based on women as their heritage and fertility is highly respected. Various cultivation techniques are entirely based on the female body, and the efficacy of various medicines is studied based on the female body. Mother, madam, and miss are honorific titles, while sister is a term of admiration, and sister is a term of endearment. Under the system's translation, the language of Blue Star blossomed with a new meaning. Suin checked his main quest progress. Player Sunshine Bear. Level 2, Hot Desert. Time limit, 1 year 365 Blue Star days. Total survivor completion, none. Player individual completion, 67%, you're ahead of 96.73% of players. Mileage progress, 1.15 million kilometers per 2 million kilometers. Level quest completion progress, LV7/LV10, not completed, apply for clearance card, January 1st, completed, this card has a certain chance of dropping after the death of a king monster. Prosperity, 888888/100,000, completed, prosperity points, a comprehensive score of the player's team, individual player strength, vehicles, food, fuel, equipment, game coins, pets, talents, titles, etc. Click to view details. Sure enough, I'm still some distance away from becoming a top player, but that's okay. I just keep working hard. Suin thought to himself. Completely ignoring her own irrational mental status, she already surpassed 200. In the livestream comments, what is Maybao thinking? Her expression is so adorable. Chapter 347. I wonder when Sister Sunshine will be able to see us talking. Look at the comments. I searched, and it seems we have to wait until the player reaches the super spirit level. My sister's spiritual talent should be quite high, so she has a chance to reach super spirit within 10 years. Another way is to reach 160 spiritual points, and use spiritual eye skills to sense our comments. It seems that very few civilizations can reach super spirit within 10 years. Hundreds of years ago, a black dragon genius in the Senna civilization took 93 years to reach super spirit, but even such a genius was left in a small world in the chaotic universe. Suin was studying his progress. A system notification sounded in his ears. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you are being attacked by the first wave of invading monsters Desert Wolf. Looking up, Suin saw a new group of green eyes appear around the vehicle. Monster update. Suin glanced and saw a message pop up on the public screen panel. Monster, Desert Wolf. Level, LV5 to LV7. Number, LV5*23, LV6*11, LV7*3. Habitat, endless desert. Next wave of monsters will arrive in 5 minutes. The first wave of monsters, 37 in total, wasn't so bad. Master, can I start now? Little Pumpkin excitedly looked at the monsters outside. In her excitement, she couldn't help but wiggle her hips, looking at the monsters outside as if she had found some treasure, truly impatient. Suin nodded. Little Pumpkin leaned over to the game console, which had shrunk before it could be turned off, and kissed it. Then, hugging the game console, he affectionately called out, "Oh, my beloved game console. Let's play games together." Little Pumpkin's mental power connected with the game console. The Mole Man's game console activated, and a white mist spread, enveloping the area 1,000 miles in radius, centered on the pumpkin cart. Then, he swept away all the desert wolves and brought them into the game console's territory. Cartoon-like wolves appeared on the game console screen and moved. Little Pumpkin summoned his carrot weapon. Grabbing the carrot by the tail, he swung it to attack the monsters. In the desert wolf world, white mist filled the air, and he appeared in a strange place, where a carrot fell from the sky. Knock. Knock, knock, knock. Little Pumpkin's strength wasn't great. She wasn't good at attacking, and her lightweight couldn't support much force. But there was the game console. The game console could amplify the power of her attacks by 100 times, and a 3-hit combo had a double effect when connected online. Little Pumpkin had a lot of fun playing. While she couldn't instantly kill them all with her sheer strength, her speed and accuracy more than made up for it. If one carrot stick doesn't kill them, just another. She had excellent accuracy, and every stick never missed. Very quickly. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Bear and his puppet for killing 23 level 5 desert wolves, 11 level 6 desert wolves, and 3 level 7 desert wolves, earning 1,129,743 experience points. Kill drops: 1 gold coin, 7 silver coins, 212 copper coins, 2 free electricity cards, 1 hour, 3 free water cards, 1 hour. Suen sat on the sofa, watching Little Pumpkin passionately play a round of whack-a-mole, easily earning 1,000,000 experience points. Little Pumpkin, despite her aching arms, said happily, "I'm awesome, hee hee." Suen didn't miss the redness on Little Pumpkin's wrists, and the light layer of sweat on her forehead. Without saying a word, he pierced the difficulty hidden beneath Little Pumpkin's relaxed exterior. He smiled, and gave Little Pumpkin a thumbs up in encouragement. Wan Wan, with her venomous mouth, seemed to have grown up and become more sensible. She didn't comment, but simply wiped her crystal ball with a soft cloth. It looked like she was ready to take the field at any moment, crystal ball in hand, and bash monsters if Little Pumpkin couldn't hold on any longer. Little Pumpkin rested for 2 minutes, and the next wave of monsters appeared. Little Pumpkin patted the game console to restart it. Wow, Miss Pumpkin is really working hard. Her monster-killing posture is so heroic. Yes, I killed him with carrots. This epic weapon is so convenient. Who am I? Where am I? Why is the scene different here? Others fight monsters covered in blood, but here, fighting monsters is like playing house. This player is cheating, right? Where did all these goodies come from? It seems the epic item I got at the Ratman platform was taken to the Scorpionman platform for repair. My sister, Sunshine, earned it by fighting her way through the dungeon, and she repaired it by her own skill. How can that be considered cheating? Talents, skills, weapons, and equipment are all part of strength. Hee, it's just a high-energy weapon that increases attack power. We see how long you can keep up at such a high frequency. Look at you guys, you're so arrogant. Players with such poor progress, who rely on external forces to keep going, will eventually crash. Little Pumpkin attacked 3 monsters in a row and was out of breath in an instant. The initial excitement was gone, leaving only the heavy carrot and the monsters that he couldn't defeat. The number and level of monsters spawned increased with each round. She panted heavily, and in the 3rd round, she almost didn't finish defeating all the monsters in the final time, allowing them to break free from the game console and appear on the road to attack the pumpkin cart's shield. The Little Pumpkin wasn't one to save face and suffer in vain. Realizing her abilities were insufficient, she immediately said to Suen, "Master, I need to rest. I can't fight anymore." "Let me do it," said Wan Wan. After a while, a clanging sound came from the game console. It was Wan Wan slamming the crystal ball into the game console. This supernatural equipment, Era's crystal ball, which increases the power of mental attacks and enhances curse and blessing skills, was being used by Wan Wan as if it were a stone. It was no less than a priest using a staff as a rod. Suen couldn't sit still on the sofa, and couldn't help but move forward to observe the battle, hissing as she did so. She was secretly a little worried about the crystal ball, but considering it was supernatural equipment, Wan Wan must have her reasons for doing so. However, Wan Wan's attacks aren't very effective. The crystal ball isn't a physical weapon, after all. The 4th wave of Desert Wolf monsters includes 34 level 5, 23 level 6, 5 level 7, and 1 level 8. They also have abilities. Their abilities consume the game console's energy, reducing game playtime. "Big Bear, I need help." Wan Wan panicked. "Duang. Duang. Duang." Wan Wan responded with a few quick slaps from the bear, which then revealed the instant kill monster icon. So cool. Chapter 348. Wan Wan's eyes were full of stars. Wan Wan was about to quit the game and leave the situation to Bear. Xiaomo said, "Wan Wan, I need your help to keep my mental energy connected to the game console and keep playing. My mental energy can't sustain the consumption of operating the game console. Suemo requested. Yes. Wanwan thought, Bear has a lot of strength, but it doesn't have much mental energy. Using the game console consumes a certain amount of mental energy. If mental energy is compared to a mana bar, Bear's is the shortest one. Wanwan nodded. She held the crystal ball and focused on using her mental energy to control the game console. The resting little pumpkin jumped up and came over. Big Bear, I can help out too. I can take over for Wanwan later. Thank you, it's great to have you. Bear replied to the two puppets beside him as he fought monsters. Suin looked at the little pumpkin, feeling useful and refreshed. Suin pulled the little one's hand and said, 3 days and 3 nights, 5-minute waves of monsters. Don't worry, we take turns. There's plenty of work to do. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. 4 hours passed. 3 o'clock in the morning. Wanwan burped into the air. A sour, herbal taste lingered in her mouth. Wanwan sat on the ground, leaning against the wall. In front of her was a row of empty bottles. These empty bottles held empty blue potions. Wanwan connected her mind to the game console and repeated the task of launching it. At the same time, she used her telekinesis to pick up loot and refill the console with spirit source stones. Playing with her was Suemo. Sumo's work was purely physical, as he sat in a chair, mechanically swinging his mace and tapping the screen. Bang, 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 bang. Beneath the rhythmic pounding sound, a vast sea of monsters lay dead and wounded. The ding-dong background music played at the start of each game, adding a special touch of movement to the quiet night, besides the pounding. The initial novelty of monster killing on the arcade wore off, leaving only boredom and exhaustion. The 5-minute waves of monsters, the ever-increasing numbers and levels, were extremely draining on everyone's physical and mental strength. The bear pounded for 2 minutes, then rested for 3, a perfectly regular pattern, except when encountering a difficult elite monster. It would then grow larger, making it easier to use its strength. Every time it grew larger, the bear would occasionally make the pumpkin carriage creak. Because each time the bear grew larger, its weight and strength increased exponentially. Now, Suin and Little Pumpkin sprawled on the sofa, resting and recuperating. After using leaf tobacco, they felt rested and not at all sleepy. This time, they used several large leaf tobacco sticks in a row, and everyone was prepared to stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights. This was a great opportunity to level up, and no one would miss it. But Suin and Little Pumpkin couldn't keep up with the stamina. The only one who could keep up with the monster-killing stamina was the bear. All the pressure fell on the bear. Suin suddenly realized the significance of the puppet. With the puppet, all it took was mental energy. No wonder the game console had lost its puppet. Upgraded from epic to epic, fake. In this world, besides the bear, we're all mortals. Who else could keep up with this kind of continuous banging? Suddenly, the entire pumpkin cart sank. Suin watched as the 4-meter-tall bear, curled up into a ball, smashed the game console with its weapon. It wasn't a very elegant move, but it was quite effective. Ding dong, congratulations to player Sunshine Bear and his plushie for killing 32 level 5 desert wolves, 32 level 6 desert giant scorpions, 23 level 6 desert wolves, 12 level 7 desert giant scorpions, 3 level 8 desert giant scorpions, and 1 level 9 desert giant scorpion, elite, earning 17,391,802 experience points. Kill drops. Suin felt a warm sensation throughout her body. This was the feeling of gaining another large amount of experience points. Every 5 minutes, she would gain a wave of experience points. Suin stepped forward to look at the shrunken bear. The fur on its head was drooping. Off to the other side, Wanwan had already fallen asleep, a row of blue potions making her look like a small medicine jar. Suin used his mental power to connect to the game console and replace Wanwan, allowing her to rest after consuming too many blue potions. Then he called the bear, whose energy bar was running low, to eat and replenish his strength. On the table, Little Pumpkin had already prepared a table full of delicious food. These delicacies are ready to eat anytime. There's teriyaki fish fillet, a large pot of braised mincemeat, mixed vegetables, and rice. Little Pumpkin had already prepared a large portion of teriyaki fish fillet rice bowl for Bear, but Bear had no time to eat and kept shouting next, next. Swan and Little Pumpkin swapped out their dolls. Wanwan quickly ran to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard. Bear, looking back every few steps, came to the dining table, carrying a large bowl of rice, and started eating next to the game console. It was a large bowl of rice. The white rice was topped with a teriyaki-flavored fish fillet, some cooked vegetables, and a drizzle of sauce. It looked very tempting. Little Bear didn't hesitate, and simply scooped the food into his mouth with his spoon. Little Pumpkin flew toward the window. "I go pick up some loot." Sue-Ann nodded, and mentally controlled the game console to release monsters that dropped near the pumpkin carriage. With Sue-Ann's nod, Little Pumpkin opened the window, flew out, and quickly collected the loot into space within 2 minutes before flying back. All of this happened swiftly, everyone racing against time. A black ball above the game console projected a 5-minute countdown, repeating a 5-minute countdown. At the last minute, the pumpkin carriage changed modes and took off from its original position. The countdown reached 0. A system notification sounded. "Ding dong, monster attack. Player Sunshine Bear, you are under attack from the monsters Desert Wolf, Desert Giant Scorpion, and Desert Camel. Monsters: Desert Wolf, Desert Giant Scorpion, Desert Camel. Levels: LV5 to LV9. Quantity: LV5 Desert Wolf * 131, LV6 Desert Wolf * 56, LV7 Desert Giant Scorpion * 21, LV8 Desert Giant Scorpion * 5, LV8 Desert Camel * 6, LV8 Desert Giant Scorpion 2, Elite, LV9 Desert Giant Scorpion * 3, LV9 Desert Camel 1, Elite. The monsters were increasing in number, and Sue-Ann knew that she and Little Pumpkin couldn't kill so many monsters in a single game. But they had another solution. At Sue-Ann's signal, the pumpkin cart flew higher and higher. Sue-Ann mentally controlled the game console, opening a field around a small area around the pumpkin cart. The field no longer captured all monsters, but only those around the pumpkin cart. Sue-Ann and Little Pumpkin, unlike Juan and Little Bear, couldn't capture all the spawn monsters at once. Because Bear could kill so many monsters in one go, Sue-Ann couldn't. The pumpkin carriage soared higher and higher, reaching 100 meters in the air, rendering it impassable to the monsters. The spawning monsters were all land monsters, desert creatures. Even ranged attacks couldn't reach the pumpkin carriage. It could only wander around on the ground. Sue-Ann, with the bear's mace, hammered at it vigorously, clearing the monsters. Chapter 349. She had eaten the spiritual fish that increased her strength, and her strength was much greater than before, but only much greater, and it was no match for the bear's terrifying power. However, her slow tapping and low strength didn't matter, because there were fewer monsters in the game console. Xiaomo saw his master busy, feeling anxious, and his eating speed visibly increased. Sue-Ann noticed Xiaomo's unusual eating speed from the corner of his eye and said, "Xiaomo, eat slowly and get some rest. We still have a lot of time, and we can fight slowly with this method." Sue-Ann reminded Xiaomo to eat more slowly. The bear nodded, wanting to reply. He had eaten too fast just now and choked. He covered his throat, and it suddenly expanded. The enlargement of his throat also enlarged it, allowing him to swallow his food easily. Little Pumpkin telekinetically handed him a glass of water. What was just water in Little Bear's hands looked like a bottle of oral solution in Big Bear's. He drank it in one gulp. But it did help the bear drink the water smoothly. Sue-Ann shifted his attention to the game console. Keep on tapping. At this moment, the pumpkin carriage was flying 100 meters above the sky. The current tactic is called Flying Combat Mode. It's a shift-shifting method Sue-Ann and Little Pumpkin devised. With the tobacco leaves, the bear can go without sleep, but you can't let it skip meals. While it's eating to replenish its energy bar, the problem is how to take over. So, Flying Combat Mode and Run and Fight Mode were developed. There are currently no flying monsters spawning, and ranged attack abilities are limited. Since the pumpkin carriage can fly, it's safe, so Flying Combat Mode is used. The other Run and Fight Mode will have to wait until flying monsters spawn. This mode is exactly what it sounds like. While moving forward, you open the game console to clear obstacles in the way, attacking only the monsters in front of you, and using your speed to outrun the remaining monsters. But now that there were no flying monsters, no matter how fast or how many monsters spawned, if they couldn't reach them, they were safe. The only downside to this strategy was that it made it difficult to collect the loot. Before they could finish one wave of monsters, the next would gather. They had to wait for the bears to finish their meals and recover their strength, so they could collect the loot together, and then send Little Pumpkin and Juan down to collect the loot. Time passed slowly. Sunshine Bear's name remained at the top of the leaderboard. She was already ranked top, with the highest monster update strength. Her relentless monster killing kept her firmly at the top. Many players, in between monster killing sessions, marveled at her astonishing kill counts and points. How did they do it? Was she human? Didn't she get tired? The hostile comments in the live stream had decreased significantly. It was mainly because no matter what they said, the fans would reply, "We're top, always top." Yi Yunqing used a temporary upgrade card, 3 hours, to upgrade her shield. The temporarily upgraded shield provided better isolation. Using the temporary upgrade card prevented more and more monsters from detecting her vehicle, preventing them from sieging or catching it. Yi Yunqing was able to stop and rest. The constant driving had left her exhausted. She had barely fought any monsters, just driven away. She knew she wasn't an offensive player. If she stopped to fight, she would be swarmed and slain by these constantly spawning, endlessly replenishing monsters. She was trapped in a cycle of shield shattering and replenishing. As for killing monsters, Yi Yunqing's skills could only control them briefly. How to kill monsters? Hit them with a staff through the shield? At this moment, she deeply missed her former temporary teammates, Sister Sunshine and Big Bear. Yi Yunqing despised her previous scumbag behavior. Why didn't she hold on a little longer? If she had held on a little longer, she wouldn't be in such a mess now. The key is, with Sister Sunshine's skills, her escape speed was even faster. As expected, one should trust one's lucky instincts. She glanced at the event rankings on the public screen. Sunshine Bear had been at the top since the start. But Sister might not need her. It was just that her current strength wasn't up to the task. Yi Yunqing climbed drowsily into bed. Considering her own strength, Yi Yunqing used a continuous driving strategy to avoid combat as much as possible. At this moment, her heart was aching from exhaustion. Constantly using control skills to clear the way, and drive had drained too much of her energy and strength. She used her last bit of energy to set the alarm on her smart speaker and climbed into bed. Exhausted, she fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. Then the alarm rang, and in the blink of an eye, time had passed. 2 hours and 50 minutes had passed. Her eyes were wide open as bells. She felt desperate to get up, but her body quickly rose, washed her face, and cleared her mind with warm water. It was 4:30 a.m. when she woke, the sky gradually brightening. 8.5 hours had passed since the event began. Yi Yunqing returned to the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped forward. The Beetle, with its gleaming white protective shield, sped along the winding road, heading in an unknown direction. On the highway, as the car moved, a swarm of monsters sprang into action, swarming after it. A long, mighty line. In the morning light, amidst the rosy clouds of hope, a chase unfolded. After letting the bear rest for an hour after his meal, it was time for him to hunt monsters again. The ground was piled high with monsters. Suan collaborated with the bear to fight monsters. Wan lay dead, while Little Pumpkin rested. An hour. Little Pumpkin and Wan both leveled up, reaching the same level as the bear, LVL 8. After leveling up, Little Pumpkin and Wan's overall telekinetic abilities were further enhanced, but they didn't gain any new skills. At dawn, the sun rose. The bear cleared all the monsters, and beneath the pumpkin cart lay a dense mass of loot. The pumpkin cart began to descend. Suan's stamina dropped below half. To be safe, she drank her first small gold blue potion of the day. The astringent potion flowed down her throat, and her spirits began to surge, slowly recovering. Wan, lying dead, was pulled out by Little Pumpkin, and the two went out to collect the spoils. They had collected half the spoils when they returned, and a new round of monsters had spawned. They waited until the 3-minute interval between monster kills, collecting the spoils several times before they had collected all the spoils. I need to clean up the warehouse. It's a mess, and I can't fit any more, Little Pumpkin said. Suan nodded and said, okay. Little Pumpkin took out the car compressor, opened the warehouse, said goodbye to everyone, and left. Before leaving, she told everyone to call her if anything happened, as she could sense all the movements inside the pumpkin cart, and also told Wan to take over and not let her master get too tired. 10 minutes later, a pumpkin mask appeared on the first floor wall. Little Pumpkin shouted, "Master, I found something interesting." Chapter 350. The elite monster just dropped a temporary vehicle component upgrade card. I think it could be useful right now. Several carts flew out of the warehouse and landed in Suan's hands. Item: temporary vehicle component upgrade card. Use: temporarily upgrades various vehicle components for 3 hours, including but not limited to the engine, navigation, shield, bathroom, bedroom, kitchen. Pumpkin Mask said, "Master, with this, we can upgrade the shield for better defense, and upgrade the cannon for increased attack. It's a shame though, that this thing doesn't work on game consoles. Gua, Are you sure the increased attack from your cannon after upgrading is enough to kill monsters? Wan said sarcastically. Her sharp tongue made an inopportune appearance again. Realizing her mistake, Wan, resting on the sofa, quickly covered her mouth. The little ghost said weakly, "That's not what I meant. I'm just naive. Just being a bitch." The little ghost used to be happy to play pranks, never sparing his full malice. Now, the little ghost knows that playing pranks will really get him a beating. "Aw, you little brat. I've been teaching you for so long, and you're still so rude. I settle the score with you when I'm done," Pumpkin Mask retorted. But little Pumpkin didn't bother with the bitchy little ghost. Time was short and the task was heavy, so he didn't bother to play around with her. Little Pumpkin had to clean up the warehouse quickly, so he could continue collecting loot later. Pumpkin Mask chattered a long stream of words in front of Suin. He reported on the situation in the warehouse he had just sorted out. The loot he had just picked up from the monsters contained a lot of basic supplies. This included numerous electricity and water cards. Thanks to this, the pumpkin cart wouldn't be short of electricity or water for a long time. Well, they never were short of them to begin with. The current situation was, it couldn't be used up. It simply couldn't be used up. After discussing the good stuff, Little Pumpkin reported the troubles in the warehouse. There were too many monster corpses, and the cold storage was completely occupied. Bear was too busy killing monsters to disassemble them, and he and Wan didn't have the disassembly skill. The car compressor had a limited number of uses, so compressing everything at once wasn't a good idea. Now, Little Pumpkin used his telekinesis to separate the more delicious high-level monster corpses from the low-level ones. The high-level ones were compressed using the car compressor and stored in the cold storage. The low-level ones were left behind. Little Pumpkin suggested selling them quickly to recoup the game currency. "Master, warehouse space is limited, and we need to clear out these low-level monster corpses. I suggest selling them all now to earn money for storage," Little Pumpkin said. Suin listened to Little Pumpkin's report while helping Little Bear fight monsters and keep the game console running. Multitasking. Suin thought Little Pumpkin's suggestion was sound. She couldn't leave, but that didn't affect her cooperation with Little Pumpkin. "Okay, Nanling, I open my personal shop now and grant you permissions. You can handle the meat yourself." Suin clicked on the public exchange and entered his personal shop, which had been upgraded to Sunshine Bear's shop. Thanks to his many sales on behalf of others in the Yiming City, Suin's Sunshine Bear's shop had already reached a mid-level level, capable of employing multiple employees. His own dolls had long been employees of the shop, and working alongside them was a regular feature. Ding dong, confirming activation of player-employee rights. Since the doll Su Nanling doesn't have a player identity, activation requires a system trading panel service fee of 1 copper coin per minute. Ding dong, employee Su Nanling's system trading panel has been successfully activated. Time deductions are beginning. Please ensure sufficient deposit in the store backend. Suin directly topped up 1 gold coin into the backend, enough for Little Pumpkin to use the system trading panel for about 10 days. But Little Pumpkin wouldn't last that long, and there weren't just one Little Pumpkin clerk. The sun rose higher, and Suin and Wan, who had been busy for hours, swapped shifts several times. Now it was Wan and Su Imo who were teaming up to kill monsters. Suin reclined on the sofa. This was a long-awaited break, and she was taking advantage of it. She stared blankly, her eyes wide open, mostly lying down. The leaf tobacco had invigorated Suin, making her sleep unnecessary. However, she still felt tired, a kind of mental numbness. Suin knew it was the fatigue brought on by the repetitive, mechanical mental manipulation of the game console, starting and ending games. This fatigue wasn't severe. What was more troubling for Suin was the dull aching in her wrists and arms was the physical strain from attacking monsters while replacing Little Bear. The leaf tobacco had mostly taken care of the mental fatigue, but the physical exhaustion required rest to recover. "Master, eat something." Little Pumpkin brought lunch, a delicious-looking plate of fried rice with minced pork and chopped green onions. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so it wasn't really lunch time. Everyone had long since run out of time for lunch. Little Pumpkin had already placed the cooked food on the table, so everyone could eat when they were hungry. Little Pumpkin noticed that their master, Suin, had just taken a short break. She deliberately used the cold rice, and put it back in the wok to make some fried rice. Suin thanked Little Pumpkin, then grabbed a large bowl of rice, and spooned it into her mouth. She stared at Little Pumpkin in a daze. Little Pumpkin was also busy, tidying up the warehouse, putting up orders for sale, collecting spoils, putting up orders for sale. Now, they no longer collected spoils every 5 minutes, but about every 2 to 3 hours. Huan and Little Pumpkin worked together, but Little Pumpkin sorted the warehouse by himself. Then Huan and Swan took turns assisting Little Bear. While Little Bear ate, Swan and Little Pumpkin, or Huan, would use flying tactics. Time flew by in this busy manner. Everyone was doing the work of two, and the hours were busy yet fulfilling. In the live stream's comments, some viewers who had watched all night and woken up to watch again offered admiring comments. Amazing! Sister Sunshine and the bears are really dedicated. I even took a nap, and they're still fighting monsters. Coming from the next live stream, the little one is resting, but this one's still fighting. Are these really mortal creatures? My heart aches. I feel like my sister is so tired. The bears are amazing. I wish I had a reliable companion like them. Wow, they leveled up. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the bears leveled up. Swan was the first to notice the bears' unusual movements. At that moment, she and the bears were coordinating. A shimmer emanated from the bear's body. Its patchy hair had grown back somewhat, though some traces of baldness remained. Now, it had completely returned. Suin was a little excited. Your puppet, Suimo, has reached the maximum experience bar. Level 8 has been successfully upgraded to level 9. Congratulations. After the upgrade, the bear gained even more energy. Bang, bang, bang. It moved faster, swinging its mace at a faster pace. The game console swung and heated up with the bear's strength. So, the current situation at home was Suimo at level 9, Su Nanling at level 8, Su Chiming at level 8, and Suin at level 7. They fought monsters together, and the experience points were almost evenly split. Suddenly, Suin felt a warmth throughout her body. The game ended, and a wave of experience arrived. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for reaching the maximum experience bar. Level 7 has been upgraded to level 8. Chapter 351. Experience points cleared, energy converted, upgrading in progress, upgrade successful. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear, reaching level 8 of a common item. Your current level has surpassed 92.7% of players. Note, your current spiritual value has surpassed the spiritual level, approaching super spiritual. Please pay close attention to your mental state. Leveled up. Suin exhaled, feeling refreshed. She felt a deeper grasp of spiritual energy, a higher level ability, similar to a magician's mana. They share the same source, but in a different form. Before, when she channeled her spiritual energy into the game console, it would carry her along with it. Now, she could roughly understand how it worked. She realized that when Suin controlled the game console, the game time increased. Huan could maintain a maximum of 120 seconds, while Suin could add about 30 seconds. Master and Big Bear have both leveled up. Congratulations. Little Pumpkin came up to congratulate. Wow, great. Master and Big Bear are amazing. Huan came up to congratulate. The two of them praised and applauded non-stop. The quiet pumpkin carriage was filled with a joyful atmosphere. However, Suin and Big Bear were busy. Only after finishing a round and defeating the monsters did they have time to face Little Pumpkin and Huan, who had praised them. He responded to their praise. After the game, Bear shrank back down and sat in a chair to recover, eating chocolate and drinking drinks from the table to replenish his energy. Suin also drank from a drink. She didn't like sugar-free drinks, but now her hands were filled with sweet drinks. Sugary drinks can replenish sugar, replenish energy, and invigorate people. Little Pumpkin came over and massaged Suin's shoulders. Huan, who was late to the party and couldn't reach her owner, used her telekinesis to massage Daxiong's back and arms. Yi Yunqing put down a whole bottle of Coke and finished it. She casually tossed the empty bottle onto the passenger seat. After a day and a night, the passenger seat was piled high with empty bottles and food packaging. She didn't have much time for a proper meal, so she kept herself energized by drinking sweet water and eating bread while driving. Others spent 3 days and 3 nights fighting monsters, while she spent 3 days and 3 nights on the run. The thought of it made her feel despairing. This feeling of not being able to die, yet still suffering, was not pleasant. The group chat on the public screen was rapidly updating. She occasionally distracted herself with a few words while driving. Fortunately, the system's replies were telepathic, so she didn't have to type. Powerful needs no explanations. May 5th, go to buy iPhone. If you can't beat them, join picture. Picture? Picture? What do you think? Isn't he handsome? The photo shows Bai Feng, transformed into a monster, taking a selfie with the monsters. The image also shows his abandoned vehicle, scattered amidst the snow and ice, a wooden cart. I wonder where he got such an ancient vehicle. It's a one-wheeled cart version. To be honest, he, a human-headed bat, posing with these furry, icy monsters, really looks out of place. He's currently warming himself in the arms of a giant ape, being treated like a cub by the monster. Chube laughing, that's it. I plan to just wait it out. Chube laughing. Of course, if I'm lucky, stealthily taking out a few elite monsters to earn points would be nice too. Kali Chiose, buddy, level up quickly. Aren't you cold in this icy snow? Chube laughing. It's quite warm in the monster's arms. Hee, I don't spend a lot of time on the road. It's okay. Just don't mess around with the basics. Kali Chiose, how's everyone? Why you? Not really, I had a blast fighting. Image, monsters and corpses everywhere. Why you? Let's get drunk together. Ha ha ha. Look at my amazing punches. Kali Chiose, Jojo looks sober. It looks like she's been drinking too much and having a blast fighting. I hope she sobers up soon. Cube laughing, I think being drunk is good. She's sober and dizzy, which is painful. Kali Chiose, Sister Wei, Shioya, are you all okay? Wywastar, I'm fine. My experience bar is almost full, but I'm getting more and more frustrated. Monster rounds are every 5 minutes. Even tower defense games aren't that rushed. I'm firing my cannon non-stop. Lucky Clover, me? I wasn't killing monsters, I was just driving away. There were a bunch of monsters following me. I want to sleep. I'm so sleepy and tired. Kali Chiose at Lucky 4 Leaf. So you don't kill monsters for experience? Why don't you come find me, and I watch over you as you sleep? Lucky 4 Leaf. Sister Ka, is that alright? Are you feeling well? Yi Yunqing asked cryptically. Kali Chiose, sure. I've been killing monsters all day, and all my talents are on cooldown. Now that I'm safe, why don't you come keep me company? It's also good that I can't kill monsters, so I'm bored. Just wake up and make tofu with me. Kali Chiose, I really don't want to eat boiled soybeans on an empty stomach. Lucky 4 Leaf. Okay, then I come find you, sister. Tell me as soon as your skills recover. Kali Chiose, don't worry, I definitely take care of you when your life is at stake. I can't let you get killed. Yi Yunqing shuddered. Anyway, I suffered a lot the last time I teamed up with Sister Ka. However, knowing that her elder sister was looking for her, Yi Yunqing felt much better. She was simply too sleepy. Sister Ka's talents were all on cooldown, which was a great thing. She could go join Sister Ka now. Yi Yunqing used the temporary team-up card. A fork in the road appeared ahead. She stepped on the accelerator and joined her temporary teammates' road. A few minutes later, Yi Yunqing used the happiness skill to control the monsters, clearing the path, and then quickly drove into Sister Ka's territory. Soon, she drove her vehicle into a vast, pale blue protective shield. That was Sister Ka's vehicle's special, top-level protective shield, Sky Defense. This shield was extremely advanced, staying in place and preventing monsters from attacking, no matter how many times they spawned. After Yi Yunqing entered the shield, the monsters were disoriented, seemingly unable to see Yi Yunqing's vehicle through the shield. Sister Ka's vehicle was a seemingly ordinary bus. But Yi Yunqing knew it wasn't that simple. After greeting Sister Ka from a distance, Yi Yunqing rushed to the back seat to wash up and sleep. She slept until dawn, and a student-like older sister stood at the door, smiling at her. Sister Ka. Suin hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. And neither had the dolls. A crackling sound. Suin's mind went blank. He turned and saw that the game console had automatically shut down due to overheating from prolonged use. Monsters broke free from the game console and swarmed the pumpkin carriage, creating a scene reminiscent of a zombie siege. Oh no! Chapter 352. Little Pumpkin reacted quickly. The pumpkin cart quickly rose, avoiding the monsters surrounding it from the ground and shaking off the swarms of monsters attacking the cart's protective shield. This left only a few monsters in the air attacking the pumpkin cart. A few level 9 desert vultures and level 9 desert crows followed the rising pumpkin cart and attacked the protective shield. A round of cannons was raised on the top of the pumpkin cart. The cannons began to spin and spit fire, releasing fireballs. The large cannons were not very reliable, and their attack power was questionable, but they could still attack and had a certain intimidating effect. The leader of the flying monsters had just been killed by a bear, and the remaining ordinary monsters had a questionable IQ. They were instinctively afraid of fire, fearing that their feathers would be burned, so they stayed away. Through all these actions, Little Pumpkin controlled the situation and kept the interior of the pumpkin cart relatively safe. The upgraded Little Pumpkin had faster reactions, and his combat awareness had increased by more than 1 level. After scaring off the flying monsters, Little Pumpkin had enough time to replenish its shield and restore the damaged shield to normal health. Soon, after just over 10 seconds, the pumpkin car's shield was back to full health. Elsewhere, Suin, Little Bear, and Wan quickly cooled down the game console. Suin felt around the overheated console, found the source, and opened the back cover to dissipate the heat. Suin removed the burnt and shattered spirit source stone, cleaned the energy tank, and replaced it with a new one. Wan took a basin of ice from the refrigerator, divided it into small bowls, and placed it around the game console to cool it down physically. Combined with Little Pumpkin's lowered air conditioning temperature, the game console quickly cooled down successfully. Suin connected his mind to the console, and used his powerful mental power to force it to start. A minute later, the game console successfully booted up. Suin looked at Suimo, and Xiong nodded, raising his mace toward the console, signaling readiness. During this busy time, a group of flying monsters soon arrived from a distant wave of newly spawned monsters outside the pumpkin cart. 3 level 9 Desert Crow Elite monsters, 1 level 9 Desert Vulture Elite monster, and a dozen level 9 ordinary flying monsters joined the swarm. When these 4 intelligent elite monsters tested the pumpkin cart and discovered its large cannons were weak, they immediately activated their skills, using light blades to attack the shield. The shield's health dropped significantly. But soon, the game console rebooted, and fog appeared around the pumpkin cart, sweeping all the surrounding monsters into the console's domain. Accompanied by a ding-dong background music, Xiao Mo smashed away, killing the overwhelming number of monsters within the game console. Xiong was using considerable strength. The bear's force caused the pumpkin carriage to jolt in midair, and everyone's bodies trembled with the carriage's vibrations. "I fly down first. I can't hold it, I can't hold it," Little Pumpkin said immediately. Then he controlled the pumpkin carriage to descend and return to the road. The pumpkin carriage's flight function was still rudimentary. It had it, but it wasn't proficient. It couldn't compare to the agility of airplanes or fighter jets. It was more like a hot air balloon or airship, clunky and slow. But at least it could fly, which was a lot more convenient. Now on the ground, the pumpkin carriage was practically a king-level vehicle, with a spiritual-grade engine for high speed, large wheels, and a high chassis, adaptable to various road conditions, advanced shock absorption built into the furnace and frame, and a protective shield for protection. After landing, the bear's force wouldn't cause the pumpkin carriage to jolt too much. Waiting for the carriage to touch down, Suin could clearly sense that it was much more stable. However, everyone knew that the pumpkin carriage's protective shield seemed to be lagging behind the overall strength. The previous high-level ice and snow protective shield, after being taken over by Little Pumpkin, became the current ice and snow pumpkin protective shield. After several upgrades, its current defense value was 88,400. Faced with hordes of high-level monsters, the protective shield occasionally struggled to hold. Little Pumpkin desperately needed a higher-level protective shield, constantly muttering about it while collecting loot, hoping the monsters would drop something better. In fact, the system store sold better protective shields. Suin, however, had no intention of purchasing the system's top-level protective shield. It had a defense value of 100,000, no special features, and cost 100 gold coins. It wasn't that he didn't have the money, but it was useless. Spending so much money to improve the defense value, so little was better than nothing. It would be better to wait like Little Pumpkin for a monster to spawn. After all, Little Pumpkin's current protective shield provided a slight degree of sound insulation, some air wicking, temperature regulation, and insulation from wind and snow, making it a more advanced option. Thus, everyone continued their monster-killing routine, though they were more mindful of the machine's heat dissipation than before. Little Pumpkin's air conditioner vent was pointed at the machine, set to its lowest setting, and the ice basins surrounding the machine were being replaced. Another dawn and dusk. 18 hours of persistent work. The machine could no longer withstand the strain of these humans and puppets. Overheated, it stopped with a crackling sound. It automatically shut down. At this moment, only 22 hours remained until the end of the 3 days and 3 nights. The current time was 10 o'clock on Friday evening. Suin touched the burning game console, silently signaling it was on strike, and said nothing, because she didn't have the energy to speak. The repetitive work had left Suin energized but exhausted. Blue potion bottles were scattered across the floor. No one was too lazy to clean up. Suin decided to give everyone a break. The game console had stopped working, but Suin knew everyone wasn't feeling well either. Suin gathered her strength and let Little Pumpkin control the pumpkin carriage high up, as high as possible. At the same time, Suin took out a temporary vehicle component upgrade card. She used the card on the protective shield, upgrading it to the top-level Ice Pumpkin protective shield. Its warm yellow glow intensified, its defense increased by 90,000, and its aura blocking ability was even stronger. However, the pumpkin carriage's shield didn't block vision. The flying monsters, stunned, continued to chase the pumpkin carriage, but only a few remained. Suen glanced at the sky beneath the clear moon. He said, Nanling, hide in the clouds for a while. Let's rest for a while. Yeah. The little pumpkin sitting on the carpet nodded. The pumpkin carriage flew higher and higher, entering the clouds. The few clouds in the sky today made a perfect place to hide the pumpkin carriage. When the mole man's game console froze, Suen mentioned the moment of rest. The bear shrank and lay on the floor, resting in place. The pumpkin carriage hovered in the clouds, finally settling down. The temporary upgrade card had 2 hours and 53 minutes left. Suen stood up, hugged the bear, and placed it on the sofa. Would you like something to eat? Suen asked Xiaomo. Chapter 353. Xiong's eyes flickered. Sister Inen, I'm not that hungry. I want to lie down for a while before eating. Suen came to the dining table. She was a little hungry. She had just finished a large bottle of blue potion last night, so she couldn't eat much, so she didn't eat anything. Now she was starving. Blue potions can help to satisfy hunger, but their main function was to keep them hydrated. The dining table was filled with rice balls and pies. In the beginning, the family meals were still rice. Little Pumpkin even had time to fry rice for Suen. Everyone took turns eating. Later, no one had the energy for this, so they prepared pies, rice balls, and bread, food they could eat while working. The pies were Little Pumpkin's frozen pre-made pies, and the bread was packaged food from a wooden box, designed to replenish energy on the go. The rice balls were the result of Little Pumpkin steaming too much rice at once. Anyway, that was all they had these days. The main purpose was to easily fill their stomachs. With 2 voracious eaters at home, Bear tirelessly exerts himself day and night, his appetite doubling. Little Pumpkin has no time for refinement. Suen shoved a rice ball into his mouth. Master, wait, I heat it up for you. Little Pumpkin called to his master, unwilling to let him eat cold food, no matter how tired he was. Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to control several rice balls, causing them to fly. The windows of the pumpkin cart opened automatically, and the rice balls soared to the roof in one breath. Little N's large cannon fired. A few minutes later, the roasted rice balls returned, golden brown. The rice balls, roasted by Little Pumpkin's low-temperature cannon, emitted a faint rice aroma. A thin, crispy shell formed on the outside of the rice balls. Suen took a bite. The outside was crispy, like rice crust, and the inside was soft, filled with chunks of stewed meat. Suen, already quite hungry, found the food even more delicious, and unconsciously sped up her eating. Seeing Little Pumpkin's distressed face, she reminded her owner to eat more slowly. Suen finished 2 rice balls in one gulp, burping constantly. After finishing her meal, Suen stood to digest the food. She had eaten a little too much, and her stomach was quite bloated. A creaking sound was heard. The bathroom door opened. Wanwan emerged from the bathroom, looking pale. She glanced around, seeing the powered-off game consoles, and everyone else resting, and then realized something. Let's rest together. We still have 2 more hours to rest, Little Pumpkin reminded her. Little Ghost had consumed too much blue potion, and seemed to be feeling a bit unwell. He had been experiencing intermittent stomach aches in the afternoon. Ghost stomach aches. It sounded strange. But considering that Wanwan had consumed over 100 bottles of blue potion in 2 days, the side effects were causing her discomfort. It's not surprising that the residual toxins were affecting her health. For this reason, while Wanwan was resting, Suen had asked Little Pumpkin to get her some star-shaped cod. After eating this fish, Wanwan almost died in the bathroom. But now, although Wanwan looked grim, she looked much more relaxed. It seemed her stomachache had subsided. After eating, Suen felt a little sleepy. The leaf tobacco's effect had diminished somewhat. After all, it was just a common item worth a gold coin. Suen noticed the drowsiness, but she didn't dare sleep, fearing she wouldn't wake up. So she pulled another leaf tobacco from her backpack to replenish her energy. Yi Yunqing had a good night's sleep, and then fulfilled her promise, helping Sister Ka make tofu and grind beans together. To be more precise, she was controlling the monster to grind the beans. The desert was scorching, and the heat outside was excruciating. When Yi Yunqing woke up, it was already Friday afternoon, the hottest time of the day. However, these problems were not a problem under the epic protective shield sky defense. The temperature was less than 30 degrees Celsius, which was practically cool. Not to mention that Sister Ka had erected a canopy from the side of the bus to shield the millstone. Yi Yunqing picked a lucky wolf from outside the shield and brought it in, equipping it with the exquisite binding rope, tying one end to the desert wolf monster and the other to the millstone. Under the monster control skill, the desert wolf monster could only pull the millstone in circles. And Sai occasionally added soaked beans to the millstone. The beans were ground into soy milk bit by bit, falling into a wooden barrel where a large pot simmered. The monster was strong. However, wolves are often called copper heads, iron bones, and tofu wastes. Even monsters have wastes, which are their weaknesses. Yet, they use them to pull the millstone. Dozens of pounds of beans consume a wolf monster. It's both killing monsters and doing work. Yi Yunqing felt a little sympathetic towards the monster, but when Sister Ka handed her a bowl of tofu pudding, her sympathy vanished, leaving only the delicious taste. The bean aroma was abundant. Even with just a spoonful of sugar, the tofu pudding was delicious enough. Perhaps it had the added bonus of making it herself. But one could sense that these beans were inherently good. Eat more. I looted the warehouse at Weir Farm. I was sure it was good stuff, so I took so much. Wang Qiuza said to Xiao Yi as he slurped the tofu pudding. She was young, with a strong student-like air, but she was much more mature than the innocent little middle school kid like Sai. She was dressed in a retro British detective outfit. Even in such a hot day, she wore a thick layer of clothing, a windproof cape draped over her shoulders, and a round, hard-brimmed detective hat on her head, which she never took off. Sai knew it was her professional equipment, which provided stat bonuses. It was obvious that Sister Ka was a detective. In comparison, Sai's outfit was much more casual, a sundress that always looked cool, and a loose robe draped casually. She stored her staff in her space, controlling a low-level wolf monster, and didn't need it. It's great to have you around. I really need a companion. I got so many delicious treats, but no one to share them with. Oh, I was thinking of asking Sister Wei for help, and this event happened. After finishing her tofu pudding, Wang Qiuza looked around and sighed. Clearly, if this event hadn't happened, she would have already eaten all the braised tofu. After studying for a while, she decided to wait for Sai to arrive before starting. Yi Yunqing shook her head repeatedly. Sister, I want to live a few more years. As everyone knows, detectives are always surrounded by murders. As her abilities grew, the hidden costs of Sister Ka's profession became apparent. She used to work with a team, but teammates kept dying unexpectedly for one reason or another. Later, she worked alone. Sai had worked with her team for a while, but that was in the early days, when they were still relatively low-ranking. Later, Sister Ka didn't dare have a team, and Sai didn't dare get too close. The conversation ended, and the two of them resumed their work together. The millstone creaked and turned, and the sky gradually darkened. Soy milk turned to tofu, and tofu turned to dried tofu. Tired from work, Sai set up her recliner and took a comfortable nap under the protective canopy. Over the campfire that evening, she cooked fish with tofu and sauce. The tofu was freshly made, and the fish was from Sai's fishing trip a few days ago. Yi Yunqing had just taken 2 bites of her food when the girl across from her suddenly changed expression. Xiao Yi, one of my skills has reactivated. Kali Qiuza smiled wryly. Frightened, Yi Yunqing abandoned her meal and, in less than 3 minutes, drove away from the group and off the highway. She had driven quickly, avoiding any life-threatening situations. Only when she returned to her own endless highway could she feel at ease. But now, as she approached, Yi Yunqing had to keep pressing the accelerator to escape the monsters. Sister Ka, through a system transaction, had sent packaged tofu fish, rice, and a large amount of soy products. Helplessness was evident. Suddenly, Yi Yunqing thought, every profession has side effects. Sister Sunshine is so powerful. What are those? Achu. Suan sneezed, suspecting he choked on Yi's cigarettes. The sudden sneeze brought tears to her eyes, and through the moist tears, Suan witnessed a horrified scene. Chapter 354. Outside the window. The shadow of a mermaid flew by. The mermaid was both beautiful and disgusting. Beautiful in appearance, disgusting in temperament, a sticky feeling. The mermaid turned her head to look at her and shouted, I'm always watching you. I love you. Suan felt like she was being stared at by a damp Yandra ghost. She was approaching, her hair, like seaweed, sticking to her body. Startled, Suan couldn't help but blink. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. The shadow disappeared. Was she hallucinating? Was leaf tobacco hallucinogenic? Or had she seen something unusual? Suan pinched her nose and tried to sneeze again to force out the tears. No sneeze came. But 2 tears came out, But this time, the mermaid's shadow was no longer visible under the tears. Suen didn't take this situation lightly. She was sure she had seen a monster. Wan Nanling, use your skills to check if I'm under any curse or other negative mental attack. Suen called for Wan and Little Pumpkin to help. She suspected this was a psychic monster, using some trickery. Suen's sudden remark made the dolls nervous. Little Pumpkin and Wan circled around Suen several times, examining him, but ultimately found nothing. Little Bear stood up, looking worriedly at Suen's expression. After repeated checks, there was nothing unusual. Suen carried the dolls back to the sofa. It might be my imagination, Suen said, calming everyone's nerves. Since there was no way to detect it at the moment, there was no need to worry them too much. Suen leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed, pretending to doze. In reality, she wasn't as calm as she appeared. She was still poring over this matter. Could this really be an illusion caused by excessive mental excitement? Suen thought. The leaf tobacco had been used up, and her mental power was simply inflated, reflecting her current mental state. Generally speaking, when mental power drops below zero, not only is the human mind overwhelmed by negative emotions, but symptoms such as insomnia, headaches, hallucinations, and paranoia also appear. Could there be other symptoms associated with excessive mental power, even when it's too high above the health bar? Just like there's always a fine line between genius and madness. This was an illusion or a warning sign caused by excessive mental power. Suen's thoughts raced. The mermaid shadow, that infatuated look, the way it kept staring at her, reminded Suen of something. Suen opened her eyes and looked at Wan, the little pumpkin bear, slumped over with her eyes closed, resting. She pulled out the goose feather remote control and began to scan the comments, trying to get more information and verify her suspicions. I feel bad for Maybao. She hasn't rested in days, and it looks so tiring. I feel like Maybao isn't in the best spirits. She needs to get more rest. There's no end to the monsters. This event is full of traps from the start. Sunshine is dazed again. She looks really worrying. Just now, Maybao looked terrified. Did she see something strange? I didn't see any evil spirits in the live stream. I went online in the middle of the night, and there are still so many people watching the live stream. They're all diehard fans. I'm not a diehard fan. I'm just watching. I'm nothing like Miss Mermaid and Sister Lulu. Today is the 9th day since Miss Mermaid disappeared. Maybe Miss Mermaid has really stopped following me. That's not necessarily true. Mermaids are crazy about love. Maybe they gone crazy and found the host. After 4 minutes, Suen clicked off the live stream. But she didn't stop sensing the barrage of messages, peeking at the screen for another minute. Why did the live stream room suddenly go dark? Did Maybao go change clothes? Maybe she went to shower and sleep. The system automatically shut down after detecting privacy information. Go to sleep, shower and sleep. It's so late, just the right time to sleep together. Hey, you're all syncing up with the streamer. It's daytime here, so it's bright. I check the live stream and call you when it starts. StarCraft viewers can come into the game, right? Like Binchi, the manager of the Ice and Snow main slide, who once said she would follow my live stream. Is she also one of the regular viewers? The live stream system had reminded me of this. Entertaining the audience is also a way of survival. There are no items to exchange for combat power in the live stream mall, but aren't my fans also a kind of help? I can't feel them when I'm weak, but what about when I'm strong? My points can be exchanged 1-to-1 with star coins. Star coins are the currency of StarCraft, so isn't that something I can use to my advantage? Suen rubbed her slightly aching head. In 5 minutes, her mind had absorbed thousands of comments. Combined with her recent wandering thoughts, she might have overexerted herself and was feeling a bit uncomfortable. Suen went to rest in her first-floor bedroom. She closed her eyes and lay down, trying to clear her mind and meditate. Slowly, her head began to feel better. A little over 2 hours later, the black ball alarm rang, echoing throughout the house. There were only 10 minutes left before the temporary vehicle upgrade card would lose its effect. Suen opened her eyes and emerged from her meditative state, feeling much better both mentally and physically. Little Pumpkin got up with her. Pushing open the bedroom door, he emerged. Bear was sitting at the dining table, eating, replenishing his low-energy bar. The hypocritical Little Pumpkin wouldn't heat up his food, but Bear didn't care, just munching on his rice balls. He was almost full now, and Suen could see his hair standing upright. Wan was fixing the game console. When Suen reached the dining room, the console next to the table had already booted up, but Wan hadn't started a game yet. Master, I just fixed it. Wan patted the console. Good job. Suin praised Wan. Suin drank a glass of warm water, walked to the bathroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and then went to the toilet. When he returned, Wan and Bear had already started the game, clearing the monsters around the pumpkin carriage. One wave of monsters was killed. Wan told Little Pumpkin to descend a little, so she could use her mental power to scan the surrounding monsters and store them in the game console. Little Pumpkin controlled the pumpkin car to fly out of the clouds, attracting more flying monsters. Wan activated the game console's ability, sweeping the midair monsters into the console. Time flowed like Wan's diarrhea. If she ignored the process, it would flow away. Saturday evening arrived in a flash, with only 2 hours left until the event ended. This was cause for celebration. Victory seemed within reach. Everyone cheered up. Chapter 355. These 3 days. Except for the 3 hours of rest during Friday night's game console strike, everyone took turns fighting monsters. From 1 o'clock this morning until now, 17 hours have already passed. For these 17 hours, the game console has not stopped. Little Bear, sitting on a chair that changes shape with his body, taps away at the machine, his movements non-stop. Meals were fed by Little Pumpkin's telekinesis. During this time, the pumpkin carriage remained in flight, not landing. The loot on the ground had long been forgotten. Little Pumpkin and Wan had no time to go up or down. The monsters piled up, becoming too numerous to fight. Going down would have been extremely dangerous. We could only wait until the event ended and the monsters stopped spawning before making any plans. Concerned about the large number of items dropped, the pumpkin carriage remained stationary. In such hot weather, some flesh monsters would inevitably be wasted, but there was nothing we could do about it. Safety was paramount. The monsters that spawned had gone from the initial level 5 common monsters to the worst, now only level 10 common monsters. The leading monsters were all level 13 elites, many of them spiritual level. The monsters were numerous and intelligent, making them extremely formidable. Before the game console could finish off the previous wave of monsters, the next wave would spawn. To protect the pumpkin cart, Little Bear could only repeatedly attack the flying monsters first, clearing them out before attacking the ground monsters. However, before he could finish off many of the ground monsters, the next wave of flying monsters spawned. Little Bear had to prioritize killing the elite flying monsters as quickly as possible. The monster spawn cycle was terrifying, every 5 minutes. On the leaderboard, Suin, nicknamed Sunshine Bear, was at the top, with a terrifying number of kills and points. Suin had no time to browse the public chat, completely unaware of how they described her. Originally from District 20312. The chat on the public chat was always lively. Halfway abandoned, Xiongda's points keep rising. Is he a god? So impressive. Cheesy Luo, I've been observing for a long time. Xiongda's monster killing is practically non-stop, his kill count rising every second. He's truly the mastermind who topped the level, his strength is extraordinary. Awesome emoticon. Shuri.y, it's been over an hour, and I'm still busy killing monsters and racking up points. You guys are chatting so animatedly. Twanner's child, I'm tired. I'm resting with my aura blocking item. My respects to the masters. Come on, masters. I can't take it anymore. Lie down, emoticon. Xingyi Xiao, my teammates and I didn't kill monsters. We took turns driving to escape. Haha, it's finally over. I was so excited for it to end. I really don't want to race like this anymore. Explorer, yes, I was running for my life too. I fought first, then slept. The monsters couldn't come back, so I had to flee. Sunshine Bear is truly amazing, maintaining his fighting power for so long. Awesome. Scary expression. Master, I'm so warm. I need to level up. Little Pumpkin was scooping up some boiling corn when, halfway through, he suddenly fell from midair. The wooden basin containing the corn fell with it. Suin came over and hugged Little Pumpkin, ignoring the fallen corn. The corn scattered, the warm corn rolling across the floor along the rickety pumpkin cart. Little Pumpkin's upgrade caused the cart to jolt, but it quickly stabilized and regained its composure. Suin held Little Pumpkin. At this moment, Little Pumpkin was leveling up. Her entire body was glowing and hot, and her form had changed somewhat. Suin held Little Pumpkin, channeling his mental energy to soothe her. Wan, distracted, turned off the stove while her mental energy connected to the game console, and collected the fallen corn back into the wooden basin. Thankfully, Little Pumpkin had noted the dangers of using open flames during flight, so she used an electric burner, which was easy to shut down. The slight turbulence just now didn't cause much danger. A few minutes later, Little Pumpkin's leveling was complete. Your puppet, Su Nanling, has reached the maximum experience bar. You successfully upgraded from level 8 to level 9. Congratulations. After the upgrade, Little Pumpkin grew larger, about 3 centimeters taller. Her legs became longer, her body more agile, and the puppet-like textures on her joints faded, making her look less like a puppet. After the upgrade, Little Pumpkin was delighted. She excitedly talked for several minutes about her increased leveling capacity, stronger skills, and the awakening of a new skill called vehicle copy. Not long after she finished speaking, she swayed, becoming listless, a bit limp and listless. She looked as disheveled as a sleep-deprived middle school student, her eyes dull. Master, I'm so sleepy. I need some leaf tobacco, Little Pumpkin said. She blinked, her eyelids struggling to lift. She was truly sleepy. Suan knew the leaf tobacco had worn off. Suan checked the time. The event still had over an hour to go. She hugged Little Pumpkin and whispered, "Go to sleep. We take care of everything." As soon as she finished speaking, Little Pumpkin closed his eyes and fell asleep in Suan's arms. The pumpkin carriage lost control and slowly descended. Suan activated his class skill 3. Spirit Control. Reaching an intimacy level of 80% or higher with a puppet allows you to expend a certain amount of mental energy to manipulate the puppet's body and serve you. A few seconds later, the pumpkin carriage regained control, remaining aloft under Suan's control. Suan carried the little pumpkin to the first-floor bedroom and settled it down. Now, the only conscious beings in the pumpkin carriage were Suan and the little bear, Wan. We still have 1 hour and 37 minutes left. Let's stay together and rest, Suan said to Wan and Xiao. Suan rinsed the fallen corn and placed it on the dining table. He removed the remaining corn from the pot, discarded the boiling water, and cleaned the debris from the floor. He picked up the warm corn and handed it to Wan and Xiao. Dinner was a simple corn cob. No one had the energy to worry about food. Everyone ate while working. Eating became a simple way to gain energy and maintain strength. At 7:30, the Molin's game console is malfunctioning again, shutting down and refusing to turn on. Wan and Little Bear spent a few minutes investigating. Suan also joined in, trying various methods, including replacing the Spirit Source Stone and cooling it, but it still wouldn't turn on. Maybe it really won't turn on for a while, Wan said, her voice tinged with disappointment. She slapped the console a few times in anger, but it remained silent. She was so close to leveling up, and naturally, so were Little Bear and Suan. Everyone was stuck on the brink of advancement. What a dreadful machine. Wan wished Little Pumpkin would wake up and take it in for a bit of a makeover. For the last half hour, let's attack from a distance together, Suan said. She used her spirit to control the pumpkin cart, and could sense that the ice pumpkin's protective shield was under attack. Some newly spawned monsters, including flying ones, were already attacking. She could use Little Pumpkin's skills to restore the ice pumpkin's shield and mobilize its artillery attacks, but Little Pumpkin's energy bar was limited, and she couldn't actively recharge it while asleep. Suan stuffed the Spirit Source Stone into Little Pumpkin's mouth. This manual recharging process took time, so energy had to be used sparingly. Neither attacking with artillery nor recovering from being hit was cost-effective. For everyone inside the pumpkin cart, attacking outwards was the best defense. Su Imo and Su Chiming nodded. Wan's lips curled up as she said, "Okay, then I use my ultimate and finish them all off." Wan downed a large bottle of blue potion, then stuffed the Spirit Source Stone she just stuffed into the game console into her own mouth, chewing it all up with a crunch. Her expression was incredibly fierce. The little ghost rose from the ground, levitated, tapped the ground with one foot, and spun around, transforming the simple little ghost into a gorgeous theatrical ghost. She actively released the seal, and entered the theatrical ghost form. Chapter 356. Crescent-colored sleeves fluttered, a golden-red cape swirled in the air. The young woman, wearing a splendid opera crown and covered in jewels and jade, exuded a charming and alluring air. Wan was as beautiful as a ghost from another dimension. The beautiful pumpkin carriage seemed cramped, unworthy of such splendor. Wan had already reached level 8. Above level 7, as long as she had enough spiritual energy, she could freely release the blockade and enter the ghost form. Wan in ghost form was extremely powerful. However, she couldn't maintain this form for long, as it consumed a lot of energy. For the sake of the team's sustainability, she had been suppressing the urge to transform and go on a killing spree, spending the past few days in ghost form, teaming up with Xiong to fight monsters and keep the game consoles running. But the game consoles were on strike, so there was no need for her to suppress herself. She had to do something big. After transforming, Wan bowed respectfully to Suan and Xiong, her gesture extremely graceful. "I will go to fight." A long opera tune, a clear and resonant voice. After the ceremony, Wan used telekinesis to open the pumpkin carriage window and flew out, not wasting the immense energy required to enter the ghostly form. Only the lingering sound lingered in the room. Su-mo transformed into a small bear, clinging to the pumpkin windowsill and looking out. He saw Wan against the moonlight, her golden and red shawl casting a faint glow. The fluttering hem of her robe left only a shadow. The bear's skill, the beautiful velvet flower dance, activated. The beautiful, fluttering velvet flower petals transformed into petal blades. 999999999 petal blades, like a petal storm, followed the ghostly figure in front. Suan controlled the pumpkin carriage, and the carriage's perception became her perception. Suan had a 360-degree, unobstructed view of the pumpkin carriage. Everything inside and outside the pumpkin carriage. She saw the ghost of play appear on the pumpkin carriage, set up a stage on the roof, and immediately unleashed his ultimate. Use 3 skills together. The stage rises. After upgrading, Wan's skills unleashed a powerful and domineering charm. Skill 1. A scene thrilling, control. A deterrent skill that causes monsters to freeze and marks them as spectators. Skill 2. A dance, captivating, control. Strengthens control and allows you to manipulate monsters' bodies. Skill 3. A dance, drunkenness, attack. Controls the spectators' bodies and minds for your own benefit. Once fully marked, the ghost of play decides their fate, release/death/retain. It was still the same skill, but Suan and Xiao-mo both knew it was far more powerful now, no longer the petty, playful feeling it once was. Just watching from the sidelines, Suan and Xiao-mo, as allies, were somewhat mesmerized. Xiao-mo's petal dancers' tempestuous movements slowed, noticeably losing their agility, as if forgetting their purpose, to help Wan slay monsters. The petal blades carried Xiao-mo's spiritual threads, also aiding his awareness of the surroundings. At this moment, the petal blades danced slowly, observing the ghost operator's performance alongside Su-an's pumpkin carriage. The petal dancer's performance also provided a beautiful backdrop for the ghost operator's stage. Qi Ming, at this moment, was the most captivating presence, like a black hole, drawing the attention of all beings. Qi Ming danced on the stage, singing a play that captivated all beings. Every living creature, from heaven to earth, within a radius of several thousand meters, was captivated by her skills, intoxicated. Monsters were unable to attack. Even Suan and Su-mo's breathing slowed. The illusory stage where Qi Ming was located was vastly larger than the miniature stage they had initially appeared on. It had become even larger, more beautiful, and imposing. The shadows of various unnamed traditional instruments appeared around the stage, jingling and clanging as they automatically arranged their own music. Su-an's musical knowledge was limited to a brief acquaintance gained while learning the guqin. She could only make out the familiar sounds of gongs, drums, and suona, along with some sheet music. This music had a certain psychedelic quality. The stage had its own spiritual illumination, but it couldn't compare to the moon's radiance, the ultimate light. The protagonist on the stage was a girl of unparalleled beauty. She sang the lyrics in a humming voice, capturing the attention of all the monsters. The moonlight was like water. Suan sensed that Qi Ming, while performing, could draw upon the moon's power to deepen her control over her skills. She extended her fingers, and her sleeves gradually slipped away in the breeze, revealing her arms, as slender as lotus roots. Her delicate fingers formed an operatic gesture in midair, reflecting the moon. This was a beautiful operatic gesture that symbolized the moon. With a flick of her hands, the moon instantly shone brightly, illuminating the gorgeous opera ghost within its radiance. The fingering techniques in opera are exquisite, but Suan knew little about them, only the most famous one being the orchid finger. Done well, it's alluring and captivating. Done poorly, it's like a twitching chicken claw. And Qi Ming, a drama ghost, was born from the millennial tradition of opera. Through love and hate, grudges and separations, the rise and fall of opera, the curtain rises and falls, the drama ghost is always on the stage, his every frown, smile, gesture, all elegant. Elegance, the ultimate elegance. It was all about love. Charm, the ultimate allure. Suan was a little distracted. Even her self-proclaimed formidable mental strength couldn't resist this charm. Because it was the natural pursuit of beauty in human nature. From Little Pumpkin's perspective, she could perceive Qi Ming's charm from every angle, which undoubtedly magnified Su-an's appreciation of beauty. No wonder Little Pumpkin was always so captivated by Dewan. It turned out it was because in her eyes, Dawan was simply too beautiful. The scene ended and dispersed. Before she knew it, the scene had reached the end of the system activity. The announcement of the end of the system activity rang out in her ears. Suin had no time to watch, only to watch the girl at the central bank's curtain call. The surroundings were silent, leaving only the monster corpses, and the audience controlled by Qi Ming. Qi Ming treated these monsters, and the audience with no regard, using them as tools to her heart's content. She, alone, was a powerful army. During that brief moment, Qi Ming used this incredibly terrifying charm mushroom skill, engaging in endless battles. The more monsters she attacked, the stronger Qi Ming became, and the more spectators she could control. The stronger her attack, the fewer monsters there were. The system spawned new monsters, and the more monsters there were, the stronger Qi Ming became. In short, the more monsters, the fewer monsters there were? That doesn't make sense. The only thing that could limit Qi Ming was her energy bar. In her ghostly form, Su Qi Ming consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. The moonlight was beautiful, and even though she drew upon some of the moonlight's power, it couldn't mitigate the severe depletion. Suin noticed that while Qi Ming sang and danced, she absorbed the spirit source stones beautifully and gracefully. Just before her departure, she had just devoured a bag of spirit source stones that could have powered the Mouseman's game console for over 6 hours. On stage, to avoid affecting the effects of her skills, she absorbed the spirit source stones discreetly, dropping them from her sleeves onto the stage as spiritual energy to replenish her skills. Low-level spirit source stones on the stage only lasted a few seconds, while intermediate-level spirit source stones could last 30 seconds, and high-level spirit source stones could last several minutes longer. By the end of the dance, Qi Ming had already used more than a dozen high-level spirit source stones, just for the part Suin saw. At a price of 1.5 to 2 gold per high-level spirit source stone, the cost was quite high. Chapter 357. For a dozen gold coins, go to the secret studio at Shui Da's affiliated station in Yiming City. You can draw a blind box and get a guaranteed spirit level item, or exchange it for a small pumpkin's daily expenses for dozens of days. Suin felt distressed, not because of the spirit source stones consumed, but because of Wan's body. She'd been working almost non-stop for 3 days, and the repeated drain after her transformation. She worried about how long Wan could hold out. Suin used her skills, using the pumpkin carriage's perception to keep tabs on Wan. When Wan used her 3 skills in a row against the monster surge, she killed a large number of them, reaching level 9, and thus persevering until the end of the event. The monsters were defeated. The bear's shower of petals had dissipated long ago. Suin noticed the shaking of Wan's body. She seemed to have reached her limit. Most of the controlled monsters died, leaving only a few powerful elite monsters alive. These monsters entered the audience column of the stage and became part of it. After the curtain call, Wan seemed to have lost all strength, spinning lightly in midair. The stage lights dimmed, and the stage gradually dissipated. The gorgeous ghost transformed into a small ghost and flew towards Suin, passing through the window of the pumpkin carriage and throwing itself into his arms. He wanted to say something, but too weak to speak, he fell and collapsed into Suin's arms. She was limp, like a wisp of smoke, dispersing at the slightest touch. Suin hugged Wan, deeply concerned, and hurried to check her condition. But Suin, exhausted from days of hard work, was not at full energy, so he could not activate the skilled doll sense to check the doll's details. However, through the connection with the doll, Suin felt that Wan was not injured, but simply fainted from exhaustion. To reassure himself, Suin took out the item exploration card, selected the comatose Wan, and clicked a card. The item took effect. Exploring, 5%. 10%. A progress bar appeared on the card and began to tick. Suin's breathing was light, a little nervous as she waited for the card. She carried the limp Wan to the bedroom and set her down, while controlling the pumpkin carriage to descend. The pumpkin carriage slowly descended from the sky, landing smoothly on the sea of monster corpses. Ding dong. After a while, the item displayed the result. Image, Wan's peaceful sleeping face, creature, magical doll. Origin, created by a player with special talents. Suin ignored the long list of messages and flipped directly to the status bar. Tired, exhausted, weak, sleep deprived, spiritual energy overdrawn. The creature is in a coma, and will need to sleep for approximately 28 to 32 hours before waking. After waking, it will be unable to use spiritual power for 3 days. Wan was just too tired and overexerting herself. No damage had been done. Suin felt relieved. Suin placed Wan in the first floor bedroom, next to Little Pumpkin, and took the opportunity to examine Little Pumpkin's health. Little Pumpkin was in a similar state to Huan Huan, though her spiritual energy was less depleted. The card predicted she would sleep for 16 to 24 hours, and after waking, she would be unable to use spiritual energy for 24 hours. Master, I'm going out to collect some loot. It's too hot outside, so sorting it out promptly will minimize losses. Little Bear's voice echoed from the living room, bringing Suen to his senses. The event was over, the monsters slain, but their work wasn't done yet. If they didn't process the loot quickly, much of what Huan Huan had just gathered in the last half hour would be lost. Suen remembered that there were quite a few elite spiritual monsters, whose flesh and blood were of a higher quality, and should be processed quickly for storage and consumption. As for the ordinary monsters, selling them for even a copper coin would increase income rather than letting them rot and be discarded. Suen tucked Huan Huan and Little Pumpkin into bed, turned on the air conditioner, and left. Outside, the bear, having grown to 2 meters in size, was already busy inside the protective shield. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening. The bear's mental strength was low, but its brains were not stupid. It was afraid of attracting the undead, so it only collected loot inside the shield. The pumpkin cart had been flying around in the same spot all day, killing monsters within a radius of several hundred meters, centered around the pumpkin cart. Countless monsters died and dropped, forming a mountain of corpses. The pumpkin cart remained atop the mountain. The protective shield was filled with countless monster corpses. Suen emerged and saw this mountain of monsters, feeling a sense of pressure. Since Suen and the bear had smoked the most during their second refill of leaf tobacco, Suen wasn't very sleepy. After a moment's thought, she began to pull out her tools, compressing the cards, Little Pumpkin's gem necklace, epic, space necklace, and uploading the system's transaction to the upload warehouse. Xiao Imo, stop disassembling. There are too many monster corpses, and we won't have enough time. She called out to Su Imo, who was using the disassembly skill to process the monster corpses. Here's how we process the monster flesh. Compress the spirit-level monster corpses directly into cards, and store them in the freezer. The remaining ordinary monsters that haven't decayed will be sold directly in stores, and the rotten ones will be recycled in the system mall. During this period, Little Pumpkin had been sporadically selling batches of monster meat, marking them up at very low prices. This time, Suen went even further, making it even cheaper. Since he didn't have time to sort, he designed a product, a blind box of monster corpses. If they weighed over 100 kilograms, he only earned 10 coppers. Whenever Suen came across an ordinary monster corpse that hadn't decayed, he simply dropped it into this product link. Once it weighed over 100 kilograms, he listed on the system's shelves. The price was very cheap, about 1 copper coin for 10 kilograms. Although it was unprocessed, and had to include the cross-region transaction tax, it was still ridiculously cheap. Most players have the ability to disassemble items, so if they buy and process them promptly, they can get 3 to 5 pounds of meat, which is a net profit. Suen mainly sells this blind box in the original 20312 area. It's kind of a half-sale, half-giveaway deal. After all, the price is about the same as selling junk in the system mall. There's so much monster meat, Suen can't even finish it all. In the apocalypse, players who have no worries about food and clothing are always a minority, and many players are struggling on the brink of life and death, not to mention that this event has made many players suffer greatly. Many players still struggling in the first level, lacking combat power, dare not play tower defense and just keep driving away, looking for a chance to survive. The player Sunshine Bear's blind box of monster carcasses, which contains a large amount of meat at a low price, has rekindled hope for many players. The scorching desert is 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Time is running out for Suen and Su Imo. Chapter 358. To buy more time, Suen activated the Little Pumpkin's big cannon skill, reversing its ice cannon skill and throwing a circle of ice balls around to slow the monster's decay. Next, Suen pulled out a temporary item card, the Dispersal Light. This was a new item dropped by monsters during the event, which could help players increase their range at night. Suen mentally entered the card and chose to place the light on the roof of the pumpkin card. Item: Dispersal Light, single-use item. Note: releases light, illuminating a 1 kilometer radius and dispelling dangerous night creatures. It also has a chance to dispel fog and monsters within it. Usage time: 3 hours. With this item, Xiao Mo's range of movement was greatly increased, and his efficiency soared. That night, Suen and Su Imo were busy until dawn. The Dispersal Light cards were used one after another until dawn, without needing to refill. The further down the mountain of corpses, and the sea of corpses, the more awful and disgusting the smell. The stench of decay and putrefaction nearly drove Suen, even through his mask, into a trance. For a moment, Suen wondered why he was there. After collecting and selling the large number of monsters Wanwan had defeated, the remaining corpses were mostly those of Bear, who had killed them in his game console. These monsters were almost completely rotten beyond recognition. In the heat, some were leaking water, some were festering, and some were infested with maggots. Suen and Suemo both threw the corpses into the System Mall recycling station. They exchanged them for copper coins for recycling. The system was disgusted, but it still accepted them. Suen ignored the system's pop-up message of disapproval. He knew that if the system didn't give up on collecting them, it would make a profit, and these monster corpses had some value. If it weren't so much, so smelly, so tiring, and so much work to do, handling it myself would have been more profitable. At dawn, the pumpkin cart reached its bottom, landing on the blood-stained road. The pile of corpses that had formed a small mountain was almost completely cleared, leaving only a large collection of props and equipment mingled with rotting corpse fluids, blood, and flesh scraps. Suen couldn't just store these props in the warehouse. It was disgusting. But he couldn't possibly refuse these supplies. They were more valuable than monster flesh. Suen bought some large wooden barrels, 1 meter in diameter and 1 person deep, from the exchange, for bathing. Suen and Suemo loaded all the props into the barrels, filling 2 large barrels. After packing everything up, Suen used telekinesis to levitate, and Suemo, and he repeatedly checked the surroundings to make sure nothing was left behind before preparing to leave. The sun rose gradually, and with it, the overall temperature of the environment, which intensified the stench. Suen, Xiong, and the pumpkin cart were all awash in filth and stench. This battlefield, where monsters had been fought for 3 days and 3 nights, was like a garbage dump. The bear grew larger and moved the barrels to the roof of the pumpkin cart. Then it shrank again, sitting on the roof with Suen between 2 barrels. The pumpkin cart creaked forward, moving along the road, away from the monster-killing ground, soaked in the stench of monster blood and corpses for 3 days and 3 nights. Suen held the shrunken bear and sat between the 2 barrels, using telekinesis to control the barrels and keep them stable. He used his mental power to control the pumpkin cart forward. It was really tiring. Besides being tired, it was just dirty and smelly. After being in this extreme stench for so long, one should have become numb, but the temperature made the stench rise with every second. The stink reached new heights every moment. Now that I think about it, bringing the bear with me and going straight to collect the spoils without any protection was a bad idea. The scorching desert isn't like the snowy plateau. Killing monsters in the cold is good except for the cold. At least the natural refrigerator isn't so disgusting. Suen and the bear didn't return to the pumpkin cart, fearing they would contaminate the interior. Instead, they endured the filth and stayed on the roof, exposed to the sun. The shade of the wooden barrel provided a little shade, but only a little. The bear hung its head, its clothes and fur stained with corpse fluid and sticky, emitting a foul stench, and much of it had dried up. Suen was no exception. Aside from a mask, a minimal and simple protection, his entire body was filthy. Suen, relying on willpower, told himself to hold it in. After a while, he cleaned himself up and could go back to rest. The obsession with cleanliness kept Suen and Suemo spirited, each one holding on tight. Squeak! The pumpkin cart creaked as it moved along the road. After killing monsters and returning home with a bountiful harvest, a man and a bear cuddled together, admiring the scenery. It should be a romantic scene, but reality is anything but. The weather was brutal. The sun rose higher and higher, and the sand sea was filled with heat waves. The temperature continued to rise after the heat, and even the protective shields couldn't keep the heat out. Suen and Suemo were almost fainting from the heat. All night, they'd been busy and stench-inducing, without food or water. Now, enduring the stench, they took off their masks and drank water cautiously, feeling a bit nauseous. If they hadn't leveled up last night and recovered a bit, they might not have made it to dawn. Even if they fainted from the stench, they would have returned to the pumpkin carriage to sleep instead of processing the spoils. At this moment, Suemo was level 10, Su Nanling was level 9, Su Chimum was level 9, and Suen was level 9. The higher the level, the more experience was required. By fighting monsters together and gaining experience together, their levels gradually began to converge. The pumpkin carriage traveled over 10 kilometers in one go. When the stench in the air faded, the only remaining odor coming from the barrel and itself, Suen brought the pumpkin carriage to a stop. After all this turmoil, Little Pumpkin's energy bar was running low. Suen didn't dare to overdo it. Energy had to be conserved. She and the little bear were nearing their limit. With their limited energy, they had to clean themselves quickly and go back to rest. After parking the carriage, Sue climbed down from the roof of the pumpkin carriage. Her movements were hurried. Chapter 359. The man and the bear, both reeking of stench, didn't want to contaminate the interior of the pumpkin. At this moment, the pumpkin's telekinesis was a valuable skill. Using telekinesis, he manipulated the pumpkin cart's windows to open. He bought several disposable hoses from the exchange and connected them to the kitchen and bathroom faucets. He took out his water card and used it on the pumpkin cart, charging it for 2 hours. Using the pumpkin's possession skill, he transformed the hose into the pumpkin's own, allowing him to modify it at will. He closed all the pumpkin cart's windows. Only 2 hoses remained exposed. This way, he could shower outdoors without contaminating the pumpkin cart's interior. The bear grew larger and lifted the wooden barrel from the pumpkin cart's roof, placing it on the side of the road. An endless stream of water flowed through the long hose and began to rinse the props inside. Suemo, the dolls, and the outside of the pumpkin cart all needed to be washed. The bear washed the props. Suen used telekinesis to control the hoses and clean the pumpkin cart. Detergent and soap were taken from the warehouse for free. Detergent was mixed into a newly purchased wooden barrel, creating a foamy water. The foam filled the air, and the fresh scent filled the air. At first, the bear, despite being so dirty, didn't foam. Later, the bear regained its soft, lathering ability, completely cleaning itself. The water in the water tank was cold, but in this hot weather, it wasn't a big deal, and most there was a slight risk of catching a cold. Suen didn't care about catching a cold, she only cared about cleanliness. The conditions outside weren't so good, and the pumpkin carriage had little energy, so she couldn't waste it on boiling water right now. Once everything was clean, she stored all the props in the barrel in storage and returned to the pumpkin carriage with the bear, dressed in new clothes. Suen knew this was another critical moment. The pumpkin cart's energy bar was running low, so she needed to feed its spirit source stones to replenish its energy. The bear's energy bar had long since run out. He had been accompanying her to work, relying on willpower to keep himself going, straining his body to relieve her burden. She needed to get him something to eat. She herself also needed to eat more and get some sleep. If conditions allowed, she could make some ginger soup to drink before bed to prevent a cold, even better. Although she was already exhausted, the constant stream of tasks forced Suen to work methodically. She lay flat on her back, but she had once been a hard worker, and she wasn't afraid of such things. After entering the pumpkin cart, she took out a pile of high-calorie foods like chocolate, candy, and cookies from the space warehouse and let the bear eat them first. Then she hurried to the first-floor bedroom to find the pumpkin and fed the sleeping pumpkin high-level spirit source stones. The spirit control skill was still in effect. Suen controlled the little pumpkin to absorb energy at an accelerated rate, significantly increasing the pumpkin carriage's energy reserves. However, the little pumpkin, forced to eat in his sleep, still showed some discomfort. Its brow furrowed, as if a slight twist in its dream had occurred. This forced rapid recharging would make the little pumpkin uncomfortable. Suen felt distressed. When the pumpkin carriage's overall energy bar exceeded 30%, he stopped the rapid recharging. Let the little pumpkin slowly absorb spiritual energy on its own. The pumpkin carriage moved forward, leaving the cleaned area and stopping at a random spot on the clean road. Suen set the pumpkin carriage to stop and activated energy-saving mode. The curtains were closed, and the air conditioning was concentrated mainly in the first-floor bedroom. This way, there would be enough energy for the little pumpkin to wake up. Next, Suen left the first-floor bedroom and went to the kitchen, preparing some ginger soup. She found a small pot, and just as she started boiling water and dried ginger slices, the crunching sound behind her gradually slowed down. Then they faded. Suen turned around and saw that the bear, having devoured a large amount of chocolate, candy, and cookies, had fallen asleep. Packaging bags were scattered on the table. The corners of the bear's mouth and its body were still covered with cookie crumbs and chocolate chips. The energy bar above its head had only recovered 43%. It had eaten so hastily and so carelessly, and it couldn't wait to fall asleep after eating half its fill. Suen sighed, her voice filled with heartache. For some reason, she suddenly felt less sleepy. The care she felt for the doll dispelled her sleepiness. Suen picked up the bear. Although its size hadn't changed after it had leveled up twice, its weight had increased, and now it felt very heavy. The heavy weight nearly stumbled the weakened Suen. Without the telekinesis of Little Pumpkin, she had very little strength left. She quickly let go, letting the bear sit back on the chair. Suin bent over and cleaned the food from the bear's mouth. Then, Suin went to the bathroom and fetched the bear's own towel and toothbrush holder. Using the open kitchen sink, Suin quickly washed the bear's face and brushed his teeth, then stripped him down to his shirt and shorts, ensuring there were no more food residue on him. By then, the ginger water was almost ready. Suin turned off the heat, poured the water into a cup, and took a sip. The ginger had come from the supply found in the platform core of the strategy group, and Little Pumpkin had used it as a seasoning, giving the water a very pungent flavor. After gulping down the hot soup, a light layer of sweat formed on Suin's forehead. It was so hard to drink. It was hot and spicy, but it was mainly to prevent the effects of a cold shower. Suin took out a bottle of life potion and poured a capful into the ginger water, softening the flavor a bit. He drank it all in one gulp. Then, Suin fed the sleeping bear some ginger soup. The bear was very obedient at first, drinking whatever he was fed. Perhaps it had tasted the flavor, but after the second sip, it wouldn't open its mouth. Suin poured another capful of life potion into the ginger water. The bear started drinking again, and Suin felt relieved. Life potion is a potion that increases lifespan. Simply put, it increases your health bar, but the side effect is a slight amount of soul damage, so don't take too much. Increased soul damage reduces your talent potential. Simply put, it's a potion that consumes a small amount of potential while increasing your physical fitness and lifespan. Using it now, it can replenish the physical depletion they overdrawn. After everything was done, Suin carried the bear to the first floor bedroom to sleep. The first floor bedroom was just a small secondary bedroom. Although it wasn't as spacious and comfortable as the second floor bedroom, it was perfect for the exhausted Suin. Soft bed, clean quilt, safe surroundings, and tired body, Suin quickly fell asleep. The sun set and rose again. Ding dong, the sound of the system settlement echoed through the quiet pumpkin carriage. Everyone was asleep here, so no one heard the system's notification beep. I don't know how long I slept. Suin awoke drowsily, not knowing what time it was. Chapter 360. It took Suin several minutes to process her memories. After she finished handling everything, she fell into a deep sleep. The room was dark, the curtains tightly drawn. These curtains were specially made by Little Pumpkin, providing excellent light blocking performance, day or night. The only light source was a small pumpkin-shaped nightlight, emitting a faint fluorescent light that added a slight amount of visibility. I had never seen this nightlight before. It might have been an upgrade to the pumpkin carriage. The air conditioner was on, the temperature was just right, and there was a slight lurch, the feel of the pumpkin carriage in motion. Suin was certain that Little Pumpkin was awake. The air was filled with a faint aroma of pumpkin, a reassuring scent. Suin slowly glanced left and right. She was lying in a first-floor bedroom, a gurgling snorer beside her, a soft, warm ball at her feet. Beside her was Bear, Xiaomo, who was sleeping soundly, snoring quietly. At her feet lay Huan, sleeping casually. She somehow managed to fall asleep sideways, half her face and long hair visible from the side of the quilt. Under the quilt, her body was curled up, cradling her feet in her arms. This sleeping position. Suin carefully lifted her feet from Huan's arms, trying not to disturb her sleep. The movement made Suin's entire body ache, aching everywhere, as if she'd been beaten up. Suin uttered a soft, ha-ha sound. Bearing the pain, she climbed out of bed, picked up Huan from her feet, and laid her upright on the bed, side by side with Xiong, tucking them both into the blanket. After all this, she felt exhausted, as if all her strength had been drained. She simply picked up a pillow from the bed, placed it under her, and leaned against it for a while. Suin opened the public screen. A long string of messages floated over. Densely packed. Mostly system announcements, with unfamiliar messages mostly from Yotsuba and the strategy team. The rest were thanks from players, whose names she didn't recognize. Suin picked out the highlights. The current time was 9:37 a.m. on Monday. About 26 hours had passed since she fell asleep a little after 7 a.m. yesterday. Asked how she felt after sleeping from yesterday morning to this morning, Suin felt nothing, just tired. She guessed she entered a state of weakness, the same state the exploration card said Huan would feel after waking. Normally, after not eating for a day and a night, one would be hungry. Suin, however, was fine, she didn't feel much. Or perhaps she had just woken up and hadn't reacted yet. Suin flipped through the announcements, scrolling up, and among the row of system messages about kills and deaths, she found the information about the end of the event. At 8 p.m. the night before yesterday, the 3-day, 3-night surprise event ended. Ding dong. Congratulations on the completion of the surprise event 3 days and 3 nights. The kill leaderboard rankings have been finalized. Gift box rewards for the top 100 players will be distributed via system email within 3 calendar days. Please check back. The ranking information for this event is available below. Congratulations to player Sunny Bear for achieving first place on the kill leaderboard, with 112,980 kills, 862,112,201 points, and the title Monster Nightmare. Sue click to view the title information. Monster Nightmare. Wearing this title increases your intimidation against monsters by 1000%. There's a 10% chance that monsters below the spirit rank will become timid, freezing for 3 seconds. The player's physical attack is increased by 100% and their mental attack by 200%. There seems to be a similar title, but that's for cattle and sheep monsters, while this one targets all monsters. With less targeting, this title is clearly quite useful. Congratulations to player Broken Mirror for achieving second place on the kill list, with 42,615 kills, and obtaining. Congratulations to player Strategy Team Chump Ping for achieving third place on the kill list. Thank you for participating in the event. Congratulations to the 19,281,211 players who successfully logged off during the event and gained permanent freedom. Ding dong! To thank you for the successful event, the monster spawn rate on non-treasure chest highway maps has been increased from 0% to 20%. Please be careful. Player Sunshine Bear, you are currently in the second level of the game, Hot Desert. Monster spawn levels range from LV4 to LV10. If you encounter monsters above LV10, you're awesome. Suin read the announcement and felt the system choke him again. Suin flipped through the system messages. Further down, there were messages accusing her of not collecting trash, then obediently collecting it. There were also accusations that she was polluting the highway and should pay a road cleaning fee. However, these were just reminders. No actual payment was collected. The system didn't collect the money, certainly not because it didn't want to. It seemed like it couldn't collect it, so Suin naturally didn't have to pay. He scrolled down, but there was nothing special. Exiting the system messages, Suin began to read messages from strangers. The first was from Yi Qing of the strategy team, and Lin Qingzhu, the core of the stability team, Li Mingshu, and further down, there was a message from the girl named Lucky 4-Leaf. Clicking on Yi Qing's message, the other party was brief and concise, stating that they would accept items at a reasonable price. If Suin had any items he didn't want, they would pay more. Lin Qingzhu's words were longer and more polite, like a short essay with a similar meaning. Besides accepting props, he even expressed a need for rotting monster carcasses, offering a slightly higher price than the system offered. He stated he wanted to use the biofertilizer for his farmland. Suin covered her face, wishing she could go back to a day ago and check the news while working, not be so diligent, and sell them all to Huacheng for a bit more profit. The system sold everything cheaply, so no wonder it scolded and collected the garbage without a hint of disdain. Even the mechanical systems of the noble interstellar civilizations knew they had to make money, no matter how much they disliked it. But Suin quickly adjusted her mindset. One shouldn't be too hard on oneself. That was the optimal solution she had come up with in the current situation. No one is so shrewd as to always maximize benefits. At the time, she was physically and mentally exhausted. The pressure of handling so much loot left her no time to properly examine the information. She didn't even have time to read announcements, let alone private messages. Furthermore, the message from Huacheng arrived at around 4 a.m. yesterday morning, long after the blind box sales had ended, making it even harder to find relevant information. The quantity requested wasn't large. It seemed they dealt with the internal woes first before contacting her. This was considered a good deal, more about favors than acquisitions. Suin briefly replied to the two people and scrolled down to see the message. The third one was from Lucky 4-Leaf. 4-Leaf's message was more humane than the formality of the first two official sources. She chattered like a little chicken, sharing a lot of information and expressing concern for her. Although he knew the girl's ulterior motives, Suin wasn't wary of her, perhaps because Little Pumpkin had taken possession of her and her car. Although he hadn't gotten 4-Leaf's consent, he had tacitly accepted her and her car, and thinking back on it, he felt a little guilty. After a brief reply to let 4-Leaf know that she was safe, Suin casually browsed the public chats and discussions about the top players, occasionally spotting players praising themselves. Humans admire the strong. When you're even slightly stronger than others, you attract envy. But when you're vastly superior, those who envy you will simply admire you. Suin rarely chats on the public screen, her reclusive lifestyle adding to her mystery. Mystery and power, how could players not be in awe? Suin's eyes lit up as she read the public screen message. Chapter 361. Crazy Guolao. That's amazing. Sunshine Bear is number 1 by a landslide. It's hard to imagine how he could defeat so many monsters. 110,000 monsters. Going without sleep, food, or bathroom breaks for 3 days and 3 nights means 26 monsters per minute. If the monsters don't move, I can't even finish them off by slicing the necks of 26 chickens in a minute. Halfway abandonment, that's the first person in the second level. It's normal for them to be invincible. Our monsters, the boss, must be like mowing down the lawn, dealing 10,086 damage with one blow. Xiao Jiuyu. I snatched Bear's monster corpse blind box. After disassembling it, I got 12 kilograms of meat and 2 pieces of fur. Super lucky. No answer, envy, jealousy, and resentment. Bear really doesn't make money selling monster corpse blind boxes. It's purely for making friends. I was too slow and didn't get one. I'm sad. Suin couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But his body honestly continued to dig. After digging through the original area, he dug through Area 001 of the second level. Area 001 was also bustling with activity. Perhaps everyone was exhausted after the event and eager to engage in lively conversation. A quick scroll revealed the entire conversation was about the event. When the event came up, she inevitably came up. Right now, the public chat was discussing how Sunshine Bear had taken down 110,000 monsters, securing first place by a wide margin. Kali Chiozei, there's only one truth. Sunshine Bear isn't just one person. Jinhua, that's a good point, Sister Ka. Grape and taro puree milk tea. But team kills are ranked based on individual kill counts. Kali Chiozei, I mean, she's not human, she's a god. Yunhu Tiandi, question mark. A you, who loves wontons, question mark. Yuehua Qiangu, question mark. Kali Chiozei, a master with god-level talent, possessing a powerful group attack skill. Killing monsters in any way is normal, right? Nong, don't talk so loudly, what's going on? Are you advertising? Kali Chiozei, yes, we sell tofu, dried tofu, tofu pudding, bean curd sheets, soy milk, and tofu puffs. We sell premium soybeans, handmade with spring water from the snowy mountains, and sun-dried in the scorching sun. Click on the avatar to enter the shop and buy. Meng Hui Shou, can you speak properly? Even when advertising, please speak properly. Wan Ming Umo, be honest, and I buy honestly. Kali Chiozei, we made too much tofu to eat or give away, and the fridge isn't big enough. You guys can buy some and share. Hurry up, thank you. Gurgle. The stomach growled. Suin was starting to feel hungry. After a long sleep without food, her empty stomach seemed to react and clamored for food. She was very hungry. A bowl of fragrant tofu pudding appeared before his eyes. It was thick with a thick sauce, sprinkled with seaweed and dried shrimp, and drizzled with chili oil. It was incredibly delicious. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva. Suin couldn't help but order some soy products. After buying his handful of tofu pudding, Suin immediately got up and climbed out of bed. Stomach rumbling, Suin left the bedroom and headed for the living room. Opening the door, he was greeted by a tempting aroma. In the living room, Little Pumpkin was busy cooking. Holding a large, long-handled spoon, Little Pumpkin was simmering a pot of bone broth, a rich, meaty aroma wafting from the broth. At the sound of the door opening, Little Pumpkin turned back and called out happily, "Master, you're awake." The spoon fell into the sink, and Little Pumpkin rushed into Suin's arms. "Master, I need your affection and hugs. Little Pumpkin missed you so much," Little Pumpkin said coquettishly. "I've been so lonely these past few hours, since I woke up without Master by my side." Little Pumpkin loves Master so much and enjoys being with Master. "I look forward to waking up and hugging you every minute." Suin held Little Pumpkin, letting her act coquettishly and whisper sweet nothings. Just listening to her, her ears warmed. Little Pumpkin's skill at saying corny things seemed to have only gotten worse with each level increase. "Master, the pumpkin cart has undergone a major upgrade, and we need your help in planning and renovating it." Little Pumpkin spoke with pride, seemingly eager to share, waiting for Master to wake up and share the good news. Then, Little Pumpkin explained to Suin the changes that could be made. Little Pumpkin had an extra 54 square meters of space, which could be used to create a 4th floor or be expanded to other locations throughout the pumpkin cart. This needed to be planned with Master. Suin held the Little Pumpkin, twirling around, praising it. "Great, great, Guagua, great." Suin didn't know why, but his tired and frail body suddenly brightened with joy at the sight of the smiling little pumpkin. It was as if seeing the doll's smile made even the hardship and fatigue less painful. It felt as if his strength had increased. He could spin around holding the little pumpkin without getting tired. For a few minutes, the two of them enjoyed themselves happily, but Sue-Ann's stomach growled, shattering the cheerful atmosphere. "Master, eat quickly, eat quickly." The little pumpkin noticed, and quickly let go of its master's hand. "I prepared beef noodles. Do you want thin or coarse noodles?" The little pumpkin used its telekinesis to control a bowl of noodles. Sue-Ann retrieved a piece of tofu, a ball of tofu pudding, and a handful of dried tofu from his space. "I just bought some of this." A dozen minutes later, after washing up, Sue-Ann sat at the dining table, enjoying the breakfast prepared by the little pumpkin. A bowl of bone broth noodles, less noodles and more meat, and a bowl of tofu pudding and a meaty broth. The tofu pudding lacked seaweed or dried shrimp, but it did have a thick beef bone broth. Little Pumpkin sprinkled it with chopped pepper, cilantro, and chili oil. It looked incredibly delicious. Sue-Ann scooped a spoonful and shoved it into his mouth. The salty, savory gravy and the smooth tofu pudding made Sue-Ann's eyes narrow as he ate. Little Pumpkin also made himself a small portion of tofu pudding, the smallest bowl, which made him squint his eyes as he ate it. "Ah, fragrant and smooth, this tofu pudding is so delicious," Little Pumpkin praised. Sue-Ann was speechless from the food. It was so delicious. Chapter 362. She savored the delicious food, spoonful after spoonful. She felt incredibly happy. Eating delicious food was part of the happiness, but even more so, after 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, slaying so many monsters, and reaping so much, she felt a sense of relaxation and comfort. At this moment, she could ignore everything outside. With such a bountiful harvest, Monday's treasure chest refresh seemed insignificant, a mere trifle. At this moment, the pumpkin carriage was sturdy, comfortable, and warm. Everything was neatly organized and clean. While the outside world was scorching, her home was cool and comfortable. She and the little pumpkin were awake, and the other dolls were soundly asleep. She had ample time to rest and relax, and she could take her time to enjoy a delicious meal. Instead of munching on dry bread, hard jerky, or swallowing rice balls and repeatedly heated and cooled pies, she could do so without worrying about food like these. It wasn't that the food was bad, it was just that the pressure was too great. Eating had become a chore, and it felt like eating just to stay alive, to maintain vital signs. After dinner, Sue-Ann could pursue some entertainment. She accompanied Little Pumpkin in washing the dishes. After cleaning the kitchen, the two of them lay back on the sofa to rest. The pumpkin carriage stopped moving and parked where it was. Sue-Ann told Little Pumpkin that it didn't need to keep moving. A little rest was fine. Today could be a day off. The entire pumpkin carriage was in a state of rest. Only the stove was set to break even. A large pot of stew sat warm on the stove, waiting for the other 2 dolls to wake up and have a fragrant, hot beef broth ready at any time. Sue-Ann and Little Pumpkin discussed changes to the RV's interior, which also became part of their entertainment. Having reached level 9, Little Pumpkin now has the ability to change the interior layout more freely. Similar to games, the entire pumpkin carriage can be disassembled into templates. Little Pumpkin previously had a similar ability, but it couldn't change it too much. Now, Little Pumpkin can do it more freely. For example, the 3rd floor can be turned into the 1st floor, or the interior of the pumpkin carriage can be changed to the 4th or 5th floor. Currently, the pumpkin carriage has 3 floors plus an underground warehouse. The 1st floor contains the kitchen, dining room, living room, bathroom, and small bedroom. The 2nd floor houses the plant room, bedroom, cloakroom, and bathroom. The 3rd floor is the studio, mainly a sunroom, and driver's cab. The underground warehouse connects Little Pumpkin's Chinese knot space and epic space necklace space, covering over 1,000 cubic meters. People can enter, but not stay there for long. After living there for a while, Sue-Ann began to feel that some of the space in the pumpkin carriage was being used inappropriately. Now that Little Pumpkin has upgraded and has greater capabilities, it's a good thing that the interior can be modified to suit the family's living habits. Sue-Ann and Little Pumpkin discussed the issue first, analyzing it. The least frequently used areas are the workshop and cab on the 3rd floor. Because everyone dislikes climbing stairs and prefers to separate, this area is underutilized. We simply relocate these rooms to the 1st floor, leaving the 3rd floor solely for a plantation and sunroom, where we can occasionally visit plants, hang out clothes, or bask in the sun and gaze at the stars. The 2nd floor will be dedicated solely to sleeping, with larger bedrooms. As the pumpkin carriage expands, and the number of dolls increases, each doll will need a room. Master, I don't want to sleep in a separate bed from you, woo woo woo. Upon hearing Sue-An's plan, Little Pumpkin clung to her and sobbed. Sue-An almost laughed at Little Pumpkin's behavior. She explained to Little Pumpkin that even though they slept together, they still needed their own space. Previously, conditions hadn't allowed that, but now that they did, each doll needed its own room. After a while, Little Pumpkin understood that having its own room meant each doll had its own space, not necessarily separate from its owner. Little Pumpkin nodded. It hugged its owner tightly. Actually, Little Pumpkin wasn't trying to refute its owner's opinion. It simply wanted to be closer to him. Sue-An counted on her fingers. With the 3 dolls, herself, and Little 4, who was still in the design draft stage, the second floor had 5 rooms, plus a dressing room and a bathroom. So the second floor was pretty full. Currently, Little Pumpkin was at level 9, with level 9 folding space, and the Pumpkin RV had a usable area of 162 square meters, which was quite large. Little Pumpkin used his skill, summoning a miniature 3D pumpkin carriage model. Sue-An began discussing space allocation with Little Pumpkin. The first floor would be occupied by everyone the longest, so they decided to maximize it, leaving over 90 square meters of usable space. The second floor would be occupied by over 40 square meters. This left about 30 square meters on the third floor. Why approximately? Because Sue-An couldn't determine exactly how many square meters each floor would occupy. This was just a rough estimate. The details would still need to be adjusted in practice. As the two discussed, the model of the pumpkin carriage's interior space continued to evolve. The first floor retains the original living room, kitchen, dining room, small bedroom, and bathroom, with the addition of a workshop and driver's cab. Sue-An enjoys being with her dolls while working. Occasionally seeing them doing their own things brings her peace of mind. So, rather than working on the lonely third floor, she prefers to work at the dining table on the first floor. The studio's design should be less isolated. After discussion, Sue-An and Little Pumpkin decided to use sliding doors in the studio. When open, it merges with the living room. When closed, it becomes a separate, smaller room. The same applies to the driver's cab. This completely transforms the layout of the first floor. The first floor of the sleekly curved pumpkin car. At the front is the driver's cab, occupying approximately 3 square meters. The design is technologically advanced, retaining the car-like steering wheel, accelerator, and brake pedals within a 1 square meter driving area. There's also a control panel for manual driving, similar to a gaming keyboard, and a spirit crystal ball for mind-connected driving, supporting multiple driving modes. This way, when Little Pumpkin doesn't want to drive or falls asleep, everyone in the family can steer from the cockpit with the help of the black ball navigation system. Next to the cab is Sue-An's studio, a tiny 5 or 6 square meters. A whole wall of curved shelves wraps around the room, leaving only enough space for a workbench and a chair. The studio and living room are integrated, with a folding door that opens up to create a separate space. Although the room is small, it does have light, but closing the folding door transforms the grid-shaped window on one side into a small sun-shaped window. The small window has only one curtain. The living room is the largest area on the first floor of the pumpkin car, and the expanded living room is quite large. Sue-An and Little Pumpkin were discussing the idea. The living room should be large enough for Little Bear to reach 4 meters tall, and do the cha-cha without disturbing Little Pumpkin from watching TV on the sofa. To this end, Little Pumpkin sacrificed some of the third floor's height, raising the first floor's height to just over 4 meters, giving Bear as much space as possible. Thus, the 3 floors have ceiling heights of 4.2 m, 3.2 m, and 2.6 m, respectively. To one side of the living room is a hallway, wide enough for a 4-meter-tall bear to pass through, separating the dining room and kitchen. The hallway also serves as the kitchen's operating space. The hallway, facing the living room, houses the long dining table and the first-floor bathroom. To the outside, the curved kitchen boasts a very high ceiling, including some of the lofted space on the second floor of the pumpkin carriage. The ceiling height is nearly 7 meters. In the middle of the living room is a staircase leading to the second floor. A hidden door beneath the staircase opens to a small second bedroom with a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, barely wide enough for a bed. On the second floor, the staircase curves upwards to Sue-An's master bedroom. The largest of the large open spaces is the master bedroom, occupying approximately 20 square meters. There are no doors or partitions on the second floor. Sue-An's master bedroom is located upstairs. Chapter 363. To one side of Sue-An's master bedroom, there were 4 small rooms, each about 4 square meters in size, each sharing a daylight section of a grid-shaped window. Sue-Ann had a heated discussion with Little Pumpkin about this, wanting to expand the size of each small room. However, Little Pumpkin argued that the largest doll in the house, Wan, was less than a meter tall, and a doll over 60 centimeters tall didn't need a large room. The small rooms were just right for them. The large room would be a waste if it were empty. Furthermore, Little Pumpkin stated that she absolutely wouldn't sleep in her own room. That room was technically her bedroom. Seeing Little Pumpkin's expression, Sue-Ann stopped arguing. So, the second floor was designed as a large bedroom with a dressing room, a separate bathroom, and 4 dollhouses. On the third floor, all the plants were moved here. Rows of plant shelves and a rocking chair made up the third floor sunroom. It was a bit empty. Let's build a bathroom on the third floor. It's still inconvenient to go downstairs. I remember picking up a lot of architectural blueprints while collecting loot, Sue-Ann suggested. The necklace on Little Pumpkin's chest flashed, and he pulled out a row of blueprints. These were drops from 110,000 monsters. He killed so many monsters in one go. Even with a low drop rate, he still managed to collect a thick stack of blueprints. Several bathroom blueprints, fine, an elevator blueprint, fine, a workbench blueprint, fine, a kitchen countertop, spiritual level, a bedroom blueprint, fine. Master, if the layout changes are confirmed, we can start the renovations and replace the existing buildings, Little Pumpkin said, full of energy and vigor. After a few minutes, confirming the layout was correct, Little Pumpkin told Sue-Ann to sit firmly. Holding the 3D projection model of the pumpkin carriage layout, he began to activate his ability. A gentle rumbling sound echoed, and the entire pumpkin carriage magically moved, expanded, and reorganized. Sue-Ann sat on the sofa in the living room. The living room was the main area of expansion. As Little Pumpkin activated his ability, Sue-Ann felt the space become incredibly spacious. The living room, which could only accommodate a small sofa, felt much smaller after the expansion. Sue-Ann knew that the sofa size hadn't changed. It was the living room size that had grown. The living room had become much larger, about 40 to 50 square meters. That was enough space for the bear to grow to 4 meters tall and dance freely in the living room. It wasn't just for entertainment. It was also practical for combat. This way, when the bear wanted to use the game console, he could enlarge to gain more strength, without being cramped by the space and ceiling height, and having to bend over or lie down to work. At this point, Little Pumpkin had only partially altered the room's layout. As his skills continued, the windows, curtains, the shape and position of the kitchen countertop, and even the sofa beneath him, all changed. After more than 10 minutes, everything stopped. Ding dong dong. Sorry for the wait, master, Little Pumpkin said excitedly. Sue-Ann looked at the newly renovated pumpkin carriage, feeling a sense of freshness. This was so much fun. Not bothering with the bathroom renovation, Sue-Ann first took a stroll around the room. He didn't enter the second bedroom on the first floor, except for Wan and Xiong, who were sound asleep there, so as not to disturb them. He looked around curiously at everything else. The pumpkin carriage's overall color scheme was a combination of natural wood and cream-colored light green, creating a warm, fairy tale-like atmosphere. Little Pumpkin accompanied his owner, who seemed to love the new layout of the pumpkin carriage, a smile on his face. Sue-Ann sighed inwardly. The first floor is so huge. The living room is bigger, the kitchen is spacious, the cab is adorable, and the small workshop is also great. Sue-Ann ran around the first floor, looking here and there. However, since it was just recently renovated, there were still many things missing. For example, the workbench in the studio was very basic, and the chair was a simple wooden one, not very comfortable, and my back ached after sitting for a long time. The sofa in the living room still seemed small, even if Little Pumpkin tried to enlarge it. The house urgently needed another sofa. The center of the living room was too big and empty, and the old coffee table cushion seemed too small. A larger coffee table was needed. Sue-Ann ran upstairs. The sun climbed higher and higher, and the pumpkin carriage let out a beautiful jingle. It was a little after 3 in the afternoon when Bear woke up. He woke up only after sleeping so long and feeling so hungry that he couldn't stand it any longer. It staggered out of bed and scrambled down, eyes half-lidded, body swaying from side to side. The bear looked half awake. In reality, it still wanted to sleep, but its hunger was unbearable. The empty city plan had been played too loudly, and it had woken up with hunger. Eat, eat, eat. The bear muttered to himself, searching for food. The shapes of all kinds of food filled his mind. Xiaoimo woke up and opened the door to his first-floor bedroom. He was stunned by the spacious living room, the drastically changed style of the pumpkin house. Is this a dream? The bear rubbed his eyes. It looked around, unsure whether to move left or right. Suan, who was changing the curtains on the first floor with Little Pumpkin, noticed Xiaomo had woken up and called out, "Xiaomo, good afternoon." "Hi. Big Bear, you're awake." Little Pumpkin greeted. "Hello, Sister Inen." "Hello, Little Pumpkin." Bear greeted, half awake from his doze, but his body still looked half asleep. Little Bear feigned composure, taking one step at a time, first with her right foot, then her left, closing the bedroom door and entering the newly renovated living room. At that moment, she felt as if she had entered a new world. This was their home. This was a home filled with beauty, a dreamlike experience, a home that had become better. If this were a scene from an animation, Little Bear felt that her current situation warranted a close-up shot filled with dreamy bubbles to capture her current state of mind. It was like watching cartoons where, when the protagonist encounters something wonderful, they always have to wander through a sea of flowers and a rain of bubbles. When a bowl of broth appeared before her, Bear still felt a sense of unreality and dreaminess. She looked around. The windows were brighter, the kitchen was more spacious, the dining table was larger and more upscale, and even the wooden basin she used to use had become more expensive. "Look at you, you're so dumb. You must be starving. Eat something first." Little Pumpkin called out to the bear. At this moment, the bear's hair was spread out on its head. Anyone who knew bears would know that it was starving. Little Pumpkin didn't find it strange that it was slow to react and occasionally giggled. Little Pumpkin was worried about quickly cooking noodles and giving the bear some filling staple food so he could eat more and not starve to death at the table. The dazed bear took in the aroma in the air and looked at the pot of simmering broth in front of him. His mouth watered. Realizing his mistake, he quickly picked up a spoon and scooped up the stewed meat. The meat, cooked to a tenderness, fell apart from the bones with a simple scrape. With a gentle sip, it melted in his mouth. The broth was not very salty, as Little Pumpkin did not add too much salt. If she were cooking noodles, she would specially prepare a base sauce, but Little Bear's bowl was pure broth, which was for the hungry and dazed bear to fill his stomach. Chapter 364. No staple food, so don't make it too salty. The noodles haven't been cooked yet, boiling water will take time. Suan took the curtains she replaced to the bathroom and washed them later. After finishing all that, she came over to Little Pumpkin and helped cook noodles for Bear. The dough, which had been prepared long ago, was a little off after being taken out of the refrigerator. Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to knead it until it recovered somewhat. Suan came over to help, using a kitchen knife to cut the noodles into noodles while Little Pumpkin rolled the dough into pancakes. The hand-rolled noodles were cut. The water boiled. The noodles were cooked. Suan cooked the noodles while Little Pumpkin prepared the base. He found a large wooden basin, added 3 spoonfuls of salt, half a spoonful of MSG, and some soy sauce, and then dissolved the broth. He then scooped the noodles in. He then topped it with plenty of meat. Bone-in meat, put in large chunks. Meat was the cheapest ingredient in the house. The large wooden basin held about half a small bowl of noodles and half a large bowl of meat, topped off with plenty of chili oil and the most precious vegetables, chopped green onions and cilantro. Oh right, the bear doesn't eat cilantro, but the owner loves it. Little Pumpkin quickly withdrew the cilantro to protect his most important possession. When the 6 kilograms bowl of sliced noodles arrived, the bear's eyes lit up. To make it easier to eat, it transformed into a 2M size. After thanking Little Pumpkin and Sister Inen for their cooking, it immediately began to eat. The bear devoured the meal with great relish, its large size, and the large bowl creating a harmonious harmony. The bear's genuine enjoyment of eating was evident in his heart. This meal, evidently full of hunger, made Suan, who had just finished lunch, feel quite powerful. Little Pumpkin, in her words, felt a little lonely and tasteless. She found a piece of candy in her backpack and stuffed it into her mouth to appease her cravings. It's much better. This morning, Suan and Little Pumpkin trudged from the first floor to the third, and then back to the first. The ultra-compact elevator has been installed. There's a cylindrical, open-air elevator in the corner next to the stairs, with a log fence that looks very nice. From now on, getting to any floor is very convenient. The electricity can be used with an electric card or with Little Pumpkin's energy conversion, which is very convenient. The new bathroom on the 3rd floor has been installed. Although it's a bit small, it has a dry and wet area separated by a separate shower. With Little Pumpkin, decorating is as easy as a game. Suan built the faucet outside and installed an external showerhead for watering the plants. There's even a floor drain around the side of the 3rd floor. Little Pumpkin said that when the rainy season comes, they can remove the sunroom glass and turn the third floor into a terrace for watering the plants. With good drainage, no matter how heavy the rain is, it won't matter. The bathrooms on the first and second floors have also been replaced. The old one didn't match the improved Little Pumpkin, so he agreed to replace it with a more comfortable one with a sophisticated design. The expanded bathroom is not only more spacious, but also comes with a toilet, vanity, and a separate wet and dry area with a bathtub for soaking. To address the issue of decay from killing monsters, the largest first-floor bathroom is connected to an outdoor shower and faucet. For convenient changing and cleaning, a hidden door opens outwards, allowing for easy access to the outside. If you're faced with a similar situation again, you can simply open the small door outside to enter the first-floor bathroom, wash up, and exit through the kitchen door. No need to shower outside. The last time I showered outside, it was because I was really smelly, and the bathroom was at the back of the pumpkin carriage, so going in directly would have stained the living room floor and the kitchen hallway. The thought of that disgusting liquid staining the wooden floor and the edges of the kitchen cabinets made Suan prefer to shower outside in the scorching sun. After all, at his current level, a bit of sunburn wouldn't kill him. It wouldn't kill him, just a little suffering, but it was better than having to deal with the pain of cleaning the stinking pumpkin carriage later. Besides the bathroom, many other areas were significantly renovated. The kitchen countertop on the first floor was upgraded, with a new spiritual level design replacing the original bathroom countertop. The new countertop components were even more advanced, and the stove was completely recessed and invisible beneath the countertop. Also, the original heating system, including the stove and the radiator that heated the entire house, was redesigned and hidden within the walls and floor of the pumpkin carriage. Now that the weather is hot, the pumpkin carriage uses whole house cooling. This system is connected to the pumpkin's large cannon, supporting multiple energy sources. It can be used with coal, gasoline, electricity, or spiritual energy. The changes in every aspect of the pumpkin carriage bring a new home experience. After the little bear finished eating and washing the dishes, he began to explore the vastly transformed interior of the pumpkin carriage. He wagged his tail as he saw the large living room, projection screen, workshop, and cab on the first floor. He wiggled his hips with joy as he saw the second-floor bedroom. When he saw his own room, he pushed open the wooden door marked with a bear silhouette. This bear had an indescribable feeling. A small 120 by 80 centimeters bed, a dresser, and a desk. The desk and dresser were the perfect size for the bear's current height. The four-piece set on the bed looked freshly made of light pink fabric, stitched together with meticulous stitching, and bearing the scent of cisterin. The third floor. It was incredibly bright, with a fully glass, inverted crystal ceiling. Swan and Little Pumpkin were hanging curtains and laundry together. The bear immediately went to help. When Huan woke up at night, she transformed from little ghost into a frail, hungry ghost, floating out of the bedroom. Hungry. So hungry. She wanted to eat. The little ghost emerged from her quiet bedroom. She saw a bustling, newly renovated home. In the spacious living room, a black ball played rhythmic light music. A bear, now enormous, danced to the music in the living room. In the small room in the corner of the living room, his back against the wall, facing the window, rolling a candy ball in his hands, shaping it. You could see his profile, his face focused. And Little Pumpkin, sprawled on the sofa next to the bedroom, watched cartoons, his laughter breaking out from time to time. Everyone went about their own business, whether resting, working, or having fun, without disturbing each other. Huan rubbed her eyes. Huan, you're awake. The food's still warm in the pot. Just take it out and eat. It's all yours, eat as much as you want. Little Pumpkin reminded her, but she didn't move, clearly engrossed in her phone. The cartoon on her phone was at a crucial point. The battle between the gods of eternity was underway, and she couldn't afford to be distracted. Huan didn't care about Little Pumpkin's attitude. As long as she had food to eat, she was content. Hungry ghosts don't care about that. She lifted the lid of the pot, revealing a pile of white flour buns on the curtain. She removed the curtain, revealing a pot of stewed meat. Large chunks of meat and bone simmered in a rich aroma. She didn't even bother to bring the food to the table. She simply drifted over to the stove and began eating, grabbing the buns and scooping up the broth. With food in her stomach, she felt alive. She had slept so long she almost thought she was starving to death. Suddenly, Huan saw something. Hey, what's this? She asked. Chapter 365. What a special thing, chew. Huan, holding a steamed bun with meat filling, flew to the end of the corridor to take a look. This large object, placed at the doorway of the cab, looked familiar. Why does it look a bit like a game console? But a game console, chew, 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 this isn't right, ah. Huan exclaimed. Gua, you messed up your game console like this. Huan looked at the game console, which had undergone a major transformation, and discerned it from the lingering traces of her spiritual power. It was still the same size, but it was unrecognizable because the changes were so drastic. This transformation was even greater than the more ornate interior of the pumpkin carriage. The metal shell had been transformed into a wooden style, and the original Moleman decorations and icons had all been transformed into pumpkin shapes. Most strikingly, the game screen seemed to be connected to the road navigation and station coordinate binder. What a jumble of props! The game screen now contained navigation, a road map, music speakers, a monster-killing game, and station teleportation. Hey, stop eating. Your shouting is disturbing everyone's ears, and disturbing your master's candy-making practice and Big Bear's dancing. Little Pumpkin paused the animation on his phone, put it down, and floated over to Huan. After observing the change in possession, it became a prop for Little Pumpkin's game console. This was once the Ratman's game console, pseudo, epic. No big deal, it just became mine, Little Pumpkin said. He looked unsatisfied. Giant Pumpkin! Huan praised. No big deal. I leveled up, it downgraded, and I just took possession of it. Little Pumpkin sighed and continued. It's hard to say whether this is good news or bad news. The Ratman's Epic game console was practically broken when I picked it up. After repairing it, it lost its puppet, switched from automatic to manual, and from epic to pseudo-epic, with a subtle tendency to drop in rank. After 3 days, and 3 nights of intense activity, the machine wouldn't turn on. Just as Suin was considering whether to send it to the Scorpion tribe's holy land for repairs, Little Pumpkin said he'd give it a try. Coincidentally, Little Pumpkin's power increased after upgrading, and he activated his possession skill vigorously, actually successfully possessing it. However, after forcing it to turn on, it completely dropped in rank, from epic pseudo to super spiritual. This explains how Little Pumpkin managed to possess it. It was no longer an epic weapon. One became a little stronger, the other a little weaker, and it worked. The advantage of possessing it is that it can be modified at will. Little Pumpkin connected its panel to the navigation item treasure chest detector, spirit level, the smart speaker Black Ball CC smart computer speaker, and the platform coordinate binding device, creating a convenient 3-in-1 mode. The trade-off is that it becomes less usable. Its level drops, limiting its uses, and reducing its attack bonus. After being improved and possessed by Xiaonan, its energy consumption is now connected to Little Pumpkin's. The team can't rotate the machine like they did in the last battle, resulting in constant switching and brute force long-term use to maximize efficiency. But overall, this item feels like sacrificing current strength for a longer-term future. As Little Pumpkin levels up and becomes stronger, its future changes may be even more significant. Although it's weak now, it might become stronger in the future. Huan understood what had happened and spoke. Chew. She used telekinesis to control the situation, stuffing the steamed bun with meat into her mouth. Huan ate and talked at the same time, neither interrupting her eating nor comforting Little Pumpkin. But Huan was thinking, it's okay if it breaks a little. It's Little Pumpkin's device, so as long as it works, that's all. As everyone gets stronger, fighting monsters won't be so exhausting. If there are more monsters, she can just transform and run out to unleash her ultimate. This thing is perfect for killing monsters around treasure chests, Huan commented. With the game console, Little Pumpkin no longer had to go to all the trouble with a massive cannon, a flurry of flames, and painstakingly killing a few small monsters. Eat quickly. After you're done, rest well. You can watch cartoons with me later. You have work to do tomorrow, sorting loot and opening purple treasure chests. Be prepared. I heard you almost mastered the skill book, Little Pumpkin said to Huan. The last sentence was meant to give Huan a little boost of strength. Huan, who really didn't want to work, felt unhappy when she heard that. Little Pumpkin finished speaking and returned to the sofa to continue watching cartoons. Huan turned stress into appetite, finishing the steamed bun in her hand in a few bites and returning to the kitchen to drink the broth. But after eating for a while, she couldn't keep still, glancing left and right. There were so many things around her that attracted her, and the pumpkin carriage with its new decoration and layout looked so beautiful. So, she simply used her telekinesis to control the cooking pot, and steamed buns to follow her around, flying around with them. As long as she controlled the angle just right, she could eat while strolling and watching the changes inside the pumpkin carriage. The bear danced the cha-cha and turned his head to see Huan flying and floating towards him with the pot and steamed buns. The bear's dance step stumbled, and he warned her, "Wan, fly slower, be careful not to fall." "Yeah." Wan, who had just stuffed a large piece of meat into her mouth, nodded as she replied. Little Pumpkin had just finished pausing the cartoon when she heard the noise and looked up, seeing Wan flying with the pot and steamed buns. He said to her, "Wanner, be careful when eating. Keep your telekinesis steady, and don't spill any food or soup." "Okay." After receiving the reply, Little Pumpkin didn't take it seriously, and continued watching the cartoon. Wan was no longer at the age of showering and running out without wiping, or making messes everywhere while eating, so she didn't take the incident seriously. As she had just said to Wan, today was a long-awaited day off, so everyone could have fun as they pleased. She and her master finished the renovations during the day and decided to spend the rest of the day as they pleased, sorting out their spoils and selling them for supplies tomorrow. In this apocalyptic game, the last remaining day of rest seemed so precious and comfortable. Suen stretched, gathered the materials in front of her, and stood up from her workbench. Today was her day off, so she hadn't planned on doing any work. She had just been trying out her new workbench, but she'd become completely hooked, fiddling with the candies with ease. She felt her skills were improving, and now, with this, she could quickly get the little fox's creations up and running. Suen stood up, stretching her body as she watched the bear dance. She couldn't understand why the bear was doing these dances, so passionate and unrestrained. Why wasn't it doing the yanga? Suen observed. Chapter 366. The bear's cha-cha dance wasn't exactly an orthodox cha-cha. Sometimes it looked a bit like disco, and with a change of tune, it could even transform into square dance moves. Wait, these dances were popular in the 90s and aughts, when I was still a kid. It was the beginning of the new century, and people were full of energy and vitality. Suen stepped forward, wanting to join the bear in square dancing, when several floating steamed buns appeared from the stairs. Behind the steamed buns was an empty pot and a little ghost. "Gwa, we finished eating and only have the steamed buns left. Give me some pickled mustard greens. I can't swallow them on an empty stomach." It was Wan, who was wandering around eating. Happy days are always short-lived. Late at night, everyone returned to sleep. In the second-floor master bedroom, Wan, the last one to slip into her master's bed, thought, this day was truly wonderful, but it was too short. She woke up around 7 or 8 p.m., and even if she played the latest and went to bed at 2 a.m., she hadn't gotten a few hours rest. But everyone else was asleep, and sleeping soundly, so she should sleep too. Her master said it was a way to adjust her sleep schedule, otherwise she'd be craving sleep the next day. Before bed, Wan thought about a lot of things. The pumpkin carriage was so wonderful after its transformation. She'd never say I'm leaving the pumpkin again. It would be a real shame if the pumpkin took it seriously and kicked her out. She really liked her own little room. Someday she could decorate it with some scraps of fabric. Although she didn't want to sleep in her own bed, it wouldn't stop her from making it pretty. Drowsily, Wan, half asleep, suddenly heard her master frowning and shouting something. Misty Lake. The master's voice trembled, his tone fragmented. See. Wan opened her eyes. Something was wrong. Something was wrong with the master. Something was wrong with the master's mind. Realizing this, Wan, without a shred of sleep, immediately emerged from under the covers. She summoned a crystal ball, controlling it to float above the master's body. To increase her power, the little ghost instantly transformed into a playful ghost. Logically, she had been so weak the past 2 days that she shouldn't have transformed. But that was logic. How could she resist if the master wasn't feeling well? After transforming, the playful ghost immediately unleashed its curse. Skill 4, Playful Ghost's Curse. This curse belongs to the playful ghost. No matter where you are or who you are, once you attack the master and unleash your malice, no one can escape. Upon casting, intelligent creatures enter a state of doom, their mental strength steadily declining. Resting will trigger a cursed nightmare until their soul power is depleted, becoming sustenance for the shimmering ghost. Triggering condition. The cursed individual's mental strength is less than the combined mental strength of Suen and Su Chiming. A gorgeous shimmering ghost floated above the bedroom, aura emanating, its sleeves fluttering, unaided by the wind. Spiritual power was input into the crystal ball. Failed. It seemed the intruder had no hostility towards the master. But that wouldn't work either. Wan didn't want any outsider to disturb her master's peaceful sleep. The ghost's form flickered, first fading, then becoming gradually transparent. The crystal ball glowed with aura, and Su Chiming transformed into a wisp of light, entering her master's mental sea and into her dreamland in the form of a ghost. Whatever it is, get out of Su Qiming's territory. Absolutely not, you must not disturb the master. After more than 10 minutes, Dewan snatched a disgusting mermaid's mental image from her master's mind. The image was slippery, and Dewan had to exert considerable effort to pull it out. She relied on her own elusive racial ability. This mermaid, unlike the surly merfolk with fish heads and human bodies she'd seen last time at Moon Lake, this was a proper mermaid with a human body and a fish tail. She was a female mermaid, and without prejudice, she was quite beautiful. But Dewan looked at her with resentment. Shigui himself was a player of pure hatred. In Dewan's eyes, this creature looked alluring and sinister, with much of his body showing signs of decay and a disgusting look in his eyes. Having Dewan pull her out was like putting distance between her and the person she loved most. The infatuation in her eyes simply indicated that this was a complete pervert. This monster's infatuation with its master disgusted Dewan. Furthermore, the fish emanated a polluting aura, its body rotten and deformed, filthy and smelly, making Dewan, a beautiful and charming theatrical ghost, even more disgusted. To have pulled this creature out of her master's dream was truly disgusting. Wan recalled her master's question a few days ago about whether everyone had seen the strange fish. This must be it, repeatedly scaring her master. Wan dragged the fish along, intending to attack her. This mermaid was merely a mental projection, likely a phantom conjured by spiritual power, hardly even a clone. Qiming immediately traced her origins and gave chase, intending to find her true form, curse her, and resolve the situation. However, the phantom was extremely fragile. As soon as it was pulled out, it slowly dissipated, dissolving into attributeless spiritual energy. Wan's every move was in vain. So angry. Dressed in a gorgeous costume, Shigue circled the second-floor bedroom, flying in circles more than a dozen times. In the center of the bedroom lay Suin and two dolls, sound asleep. The master, Gua, and Big Bear were all sound asleep. Aside from Wan, no one noticed the mishap. After all, this wasn't really an attack, just a form of dream transmission, similar to how Wan, before she was born, condensed fragments of consciousness and could connect with her master through her powerful mental power to create dreams. At most, it would slightly disturb Suin's sleep. The night was silent, and the moon was bright, a large half-circle. While not as round as the one at Moonlight Lake a few days ago, it was still round and bright. No trace of the remaining fish scent remained. Shigue, already weak and unable to maintain his transformed form for long, turned around and reverted to his ghost form. The little ghost wasn't as concerned with her image and manners as the playful ghost. She panted like she run 10,000 steps, punching the ground fiercely, venting her frustration. After a round of tossing and turning, the night deepened. Wan, jumping up and down, was sweating profusely. "You stinky fish. Don't let me catch you next time. I make you pay." Wan cursed in a whisper. Wan turned and rushed to the bathroom to wash up. Then, feeling soft and fragrant, she slid back into bed, nestled comfortably between the bear and her owner. Weak and a little tired, Wan closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. But she was still a little worried. To prevent herself from falling asleep, the stinky fish made a surprise attack. Before going to bed, Wan used her crystal ball to cast a mental shield over the bed. That way, if anything was amiss, she would be able to wake up in time. Wan was the last to wake up early in the morning. Perhaps she was too exhausted from the night before, and she looked sleepy. Suin looked at the sleepy Wan with a serious expression. It was very likely that yesterday's dream was more than just a dream. Suin immediately asked, "What happened yesterday?" Chapter 367. "Yes, there's a big stinky fish." Wan yawned and said so. The little ghost's dark circle seemed to have deepened again, as if he hadn't slept and had been parkouring all night. During breakfast, everyone understood what had happened yesterday. A projection of a mermaid appeared in the master's dream, causing havoc. Wan's counterattack was unsuccessful because the disgusting creature was not aggressive. That was truly terrible. Big Bear and Little Pumpkin exchanged glances, thinking that creature launched a sneak attack. It wasn't aggressive, but it spread contamination. It really happened to exploit a gap in the group's defenses. "Misty Lake?" Suin said. Wan nodded, confirming again, "Yes, master, that's right. You said that in your sleep yesterday." Suin's mental power surged. After a while, he found a special platform ticket, Misty Lake. The platform ticket was exquisite, resembling a tourist attraction advertisement. "Misty Lake welcomes you. Showcase the magnificent lake scenery and enjoy the romantic life of the mist. This is the gateway to all lakes, a relaxing and scenic lake for lost travelers. Here, players can find everything they desire. Suin flipped through the platform ticket. This platform ticket was obtained shortly after Suin entered the game. Among the people he knows, the orange cat seems to have been there. He also jumped through this platform to the Lost Royal Farm and met him. In addition to Misty Lake, Suin also knew of a platform called Lost Lake. This platform is a comprehensive transfer platform, part of a multi-platform space connecting other platforms. The player Nightingale was once resold here. Sai had previously agreed to sneak across to the fairy tale Jinsokyo, also planning to use this passage. During Sai's chatter, Swan learned that Lost Lake was a related platform to Misty Lake, similar in relationship to Yiming City, E Hot Springs, and E Casino. Seeing Swan take out the platform ticket, Little Pumpkin asked, "Master, should we get off the platform and hunt down that monster and take care of it?" "No rush." Swan looked at Little Pumpkin, who had just recovered, himself and Bear, who were still recovering, and Huan Huan, who had become even weaker from yesterday's ordeal. "We shouldn't get off the platform until we're all recovered," Swan said. "In the meantime, I need to gather more information about the platform. Everyone, let's eat first. We sort out our supplies later." Everyone nodded, finishing this perfunctory yet exquisite yet perfunctory breakfast. Sugar is boiled into caramel and spread over the tofu pudding to create sweet tofu pudding. The broth is boiled into a thick sauce, creating a salty tofu pudding. Besides that, the staples are steamed buns and pickles. Last night, Little Pumpkin steamed a bunch of buns. A few were eaten immediately, and most went into the refrigerator. There used to be pre-made pies, but they were all gone. Yesterday was a break, and Little Pumpkin didn't want to go to all the trouble. Making steamed buns was easier. After breakfast, the family fell into a frenzy of activity. The warehouse was filled with a pile of props, equipment, and blueprints, and they needed to sort them together and decide whether to keep them or sell them. Suin prepared 4 small wooden barrels and divided the work between them. Huan Huan and Daxiong roughly sorted the items, determining which to sell and which to keep. Then, they picked the items that needed to be sold and handed them over to her for sale. Little Pumpkin arranged the items he had saved for himself on the shelves in the warehouse. And so, the action began. 2 large buckets of miscellaneous supplies piled up in the living room, resembling a small hill. Thankfully, the living room had been renovated and made much larger. Everyone bustled into action, working like an assembly line. Sue had also screened the items before putting them on the shelves. If she found them useful, she wouldn't sell them. If she felt they were truly unnecessary, she would search the exchange for the item and find a reference price to sell them. However, Little Bear and Wan Wan were still very careful in their selection, saving everything they felt they could use. The items they sold were those that were useless to Sue and's team, or that duplicated existing skills. Cuckoo, a small speaker that plays a random song for 10 minutes each day, a small pleasure in life on the road. Limited time advanced protective shield, 3 hours a limited time protective shield that temporarily increases defense. Red envelopes. Red envelopes can be sent in the chat area for players to compete for. Suin worked tirelessly all morning, and probably only about a third of the mountain of supplies had been taken. At noon. "Rest," Suin said. She rubbed her aching wrist, stood up, and followed Little Pumpkin to cook. "We have a simple lunch." "Master, don't worry about me working on it," Little Pumpkin said. For lunch, Little Pumpkin planned to make a simple dish. He used up all the tofu Master had brought yesterday and make spicy tofu, which he served over rice or with steamed buns. In reality, in a post-apocalyptic survival world, they should have only 2 meals a day. 3 meals a day was simply too much. In the early days of the game, Suin had been keeping her lunches simple. However, due to the treasure chest refresh schedule, everyone was used to 3 meals a day. Today, she wasn't collecting treasure chests, so she followed her usual schedule for rest and meals. After hearing Little Pumpkin say she didn't need help, Suin didn't actually rest. Instead, she looked around and returned only when she saw she wasn't needed. She was lying on the sofa, her butt barely warmed up, when a string of messages arrived. It was the station information she inquired about that morning. Curly Cat Fairy. Sorry, I'm late, sister. I was busy looking for treasure chests this morning, and just parked the car." Elsewhere, the orange cat wiped the sweat from her forehead and typed rapidly with her mind. She remained with Feng Yinshi, still doing all the work by herself. It was tiring, but with this large lucky charm, all her efforts could be transformed into rewards, making any more exhaustion seem less tiring. Fairy Orange Cat, I tell you everything I know about Misty Lake, but I won't mention rewards, sister. You helped me before, and even if you offered me a reward, I wouldn't feel comfortable taking it. Fairy Orange Cat, Misty Lake is a vast, boundless lake, with all buildings built on its surface. Many races live there, the most prominent being the mermaids. The mermaids are one of the 5 divine descendant races. Misty Lake is the mermaids' most popular tourist destination, boasting beautiful scenery and excellent natural resources. Its main structure is a large hotel. Through the Orange Cat's description, Suen gained a general understanding of the destination, beautiful scenery, abundant vegetables and fish in the lake, and relatively unaggressive NPCs. The dangers are mostly pollution. However, the Orange Cat had never been inside the main hotel building. She said she had simply sneaked in, stolen the system identity watch, and fled, not daring to stay longer. Later, just as she was about to escape the platform, she was discovered and pursued. She didn't stay there for long. However, this platform was quite famous among the Mermaid Clan's platforms, and was considered relatively player-friendly. Suen thanked the Orange Cat, and gave it a small, useful item as a reward. Others might refuse it, but she couldn't. Suen didn't want to cause too much trouble. In her opinion, she had already paid the reward for saving the Orange Cat, and the two of them were even. Now she just had to wait for Sai's reply. Soon, Sai's message arrived. Lucky Sai, sister, take back the game coins. I can't have them. The Misty Lake and Lost Lake are 2 platforms in the same place. Misty Lake is at the edge of the lake, and Lost Lake is deeper in the lake. You usually use platform tickets to jump between them. Not only Lost Lake, but Golden Fish Pond, Mermaid House, House of Edis, and Atlantis are all famous platforms managed by the Mermaid Clan. Chapter 368. Misty Lake is a tourist destination for players, while Lost Lake is a comprehensive shopping mall that targets platform monsters. Players in Lost Lake generally only have merchandise. If you want to go there to obtain supplies or run errands, I recommend asking by Feng Chu by Lai Feng to accompany you. He has gold card status at the Mermaid Alexia Hotel in Misty Lake and a reserved deluxe room. He's well connected in Lost Lake, knows many big bosses, and is relatively safe there. He can also use connections to get to any destination. Of course, this doesn't mean you can't go on your own, but having someone you know arrange it with is more convenient and less troublesome. He's already agreed to do you a favor, so if you don't use it, it's a waste. If you're late and he's gone, it's not worth it. He's been acting quite unstable lately, and I don't know when he recover. Use him now. But his mental health issues are indeed annoying. If you don't need to go to Lost Lake, and are simply going to Misty Lake, you can simply borrow his hotel gold card, and save a lot of trouble. If my sister doesn't want to deal with him, I can go too. Just tell her, and Sai will be at your service anytime. The other end of the line read a long message. Suen nodded repeatedly as she watched. After all, she knew a lot about the Misty Lake. Going to that platform would be a nightmare. The mermaid-owned platform. Mermaid monsters are causing trouble. Suen pondered. Time flew by. After a busy day, Suen, Suemo Su Nanling, and Su Qiming all took a break. The spoils of the past few days were thoroughly digested. Not only had the entire pumpkin carriage been overhauled, but each doll's wardrobe had also been given several new pieces of equipment and accessories. At this moment, the warehouse was perfectly organized. All the unneeded props, blueprints, and equipment had been sold, converted into game currency, and various fresh ingredients, seasonings, and household items, which were stored in the warehouse. The balance in Suen's backpack had surpassed the 10,000 gold coin mark. Suen's wealth was more than just talk. 10,000 gold coins converted to copper coins equaled over 100 million. Just a few months into the game, he already had 100 million copper coins in cash. The thought of it was exciting. Copper coins had considerable purchasing power. A box of instant noodles cost only a few hundred coppers, and it came in barrels. From now on, Suen could not only buy instant noodles by the box, but also by the truckload and stockpile them. Even though they ate freely, consuming several boxes of instant noodles in one meal, that was no problem. The family had a big appetite, and they earned a lot. To finish so much work in one go, they had already eaten dinner a bit past their usual time. Luckily, they had eaten a good amount at lunch, so they weren't too hungry. Little Pumpkin clamored to cook, but Suen didn't let him. Everyone was exhausted, and Suen didn't want to tire Little Pumpkin any further. As much as Little Pumpkin loved cooking, Suen couldn't ask him to cook every day. Cooking could be a tedious and tiring task. Suen bought a professional chef's deluxe group meal for 10 to 13 people at the second level exchange. It was a different kind of restaurant celebration, just a takeout version of the system. Spending 9,199 copper coins on a meal would have been painful in the past, but now, Suen saw it as a pittance. Over 9,000 copper coins, less than a gold coin, not even as much as a cigarette. It was just a meal, plain rice. After placing the order, everyone watched a projected cartoon together, and in just a few dozen minutes, the food was ready. Let's wash up and eat together. Suen retrieved items from the system exchange space. The main course was a 6-pound lobster, split in half, one half cooked with cheese and black pepper, the other half cooked with garlic. In addition to this main course, there was a generous portion of seared steak, a generous portion of stewed beef bones, a medium portion of spicy stir-fried crayfish, spicy stir-fried clams, shrimp brain and tofu, and stir-fried broccoli. The broccoli was the most expensive ingredient and the smallest portion, while the beef was the cheapest. The chef was eager to serve half a cow. In highway survival games, because treasure chests are accompanied by monsters, meat is the cheapest and easiest to obtain. Items like lobster are easier to obtain than vegetables. The main course in the set meal consisted of only one serving of fried rice. Little Pumpkin heated up the steamed buns she had prepared yesterday, so the stock of the buns she had prepared yesterday was almost gone. Everyone ate with relish. After a long day's work, no one was reluctant to eat. Especially Xiong. He stuffed spoonfuls of food into his mouth, and with the large steamed buns, he felt like he was enjoying a feast in northeast China. The bear's eating manner made the meal seem less refined and more down-to-earth. Suen savored the dishes slowly. She didn't have a large appetite, so she could eat slowly. As expected of a professional chef, the dishes were delicious, and they also had certain buffs. Some dishes increased agility, others increased strength, with durations ranging from 30 minutes to 2 hours. Suen looked at the system prompts in front of her and began to calculate these buffs. However, the buffs were so small that they probably served more as a psychological comfort. Little Pumpkin was different from the voracious bear and the little ghost. She was serious, acting like a food critic, savoring each dish carefully, and then recording it in her little notebook. She had a look of having learned something. After dinner, everyone gathered. Suen had just received the event gift box from the system. What exactly would the gift be for being the top kill leaderboard? Everyone was eagerly anticipating. Master, if only it were a top-level shield, Little Pumpkin muttered. After a day of sorting supplies, Little Pumpkin still hadn't found the top-level shield he'd been craving, and he hadn't fulfilled his wish to upgrade it. I hope there's a skill book inside that increases learning ability, one said. That epic skill had always been a pain in her heart. After so long studying, she'd barely gotten started, and with a bunch of purple treasure chests waiting to be opened, she was under immense pressure. The contents must have been predetermined long ago. We know what's inside once we open them. Xiong said this treasure chest wasn't a random one. It looked like a gift box specially packed by the system. Suen opened the box, and a radiant light filled the air. This is it. Chapter 369. These are 3 great items. A gorgeous ring, a navigation vehicle modification module, and a radar detector. What are these? What are they? Little Pumpkin asked, rummaging through the 3 items. At first glance, these 3 items don't look impressive. One is super spirit, one is fine, and one is spirit grade. They're not even epic quality items, and their quality doesn't justify the top prize. But upon closer inspection, these 3 items seem quite practical and suggestive. It seems the clue to the next level will also be a reward for the highest kill points. Suen said after examining each item. Item, rose-tide ring. Quality, super spirit, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spirit grade, super spirit, epic, god grade. Note, this ring possesses the mysterious power of water. When not using its power, it is truly magnificent and stunning. Special, attached with 3 skills. Skill 1, Rose Shield. Summons a shield of water around the player, protecting them for 10 seconds and absorbing significant damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Costs 10 spirit points. Features, after summoning the shield, the player is frozen for 1 to 2 seconds. Skill 2, Water Transformation. Costs 10 spirit points, allowing the player to use the water transformation skill, liquefying the body for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. During the liquefaction period, immune to incoming physical damage. Reduce mental damage received by 50%. Features, leaves a wet trail in your path, slowing movement speed on land by 30% and increasing movement speed underwater by 250%. Skill 3, Water Breathing. Costs 40 spirit points, Grants unlimited underwater breathing, mastery of swimming, and a 30% increase in swimming speed. Duration, 1 hour, cooldown, 6 hours. Set synergy. When equipped with the Rose Tide 3-piece set, this item increases the duration of the Rose Shield skill by 5 seconds. Water transformation skill cooldown reduced by 30%. Water breathing skill duration increased by 50%. Equip the remaining components of the Rose Tide 3-piece set, Rose Tide necklace, and Rose Tide fishtail. This is clearly a water-related item, very useful in environments like oceans, lakes, and rivers. It reminds Swan of the Gooseman's description of the rainy season, which Ginny once said was full of fishing spots. With this item, you don't need to worry about accidentally falling into the water. Item: Navigation Vehicle Modification Module. Quality: Fine, Rubbish, Simple, Normal, Fine, Spiritual, Super Spiritual, Epic, Godly. Note: the Navigation Vehicle Modification Module, when selected, can be used to modify a vehicle to be water adaptable, adding a navigation mode to the vehicle, allowing it to sail on water. Item: Radar Detector. Quality: Spiritual grade, Rubbish, Simple, Ordinary, Fine, Spiritual, Super Spiritual, Epic, Godly. Note: can be held in hand or mounted on a vehicle. Used to detect monster spawns within a 3-kilometer radius. Supports loading treasure chest detection items, and road and route navigation. None of these 3 items are particularly valuable, and none are epic in quality, but each is useful in its own way. Suen took the ring himself and gave the rest to Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin accepted it with a reluctant air. "Then I have you," it said. Though its words seemed awkward, its body was incredibly honest, nearly devouring both pieces of equipment. 10 minutes later, Little Pumpkin took possession of both and applied them all. Little Pumpkin's sailing mode now had a new sailboat mode. Little Pumpkin's speed, which hadn't improved in a long time, increased by 50%. From 40 kilometers per hour to 60 kilometers per hour. Converted into sailing units, this is about 32.88 knots, or 32.88 nautical miles per hour. This speed isn't slow, though it might be in interstellar space, but it's quite fast on Blue Planet. And the second piece of equipment was even more extraordinary. Little Pumpkin kept it to himself for a long time. The navigation now had a monster detection map, allowing you to count the surrounding red dots at a glance. Combined with a game console, you could literally see monsters at any time at home, living a life of fighting monsters whenever you wanted. Oh no! Home was just too comfortable. If this continued, Suen felt like he was getting even lazier. Before, he had to fetch treasure chests to fight monsters, but now, he didn't have to. So shamefully, Suen chose comfort. The pumpkin carriage was a paradise at the moment, satisfying all the needs of a homebody. Whether it was eating, sleeping, working, relaxing, or entertaining, Suen could do it all from within. What mattered if the heat outside was unbearable? Home was so comfortable. After unpacking the gift box, Suen lay down comfortably. He fiddled with his phone, wanting to catch up on cartoons, and lost interest in his daily sugar sculpture practice. It was okay to stop for a day now, and then. The Little Pumpkin said, "Master, let's open the purple gold treasure chest." This reminded Suen. Wan learned the Kira's song skill during the event. Little Pumpkin said excitedly. She'd been eyeing this for days, and finally, the chance had arrived. Who knows how long she'd been coveting those purple gold treasure chests she could only look at but not open. Wan scratched her head and said, "I think I learned it." Her expression was a little awkward. Because Wan was a little insecure. Suen looked at Wan's frail, embarrassed face and said with a smile, "We wait until she recovers." Wan looked relieved. To be honest, Wan felt that even though she had learned it, she couldn't guarantee that she could complete it successfully. Skills involving luck were a bit too complex, and she sometimes didn't know if she succeeded. Suen picked up Little Pumpkin, rubbed her head, and whispered, "Don't worry, we open it when it's time." Suen had been thinking about this too much, but for her now, while opening the purple gold treasure chest would enrich her life, it wouldn't be drastically so. Even without opening the purple gold treasure chest, everyone still had enough to eat and wear. To put it bluntly, Suen and his group's standard of living far surpassed the difficulty of the current level. Their prosperity far surpassed the current level, and their lives were so comfortable that the apocalypse seemed like a complete challenge. Without a sense of crisis, there was no significant difference between leaving the blind box items in their boxes and opening them early. Logically, Suen could have just rushed the pumpkin carriage, completing the mileage as quickly as possible, and then moving on to the third level's dungeon challenge, but Suen didn't care. A slow, steady pace was the key. Chapter 370. Sue-An enjoyed this comfortable pace of progress. Completing the final stage was the goal, but life is more than just a goal. That night, the family slept soundly. After a week of this unhurried pace, everyone gradually recovered. Sue-An also opened the long-awaited purple gold treasure chest. There were 5 purple gold treasure chests, with 5 keys. With Wan's lucky skill, each doll opened a treasure chest, and Sue-An opened 2. What appeared disappointed Little Pumpkin? Why aren't there any epic quality items? Little Pumpkin's tone was disappointed. Little Pumpkin's possessiveness was overflowing, but as its possessions grew, its desire for good things grew. Not to mention the items it had been waiting to unbox for so long. Wan curled up into a small ball. Wan wished she could shrink to the size of a needle, so Little Pumpkin couldn't see or find them. But don't blame yourself for the disappointment of opening a treasure chest. Little Pumpkin's hopes were so high, so were his disappointments. The items in the treasure chest were good, but not as good as he imagined. Many of the features were even present, just better. Disappointment. Wanted epic equipment. Sue-An rubbed Little Pumpkin's head. She looked at the items in the purple gold treasure chest. While these items wouldn't significantly improve strength, they definitely improved comfort significantly. The purple gold treasure chest contained mostly household items. The 5 treasure chests contained a washing machine, dishwasher, refrigerator, color TV, and water dispenser. These machines weren't just any ordinary machines, each had its own unique magic. It seemed the purple gold treasure chest contained only these kinds of items. Wan's luck skill was excellent, ensuring no one encountered duplicate machines in their chests. The pumpkin cart, however, due to its superior abilities, somewhat overshadowed these other machines, but this was only relative. Any other player would have admired such artifacts. Sue-An studied them, considering selling 1 or 2, but he felt a bit reluctant. After all, they were all quite exceptional artifacts. There wasn't much he needed, so it seemed unnecessary to sell them. It would be better for him to use them himself. Item: purple gold shining washing machine. Quality: super spirit, junk, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spirit, epic, godly. Note: fully automatic washing machine. Insert clothes and wash them with 1 click. Level 1 energy efficiency. Supports multiple energy sources including electrical, spiritual, and thermal. Tip: best used with an unlimited power card. It washes equipment of all qualities, and supports multiple cleaning functions, including spin, quick wash, high energy wash, and sterilization. After washing, your equipment will be clean and fresh, with a natural fragrance that lasts for 3 days. Increases equipment defense by 10 to 30%, lasting for 3 days. Note: this only washes clothing, not creatures. Dear friends, please do not attempt to increase your defense by entering the washing machine. Thank you. Item: purple gold shining dishwasher. Quality: spiritual grade, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly. Note: still struggling with dishwashing? This dishwashing machine is here to help. The extra large unit can wash up to 30 sets of tableware at once, even for pots, pans, and other utensils. Level 1 energy efficiency saves water and energy. After washing, dishes are as clean as new. Food ingredients can be tested within 6 hours, preventing food poisoning at any time. If you want to try something new, let the dishwashing machine show you how to protect your health. Washing machines and dishwashers are incredibly practical. Little Pumpkin can perform similar functions, just like humans can wash clothes and dishes by hand. But humans aren't content with just hand washing. Swan can't underestimate the workload just because she doesn't do much housework. So Swan definitely has to keep these 2 items, making washing dishes and clothes much more convenient. Not to mention that each machine has its own built-in bonuses, something that's not currently possible. Swan installed the dishwasher in the first floor kitchen and the washing machine in the first floor bathroom. Next, deal with the large double-door refrigerator that was opened. It's palm-sized in the box, but when it's taken out, it becomes a massive double-door refrigerator. Thankfully, the upgraded pumpkin cart has more space, otherwise the small kitchen wouldn't have been able to accommodate such a large refrigerator. To be honest, Little Pumpkin has the refrigerator's capabilities, but he developed them himself. By comparison, the finished refrigerator is impressive. Item: purple gold big belly refrigerator. Quality: super spiritual, rubbish, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly. Note: still worried about food rotting? Still feeling down about food shortages? Here comes the dreamy big belly refrigerator. Having come from the magical kingdom of Wiener, the kingdom of the clouds, And in collaboration with the greatest super goose in history, the god of space, Shuaida, this world can't live without a big belly refrigerator. Ability 1. Extraordinarily spacious, the refrigerator can even hold a boat. 577 cubic meters of storage space, including a 235 cubic meter fresh-keeping layer and a 242 cubic meter freezer layer. It's spacious, so awesome. It has a built-in psychic freshness lock, and the fresh-keeping layer keeps food fresh for a month. Don't worry, just put it in there, fresh meat or vegetables. Freezing and immortality. The freezer layer keeps food fresh forever. With the right thawing techniques, ingredients can remain fresh even after 100 years. Ability 2. Gift of the refrigerator. As the owner of the refrigerator can't bear to see you go hungry, so the refrigerator's daily food box will automatically generate a portion of food. Remember to take the gift of the refrigerator every day. Once the food is taken away, it will be refreshed the next day. This food has a certain chance of obtaining rare ingredients and seasonings. Tip: the food comes from Wiener, the kingdom of clouds, and Yiming City, the paradise on earth. Enjoy it to your heart's content. Ability 3. Automatic sorting, spatial isolation to prevent odor transfer. This is the refrigerator's basic ability, so don't overdo it. It loves sorting, and will never mess up the inside of the refrigerator. The remaining 2 items are simple. They are both placed in the living room. Item: purple gold sparkling color TV. Quality: spiritual grade, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, divine grade. Note: allows you to watch some TV stations, a rare entertainment experience on the road to survival. Perhaps you can learn some station information on TV. Item: purple gold super clean water dispenser. Quality: spiritual grade, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, divine grade. Note: provides 10 L of super clean, high-quality spiritual spring water daily for free. Any excess can be purchased for 1 silver coin per liter. This drinking water comes from the spring of Mingyang Lake and has a certain amount of spiritual power. Su-An's family has always had a sufficient supply of water. With a small water vending machine, Water, which offers 100 L of clean water for 1 copper coin, they never have to worry about drinking water. Now with a superior water dispenser, Little Pumpkin immediately decided to use the spiritual spring water for drinking and cooking, and the ordinary water for bathing, washing clothes, and mopping the floor. And so, the long-awaited box was finally opened. Su-An was satisfied, Xiong was satisfied, and Huan was satisfied. Only from time to time could one hear Little Pumpkin sigh. It sat on the refrigerator, swinging its legs, muttering, "I'm so stupid, really. Why did I always expect purple gold to be more noble than gold?"